Wycliffe in England and John Huss in Bohemia. What he needed now was a powerful patron, and so towards the end of 1412 he approached one of the leading figures on the European stage, Sigismund of Luxembourg. Sigismund was now 44, son of the Emperor Charles IV, King of Germany, and, through his wife, of Hungary. He was the half-brother of King Wenceslas of Bohemia, whose crown he was also to inherit 7 years later, and was therefore much concerned by the influence of Huss, which was spreading rapidly across Europe. He conferred with Pope John personally at Lodi, just before Christmas 1413, and it was jointly announced that the council would meet at Constance on the 1st of November of the following year. In the ensuing discussions, the two quickly reached agreement on all points except one. Sigismund made it clear that he expected to preside over the council himself. To John, this was a serious blow. Had he been in sole charge of the proceedings, he would have steered them more or less as he wished. With Sigismund in control, however, things might well turn against him. It was thus with serious misgivings that in early October 1414 he set out for Constance. The attendance at Pisa had been impressive enough, but most of those present had been Italian or French. The Council of Constance, with the most powerful prince of Central Europe behind it, was on an altogether different scale. Altogether there were nearly 700 delegates, including 29 cardinals and some 180 bishops. John Huss was there in person, his security guaranteed, as he thought, by a letter of safe conduct from Sigismund. But he was arrested on the Pope's orders after only a preliminary hearing, handed over to the king when he arrived just before Christmas, and still at Constance, was burned at the stake on the 6th of July 1415. Pope John, meanwhile, had fled from his own council. During the first weeks of the new year the mood had turned against him, and there were insistent demands that he should be put on trial for his countless crimes. He had one firm ally, Frederick of Habsburg, Duke of Austria, and on the night of the 20th of March 1416, when the Duke had obligingly arranged a tournament in Sigismund's honour, John disguised himself, with some difficulty, as a stable boy, and slipped out of the city, heading first to Friedrich's castle at Schaffhausen, and then, as he hoped, to the protection of the Duke of Burgundy across the Rhine. But it was to no avail. The council, having called without success for his immediate and unconditional abdication, Sigismund sent his soldiers to find and arrest him. Meanwhile, John was tried in his absence, and duly condemned. As Edward Gibbon delightedly noted, the most scandalous charges were suppressed. The Vicar of Christ was only accused of piracy, murder, rape, sodomy, and incest. John spent the next 4 years in the custody of the Elector Ludwig III of Bavaria, from whom he eventually purchased his liberty for a vast sum. Returning to Italy, he was, somewhat surprisingly, forgiven, and his long career of debauch and depravity was rewarded by the bishopric of Tusculum and one of the grandest of early Renaissance tombs, the joint work of Donatello and Michelozzo in the baptistry of Florence Cathedral. It was at Constance that matters were finally settled. John the 23rd and Benedict the 13th, now 87, were alike deposed. Gregory the 12th was prevailed upon to abdicate with honour, with the promise that he would rank second in the hierarchy, immediately after the future pope, a privilege that was the more readily accorded in view of the fact that since he was now approaching 90 and looked a good deal older, it was not thought likely that he would enjoy it for long. Indeed, 2 years later he was dead, and with the election of Cardinal Oddone Colonna as Pope Martin V, 1417 to 1431, the schism was effectively at an end. As the schism ended, the Renaissance papacy began, with Martin as its first representative. Although a member of one of the oldest and most distinguished Roman families, he could not immediately establish himself in Rome. The city was, as so often in the past, a battleground, this time being fought over by 2 warring soldiers of fortune, and it was not until 3 years after his election that he was finally able to enter it for the first time as pope. And he was shocked by what he saw. Rome was in ruins. its total population having shrunk to some 25,000, hopelessly demoralized and in many cases half-starving. Foxes, even wolves, roamed the streets. The once magnificent buildings stood roofless and untenanted. The restoration of the Vatican, set in train half a century before, had long since been suspended, and the Pope even had difficulty in finding somewhere decent to live. Fortunately, one of his own family's palaces was still up to a point habitable. Here he was obliged to stay while the work was resumed, and until it was eventually completed. Meanwhile he got down to business. He took in hand the chaotic papal finances, and initiated a hugely ambitious program of restoration and reconstruction of the whole city, the walls and fortifications, the bridges, the ruined basilicas and churches. He summoned 3 great painters from the north, Pisanello, Masaccio, and Gentile da Fabriano, for the redecoration of the Lateran alone. In the diplomatic field he succeeded, at least to a considerable degree, in bringing under his control the Church in France, which during the Avignon years had become quite impossibly arrogant and overbearing. He took the first significant steps in internationalizing the College of Cardinals, weakening the Italian and French elements and introducing numbers of Englishmen, Germans, and Spaniards. He got rid of the countless bands of brigands that were terrorizing the city and the surrounding countryside. Finally, he re-established order in the Papal States. His purpose behind all these achievements was to reassert the power and prestige of the papacy after the chaos into which it had fallen during the schism. The 2 recent assemblies, at Pisa and at Constance, had asserted several worrying new principles. The Pope, it appeared, was no longer supreme. He was now at the mercy of a general council, which stood above him and could depose him at will. Now, according to the conciliarists, it was the council, rather than the Pope, that constituted the ultimate authority in the Church. The Pope was its servant, bound to give it his obedience and to respect its decisions. Councils, it had been agreed, were to be held regularly. In short, the papacy was now undergoing the process already familiar to most nations of Western Europe, the process of slow democratization, the gradual substitution of absolute monarchy by parliamentary government. To these ideas Martin V was not entirely unsympathetic. The Council of Constance had, after all, rescued the Church from 40 years of schism, and quite possibly from ultimate disintegration. To it, indeed, he very largely owed his own crown. On the other hand, councils were unwieldy things that met infrequently, spoke with many different voices, and took an eternity to reach any major decision. They were no substitute for a single strong hand at the helm, and that Pope Martin was determined and well able to supply. He took his own decisions, keeping both cardinals and curia under his own strict personal control. When, for example, in September 1423, the time came for the next council, to be held at Pavia, he announced that he would not be attending. In consequence of this, and of a sudden outbreak of plague that necessitated the council's last-minute transfer to Siena, there were relatively few delegates present, and when their discussions turned to the question of further restrictions on papal power, he made the poor attendance a pretext for closing down the whole assembly. The Church would have to wait until the next council, which was to meet in July 1431 in Basel. As 1430 drew to its close, the 62-year-old Pope showed himself, if anything, still less enthusiastic about the Basel meeting than he had been about its predecessor. Once again, he made it clear that there would be no question of his being there himself. In his stead, he appointed Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini as its president, giving him authority to dissolve it at any moment if it threatened to tread on dangerous ground. In the event, he could not have attended even had he wished to do so. On the 20th of February, 1431, he died of an apoplectic stroke. He had been, if not a great pope, at least an outstandingly good one, and he had restored peace and good government to his city. Once again, Michelozzo and Donatello worked together on a papal tomb, but this time it stood in Rome rather than Florence, and its inscription, Temporum Suorum Felicitas, the joy of his times, was a testimonial of which surely any pope would have been proud. That epitaph, however, is unlikely to have been suggested by the College of Cardinals. They had never liked Martin. They had resented his arrogance, his unwillingness to listen, his reluctance even to consult them, let alone to take their advice. The conciliar spirit was in the air, and to a greater or lesser extent had infected all of them. He had paid it lip service up to a point, but as time went on he had become increasingly impatient with the whole idea. Now that the Basel Council was about to open, it was essential that the next pope, whoever he might be, should show himself to be in sympathy with the reforms that were to be proposed. Thus it was that the cardinals all undertook that whoever should be elected would give the council his wholehearted support, working with the Sacred College, rather than in opposition to it, in the government of the Church. Unfortunately, things did not turn out quite as they had planned. Their choice fell on Gabriele Condolma, a Venetian, though not like his uncle Gregory XII, an aristocrat, who had spent much of his early life as an Augustinian hermit on an island in the lagoon. His rise to power, first as Bishop of Siena, and from 1408 as cardinal, had been unashamedly nepotistic, and whatever promises he may have made before the conclave, once reigning as Pope Eugenius IV, 1431 to 1447, he showed little more goodwill towards the coming council than Pope Martin had before him. Indeed, when the council eventually opened on the 23rd of July, 1431, the attendance was so sparse, among the absentees were Cardinal Cesarini, appointed by Martin to preside, that after 6 months Eugenius attempted to dissolve it. This, however, proved a serious mistake. The delegates may have been comparatively few, but they were conciliarists to a man, and they absolutely refused to be dissolved. The Pope, they claimed, had no authority to dismiss them. It was they and not he who were supreme in the Church, and unless he presented himself before them and withdrew his bull of dissolution, it was he and not they who would be dismissed. But Eugenius refused to budge, and the ensuing deadlock was broken only by King Sigismund. As King of Germany and Emperor-to-be, he needed the support of the Pope to strengthen his position in northern Italy, and that of the Council in his struggle against the Hussites. In May 1433 he made his way to Rome, where he was duly crowned by Eugenius, and for the next 6 months he worked hard on both parties, persuading them to moderate their respective attitudes, until at the end of the year the two reached an uneasy agreement. It was in fact rather more like a papal surrender. Eugenius was obliged to withdraw his bull of dissolution, and to recognize, with all too few reservations, the primacy of the council. Seeing his humiliation, other enemies took full advantage. First were the Colonna. In the spring of 1434, furious at being ordered to return the church treasures that they had acquired under their kinsman Martin V, they engineered a rising in the streets of Rome, and at much the same time the proconciliar Filippo Maria Visconti of Milan sent 2 condottieri, mercenary generals, to invade the Papal States. Then, when Eugenius found himself blockaded in the city, the Romans rose again and proclaimed a republic. For the luckless pope it was all too much. Disguised as a monk, but soon identified, and defending himself as best he could under a hail of missiles, he made his escape in a small boat down the Tiber to Ostia, and thence transferred to a galley that took him to Pisa. June found him in Florence, where he was soon to be joined by the Sacred College and the Curia. In Florence, as guest of Cosimo de' Medici, he remained for the next 9 years, fighting a constant battle against the conciliarists in Basel, who, their numbers now greatly increased by legists and theologians from the universities, were becoming daily more radical and anti-papal. For the moment there was little that he could do to resist them, though in the summer of 1436 he circulated a formal denunciation of their pretensions to all the princes of Christendom. On the other hand, he had considerable success in re-establishing his political position. Among the Curia was an ex-soldier of long experience named Giovanni Vitelleschi. Eugenius singled him out, promoted him to bishop, and sent him off with a small force to Rome. Energetic and utterly ruthless, Vitelleschi showed no mercy on the rebels, and quickly restored order both in Rome and in the Papal State. Basel, however, remained to be dealt with, and the deadlock might have dragged on indefinitely, but for a single immensely significant development: the arrival in the West of John VIII, Palaeologus, Emperor of Byzantium. Faced with the remorseless advance of the Ottoman Turks, the Byzantine Empire was at its last gasp. Massive military assistance from Western Europe represented its only chance of survival, but all attempts to obtain it founded on the same rock. The Eastern and Western churches were in schism. Only if that schism were ended could a united Christendom take up arms in the longed-for crusade. To John Palaeologus, the Council of Basel seemed to offer a ray of hope. Once again, representatives of all the Christian nations of the West were present, and although the ambassadors of his predecessor Manuel II had returned from Constance disappointed, much had happened in the past 15 years, including a reluctant acceptance by the Pope of what the Byzantines had never ceased to maintain, that true union could be achieved only by means of a council of the whole Church, to be attended by representatives of both East and West. This time, perhaps, a Byzantine appeal might fall on more receptive ears. But all this would mean a fresh start, and it was obvious that Basel was not the place. The past years had seen too much ill-feeling and bitterness. If the new council were to have any chance of success, a change of venue was essential. The more hidebound of the conciliarists naturally objected, in 1439 going so far as to declare the Pope deposed and to elect an antipope in his stead. But this arbitrary renewal of the papal schism cost them what little prestige they had left, and one by one the Christian nations submitted to the authority of Pope Eugenius. Ideally, the emperor would have wished the new council to be held in Constantinople, but he was obliged to admit that in present conditions this was no longer practicable. He therefore willingly accepted the Pope's choice of Ferrara, confirming that he personally, together with his patriarch, would head the imperial delegation. Eugenius, hearing this welcome news, lost no time. By September 1437, his legates were already in Constantinople to work out the details, while others were negotiating with the Venetians for the hiring of a fleet to bring the Byzantine delegation in proper state to Ferrara. Thus it was that John Palaeologus left his brother Constantine as regent, and on Wednesday the 27th of November embarked on his historic journey, taking with him a party some 700 strong, among them the most distinguished group of Eastern churchmen ever to visit the West. There was the patriarch himself, Joseph II, nearly 80 years old, crippled by heart disease, but beloved of all who met him. 18 metropolitans, some of them representing his fellow patriarchs of Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem, and including the brilliant young metropolitan Bessarion of Nicaea, and a dozen other bishops, including Isidore, abbot of St. Demetrius in Constantinople, who had been promoted the previous year to Bishop of Kiev and all Russia. On the 8th of February, 1438, the party reached Venice, where the emperor was greeted by Doge Francesco Foscari, and conducted with immense pomp and ceremony up the Grand Canal, to the great palace of the Marquis of Ferrara. This 13th-century palace, restored with majestic insensitivity in the 1860s, and in consequence of his later history, known today as the Fondaco dei Turchi, still stands on the upper reaches of the canal, opposite the San Marcuola Vaporetto station. There he remained for the next 3 weeks, writing letters to all the European princes, urging them to attend the council or at least to send representatives. Only at the end of the month did he leave on the last stage of his journey. Compared to his Venetian reception, his arrival in Ferrara was a lacklustre affair, not improved by pouring rain. Pope Eugenius gave him a warm welcome, but even this was somewhat clouded when the emperor was informed that his patriarch, on his arrival a few days later, would be expected to prostrate himself and kiss the pontiff's foot. Of this, he politely pointed out, there could be no question, and at last the Pope was obliged to yield. Had he not done so, it is doubtful whether the Council of Ferrara would ever have taken place. The council got off to a bad start. John had stipulated that 4 months should pass before the formal discussions on doctrine were begun. One of his principal reasons for attending was to seek help from the other European princes, and he was determined that no important decisions should be taken before their arrival. But spring turned to summer, and no princes appeared. The Latins grew more impatient. The Pope, who was responsible for the board and lodging of the entire Greek delegation, more and more concerned as his financial reserves fell ever lower. With August came the plague. Strangely enough, the Greeks appeared immune. The emperor was in any case away from Ferrara for most of the time, indulging in his favourite sport of hunting, but there was heavy mortality both among the Latin delegates and in the city as a whole. Meanwhile, the Latins grew even more irritated with their guests. The Greeks, too, were losing patience. They had been away from home for the best part of a year, and had so far achieved nothing. Many of them were short of money, for the papal subsidies were becoming increasingly irregular. Finally, it was by now plain that none of the European princes had any intention at all of showing up, so there was no point in waiting for them any longer. It was to everyone's relief when deliberations began in earnest on the 8th of October. For the first 3 months they were concerned almost exclusively with the filioque clause, a tricky enough point anyway, having played a major part in the schism 4 centuries before. But now further complicated by linguistic problems. Few of the delegates spoke any language other than their own, and there were no qualified interpreters. The sessions ended on the 13th of December, with agreement as far away as ever. At this point the Pope managed to persuade the delegates to move to Florence. He gave as his reason the continued presence of the plague in Ferrara, but his true motives were almost certainly financial. The council had been sitting for 8 months, showed every sign of going on indefinitely, and had already made alarming inroads on the papal treasury. In Florence, on the other hand, the Medici could be trusted to help out. But the move also proved beneficial in other ways. When the sessions were resumed towards the end of February 1439, the Greeks, tired, anxious, homesick, and quite possibly hungry, seemed distinctly readier to compromise than they had been the previous year. By the end of March they had agreed that the Latin formula according to which the Holy Spirit proceeded from the Father and the Son meant the same as a recently accepted Greek formula, whereby it proceeded from the Father through the Son. It was soon after this breakthrough that Patriarch Joseph finally expired, but then, as one observer rather unkindly remarked, after muddling his prepositions, what else could he decently do? With the filioque at last out of the way, the other outstanding questions were quickly settled. The Greeks disapproved of the Roman dogma on purgatory and on the use of unleavened bread at the sacrament. They also deplored the Latin practice of giving communion in both kinds to the laity, and of forbidding the marriage of non-monastic priests. But on all these issues they put up only token opposition. The question of papal supremacy might at other times have caused difficulties, but since the Council of Basel, this had been a delicate subject and was consequently glossed over as far as possible. Thanks largely to the Emperor himself, who employed persuasion and threats in equal measure to ensure the amenability of his subjects, agreement had been reached by midsummer on every major issue. And on Sunday, the 5th of July, 1439, the official Decree of Union, little more than a statement of the Latin position, apart from 1 or 2 concessions permitting Greek usages, was signed by all the Orthodox bishops and abbots, except the Metropolitan of Ephesus, who had given in on absolutely nothing, but was forbidden by John to exercise a veto. The Latins then added their own signatures, and the following day the decree was publicly proclaimed in Florence Cathedral, being recited first in Latin by Cardinal Cesarini, and then in Greek by the Metropolitan Bessarion of Nicaea. The Latin version began with the words Laetentur Caeli, let the heavens rejoice, but the heavens, as soon became clear, had precious little reason to do so. Pope Eugenius had won a major victory. On paper, at least, he had brought the Orthodox Church back into the Roman fold. In doing so, he had established his personal supremacy. The radical conciliarists at Basel were speechless with rage. First they suspended him, then they deposed him, and finally on the 5th of November 1439 they elected an antipope, in the surprising shape of Duke Amadeus VIII of Savoy. Amadeus was a deeply pious layman, founder and himself a member of an order of knightly hermits on the Lake of Geneva. He accepted with great reluctance, calling himself Felix V, 1439 to 1449, but he soon had reason to regret his decision, for no one took him very seriously. The council, too, had succeeded only in making itself look ridiculous. From that moment on, it gradually dissolved, though it was to limp on until 1449. No one in the West could have foreseen that by the time the emperor returned to Constantinople in February 1440, Laetento Celi would already be dead in the water. Repudiated by the 3 surviving patriarchs, its signatories condemned as traitors to the faith, castigated throughout the capital, and in some cases physically attacked. After a 9-year absence, in September 1443, Pope Eugenius returned to Rome, and set about countering the effects of the schism with the invaluable help of his friend, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini. The future Pope Pius II, Piccolomini, although at this time still a layman, had been one of Antipope Felix's most trusted advisers. But he had now transferred his allegiance, and it was thanks to his diplomatic skill that in 1447 the German princes declared as one man for Eugenius, and just in time, for within a week or two he was dead. His 16-year reign had not been easy. More than half of it had been spent in his Florentine exile. But his long struggle with the Council of Basel had ended in victory. Never again would papal supremacy be challenged from within the Church itself. Chapter 17. The Renaissance, 1447 to 1492. If, as has been suggested, Martin V was the first Renaissance pope, Eugenius was the second. He was not temperamentally a Renaissance figure. On his deathbed he expressed bitter regrets that he had ever left his hermitage. But his 9 years with the Medici in Florence could not have failed to have their effect, and when he returned to Rome, accompanied incidentally by Fra Angelico, he devoted himself in the 4 years remaining to him to the continuation of Martin's work on the city. To bring Rome up to the standards now set by Milan, Genoa, Venice, and the other great cities of the north would have taxed the powers of Hercules, but Eugenius worked hard, and when his apostolic secretary, Flavio Biondo, dedicated to him his 3 books on the restoration work Roma Instaurata, the compliment was not undeserved. Artistically and culturally, however, Rome was still something of a backwater when Tommaso Parentucelli, 1447 to 1455, the son of a modest physician in Liguria, was elected pontiff in March 1447, taking the name of Nicholas V. Of the previous 140 years, the popes had been absent for well over half, and thanks to the consequent chaos, the flowering of classical and humanistic learning that had swept away the last vestiges of the Middle Ages from Tuscany and Umbria had left the city almost untouched. A Dante, a Petrarch, a Boccaccio, all of them Florentines, would have been unthinkable in Rome. Although both Boniface VIII in 1303 and Innocent VII 100 years later had worked hard to give the city the university it deserved, they had had only moderate success. With the beginning of the 15th century, however, there was a change in the air. First of all, Greek influence had begun to make itself felt. When in 1360 Boccaccio had wished to learn the language, he had had the utmost difficulty in finding anyone in Italy capable of teaching him. He had eventually unearthed an aged Calabrian monk of revolting habits, whom he had lodged in his house for 3 years, preparing one of the first and worst translations of Homer into Latin. But around the turn of the century, there had appeared in Florence a first-rate Greek scholar named Manuel Chrysoloras. He taught there for the next 15 years until his death, leaving behind him a book, the Erotomata, which, though not quite as exciting as it sounds, was essentially a Greek grammar, set out in the form of questions and answers. Among his pupils were 2 of the most distinguished early Italian humanists, Leonardo Bruni and Poggio Bracciolini, who both became members of the Curia, and were thus able to inject some of the new learning into the papal court. Soon, too, Chrysoloras was joined by the impressive company of Greek intellectuals, who accompanied John Palaeologus to the councils of Ferrara and Florence. These Greeks brought with them a new awareness of antiquity. For 1,000 years the pagan splendours of ancient Rome had been ignored or forgotten, being of no interest to either pope or pilgrim. Then there had been the 70 years of absence in Avignon, followed by the 40 years of schism, and disastrous as these years had been in many ways, they did make it possible for subsequent popes to look upon the city with completely fresh eyes that were shocked by the sight of cattle grazing in the Forum, or antique statuary being ground to powder to provide local jerry-builders with cement. That is why, from the middle of the 15th century, the entire institution of the papacy underwent a radical change. Imbued as they were with humanist ideas, the Renaissance popes were ambitious and energetic men of the world, determined not just to revive Rome's former greatness, but to create a new city that would combine the best of both classical and Christian civilizations, bearing witness to their own greatness and that of their families, and arousing the admiration and envy of all who saw it. Like his predecessor, Nicholas V had spent some years in Florence, where he had been tutor to the Strozzi family, and had made friends with all the scholars who clustered around the Medici. In consequence, he had become far more deeply imbued with Renaissance culture than Eugenius ever was. He was also a good deal less confrontational, and far more politically astute, restoring order to Rome, and self-government to the Papal States, granting virtual independence to Bologna, and persuading history's last antipope, Felix V, to abdicate. One of his greatest successes was his declaration of 1450 as Jubilee Year, which brought perhaps 100,000 pilgrims, tempted by the offer of plenary indulgence for their sins, flocking to Rome. This completely restored the papal finances. The high point of the celebrations was the canonization of San Bernardino of Siena, a Franciscan friar who had died only 6 years before, and whose extraordinary charisma had earned him a place in the hearts of Italians, comparable perhaps to that of Padre Pio in our own day. Admittedly, not everything in that Jubilee year went according to plan. An outbreak of the plague in the early summer caused hundreds of deaths. All the hospitals and churches, wrote an eyewitness, were full of the sick and dying, and they were to be seen in the infected streets falling down like dogs. On the 19th of December, a pack of horses and mules was frightened by the crowds on the Ponte Sant'Angelo and stampeded. Some 200 pilgrims were trampled to death or drowned in the Tiber. Yet even these disasters made little difference in the long term. The Jubilee year showed conclusively that after a century and a half, the papacy was back on track. Avignon was now past history, and the schism, and all the anti-papal excesses of the conciliar movement. The popes were fully and firmly restored to Rome, where they belong, and had every intention of staying there. In 1452, Frederick III of Habsburg, Frederick was the nephew of his namesake, Frederick, Duke of Austria, the protector of the antipope John XXIII, crossed the Alps with a suite of more than 2,000 to receive from the Pope the crown of the Holy Roman Empire. It was to be combined with the new emperor's marriage to Donna Leonora, daughter of the King of Portugal. In every Italian city through which Frederick passed, he was cheered to the echo, and deluged with presents. In Ferrara he was greeted not only by the Marquis Bosso d'Este, but also by Galeazzo Maria Sforza, eldest son of the usurping Duke of Milan, and was obliged to listen to a speech of welcome as long as 2 chapters of St. John's Gospel, pronounced by Galeazzo Maria's 8-year-old brother. In Bologna and Florence, the receptions were more elaborate still, and in Siena he met his bride for the first time. The two then rode to Rome together, entering the city on the 9th of March. On the 16th, Pope Nicholas performed the marriage ceremony in St. Peter's, after which he crowned Frederick with the Iron Crown of Lombardy. The imperial coronation took place 3 days later, and was followed by the coronation of the young empress, with a crown that had been specially made for her. When the service was over, the emperor made a point of bringing the Pope's horse to the door of the basilica, and holding his stirrup while he mounted. The festivities ended with a ceremonial banquet at the Lateran. That ceremony, it was the last imperial coronation ever to take place in Rome, marked the apogee of Nicholas's pontificate. All too soon, however, came disaster. On Tuesday the 29th of May, 1453, after a 55-day siege, the army of the Ottoman Sultan, Mehmet II, smashed down the walls of Constantinople and put an end to the Christian Empire of the East. The news was received with horror throughout Western Europe. The Byzantine Empire had lasted 1,123 years. Although it had never recovered from the Fourth Crusade 2.5 centuries before, it had remained the eastern bastion of Christendom. As the refugees spread westwards from the conquered city, they carried with them the epic story of his heroic defence, which doubtless lost nothing in the telling. But Western Europe, for all its deep and genuine dismay, was not profoundly changed. Indeed, the two states most immediately affected, Venice and Genoa, lost no time in congratulating the Sultan and making the best terms they could with the new regime. In Rome, Pope Nicholas showed none of the cynicism and self-interest of the merchant republics. He did his utmost to galvanize the West for a crusade, a cause that was enthusiastically supported by the two Greek cardinals, Bessarion and Isidore, who had remained in Italy after the Council of Florence and embraced Catholicism, as also by the papal legate in Germany, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, the future Pope Pius II. But it was no use. 200 or 300 years before, Christian zeal had been enough to launch military expeditions for the recovery of the holy places of pilgrimage. With the advent of Renaissance humanism, the old religious fire had been extinguished. Europe had dithered, and Byzantium had died. With the Ottoman army stronger now than it had ever been, the old empire was beyond all hope of resurrection. It was Nicholas's only important failure. He had no choice but to accept it, and return to the two chief interests of his life, books and buildings, the only things, he said, that it was worth spending money on. His two predecessors had both been enthusiastic builders, but neither had shown much interest in literature. Pope Martin, indeed, had generally disapproved of classical and consequently pagan authors, and had maintained that nothing of antiquity was worth preserving beyond what was contained in the works of St. Augustine. Nicholas, by contrast, was scarcely ever seen without a book in his hand. He read everything that came his way, annotating copiously in the margins in his exquisite handwriting. His legate Piccolomini wrote admiringly, "From his youth he has been initiated into all liberal arts. He is acquainted with all philosophers, historians, poets, cosmographers, and theologians, and is no stranger to civil and canon law, or even to medicine." Thus, on his accession, Nicholas deliberately set out to create, for the common convenience of the learned, a library of all books, both in Latin and in Greek, worthy of the dignity of the Pope and the Apostolic See. He had to start virtually from scratch. The old papal library had been left at Avignon, where most of the volumes had by now been lost or stolen. Of the remainder, the old anti-pope Benedict XIII had carried off a good many after his deposition, and had taken them to the castle of Peniscola near Valencia. Now papal agents travelled all over Europe in search of rare manuscripts, and scholars were set to work to make properly accurate Latin translations of the Greek texts, both Christian and pagan. 45 copyists were kept permanently employed. By Nicholas's death he had spent 30,000 gold florins, and had collected some 1,200 volumes, the nucleus of today's Vatican Library. There were as yet no printed books. The invention of printing cannot be ascribed to a single year, but 1450 is as good a date as any. Meanwhile he continued the work of his predecessors in the rebuilding of Rome. He strengthened the old Leonine walls and other more recent defences, supervised the restoration of 40 early Christian churches, repaired aqueducts, paved streets, and initiated a major restoration of the Castel Sant'Angelo. His most important work, however, was on the Vatican, which he now decided should replace the Lateran as the principal papal residence, and on St. Peter's. Of the late 13th century palace, essentially the work of Nicholas III, he restored and enlarged the north and west sides, using Leon Battista Alberti and Bernardo Rossellino as his architects. He also commissioned Fra Angelico, with his assistant Benozzo Gozzoli, to paint the stories of St. Stephen and St. Lawrence in his chapel and study, and a further cycle of scenes from the life of Christ in the Chapel of the Sacrament. Giorgio Vasari tells us that the latter was destroyed when Paul III put in a new staircase. The only survivor of Nicholas's work is his chapel. In the fresco depicting the ordination of St. Lawrence, the representation of the 3rd century Pope Sixtus II is said to be a portrait of Nicholas himself. His plans for St. Peter's were still more ambitious. Like all the other great buildings of Rome, it had been allowed to fall into decay. Alberti maintained that its complete collapse was only a matter of time. Nicholas, however, had in mind something more than just a program of repair. He envisaged lengthening the building by about a third, adding transepts and a new apse around the shrine of the Apostle. There was also a plan for a magnificent new space outside, where 3 great new avenues through the Borgo would converge, and where the crowds could congregate for mass blessings. These plans all lapsed at the Pope's death. But it is interesting to speculate on what would have happened if they'd been put into effect. Julius II, half a century later, would probably not have ordered the complete rebuilding. On the other hand, we should almost certainly have been deprived of the great Bernini Piazza, which to this day remains one of the most magnificent open spaces of Europe. Pope Nicholas V died in March 1455, at the age of 57. His pontificate had lasted only 8 years, but his influence had been enormous. Martin and Eugenius had both been affected by Renaissance ideas, but neither had wholeheartedly embraced the humanist ethos. Nicholas was the first pope who saw absolutely no contradiction or conflict between humanism and the Christian faith. To him, the arts were neither vain nor frivolous. They too bore witness to the glory of God. It was only right, therefore, that the Church should give a lead in the artistic field, just as it did in the spiritual. Other popes who thought as he did were to follow him, but Nicholas, and Nicholas alone, combined his views with a genuine piety, humility, and integrity. It was entirely typical of him that in 1449 he should have ordered a retrial of Joan of Arc, who had been burned at the stake in Rouen on the 30th of May 1431, on charges that included heresy and witchcraft. This was to continue for the next 7 years, during which 115 witnesses were heard. It ended only in the reign of his successor, who is normally and most unfairly given the credit, with her complete rehabilitation. Unlike so many of those who preceded or followed him, Nicholas V was untouched by greed or nepotism. Greatness, which he unquestionably possessed, never went to his head. In earlier years he had described himself to his friend, Vespasiano da Pisticci, as a mere bell-ringing priest. And so, in a very real sense, he remained. On the 4th of April, 1455, the 15 cardinals in Rome assembled for the conclave, and badly missed their chance. They might have elected Cardinal Bessarion, by far the most intelligent and cultivated churchman in Rome. As a former metropolitan of the Orthodox Church, he was better qualified than any of his colleagues to end the 400-year schism, and he would have steered the papacy in a new and healthier direction. Alas, his Greek origins, which should have counted in his favour, militated against him. The cardinals instead chose a 77-year-old Catalan jurist, Alfonso de Borja, subsequently Italianized to Borgia, who took the name of Calixtus III, 1455 to 1458. Deeply pious, dry as dust, and crippled by gout, Calixtus devoted his pontificate to 2 consuming ambitions. The first was to organize a European crusade that would deliver Constantinople from the Turks. The second was to advance the fortunes of his family and compatriots. Art and literature interested him not a jot. "See how the treasure of the Church has been wasted," he is said to have exclaimed on walking into the Vatican Library for the first time. During his 3-year pontificate, the Renaissance in Rome was suspended. Painters and sculptors, metal workers and cabinet makers were all dismissed. To raise money for his crusade, Calixtus had no hesitation in selling off many of the most valuable gold and silver works of art in the Vatican treasury, together with a number of the papal library's most precious books. He built galleys in the boatyards of the Tiber, dispatched preachers across the continent to sell indulgences, and imposed swingeing taxes throughout Western Christendom. The response, however, was lukewarm. The courts of Europe grieved for Constantinople, but they were far too deeply preoccupied with their own concerns to go into battle on its behalf. A combined land and sea force was nevertheless dispatched, and was not altogether abortive. The Hungarians under János Hunyadi routed the Turks at Belgrade in July 1456, and a year later a squadron of the Ottoman fleet was destroyed off Lesbos. But neither victory produced further results, or was of any long-term importance. Calixtus pursued his second ambition with similar energy and rather more success. 2 of his great-nephews were given red hats. Being the grandsons of his sisters, they were first required to change their name to Borgia. One of them, Rodrigo, was additionally appointed Vice-Chancellor of the Holy See, a post that placed him in the forefront of Vatican affairs for the next 35 years, until his own succession as Pope Alexander VI. On a more humble level, the Pope filled his court and curia with Spanish and Catalan nominees, though few of them survived in their posts for very long after his death. This came on the 6th of August, 1458, and was generally welcomed. Nobody had much liked Pope Calixtus. Everybody liked Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini. Born one of 18 children of an old Sienese family that had gone down in the world, he had pulled himself up by his own efforts, and spent 8 years in humanistic studies in Siena and Florence. He had then become secretary to various cardinals attending the Council of Basel, one of whom, Cardinal Nicholas Albergati, sent him in 1435 on the greatest adventure of his young life, a secret mission to Scotland. The purpose of this mission was to try to persuade King James I to launch an attack on England, in yet another attempt to end the 100 Years' War. Aeneas had hoped to travel via London, but the English, doubtless suspecting that he was up to no good, refused him permission to land. He was obliged to return to the continent and take a ship from Sluis direct to Scotland. The journey almost ended in disaster. Violent westerly gales drove the vessel towards the coast of Norway, and the terrified Aeneas vowed, if he survived, to walk barefoot to the nearest shrine of the Virgin Mary. At last, on the 12th day, the ship, which was now taking on terrifying quantities of water, limped into port near Dunbar, and he duly trudged over the frozen earth to the Holy Well at Whitekirk. Fortunately for him, the distance was only about 5 miles, and he made it, but after resting there for a time, he found that he had lost all sensation in his feet. At first he feared that he might never walk again. In fact, he recovered, but suffered from arthritis for the rest of his life, and for much of his pontificate had to be carried about in a sedan chair. His commentaries, an account of his life written in the third person, cast an interesting light on early 15th century Britain. The cities have no walls. The houses are usually constructed without mortar. Their roofs are covered with turf, and in the country doors are closed with ox hides. The common people, who are poor and rude, stuff themselves with meat and fish, but eat bread as a luxury. The men are short and brave, the women fair, charming, and easily won. Women there think less of a kiss than in Italy of a touch of the hand. There is nothing the Scotch like better to hear than abuse of the English. Then Aeneas disguised himself as a merchant and left Scotland for England. A river which rises in a high mountain separates the two countries. When he had crossed this in a small boat and had reached a large town about sunset, he knocked at a farmhouse and had dinner there with his host and the parish priest. Many relishes and chickens and geese were served, but there was no bread or wine. All the men and women of the village came running as if to see a strange sight, and as our people marvel at Ethiopians or Indians, so they gazed in amazement at Aeneas, asking the priest where he came from, what his business was, and whether he was a Christian. When the meal had lasted till the 2nd hour of the night, the priest and the host, together with all the men and children, took leave of Aeneas and hastened away, saying that they were taking refuge in a tower, a long way off, for fear of the Scots, who were accustomed, when the river was low at ebb tide, to cross by night and make raids upon them. They could not by any means be induced to take him with them, although he earnestly besought them, nor yet any of the women, although there were a number of beautiful girls and matrons, for they think the enemy will do them no wrong, not counting outrage a wrong. So Aeneas remained behind with 2 servants and his 1 guide, among 100 women. But after a good part of the night had passed, 2 young women showed Aeneas, who was by this time very sleepy, to a chamber strewn with straw, planning to sleep with him, as was the custom of the country, if they were asked. But Aeneas, thinking less about women than about robbers, who he feared might appear at any minute, repulsed the protesting girls. So he remained alone among the heifers and nanny-goats, which prevented him from sleeping a wink by stealthily pulling the straw out of his pallet. Though still a layman, he returned to work in the council secretariat in Basel, and soon afterwards found himself secretary to the anti-pope Felix V. In 1442, Felix sent him to the Diet of Frankfurt, where, almost immediately on his arrival, Aeneas caught the attention of the German king, Frederick III, whose history he was later to write. The king fully recognized his literary gifts, as well as his outstanding intelligence and efficiency, and appointed him poet laureate. For the next 3 years the young man worked in the royal chancery in Vienna, turning out in his spare time not only a quantity of mildly pornographic poetry, but also a novel in much the same vein, Lucretia and Euryalus, celebrating the amorous adventures of his friend, the Chancellor, Caspar Schlick. Much of his verse was inspired by the poet Francesco Filelfo, who had been commissioned by Nicholas V to write a book of stories, later described as the most nauseous compositions that coarseness and filthy fancy ever spanned. Nicholas, we are told, had much enjoyed them. Aeneas himself seems to have been no slouch where amorous adventures were concerned, as several acknowledged bastards could testify. But such an existence could not continue indefinitely, and in 1445 Aeneas's life underwent a dramatic change. First he broke with the anti-pope, and was formally reconciled with Eugenius IV. Then in March 1446 he was ordained priest. Thereafter he was a genuinely reformed character, and his progress was fast. Bishop of Trieste in 1447, of Siena in 1450, Cardinal in 1456. 2 years later he was elected Pope, and, characteristically, remembering Virgil's Pius Aeneas, took the name of Pius II, 1458 to 1464, and settled down to organize a crusade. He should have known better. With all his long diplomatic experience, it should have been clear to him that the princes of Europe were simply not prepared to shelve all their other preoccupations in order to march against the Turk. This, however, like so many of his predecessors, he refused to accept. Within 2 months of his accession, he issued a bull summoning Christendom to a holy war, and called a congress of all Christian rulers to meet at Mantua on the 1st of June, 1459. Nearly all of them declined the invitation. Those who did not were evasive or non-committal. Pius arrived at Mantua to find virtually no one there. The sad decline in papal influence could, he decided, be due only to the conciliar movement, of which he himself had previously been a staunch upholder. In January 1460, he promulgated another bull, condemning as heretical all appeals to a general council. There could hardly have been a more radical about-turn. He refused, however, to be discouraged. If he could not defeat Sultan Mehmet in battle, perhaps he could persuade him by force of reason to see the error of his ways. In 1461 he drafted an extraordinary letter to the Sultan, in which he included a detailed refutation of the teachings of the Koran, an equally thorough exposition of the Christian faith, and a final appeal to renounce Islam and accept baptism. It now seems that the letter may never have been sent. If it was, it unsurprisingly received no reply. But then good news arrived from Venice and Hungary. These states had at least agreed to join forces in a crusade. Now all Pius's hopes revived. The troops, he announced, would rendezvous with the fleet the following summer in Ancona. He himself would march at their head. The Piccolomini Library in Siena Cathedral contains a superb cycle of frescoes by Pinturicchio, depicting scenes from Pius's life, the last of which shows his arrival at Ancona. The truth, however, was very far from what the picture suggests. The Pope who took the cross in St. Peter's and set off on his litter from Rome on the 18th of June, 1464, was already a sick man. So sick indeed that it was a whole month before he reached his destination. And when at last he arrived at Ancona, it was to find only a handful of crusaders awaiting him. There were no obvious leaders, and hardly any equipment. The Venetian fleet, he was told, had been delayed. It eventually sailed into harbour on the 12th of August with the current Doge Cristoforo Moro at its head. But instead of the great armada the Pope had expected, it consisted of just 12 small galleys. For Pius, the disappointment was too great. He turned his face to the wall, and 2 days later he was dead. His broken heart was interred at Ancona, but his body was brought back to Rome. It was a sad end to one of the most talented popes of his century. Pius was not above nepotism, and filled his court with Sienese compatriots, but his literary and intellectual gifts, his skill as an administrator, his discriminating patronage of the arts, and his long diplomatic experience gave him a distinction matched by few of his contemporaries. He also remains the only pope to have created a city. In just 5 years, between 1459 and 1464, he transformed his birthplace, the little village of Corsignano, redesigning it on classical lines according to all the latest theories of urban planning, giving it a cathedral and a magnificent palazzo for the use of his family, and renaming it after himself, Pienza. Pius was a hard act to follow, and his successor, Paul II, 1464 to 1471, was a distinct come-down. Born Pietro Barbo, scion of a rich family of Venetian merchants, he is said to have thought himself outstandingly good-looking, a view difficult indeed to reconcile with the existing portraits, and had at first tried to call himself Formosus, the handsome. Fortunately, his cardinals had been able to dissuade him. Such physical beauty as he may or may not have possessed was in any case not reflected in his intellectual attainments. Shamelessly uncultured, he lost no time in getting rid of the humanists whom Pius had loved. When their leader, Bartolomeo Sacchi, known as Platina, who was subsequently papal librarian and author of the Lives of the Popes, protested and talked threateningly of a council, he spent the next 4 months in the dungeons of the Castel Sant'Angelo. Several members of the Roman Academy, who professed what the Pope regarded as an exaggerated interest in antiquity and insufficient respect for the Church, suffered a similar fate, and were released only after the personal intervention of Cardinal Bessarion. What Paul liked was wealth and display. As a young cardinal, being the nephew of Eugenius IV, he had become a cardinal deacon at 23. He had rather surprisingly amassed a superb collection of antiques and works of art. He encouraged carnivals, horse racing, and public entertainments of every kind. The celebrations on the occasion of the visit of the Emperor Frederick III on his second visit to Rome in 1468 were long remembered in the city. Meanwhile, equally surprisingly, he set about the restoration of Rome's ancient monuments, the Pantheon, the Arches of Titus and Septimius Severus, and the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius were all taken in hand. He also built, and inhabited for the last 5 years of his pontificate, the magnificent Palazzo Venezia, from the first-floor balcony of which Mussolini would later harangue the crowds. Finally, it was thanks to him that 2 enterprising Germans were allowed to set up the first Roman printing press. The Pope's sexual proclivities aroused a good deal of speculation. He seems to have had two weaknesses: for good-looking young men and for melons, though the contemporary rumour that he enjoyed watching the former being tortured while he guzzled himself on the latter is surely unlikely. The stroke that killed him on the 26th of July, 1471, at the age of only 54, was said to have been brought on by a surfeit of both. There was general surprise when his successor, Francesco della Rovere, took the name of Sixtus IV, 1471 to 1484. Sixtus III had died in 440, more than 1,000 years before. The new pope had been a Franciscan, indeed general of the order, and, as a distinguished theologian, was deeply respected by Cardinal Bessarion and other senior churchmen. Much in demand as a preacher, he had to all appearances been zealous for reform. Franciscans are noted for their love of poverty. It can only be said that Sixtus, on becoming pope, proved an exception to the rule. From one day to the next, his whole character changed. He spent money like water. His coronation tiara alone cost 100,000 ducats, more than 1/3 of the papacy's annual income. To raise additional funds, he sold plenary indulgences on a scale previously unparalleled, together with high-sounding papal titles and sinecures. He bestowed the See of Milan on an 11-year-old, and the Archbishopric of Lisbon on a boy of 8. His nepotism was on a similar scale. Among his first actions was the bestowal of red hats on 2 of his 11 nephews, Giuliano della Rovere and Pietro Riario, who was widely rumoured to be the Pope's son, by his own sister. A third nephew, Girolamo Basso, had to wait a year or two until after his cousin, Cardinal Pietro, had died of dissipation at 28. 4 more nephews and 2 nieces were married into the ruling houses of Milan, Naples, and Urbino, and to the Orsini and Farnese families in Rome. Meanwhile, the rebuilding of the city went on. Sixtus continued where Nicholas V had stopped. He gave Rome its first new bridge across the Tiber since the days of antiquity, the Ponte Sisto, to ensure that there was no repetition of the disaster of 1450. He was also responsible for the churches of Santa Maria della Pace and Santa Maria del Popolo, which was to become effectively the mausoleum of the della Rovere family. He revived the Roman Academy. He restored the Ospedale di San Spirito, still a hospital today, and the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius on the Capitol. He carved out new piazzas, replacing the medieval labyrinths of narrow alleys with broad new thoroughfares. He left Rome a Renaissance city. Within the Vatican, he carried on Nicholas's work in the library, trebling it in size, and appointing the formerly disgraced Platina as its librarian. But above all, the name of Sixtus lives on in the Sistine Chapel, greatest of all his benefactions, intended primarily for the holding of conclaves, but also for the regular services attended by the Capella Papalis, that exalted group of cardinals and other dignitaries who accompanied the Pope at his devotions. When the basic construction was completed in 1481, a whole troupe of painters was brought in to provide the frescoes. Chief among them were Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and Perugino, though several others, including Pinturicchio and Signorelli, also contributed. Michelangelo was at this time only 6. It was to be another 27 years before he was reluctantly persuaded by Julius II to take over the east wall and the ceiling. It is ironical indeed that the originator of one of the most beautiful buildings in the world should also have been the inspiration for one of its most odious institutions. In Spain, the Reconquista, the recovery of those parts of the country that had been conquered by the Moors, was almost complete. But there was grave concern over the many thousands of forcibly baptized Jews, the Marranos. In the previous reign, that of King Henry IV, they had enjoyed considerable power, reaching high positions in government, business and finance, and even in the church. Now the suspicion was growing that a large number of them were tenaciously clinging to their old beliefs. Accordingly, in 1478, Sixtus issued a bull ordering a major inquiry. This was the beginning of the notorious Spanish Inquisition, which enabled the Dominican friar Tomas de Torquemada to introduce, with the full approval of the monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella, a regime of brutality and terror unparalleled in Spain until the 20th century and the Civil War. There had been earlier inquisitions, like the so-called Papal Inquisition that ultimately eradicated the Cathars in the 13th century. The Spanish Inquisition was on an altogether different scale. Where Italy was concerned, Sixtus could perfectly well have elected to stand aside from the power struggle that continued to lacerate the peninsula, as Venice, Milan, Florence, Naples, and other lesser powers endlessly jockeyed for supremacy. Alas, he did not. He plunged in, and by doing so did untold damage to the moral prestige of the Holy See, which became just another party to the eternal squabble. Historians are still debating how far he was implicated in the so-called Pazzi conspiracy of 1478, the purpose of which was to replace the Medici as de facto rulers of Florence with the Pope's nephew, Girolamo Riario. Already in 1473, the Pazzi Bank, a lesser rival to that of the Medici, had lent Sixtus most of the purchase price of 40,000 ducats for the town of Imola, which the Pope wanted for two of his nephews. The Medici, who had already for their own reasons refused the loan, were predictably furious, and more furious still the following year when Sixtus dismissed them as his principal bankers, adding insult to injury by appointing to the Archbishopric of Pisa, which was under Florentine authority, one of the closest associates of the Pazzi, Francesco Salviati. Lorenzo de' Medici, the Magnificent, refused to recognize the appointment, forbidding the new archbishop entry into Pisa, or even into Florence itself. Sixtus replied by threatening excommunication and an interdict over the whole Florentine state. And so, as relations between the two factions grew steadily worse, the plot was hatched, and on Sunday the 26th of April, 1478, principally on the orders of Francesco de' Pazzi and Archbishop Salviati, it went into operation. At a prearranged moment, it was typically the ringing of the bell marking the elevation of the host. In the course of High Mass in Florence Cathedral, a whole team of assassins, which included Francesco, fell upon Lorenzo's younger brother, Giuliano, stabbing him in the chest and back at least a dozen times. Some witnesses say 19. A moment later they turned on Lorenzo. He, however, seized his short sword and fought back, before leaping over a low rail into the choir and taking refuge in the sacristy. He was quite badly hurt, but his wounds were not life-threatening. Giuliano, on the other hand, was dead. Immediately all Florence was up in arms. The conspirators were quickly rounded up and were shown no mercy. The official place of execution outside the eastern walls was ignored. The punishments, Lorenzo decided, must be exemplary. Jacopo Bracciolini, son of the great humanist Poggio, was hanged from a high window overlooking the Piazza della Signoria. Francesco de' Pazzi met a similar fate from the top window of the Loggia de' Lanzi, as did the Archbishop and his brother, Jacopo Salviati. Angelo Poliziano, the humanist and classical scholar, who was a protege of Lorenzo de' Medici, reports that presumably through some involuntary spasm, the dying Archbishop, hanging as he was next to Francesco, bit so savagely into him that long after his death, his teeth remained locked in the other's chest. Was Pope Sixtus indeed embroiled in the conspiracy? Certainly he must have known about it, and quite probably gave it his active encouragement, for no one was more anxious than he to dislodge the Medici once and for all. He is said to have insisted that there should be no bloodshed, but since the object of the conspiracy was assassination, it is difficult to see how he could have had it both ways. And now, at last, he decreed the excommunication of the Medici that he had long threatened, and the interdict over Florence, and all Italy flared up in war. The attempted coup had failed. Just. But if Lorenzo had been a little less lucky and had suffered the fate of his brother, the successful conspirators could easily have brought about a change of government in Florence, and no one would have applauded this change more heartily than Pope Sixtus IV. It is somehow characteristic of Sixtus that his death, on the 12th of August, 1484, should have been generally attributed to frustration at having peace forced upon him by the princes of Italy. He certainly died unlamented, Indeed, the news of his death caused 2 weeks of celebration in Rome, inspired by his greatest Roman enemies, the Colonna. Characteristic, too, is his superb freestanding bronze tomb by Pollaiuolo in the Vatican, probably the most magnificent of any pope, if we accept that by Michelangelo, which was planned by Sixtus's nephew, Giuliano, the future Julius II, for himself, but never properly completed. It need hardly be said that Giuliano had his eye on the papacy. So too did Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia. Neither, however, despite offers of huge bribes and lucrative promotions, was able to raise the necessary degree of support in the Sacred College. And so, rivals as they were, they worked together to ensure that at the ensuing conclave, the cardinal's choice should fall on some second-rate puppet, whom they could dominate. It can only be said that they succeeded. The Genoese Giambattista Cibo, Pope Innocent VIII, 1484 to 1492, was a hopeless nonentity. He too was much given to nepotism, with the difference that the beneficiaries were not his nephews, but his own children by a Neapolitan mistress, one of whom, his hopelessly dissolute son, Franceschetto, he was to marry off to the daughter of Lorenzo the Magnificent, in return for the grant of a red hat to Lorenzo's 13-year-old son, Giovanni. Giovanni was not new to church preferment. An abbot at the age of 8, he had been nominated to the great Benedictine Abbey of Monte Cassino at 11. Later he was to become Pope Leo X. When 3 years later, in 1479, Giovanni took his place in the college, his father wrote to him, warning him of the evils of Rome, that sink of all iniquity, and urging him to act so that you convince all who see you that the well-being and honour of the Church and the Holy See are more to you than anything else in the world. Above all, Giovanni must beware of the temptations to evil-doing of the College of Cardinals, which is, at this moment, poor in men of worth. If the cardinals were such as they ought to be, the whole world would be better for it, for they would always elect a good pope, and thus secure the peace of Christendom. Sixtus had left the papacy with enormous debts, and when he came to spending, Innocent himself was no slouch. Despite, therefore, the continued sale of indulgences, offices, and titles, his financial situation would certainly have become desperate, but for a sudden windfall from a most unexpected source, the Ottoman Empire. On the death of an Ottoman sultan, the usual practice, to avoid any dispute over the succession, was for his eldest son instantly to have all his brothers garrotted. But when Mehmet II, the conqueror of Constantinople, died in 1481, his son and successor Bayezid had unaccountably failed to dispatch his younger brother, Jem, who also made a bid for the throne. He failed and fled for his life, taking refuge on Rhodes with the Knights of St. John, whose Grand Master Pierre d'Aubusson had become famous all over Europe for his successful defence of the island against Jem's father, Mehmet, in 1480. D'Aubusson welcomed him, but secretly came to an agreement with the Sultan to keep him under guard in return for an annual subsidy of 40,000 ducats. Soon realizing that Rhodes was too close to Ottoman lands for comfort, d'Aubusson sent Jem onto one of the Knights' commanderies in France. There he remained until 1489, when Pope Innocent took him over. He was, after all, an invaluable diplomatic and political asset, in return for red hats for d'Aubusson and a nominee of the French king. On his arrival in Rome, Jem was given a splendid reception, and escorted by Franceschetto to the Vatican, where he and his suite were lodged in magnificent apartments and lavishly entertained. The subsidy, however, continued to be payable, and the following year the Pope received a Turkish embassy that presented him with 120,000 ducats, almost the total annual income of the papal state, for the prince's maintenance over the next 3 years. He also brought as a present the Holy Lance that had pierced Christ's side at the time of the crucifixion. A special chapel was built for it in St. Peter's. Jem had by this time settled contentedly down with his court in the Vatican, where the appearance of groups of Muslims in their caftans and turbans must have caused even more raised eyebrows than the sight of the papal grandchildren playing in the gardens. By this time, however, the Pope was sinking fast. To quote a recent authority, He slept almost continuously. Waking to gorge himself on gargantuan meals, he grew grossly fat and increasingly inert, being able toward the end of his life to take for nourishment no more than a few drops of milk from the breast of a young woman. When he seemed to be dying, an attempt to save his life was made by sacrificing the lives of 3 healthy young men to provide a blood transfusion. Ironically, this attempt was made by a Jewish doctor. The young men supplying the blood were paid 1 ducat each. They perished in the process, and with the onset of rigor mortis, the coins had to be prized from their clenched fists. Innocent himself died on the 25th of July, 1492, having lived just long enough to learn of the final expulsion of the Moors from Spain. His had been a deeply undistinguished pontificate. Under his governance, Rome, which always needed a firm hand at the helm, had subsided into hopeless disorder, and the Papal States were not far off anarchy. On his deathbed, he begged the assembled cardinals for their forgiveness for his shortcomings, and enjoined them to choose a worthier successor. Unfortunately, they did not do so. Chapter 18. The Monsters, 1492 to 1513. Few years in all history have proved more fateful than the year 1492. It began dramatically enough with the completion on the 2nd of January of the Spanish conquest of Granada, ending the Moorish kingdom and consolidating the rule of Ferdinand and Isabella. In March, the Jews in Spain were given 3 months to accept Christianity or leave the country. April saw the death, in his family villa at Correggi, of Lorenzo the Magnificent. In late July, Pope Innocent VIII died in Rome, and in early August, Christopher Columbus sailed, all unwittingly, for the New World. Innocent's successor, Rodrigo Borgia, now 61 years old, took the name of Alexander VI, 1492 to 1503. His great-uncle Calixtus III had given him a good start. A cardinal at 25, and already in possession of a whole clutch of bishoprics and abbeys. At 26 he had become Vice-Chancellor of the Holy See, an office that guaranteed him the vast income which he was to hold over the next 4 pontificates. There can be little doubt that he owed his election principally to the huge bribes that he shamelessly distributed. It is said that 4 mule loads of bullion were carried from the Borgia Palace to that of Cardinal Ascanio Sforza. His principal rival, Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, could not match his wealth, and was obliged to contain his fury as best he could. Alexander was, however, known to be highly intelligent, and an experienced administrator, almost certainly better able than any of his rivals to restore order to Rome, which under Innocent had been allowed to fall dangerously out of control. He was said never to have missed a consistory, the cardinal's regular meeting, except when he was ill or absent from Rome. No one had a deeper understanding of the workings of the Curia. He was also witty, charming, and excellent company. Women, wrote an envious contemporary, were attracted to him like iron to a magnet. What he lacked was the slightest glimmering of religious feeling. He made no secret of the fact that he was in the church for what he could get out of it, and he got a very great deal. By the time of his election, which was celebrated with a bullfight in the piazza in front of St. Peter's, he had fathered no fewer than 8 children by at least 3 different women, earning him a severe rebuke from Pius II, which had had no effect whatsoever. Those of his offspring who remained closest to him were his 4 children, by the aristocratic Roman Vanozza Catanae, Giovanni, Cesare, Lucrezia, and Goffredo, or Geoffrey, in Catalan, Joffre. No fewer than 5 of his family were to receive the red hat, Cesare at the age of only 18, by which time he was already an archbishop. Alexander had occupied the papal throne for only 2 years, when King Charles VIII of France, described by the historian H.A.L. Fisher as a young and licentious hunchback of doubtful sanity, led an army of some 30,000 into Italy, inaugurating a whole series of invasions, which over the next 70 years were to put much of the peninsula under foreign domination. The casus belli was Naples, The old Angevin royal line had died out in 1435 with Queen Joanna II, and the Neapolitan throne had been seized by the King of Sicily, Alfonso of Aragon, who had been succeeded by his illegitimate son, Ferdinand. Not to be confused with Ferdinand of Spain, husband of Isabella, and then by Ferdinand's son, another Alfonso. But the bastard grandson of a usurper, it was generally agreed, had only a tenuous claim to the throne, and Charles, as a descendant of his namesake, Charles of Anjou, believed that he had a very much better one. All this was bad news indeed for Pope Alexander. In 1493, he had married his son Goffredo to Ferdinand's granddaughter, and on Ferdinand's death had immediately recognized and crowned the young Alfonso. He was not encouraged by Charles' repeated threats to depose him, or by the news that his bitterest enemy, Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, had declared for the French king, and had headed north to join him. For Charles, the invasion began promisingly enough. With his cousin, the Duke of Orleans, he crossed the Alps without incident, his heavy cannon having been shipped separately to Genoa. Milan, now under the brilliant Lodovico Sforza, Lodovico il Moro, received him with enthusiasm, as did Lucca and Pisa. In Florence, welcomed as a liberator by the Dominican firebrand Savonarola, the king took the opportunity to expel Piero de' Medici, who displayed none of the statesmanship of his father Lorenzo, dead 2 years before. On the 31st of December 1494, Rome opened her gates, and Charles installed himself in what is now Palazzo Venezia, while Alexander, who had unsuccessfully appealed to the Sultan Bayezid for his assistance, briefly took refuge in the Castel Sant'Angelo. But a fortnight later, king and pope met for the first time, and Alexander's famous charm did the rest. On the 17th of January 1495, he said Mass before 20,000 soldiers of the French army, in the great piazza in front of St. Peter's, with Charles himself acting as server. The French remained in Rome for another 10 days. Already, like all armies of occupation, they were becoming increasingly unpopular. They showed little respect for the local people. Every day brought new stories of violence, robbery, and rape. Even the palace of Venozza Catane was ransacked. It was with unconcealed joy and relief that on the 27th of January, the Romans watched them march away to Naples, accompanied by Cesare Borgia, ostensibly as papal legate, but in fact as a hostage for his father's good behavior. With them too went Prince Jem, the only man in the whole immense company whom they were sorry to see depart. On the 22nd of February, Charles entered Naples. King Alfonso immediately abdicated and entered a monastery. His son Ferrante fled for his life. The Neapolitans, on the other hand, who had never looked on the House of Aragon as anything other than usurping foreigners, gave the French king a hero's welcome. On the 12th of May he was crowned for the second time. But as he was soon to discover, there is all the difference in the world between a lightning offensive and a sustained program of occupation. The Neapolitans, delighted as they had been to get rid of the Aragonese, soon discovered in their turn that one foreign oppressor was very much like another. Unrest also grew among the inhabitants of many of the smaller towns, who found themselves having to support, for no good reason that they could understand, discontented and frequently licentious French garrisons. Beyond the kingdom of Naples, too, men were beginning to feel alarm. Even those states, Italian and foreign, who had previously looked benignly upon Charles's advance, were asking themselves just how much further the young conqueror might be intending to go. Ferdinand and Isabella, who wanted Naples for themselves, made an alliance with the Emperor Maximilian, cementing it by offering the hand of their daughter Joanna, later to be known, with good reason, as the Mad, to Maximilian's son Philip, and preparing an invasion fleet. And even the king's former ally, Lodovico Sforza il Moro, of Milan, by now as alarmed as anyone, was further disconcerted by the presence at nearby Asti of the Duke of Orleans, whose claims to Milan through his grandmother, the Duchess Valentina Visconti, he knew to be no less strong than his own, or than those of Charles to Naples. Pope Alexander, who had by this time recovered his sang-froid, found plenty of support for his anti-French alliance, the so-called Holy League, which was ostensibly pacific, but in fact had a single objective: to send the new king packing. When news of the League was brought to Charles in Naples, he flew into a fury, but did not underestimate the danger with which he was now faced. To make matters worse, he had lost both his distinguished hostages. Cesare had simply slipped away. Jem had contracted a high fever at Capua, and died a few days later. Thus it was that only a week after his Neapolitan coronation, Charles left his new kingdom forever, and headed, together with 20,000 mules loaded with loot from Naples, back to the north. Rome was panic-stricken at the thought of his return. Alexander and most of his curia slipped away to Orvieto, leaving just one unfortunate cardinal to greet the king. Fortunately, on this occasion, the French army proved surprisingly well behaved, probably because Charles was reluctant to waste any more time before getting safely across the Alps. He would have liked an audience with the Pope, to discuss the possible dissolution of the Holy League and obtain full papal recognition of his Neapolitan coronation. But in the face of Alexander's determination to avoid him, there was nothing he could do. The march, which involved dragging his heavy artillery across the Apennines in midsummer, proved a nightmare, and on the 5th of July he reached the little town of Fornovo, near Parma, to find himself facing some 30,000 soldiers of the League, under the command of Francesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua. The only battle of the whole campaign, fought on the following day, was over in a flash. But it was the bloodiest that Italy had seen for 200 years. Gone were the days of the old mercenary condottieri, whose object was always to prolong a war as far as possible, and to live to fight again. They often tended to see a battle as little more than a stately pavan, with fighting, such as it was, hand to hand, and artillery fire too weak and inaccurate to do much serious harm. The French had introduced a warfare of a very different kind. They, together with their Swiss and German mercenaries, fought to kill, and the heavy iron balls that burst from the mouths of their cannon inflicted hideous wounds. Gonzaga managed to present the Battle of Fornovo as a victory. Few dispassionate observers would have agreed with him. The French admittedly forfeited their baggage train, which included Charles's sword, helmet, gold seal, and a black book containing portraits of his female conquests, but their losses were negligible compared with those of the Italians, who had utterly failed to stop them. They continued their march that same night, and reached Asti unmolested a few days later. There, however, bad news awaited them. Alfonso's son, Ferrantino, had landed in Calabria, where, supported by Spanish troops from Sicily, he was rapidly advancing on Naples. On the 7th of July, he reoccupied the city. Suddenly, all the French successes of the past year evaporated. A week or two later, Charles led his army back across the Alps, leaving the Duke of Orléans behind to maintain a French presence as best he could. But the soldiers whom he disbanded at Lyon that November carried something far deadlier than any dream of conquest. Columbus's 3 ships, returning to Spain from the Caribbean in 1493, had brought with them the first cases of syphilis known to the Old World. Through the agency of the Spanish mercenaries sent by Ferdinand and Isabella to support King Alfonso, the disease had quickly spread to Naples, where it was rife by the time Charles arrived. After 3 months of dolce far niente, his men must in turn have been thoroughly infected, and it was almost certainly they who were responsible for introducing the disease north of the Alps. With Charles safely out of the way, Alexander was free to settle down to his principal task, the aggrandisement of his family. His eldest son, Giovanni, already Duke of Gandia, he had destined for the throne of Naples. This ambition, however, came to nothing, when in June 1497 Giovanni disappeared. 2 days later his body was recovered from the Tiber. His throat had been cut, and there were no fewer than 9 stab wounds. Who was the murderer? Giovanni was only 20, but his violent, unstable character and his penchant for other men's wives had already made him countless enemies. Of all the possibilities, the likeliest seems to have been his brother, Cesare. There were ugly rumours that the two had been rivals for the love of their sister-in-law, Goffredo's wife, Sanchia, or even of their sister, Lucrezia. Cesare was well capable of fratricide. 3 years later, he almost certainly murdered his brother-in-law, Alfonso of Aragon, second husband of Lucrezia, and his jealousy of his elder brother was well known. There is also the curious fact that although Pope Alexander was genuinely shattered by the assassination of his favourite son, he is said to have touched neither food nor water for 3 days, he seems to have been content that no one was ever formally accused, far less convicted of the crime. Cesare, too, had he been innocent, would surely have moved heaven and earth to find his brother's murderer. For a time it seemed that Alexander was a reformed character. Indeed, he said as much. "The blow that has fallen upon us," he declared, "is the heaviest that we could possibly have sustained. We loved the Duke of Gandia more than anyone else in the world. We would have given 7 tiaras to be able to recall him to life. God has done this as a punishment for our sins. We, for our part, are resolved to mend our own life and to reform the Church." It certainly needed reforming. The cost of the wars required to maintain the Papal States and the ambitious building programs of successive popes meant that there was a constant search for new sources of income. The discovery in 1462 of an alum mine near Tolfa had come as a godsend to the papal treasury. Alum was indispensable for both the cloth and leather trades. Heretofore it had to be imported at considerable expense from Asia Minor. Henceforth the popes could declare a ban on supplies from the Muslim world and establish their own monopoly. But alum alone was nowhere near enough. Indulgences were another invaluable source of income, as was the sale of offices. More and more sinecures were invented. These were bought for large sums and guaranteed an income for life. The result was a vast increase in the membership of the Curia, many of whose members had absolutely nothing to do. As part of his proposed reforms, Alexander now nominated a commission of 6 of the most pious cardinals, and less than 2 months later a draft bull of reformation had been prepared. The Pope was banned from selling benefices, and from transferring church property to lay persons. As for the cardinals, who were to be drawn from all the nations, none should possess more than 1 bishopric. Their households were limited to 80 people and 30 horses. They were banned from hunting, theatres, carnivals, or tournaments, and their funeral expenses were not to exceed 1,500 ducats. The lesser clergy were similarly reined in. They must refuse all bribes and put away their concubines. Who, however, was expected to enforce these new rules? Only those who stood to lose by them, and so the draft bull remained precisely that, and Pope Alexander soon slipped back into his old ways. Cesare, who had never renounced his, gradually replaced Giovanni in his father's affections, and in 1498 persuaded Alexander to release him from the cardinalate and his religious vows, and allow him to return to the outside world. As a layman once again, he was the first man in history to lay down the red hat. He soon became the Pope's eminence grise. It was largely thanks to his influence that by the end of that same year, Alexander had abandoned his anti-French policies and had willingly given his consent to the annulment of the marriage of the new French king, Louis XII, assuring him at the same time that he would not oppose Louis's claims to Milan and Naples. In doing so, he opened the way to new French adventures in Italy, but such considerations were of minimal interest to Cesare, who travelled in magnificent state as papal envoy to France, where he was made Duke of Valentinois, and given as a bride Charlotte d'Albret, sister of the King of Navarre. On his return to Italy, he directed his energies to the Papal States, eliminating one, by expulsion or poisoning, the feudal lords of Umbria and Lazio, Romagna, and the Marches, until the whole area had become a personal fief of the Borgia family. The year 1498 also saw the solution of a problem that had plagued Pope Alexander since the beginning of his pontificate. It was personified by the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola. Originally from Ferrara, Since 1490, Savonarola had lived in Florence, preaching fierce and fiery sermons, delivering apocalyptic prophecies, and claiming direct communication with God. The chief objects of his wrath were the Medici, the Duke of Milan, and, particularly after Alexander's accession, the papacy, and he did not mince his words. Popes and prelates speak against worldly pride and ambition, and are plunged in it up to their ears. They preach chastity and keep mistresses. They think only of the world and worldly things. For souls they care nothing. They have made of the church a house of ill fame, a prostitute who sits upon the throne of Solomon and signals to the passers-by. O prostituted church, you have unveiled your abuse before the eyes of the whole world, and your poisoned breath rises to the heavens. The overthrow of the Medici and their expulsion from Florence in 1494 was, as we know, the simple result of the French invasion. But to the Florentines, it was Savonarola's doing, and he emerged as the new leader of the city, setting up a Christian and religious republic, and ordering regular bonfires of the vanities, mirrors, cosmetics, fine clothes, secular books and pictures, including paintings by Michelangelo and Botticelli, musical instruments, gaming tables, even chessmen. While it lasted, the general atmosphere must have been more like that of Puritan England in the 17th century than of Renaissance Florence in the 15th. Already by 1497, the Pope had had enough. He excommunicated the turbulent friar, and when Savonarola took no notice, called for his arrest and execution. By this time the Florentines were sick of him too. On the 8th of April, 1498, a mob attacked the convent of San Marco, of which he was prior. In the ensuing struggle, several of his supporters were killed, and along with his two closest associates, he finally surrendered. All three were tortured to exact their confessions, and on the 23rd of May, they were led out into the Piazza della Signoria, where they were stripped of their friars' robes and hanged in chains from a single cross. A huge fire was lit beneath them, so that Savonarola should burn just as the vanities had burned before him. The ashes of all three were then flung into the Arno, to ensure that no relics would be rescued for future veneration. Outside Italy, Pope Alexander's most fateful decision was taken in 1493, when he made the all-important adjudication between Spain and Portugal over their recent territorial discoveries in Africa and America. For most of the century, the Portuguese, inspired and encouraged by their Infante, Dom Enrique, better known as Prince Henry the Navigator, had been steadily exploring the west coast of Africa, and during the last decade, Vasco da Gama and Bartholomew Diaz had rounded the Cape of Good Hope and opened up the Cape route to the Indies. In these achievements, the Spanish monarchs had shown markedly little interest. Their time came only when Columbus returned from his first voyage in 1493 and announced that he had planted the flag of Castile in the New World. At their request, therefore, Pope Alexander drew a line of demarcation from north to south, 100 leagues west of the Azores, decreeing that all zones of exploration to the east of that line should be allotted to Portugal, all those to the west to Spain. In 1494, after protests by the Portuguese, the line was moved further westwards, by the Treaty of Tordesillas. This made it possible in 1500 for Portugal to claim Brazil, and explains why Brazil remains Portuguese-speaking today. The last 4 years of Alexander's pontificate were largely taken up with his own and Cesare's ambition to appropriate the entire papal state and turn it into a Borgia family fief. The programme was mapped out and put into execution by Cesare, who by now utterly dominated his father. It involved the crushing of many of the great Roman families, above all the Orsini. It necessitated several assassinations, which were normally followed by seizures of property, and was further financed by the open sale of the highest offices of the Church, including that of cardinal. Cesare Borgia was hated and feared for his violence and cruelty. Every night, the Venetian ambassador reported to his government, 4 or 5 men are discovered assassinated, bishops, prelates, and others, so that all Rome trembles for fear of being murdered by the Duke. And yet, although he was hideously disfigured by syphilis, towards the end of his life he never showed himself in public without a mask. Few who came into contact with Cesare failed to be impressed. His energy was boundless, his courage absolute. He appeared to need no sleep, and his speed of movement was astonishing. He was said to arrive at a city before he had left the last. At the same time, he shared to the full his father's love of women. In his short life he left at least 11 bastards, and the diary of the papal master of ceremonies, Johannes Burckhardt, leaves us in no doubt of how Cesare spent his leisure. On Sunday evening, the 30th of October, 1501, Don Cesare Borgia gave a supper in his apartments in the Apostolic Palace, with 50 decent prostitutes or courtesans in attendance, who after the meal danced with the servants and others there, first fully dressed and then naked. Following the supper, too, lampstands holding lighted candles were placed on the floor, and chestnuts strewn about, which the prostitutes, naked and on their hands and knees, had to pick up as they crawled in and out amongst the lampstands. The Pope, Don Cesare and Donna Lucrezia were all present to watch. Finally, prizes were offered: silken doublets, pairs of shoes, hats and other garments, for those men who could perform the act most frequently with the prostitutes. At this point it might be useful to say a word about Donna Lucrezia. She has been cast as the femme fatale of the Borgia dynasty, but to what extent she deserved the role remains uncertain. She was certainly not just a pretty face. On 2 occasions her father handed over to her complete control of the Vatican Palace, with authority to deal with his correspondence. As for her reputation, there is absolutely no evidence for the rumours of incest with one or more of her brothers, or indeed with her father, apart from that given by her first husband, Giovanni Sforza, during the divorce proceedings, during which several other baseless accusations were levelled in both directions. She seems to have been very largely the hapless instrument of her father's and brother's political ambitions. Her marriage to Sforza in 1493, at the age of 13, after 2 earlier betrothals, was due to Alexander's eagerness to establish an alliance with Milan. Before long, however, the Sforza were no longer necessary, and the Pope's son-in-law became an inconvenience. In 1497, there seems to have been a plot to assassinate him, though which of the 3 Borgias was implicated we shall never know. But he escaped from Rome just in time, and it was then decided that a divorce would be sufficient. Giovanni, who stood to lose not only his wife, but also her dowry and the city of Pesaro, which he held in fief from the Pope, fought hard, but was eventually forced to agree on the humiliating grounds of impotence, despite his testimony that the marriage had been consummated more than 1,000 times. There was the additional embarrassment that at the time of the divorce Lucrezia was actually pregnant, but the paternity of the child, Giovanni, who was born in secret, has never been established. Lucrezia's next marriage was even more ill-starred. Her second husband, Alfonso of Aragon, whom she genuinely loved, was murdered by Cesare, quite possibly out of jealousy, though there were also political overtones. She was, we are told, broken-hearted, but Alexander soon had a 3rd marriage lined up, to another Alfonso, the Este Prince of Ferrara. The attendant festivities, on the usual sumptuous scale, were paid for by the sale of 80 new offices in the Curia, and the appointment of 9 new cardinals, 5 of them Spaniards, at 130,000 ducats per red hat. At about the same time, the Pope also appropriated the entire fortune of the Venetian cardinal Giovanni Michele, who had recently died in agony, almost certainly poisoned by Cesare. This marriage was also ostensibly successful, in that Lucrezia bore her husband a number of children, but it did not prevent her from having passionate affairs with the poet Pietro Bembo and her bisexual brother-in-law, Francesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua. Despite these profligacies, she achieved comparative respectability and outlived the rest of her family, dying in Ferrara in 1519 after giving birth to her 8th child. The month of August 1503 saw Rome at its hottest and most unhealthy. The nearby Pontine marshes had not yet been drained. malaria was rife, and several cases of plague had also been reported. It was a time of year when all those who could afford to do so left the city, but these were critical times. A French army was on the march to Naples, and the Pope had remained in the Vatican. On the 12th, both Alexander and Cesare were stricken with fever. Cesare recovered, but the 72-year-old Pope could not fight the infection, and 6 days later he was dead. The fact that father and son had collapsed on the same day inevitably aroused suspicions of foul play. It was pointed out that on the 3rd of August the two of them had dined with the recently appointed Cardinal Castellesi in his nearby villa. The rumour rapidly spread round Rome that they had intended to poison their host, but had inadvertently drunk the poisoned wine themselves. For some reason, this mildly ridiculous story has survived, and found its way into a number of serious histories. It ignores the fact that although by this time the Borgia father and son had a good many murders to their credit, they had no ascertainable motive to kill Castellesi, nor are there any known poisons that take over a week to have their effect. The likelihood is that Alexander and Cesare were simple victims of the epidemic, and that the Pope, improbable as it may have seemed, died a perfectly natural death. Thanks to the two of them, and in lesser measure to Lucrezia, the Borgias have become a legend for villainy and cruelty. Much of this was clearly justified, but all legends contain an element of exaggeration, and often tend to obscure the truth. Moreover, because the Borgia legend concentrates on their crimes, the credit side tends to be forgotten. At the time of his election, Alexander had been vice-chancellor to 5 successive popes. He understood the ways of the Vatican as well as anyone alive. For the past 50 years, it had done its best to build up the reputation of the Holy See as one of the European superpowers, able to negotiate with France and Spain as a political equal. Unfortunately, as Alexander well knew, it was nothing of the kind. It lacked the money, it lacked the manpower, it lacked even the basic security of its own home ground, constantly threatened as it was by the Orsini and the Colonna, as well as by the notoriously inflammable Roman populace. The papal vicars, mostly condottieri, who were by definition out for what they could get, were not to be trusted for a moment. Equally faithless were the major Italian states, Venice and Florence, Naples and Milan, and other cities less important, but equally independent. Then there were the French, forever threatening a new invasion, and in the background, Spain, and now, apparently on the crest of the wave, the Ottoman Turks. In short, the papacy had real or potential enemies on every side, and no firm friends. To survive with its independence intact, it desperately needed adequate finance, firm administration, and astute diplomacy, and these Alexander was able to provide in full measure, however questionable his means of doing so. He proved it in only the 2nd year of his pontificate, when he persuaded Charles VIII to leave Rome, thus saving himself and his successors from being nothing more than satraps of the French. For this alone he deserves the gratitude of posterity. The fact that he has not received it is largely due to his private life, and to the incessant vilification that he received both during his lifetime and after his death, and which he tolerated with quite extraordinary equanimity. On more than one occasion he chided Cesare for not showing the same tolerance. It could be argued, however, that he might have done better to follow his son's example. Many of the accusations levelled against him he could easily have disproved, had he bothered to do so. By leaving them unanswered, he contributed to his own unspeakable reputation. Despite his eventual recovery, the sickness that struck Cesare Borgia on that fateful 12th of August was to destroy his life. The disappearance of Alexander from the scene created a vacuum that brought chaos in its train. Several cities rose in open revolt. A French army under Francesco Gonzaga had already reached Viterbo, only 40 miles from Rome. Meanwhile, a Spanish army, under its brilliant young general Gonzalo de Córdoba, was hurrying northwards from Naples. In normal times, Cesare might have been able to deal with the situation, but now, desperately ill in the Vatican, he was powerless to take the swift military measures necessary to save his career. Political action was his only hope, and that meant ensuring the support he needed from his father's successor. He managed to secure some 100,000 ducats from his family's private treasury, and with this considerable sum from his sickbed, he hoped to bribe the coming conclave. At all costs he was determined to prevent the election of his most dangerous enemy, Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, nephew of Pope Sixtus IV, who had been living in exile in France during the greater part of Alexander's pontificate. The surest way of achieving this was, he knew, to block the cardinal's return to Rome. He failed. Della Rovere arrived unscathed, together with Cardinal Georges d'Amboise, Louis XII's chief counsellor, who was as ambitious for the tiara as he was. A third determined candidate was Cardinal Ascanio Sforza, who had broken with Alexander over his pro-French policies. Now released from prison by d'Amboise, in order to cast his vote for the Frenchman, Sforza found himself unexpectedly popular, and began lobbying on his own account. In fact, d'Amboise was soon effectively eliminated. A French pope at such a moment seemed almost as bad an idea as another Spanish one, particularly after Della Rovere had spread the word that it would mean the second removal of the papacy to France. The struggle seemed to be between Della Rovere and Sforza. Neither, however, could accumulate the votes necessary to carry the day, and the choice of the cardinals finally fell on a compromise candidate, Francesco Todeschini Piccolomini, Bishop of Siena, who took the name of Pius III, 1503, as a tribute to his uncle, Pius II. He was already 64, but looked and acted a good deal older, and was crippled by gout. There was a general feeling that he would not last long. In fact, he lasted just 26 days, one of the shortest pontificates in history. He had been a fine, upstanding churchman of unquestioned integrity, and had been the only cardinal brave enough to protest when Alexander transferred papal territories to his son, the Duke of Gandia. There were strong indications that had he lived, he would have summoned a general council, and driven through the reforms that were so desperately needed. With his death on the 18th of October, 1503, the opportunity was lost, and it was the Church that paid the price. One of the shortest pontificates was followed by the shortest conclave. It lasted for only a few hours on the 1st of November. Giuliano della Rovere had done his work well, and had spread his money astutely. He had even managed to secure the vote of Ascanio Sforza, the only other serious potential contender. And it was plain to all that he was born to command. In the words of the Venetian envoy, no one has any influence over him, and he consults few or none. It is almost impossible to describe how strong and violent and difficult he is to manage. In body and soul he has the nature of a giant. Everything about him is on a magnified scale, both his undertakings and his passions. He inspires fear rather than hatred, for there is nothing in him that is small or meanly selfish. It might have been thought that the election of this terrifying figure as Pope Julius II, 1503 to 1513, he had scarcely bothered to change his name, would spell the end for Cesare Borgia. It did not. Just 2 weeks before, the Orsini had stormed Cesare's palace in the Borgo, and he, by now fully restored to health, had taken refuge in the Castel Sant'Angelo. He was still there when messages arrived from Della Rovere, assuring him of his protection in the event of his being elected. Accordingly, the moment he heard of the election, Cesare had returned to his old quarters in the Vatican, but as he well knew, he was only there on sufferance. It was in Julius's interest to string him along, simply because his power base was the Romagna, where Venice was helping herself to more and more cities. Julius for the moment had no army, and consequently needed Cesare's. When he had no further use for the Duke of Valentinois, he would unquestionably ditch him. As of course he did. Cesare Borgia still retained much of his old fire, but without his father's protection and support, the days of power and glory were gone, and he fades out of our story. Exiled to Spain in 1504, he died in 1507, fighting for his brother-in-law, King John of Navarre, at the siege of Viana. He was 31 years old. There is a story that when Michelangelo was working on his 14-foot bronze statue of Pope Julius II and suggested putting a book in the Pope's left hand, Julius replied, "Nay, give me a sword, for I am no scholar." Shortly afterwards the statue was toppled by the Bolognese. They sold it for scrap to the Duke of Ferrara, who recast it into a huge cannon, which he affectionately christened Julius. Julius spoke no more than the truth. He was indeed a soldier, through and through. Not since Leo IX, at Civitate in 1053, had a pope led his army personally in battle. Julius did so, on several occasions, notably when in January 1511, in full armour and aged 68, he personally trudged with his army through deep snowdrifts to capture Mirandola from the French. His world, like that of his enemy Alexander VI, was exclusively temporal. For the spiritual, he had no time or inclination, and to establish the papacy firmly as a temporal power was the primary task to which he devoted his pontificate. This involved, inevitably, a good deal of fighting. Already by the autumn of 1504, he had succeeded in bringing both France and the Empire into an alliance against Venice, another instance of foreign armies being invited into Italy to settle what are essentially domestic differences. And in April 1506, immediately after laying the cornerstone of the new St. Peter's, he led his entire curia on an expedition to regain Perugia and Bologna from the local families who saw themselves as independent despots and ruled accordingly. The Baglioni in Perugia surrendered. One suspects rather to the Pope's disappointment, without a fight. The Bentivoglio in Bologna put up rather more resistance, but eventually the paterfamilias Giovanni, who had ruled there for more than 40 years, fled to France, and the Pope made his triumphal entry into the city. It was on the 21st of January of that same year that the Swiss Guard was founded, a permanent corps of mercenary soldiers to protect the person of the Pope. During Julius's pontificate, they certainly earned their keep. Venice, however, remained the Pope's arch-enemy. 5 years before, he had been her most trusted friend in the whole of the Sacred College. But she had recently seized several cities in the Romagna that had previously fallen to Cesare Borgia. These cities, which had traditionally belonged to the Holy See, Venice had refused to surrender. So now Julius was determined on her destruction. Italy, as he saw it, was divided into three. In the north was French Milan, in the south Spanish Naples. Between the two there was room for one, but only one, powerful and prosperous state, and that state, Julius was determined, must be the papacy. A new stream of emissaries was dispatched from Rome, to France and Spain, to the Emperor Maximilian, to Milan, Hungary, and the Netherlands. All bore the same proposal, for a joint expedition by Western Christendom against the Venetian Republic, and the consequent dismemberment of its empire. The states of Europe could not be expected to feel much sympathy for such a policy. Their motive for joining the proposed league was neither to support the papacy nor to destroy Venice, but to help themselves. However much they might try to present their action as a blow struck for righteousness against iniquity, they knew perfectly well that their own conduct was more reprehensible than ever Venice's had been. But the temptation was too great. The territories promised them, irresistible. They accepted. So it was that the death warrant of the Venetian Empire was signed at Cambrai on the 10th of December 1508 by Margaret of Austria on behalf of her father Maximilian and by Cardinal d'Amboise for the King of France. Julius himself, though his legate was present at Cambrai, did not formally join the League until the following spring. He seems to have been uncertain whether the other signatories were in earnest. But when in March 1509 King Ferdinand II of Aragon announced his formal adherence, he hesitated no longer. On the 5th of April, Julius openly associated himself with the rest, and placed Venice under an interdict, and on the 15th, the first French soldiers marched into Venetian territory. A month later, on the 14th of May, the French met the Venetians just outside the village of Agnadello. For Venice it was a catastrophe. Her casualties were about 4,000, and her entire mainland empire was as good as lost. Before the end of the month, the Pope's official legate received back those fateful lands in the Romagna, with which the whole tragedy had begun. In early July, the Pope agreed to accept a 6-man Venetian embassy in Rome, and it was soon clear that he had done so only in order to inflict still more humiliation on the Republic. On their arrival in early July, the envoys had been forbidden, as excommunicates, to enter the city until after dark, to lodge in the same house, or even to go out together on official business. Only one was granted an audience, which rapidly deteriorated into a furious diatribe by Julius himself. Not, he vowed, until the provisions of the League of Cambrai had been carried out to the letter, and the Venetians had knelt before him with halters around their necks, would he consider giving them absolution. Then, very soon, the pendulum began to swing. Less than 2 months after Agnadello came the first reports of spontaneous uprisings on the mainland in favour of Venice, and on the 17th of July, after just 42 days as an imperial city, Padua returned beneath the sheltering wing of the Lion of St. Mark. There had as yet been no sign of Maximilian in Italy, but the news of Padua's defection quickly brought him down with an army. His siege began on the 15th of September. For a fortnight, the German and French heavy artillery pounded away at the walls, reducing them to rubble, and yet somehow every assault was beaten back. On the 30th, the Emperor gave up. When Pope Julius was told the news from Padua, he flew into a towering rage, and when, after Maximilian's failure to recover it, he heard that Verona too was likely to declare for Venice, he is said to have hurled his cap to the ground and blasphemed against St. Peter. His hatred of Venice was as vindictive as ever, and the war continued. At first, Venice had rejected the Pope's terms outright. She had even appealed to the Turkish Sultan for support, requesting as many troops as he could spare, and a loan of not less than 100,000 ducats. But the Sultan remained silent, and by the end of the year, the Venetians saw that they must capitulate. And so on the 24th of February, 1510, Pope Julius II took his seat on a specially constructed throne outside the central doors of St. Peter's, with 12 of his cardinals around him. 5 Venetian envoys, dressed in scarlet, the 6th had died a few days before, advanced towards him and kissed his foot, then knelt on the steps while their spokesman made a formal request on behalf of the Republic for absolution, and the Bishop of Ancona read out the full text of the agreement. This must have made painful listening for the envoys, not least because it lasted for a full hour, during which time they were forced to remain on their knees. Rising with difficulty, they received 12 scourging rods from the 12 cardinals. The actual scourging was mercifully omitted, swore to observe the terms of the agreement, kissed the Pope's feet again, and were at last granted absolution. Only then were the doors of the basilica opened, and the assembled company proceeded in state for prayers at the high altar, before going on to Mass in the Sistine Chapel, all except the Pope, who, as one of the Venetians explained in his report, never attended these long services. The pendulum, it seemed, was swinging again. The news of the Pope's reconciliation with Venice had not been well received by his fellow members of the League. At the absolution ceremony, the French, Imperial, and Spanish ambassadors to the Holy See, all of whom were in Rome at the time, were conspicuous by their absence. Although Julius made no effort to dissociate himself formally from the alliance, he was soon afterwards heard to boast that by granting Venice absolution, he had plunged a dagger into the heart of the King of France, proof enough that he now saw the French, rather than the Venetians, as the principal obstacle to his Italian policy, and that he had effectively changed sides. By the high summer of 1510, his volte-face was complete, his new dispositions made. His scores with Venice had been settled. Now it was the turn of France. By all objective standards, Pope Julius's action was contemptible. Having encouraged the French to take up arms against Venice, he now refused to allow them the rewards that he himself had promised, turning against them with all the violence and venom that he had previously displayed towards the Venetians. He also opened new negotiations with the Emperor, in an attempt to turn him, too, against his former ally. His claim, regularly resurrected in his defence by later apologists, that his ultimate objective was to free Italy from foreign invaders, would have been more convincing if he had not invited in these particular invaders in the first place. There was in any case another motive for the Pope's sudden change of policy. Having for the first time properly consolidated the Papal States, he was now bent on increasing them by the annexation of the Duchy of Ferrara. Duke Alfonso, during the past year, had become little more than an agent of the French king. His salt works at Comacchio were in direct competition with the papal ones at Cervia. Finally, as the husband of Lucrezia Borgia, he was the son-in-law of Alexander VI, a fact that in the Pope's eyes was alone more than enough to condemn him. In a bull circulated throughout Christendom, couched in language that St. Peter Martyr said made his hair stand on end, the luckless duke was anathematized and excommunicated. In the early autumn of 1510, Pope Julius had high hopes for the future. A joint papal and Venetian force had effortlessly taken Modena in mid-August, and although Ferrara was strongly fortified, there was good reason to believe that he would not be able to withstand a well-conducted siege. The Pope, determined to be in at the kill, travelled north by easy stages, and reached Bologna in late September. The Bolognese gave him a frosty welcome. Since the expulsion of the Bentivoglio in 1506, they had been shamefully misgoverned and exploited by papal representatives, and were on the verge of open revolt. The governor, Cardinal Francesco Alidossi, had already once been summoned to Rome to answer charges of peculation, and had been acquitted only after the intervention of the Pope himself, whose continued fondness for a man so patently corrupt could be explained, it was darkly whispered in Rome, only in homosexual terms. But the tension inside the city was soon overshadowed by a still graver anxiety. Early in October, a French army under the French Viceroy of Milan, the Seigneur de Chaumont, marched south from Lombardy and advanced at full speed on Bologna. By the 18th, it was just 3 miles from the gates. Pope Julius, confined to bed with a high fever in a fundamentally hostile city, and knowing that he had fewer than 1,000 of his own men on whom he could rely, gave himself up for lost. "O che ruina è la nostra! Oh, what a ruin is ours!" he is reported to have groaned. His promises to the Bolognese that they would be exempted from taxation in return for firm support were received without enthusiasm, and he had already opened peace negotiations with the French when at the 11th hour reinforcements arrived from 2 quarters simultaneously, a Venetian force of light cavalry and a contingent from Naples, sent by King Ferdinand as a tribute after his recent papal recognition. The Pope's courage flooded back at once. There was no more talk of negotiated peace. Chaumont, who seems to have felt some last-minute qualms about laying hands on the papal person, was persuaded to withdraw, a decision that did not prevent Julius from hurling excommunications after him as he rode away. It is hard not to feel a little sorry for the Seigneur de Chaumont. He was dogged by ill luck. Again and again we find him on the point of a major victory, only to have it plucked from his grasp. Often, too, there is about him more than a touch of the ridiculous. When Julius was besieging Mirandola, Chaumont's relief expedition was twice delayed. The first time when he was hit on the nose by an accurately aimed snowball, which happened to have a stone lodged in it, and then again on the following day, when he fell off his horse into a river, and was nearly drowned by the weight of his armour. He was 3 days recovering, only 16 miles from the beleaguered castle. As a result, Mirandola fell. A month later, his attempt to regain Modena failed hopelessly, and on the 11th of March 1511, aged 38, he died of a sudden sickness, which he, though no one else, ascribed to poison, just 7 hours before the arrival of a papal letter lifting his sentence of excommunication. But by this time the Duke of Ferrara, on whom the ban of the Church weighed rather less heavily, had scored a brilliant victory over a papal army that was advancing towards his city along the lower reaches of the Po, and Julius was once again on the defensive. In mid-May, Chaumont's successor, Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, led a second march on Bologna. And on his approach, the inhabitants, seeing their chance of ridding themselves once and for all of the detested Cardinal Alidosi, rose in rebellion. The cardinal panicked and fled for his life, without even troubling to warn the Duke of Urbino, who was encamped with the papal troops in the western approaches, or the Venetians, a mile or two away to the south. And on the 23rd of May, Trivulzio entered Bologna at the head of his army, and restored the Bentivoglio to their former authority. Cardinal Alidosi, who, in default of other virtues, seems at least to have possessed a decent sense of shame, barricaded himself in the castle of Revo to escape the papal wrath. But he need not have bothered. Julius, who had prudently retired a few days earlier to Ravenna, showed not a trace of anger. Even now, in his eyes, his beloved friend could do no wrong. He unhesitatingly laid the entire blame for the disaster on the Duke of Urbino, whom he summoned at once to his presence. The interview that followed is unlikely to have diminished the Duke's long-standing contempt for Alidosi, for whose cowardice he was now being made the scapegoat. When, therefore, on emerging into the street, he found himself face to face with his old enemy, who had left his castle and had just reached Ravenna to give the Pope his own version of recent events, his pent-up rage became too much for him. Dragging the cardinal from his mule, the Duke attacked him with his sword. Alidosi's retinue, believing that he might be acting under papal orders, hesitated to intervene, and moved forward only when the Duke remounted his horse and rode off to Urbino, leaving their master dead in the dust. The grief of Pope Julius at the murder of his favourite was, we read, terrible to behold. Weeping uncontrollably, waving aside all sustenance, he refused to stay any longer in Ravenna, and had himself carried off at once to Rimini in a closed litter, through whose drawn curtains his sobs could plainly be heard. But there were further blows in store. Mirandola, for whose capture he had always felt himself personally responsible, was within a week or two to be lost to Trivulzio. The papal army, confused, demoralized, and now without a general, had disintegrated. With the recapture of Bologna, the way was open to the French to seize all the church lands in the Romagna, for which he had fought so hard and so long. All the work of the last 8 years had gone for nothing. And now, at Rimini, the Pope found a proclamation nailed to the door of the Church of San Francesco, signed by no fewer than 9 of his own cardinals, with the support of Maximilian and Louis of France, announcing that a general council of the Church would be held at Pisa on the 1st of September to investigate and reform the abuses of his pontificate. Both as a pope and a man, Julius had many faults. He was impetuous. So impetuous, wrote the contemporary historian Francesco Guicciardini, that he would have been brought to ruin had he not been helped by the reverence felt for the Church, the discord of the princes, and the condition of the times. Mercurial, vindictive, a poor organizer, and a deplorable judge of character. Though an adept diplomatic tactician, he had little sense of long-term strategy. Eaten up by worldly ambition, he was utterly unscrupulous in the pursuit of his ends. Certain qualities, however, he possessed in full measure. One was courage, and another was indomitability of spirit. On his journey back to Rome, at the age of nearly 70, he was already contemplating a new league, headed by himself, and comprising Venice, Spain, England, and if possible the Empire, whose combined forces would drive the French once and for all from the Italian peninsula. And by the beginning of July 1511, negotiations had begun. They presented no serious problems. Ferdinand of Spain had already gained all he could have hoped for from the League of Cambrai, and had no desire to see any further strengthening of the French position in Italy. In England, Ferdinand's son-in-law Henry VIII willingly agreed to keep his rival occupied in the north, while his allies did the same in the south, although he was obliged to point out to the Pope, while accepting his proposals, that it would have been better if they had not been carried by an obvious double agent, recommended, it appears, by the late Cardinal Alidosi, who was regularly reporting all developments to King Louis. Venice, which throughout the negotiations was fighting hard, and on the whole successfully, to resist French offensives in the Veneto and Friuli, asked nothing better. Maximilian, as usual, dithered. But even without him, the new league promised to prove a force to be reckoned with. One reason, apart from his natural temperament, for the emperor's ambivalent attitude was the proposed church council at Pisa, which he and King Louis had jointly sponsored. Already Louis was beginning to regret the idea, and support for it was rapidly falling away. After 2 short sessions, local hostility was to force its removal to Milan, and there, although under French protection, it was openly ridiculed to the point where a local chronicler forbore to record its proceedings, because he claimed they could not be taken seriously, and anyway he was short of ink. Meanwhile, the Pope, having almost miraculously recovered from an illness during which his life had been despaired of, was able to proclaim the Holy League on the 4th of October, and begin preparations for war. He soon found, however, that King Louis also held an important new card in his hand, his nephew, Gaston de Foix, Duke de Nemours, who at the age of 22 had already proved himself one of the outstanding military commanders of the day. Courageous, imaginative, and resourceful, this astonishing young man could take a decision in an instant, and having taken it, could move an army like lightning. A dash from Milan in early February 1512 was enough to thwart an attempt to recover Bologna by a papal army. Unfortunately, it also suggested to the citizens of Bergamo and Brescia that with the French forces away on campaign, this was an opportune moment to rise in revolt and return to their former Venetian allegiance. They were quickly proved wrong. Marching night and day in bitter weather, and incidentally smashing a Venetian division that tried to intercept him in a battle fought by moonlight at 4 o'clock in the morning, Nemours was at the walls of Brescia before the defences could be properly manned, and he and his friend Bayard led the assault, fighting barefoot to give themselves a better grip on the sloping, slippery ground. Brescia was taken by storm. The leader of the revolt was publicly beheaded in the main square, and the whole city was given over to 5 days' sack, during which the French and German troops fell on the local inhabitants, killing and raping with appalling savagery. It was another 3 days before the 15,000 corpses could be cleared from the streets. Bergamo hastily paid 60,000 ducats to escape a similar fate, and the revolt was at an end. The campaign, however, was not. Nemours, determined to give his enemies no rest, returned to Milan to gather fresh troops, and then immediately took to the field again. With an army that now amounted to some 25,000, he marched on Ravenna and laid siege to the town. As a means of drawing out the papal army, the move was bound to succeed. Its commander, the Spanish viceroy in Naples, Ramon de Cardona, could not allow a city of such importance to be captured under his nose without lifting a finger to save it. And so on Easter Sunday, the 11th of April, 1512, on the flat, marshy plain below the city, the battle was joined. Of all the encounters recorded in Italy since Charles VIII had taken his first fateful decision to establish a French presence in the peninsula nearly 20 years before, the Battle of Ravenna was the bloodiest. When at last the Papalists fled from the field, they left behind them nearly 10,000 Spanish and Italian dead. Several of the leading Spanish captains, some of them seriously wounded, were in French hands, as was the papal legate, Cardinal de' Medici. Ramon de Cardona himself, who had taken flight rather earlier in the day, he is said not to have drawn rein until he reached Ancona, was one of the few to survive unharmed. But it had been a Pyrrhic victory. The French losses had also been considerable, and, worst of all, Nemours himself had fallen at the moment of triumph, in a characteristically impetuous attempt to head off the Spanish retreat. His place was taken by the elderly Seigneur de la Palisse, who was possessed of none of his speed and panache. Had the young man lived, he would probably have rallied what was left of the army and marched on Rome and Naples, forcing Julius to come to terms, and restoring King Louis to the Neapolitan throne. But La Palisse was cast in a more cautious mould. He contented himself with occupying Ravenna, where he was unable to prevent an orgy of butchery and rape, which surpassed even that suffered by the Brescians a few weeks before. And now there suddenly occurred one of those extraordinary changes of political fortune that render Italian history as confusing to the reader as it is infuriating to the writer. When the news of Ravenna reached him, Julius, foreseeing an immediate French advance on Rome, prepared for flight. Just before he was due to leave, however, he received a letter from his captive legate, whom La Palisse had unwisely permitted to correspond with his master. The French, wrote Cardinal de' Medici, had suffered losses almost as great as those of the League. They were tired and deeply demoralized by the death of their young leader. Their general was refusing to move without receiving instructions and confirmation of his authority from France. At about the same time, the Venetian ambassador in Rome sought an audience with the Pope to assure him that, contrary to widespread rumors, the Republic had not accepted any French proposals for a separate peace, and had no intention of doing so. At once, Julius took new courage. Overpowered, at least temporarily, in the military field, he flung all his energies into the Church Council that he had summoned for May 1512. This had now become more necessary than ever, since King Louis's renegade Council of Milan had taken advantage of the victory of Ravenna to declare the Pope contumacious and suspend him from office. It was true that even in Milan itself, few people took the findings of so transparently political a body very seriously. Nonetheless, this open split in the Church could not be allowed to go unchecked or unanswered. On the 2nd of May, with all the state ceremonial of which the papal court was capable, the Supreme Pontiff was borne in his litter to the Lateran, followed by 15 cardinals, 10 archbishops, 57 bishops, and 3 heads of monastic orders, a hierarchical show of strength that made the handful of rebels in Milan seem almost beneath notice, precisely as it was intended to do. At its second session, this Lateran Council formally declared the proceedings of the Council of Pisa-Milan null and void, and all those who had taken part in it schismatics. On that very same day, Pope Julius also proclaimed the adhesion of the Emperor Maximilian to the Holy League, and Maximilian now gave orders that all subjects of the Empire fighting with the French army should immediately return to their homes on pain of death. To La Palisse this was disastrous news. He had already suffered a serious depletion of his French troops, most of whom had been recalled to deal with the impending invasion of Henry VIII in the north. The precipitate departure of his German mercenaries now left him in the ridiculous position of a general without an army, or at least without any force capable of holding the Swiss and Venetians, whom he suddenly found ranged against him. Meanwhile, the Spanish and Papal forces were also back in the field, and, although only a shadow of what they had been before their recent defeat, were able to advance virtually unopposed on all fronts. By the beginning of July, the Pope had not only regained all his territories, but had even extended them to include Reggio Emilia, Parma, and Piacenza. La Palisse, with what was left of his army, had no choice but to return to France, where Louis XII, who only 3 months before might have had the entire peninsula within his power, now saw all his hopes annihilated. Pope Julius II died on the 21st of February 1513 of a fever, probably brought on by the syphilis from which he had suffered for many years. There had been little of the priest about him, apart from his dress and his name. His pontificate was dominated by politics and by war. His strictly ecclesiastical activities were largely confined to routine matters, though it was he who issued the fateful dispensation that authorized Henry VIII to marry Catherine of Aragon, the widow of his elder brother Arthur. Julius's most important legacy by far was as a patron of the arts. He had a passion for classical statuary, enriching the Vatican collections with masterpieces such as the Apollo Belvedere and the Laocoon. The latter had been accidentally unearthed in 1506 by a man digging in his vineyard, but Julius is nowadays chiefly remembered for his decision to replace the old Basilica of St. Peter with a new building, infinitely more magnificent than its predecessor. The plans for this he eventually entrusted to Bramante. His real name was Donato d'Angelo Lazzari. He was nicknamed Bramante, the word means soliciting in Italian, since he was constantly seeking jobs for himself. He, abandoning his original design for a Greek cross-in-square church with the tomb of St. Peter directly beneath a vast dome, eventually decided on a more traditional Latin basilica with nave and aisles, together with a portico derived from the Pantheon. Away went the ancient mosaics, the icons, the huge medieval candelabra. It was not long before the architect had acquired a new nickname, Il Ruinante. The work on St. Peter's alone would have kept Bramante fully employed for the rest of his life, but Julius made him additionally responsible for a radical redesign of the Vatican gardens. The Pope also gave encouragement and employment to the 26-year-old Raphael, whom he commissioned to fresco his own apartments, the so-called stanze. He refused absolutely to inhabit those of the hated Alexander, and to Michelangelo, whom, as we know, he had to bully mercilessly. "I'm a sculptor, not a painter," the artist protested, into painting the Sistine Chapel ceiling. It has been suggested that despite the bullying, the two men were lovers. Both certainly were homosexual, and Julius, although he had engendered 3 daughters while still a cardinal, was widely accused of sodomy. On the whole, the idea seems improbable, but we shall never know. Excessive modesty was never one of the failings of Pope Julius II, and as early as 1505, he also commissioned Michelangelo to design his tomb. This was originally intended to stand 36 feet high and to contain 40 statues, all of them more than life-size. According to Vasari, the principal reason for his decision to rebuild St. Peter's was in order to provide suitable accommodation for it. Unfortunately, the money ran out, and the project had to be radically revised. A far more modest version can now be seen in San Pietro in Vincoli, in Rome, but Julius was actually buried in what there was of his new St. Peter's, as doubtless he would have wished. Chapter 19. The Medici Pair, 1513 to 1534. Pope Leo X, 1513 to 1521, who followed Julius after a short and trouble-free conclave, untinged for once by simony, was born Giovanni de' Medici, the second son of Lorenzo the Magnificent. "God has given us the papacy," the 37-year-old pope is said to have written to his brother Giuliano, soon after his accession. "Let us now enjoy it." The words themselves may or may not be apocryphal, but they are an accurate enough summing up of the new pope's attitude to his office, and indeed of his whole outlook on life. At the same time, they are open to misconstruction. It was not in Leo's nature to enjoy his pontificate as Alexander VI had done. There were to be no orgies, no unseemly roistering. The sale of indulgences and church appointments went on as it always had. Money had to be raised somehow. But for all that, Leo remained genuinely pious. He took his religious duties seriously, and fasted twice a week. The fact remains that he was less a pope than a Renaissance prince. Homosexual like his predecessor, he was a cultivated and polished patron of the arts, far more magnificent than his father Lorenzo had ever dared to be. A passionate huntsman, he would ride out with an entourage of 300. An insatiable gourmet, he gave lavish banquets and willingly attended those given by his friends. In 1494, when his family was exiled from Florence, he had travelled to France, Germany, and the Netherlands, where he had met Erasmus. But 6 years later he was back in Rome, rapidly acquiring political influence in the Curia. And by 1512 he had successfully re-established Medici control in Florence, of which he was to be the effective ruler throughout his pontificate. He began, as he meant to continue, with a procession from the still unfinished St. Peter's to the Lateran, a procession that for sheer sumptuous extravagance surpassed anything Rome had ever seen. Though suffering agonies from fistula and piles, he rode on a snow-white horse, escorted by 112 equerries, to say nothing of countless cardinals, prelates and ambassadors, and detachments of both cavalry and infantry, while papal chamberlains flung gold coins into the crowd. But even that was only the beginning. He ordered tapestries of gold and silken thread from Brussels, based on Raphael's cartoons, now in the Victoria and Albert Museum, at a cost of 75,000 ducats, then willingly paid out double that sum for the festivities attendant on the wedding of Giuliano to Philibetra of Savoy, aunt of Francis I of France. He commissioned from Michelangelo a new facade for the Church of San Lorenzo in Florence, where 3 generations of his family were already buried, building a road running for 120 miles to a Tuscan quarry. And when this project had to be abandoned, the money ran out, and Leo complained understandably that the artist was impossible to work with. He instituted another, the Medici Chapel in the same building, which was finally to be completed during the pontificate of his cousin, Pope Clement VII. And there was intellectual and scientific work also to be done. Leo revived Rome's university, the Sapienza, which had not functioned for the past 30 years, appointing nearly 100 professors and substantially increasing the number of subjects offered, which now included medicine, mathematics, botany, and astronomy. He founded chairs of Greek and Hebrew, each with its own printing press. He even encouraged the theatre, until now non-existent in Rome, staging, among much else, a refreshingly sexy comedy by his close friend, Cardinal Bibbiena. Leo's biographer, Paolo Giovio, saw his reign as a golden age. The city's most powerful banker, Agostino Chigi, had erected a huge triumphal arch, beneath which the procession passed, inscribed with the words, "The time of Venus has passed, and the time of Mars. Now is the rule of Minerva." The Romans had no difficulty in identifying the reigns of Alexander VI and Julius II. The reference to Minerva, goddess of wisdom, was perhaps rather more problematical. Leo, highly educated and sophisticated as he was, could hardly have been described as wise. However many indulgences he sold, however many new offices he created, he remained permanently in hock to the bankers of Rome and Florence, and the papacy fell further and further into debt. Politically, Leo was an incorrigible waverer. When in 1515 Francis marched on Milan, the Pope joined the Holy League to resist him. But in the ensuing Battle of Marignano, in which the French army destroyed that of the League, the papal troops, though entrenched only 50 miles away, took no part, and Leo subsequently hurried off to meet the victorious king at Bologna. The result, which he hardly deserved, was a concordat in which the papacy surrendered Parma and Piacenza, but the continuation of Medici rule in Florence was assured. Florence, however, was no longer enough. Leo had benefited from unbridled nepotism in his own youth, and did all he could to continue the tradition to the next generation. 2 of his cousins and 3 of his nephews he had made cardinals, but for his favourite nephew, Lorenzo, the son of his deceased elder brother, Piero, he intended something more: the Duchy of Urbino. The present duke, he was Francesco della Rovere, nephew of Julius II, had rebelled in 1508 against his papal suzerain. Now, in 1516, Leo simply excommunicated him, seizing and torturing the envoy whom the duke sent to Rome to protest. The war that followed lasted for 2 years, and cost 800,000 ducats. By the time it was finished, Lorenzo, its intended beneficiary, was dead. His daughter, Catherine, however, was to win a far greater prize than Urbino. She married Henry, son and successor of Francis I, and became Queen of France. In the summer of 1517, Rome was rocked by the most scandalous, but at the same time the most mysterious chapter in Leo's pontificate. The Pope suddenly announced, and the announcement itself must have been embarrassing enough, that he had discovered a conspiracy by several cardinals, led by Cardinal Alfonso Petrucci, who was widely believed to be the Pope's lover, to assassinate him. They had, it seemed, bribed a Florentine doctor named Vercelli to inject him with poison while operating on his fistula. Interrogated under torture, Vercelli not surprisingly confessed, and was immediately hanged, drawn and quartered. Petrucci suffered similar treatment and implicated a number of other cardinals. He too was sentenced to death. Because it was unlawful for a Christian to lay hands upon a prince of the church, he was strangled by a Moor with a cord made of crimson silk. The lives of the other cardinals were spared, on payment of huge fines. The accusations seem improbable in the extreme. All the accused cardinals had small grievances against Leo, but none had any that could be generally accepted as a motive for assassination. And even had they wished to murder the Pope, would they really have selected that particular method of doing so? Of them all, only Petrucci had made any attempt to flee, and yet, curiously enough, they all confessed. We shall never know the truth. Popular opinion in Rome, however, persisted in believing that there had in fact been no conspiracy, and that Leo had fabricated the whole thing for the sake of the fines he was able to exact. At all events, the papacy was still further discredited, and Leo's subsequent creation of no fewer than 31 new cardinals, who together paid him 500,000 ducats for their red hats, did little to restore its prestige. Nor, apparently, did the Pope have the faintest comprehension of how much that prestige needed restoring. Like many of his predecessors, he paid lip service to the idea of reform. Reading of his pontificate, one tends to forget that for the first 4 years of it, the Fifth Lateran Council was in progress. But the council achieved virtually nothing. There was no sense of urgency in its deliberations, or any sign that it received any firm direction from the Pope. Meanwhile, the shameless extravagance, the blatant marketing of indulgences and offices, the sexual shenanigans, for Leo had long since given up any attempt to conceal his preferences, and was now positively flaunting his latest catamite, the singer Solimando, son of Prince Jem. All these abuses, and many others besides, had given still greater strength to the reform movement, and it was by now plain to any unprejudiced observer that, unless the Church were quickly to buckle down and clean out its own stables, a serious rebellion could not be long in coming. It was on the 31st of October, 1517, just at the time when, in the aftermath of the Petrucci conspiracy, Pope Leo was appointing his 31 new cardinals, that Martin Luther nailed his notice to the church door at Wittenberg, announcing that he was prepared to defend, in open debate, 95 theses that claimed to establish the invalidity and illegality of indulgences. Scholars now tell us that Luther never nailed it to the door, but distributed it in the usual way. They would. It would not have been a difficult task. The idea that spiritual grace could be sold commercially for hard cash was obviously nonsense, and in recent times new and improved indulgences had come onto the market. It was now possible, for example, to acquire them in respect of sins not yet committed, to lay up, as it were, a credit balance of advance absolution. Alternatively, indulgences could be bought on behalf of deceased relatives. The more money paid, the shorter their time in purgatory. By now the Church was teetering on the edge of an abyss. Yet still Leo failed to see that Luther's crusade was more than a monkish squabble. The man was clearly an irritation, but Savonarola had been a good deal worse, and was now almost forgotten. This tiresome German would doubtless go the same way. Meanwhile, in November 1518, the Pope published a bull. All who denied his right to grant and issue indulgences would be excommunicated. But no one in Germany took any notice. Reverence for the papacy, as Guicciardini lamented, had been utterly lost in the hearts of men. Half-heartedly, Leo tried to enlist the help, first of the general of the Augustinian order, and then of Luther's protector, the Elector Frederick of Saxony, to bring the monk to order. But neither attempt was successful. Then in 1520 he published another bull, Exsurge Domine, condemning Luther on 41 separate counts. This Luther publicly burned, and was consequently excommunicated. On the 11th of October 1521, the Pope bestowed the title Fidei Defensor, Defender of the Faith, on King Henry VIII of England, in recognition of his book, The Defense of the Seven Sacraments against Martin Luther. The abbreviation FID-DEF, or the initials FD, appears to this day on British coins. On New Year's Day, 1515, King Louis XII of France died in Paris. Just over a year later, on the 23rd of January, 1516, King Ferdinand of Aragon followed him to the grave. These two deaths brought two young men, still relatively unknown, to the forefront of European affairs. They could hardly have been more unlike. King Francis I was 21 years old at the time of his succession, and in the first flush of his energy and virility. He was already an accomplished ladies' man, not particularly handsome, perhaps, but elegant and dashing, with a quick mind, a ready wit, a boundless intellectual curiosity, and an unfailing memory, which astonished all who knew him. He loved spectacle and ceremonial, pomp and parade, and his subjects, bored out of their minds by a long succession of dreary, colourless sovereigns, took him to their hearts. Charles of Habsburg, born in 1500, to the Emperor Maximilian's son, Philip the Handsome, and Ferdinand and Isabella's daughter, Joanna the Mad, had inherited neither of his parents' primary attributes. His appearance was ungainly, with the characteristically huge Habsburg chin and protruding lower lip. He suffered also from an appalling stammer, and showered his interlocutors with spittle. He had little imagination, and no ideas of his own. Few rulers have ever been so utterly devoid of charm. What saved him was an innate goodness of heart, and as he grew older, a tough sagacity and shrewdness. Though far the most powerful man in the civilized world, he never enjoyed his empire in the way that Francis I and Henry VIII enjoyed their kingdoms, or Leo X his pontificate. At the age of 16, Charles, already ruler of the Netherlands, had assumed the regency of Aragon and the two Sicilies on behalf of his mother, now hopelessly insane. 3 years later came the death of his grandfather, the Emperor Maximilian. The empire remained elective, and the succession of Charles was by no means a foregone conclusion. There were still many who preferred his younger brother, the Archduke Ferdinand. A still more formidable rival was Francis I, who in the early stages of his candidature had the enthusiastic support of Pope Leo. Henry VIII of England also at one moment threw his cap into the ring, but no one took him very seriously. Fortunately for Charles, the German electors hated the idea of a French emperor. The Fuggers, that hugely rich banking family from Augsburg, lined as many pockets as was necessary, and at the last moment Leo withdrew his opposition. On the 28th of June, 1519, Charles was elected, and on the 23rd of October of the following year he was crowned, not in Rome, but in the old Carolingian capital of Aachen, as the Emperor Charles V. In addition to the Netherlands and Spain, Naples and Sicily and the New World, there now devolved on him all the old empire, comprising most of modern Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. Milan, Bohemia, and Western Hungary were to follow a little later. For a man of modest talents and mediocre abilities, here was an inheritance indeed. It is uncertain whether Pope Leo, when he withdrew his opposition to Charles's coronation, entirely understood that by doing so he was giving his approval to the last stage of the polarization of continental Europe. The King of France was now trapped in a vice, virtually encircled by the empire. Conversely, the emperor now found himself sovereign of a divided dominion, its two parts cut off from each other by a hostile state. The result was inevitable. A long and deadly struggle between the two men for dominance in Europe and mastery of the Western Mediterranean. The part that the papacy was to play in this struggle was to be largely concerned with maintaining the balance of power. But Leo's own sympathies, despite his earlier support for Francis, were now firmly with Charles. It was plain from the start that the young emperor was not going to accept the presence of the French in Italy. He himself had no Italian ambitions, except to maintain his hold on Sicily, Naples, and Sardinia, all of which he had inherited from his grandfather Ferdinand. These he was determined to pass on to his successors. For the rest, he was only too pleased that the native rulers should remain in possession of their states, provided only that they recognized his position and showed it due respect. French influence, on the other hand, could not be tolerated. King Francis, for as long as he remained in Italy, constituted a challenge to the imperial hold on Naples, and seriously endangered communications between the Empire and Spain. In 1521, the Emperor signed a secret treaty with Leo, as a result of which a combined papal and imperial force expelled the French once again from Lombardy, restoring the House of Sforza in Milan. This victory enabled the papacy to recover Parma and Piacenza, lost 6 years before. For Pope Leo, here was a reason for celebration. But in the course of the ensuing banquet, which seems to have been more than usually riotous and lasted all night, he caught a chill that rapidly became a fever, and on the 1st of December he died. As a Renaissance prince, he would have been superb. As pope, he was a disaster. In 7 years he is estimated to have spent some 5 million ducats, and at his death was well over 800,000 in debt. At that time it was calculated that there were more than 2,150 saleable offices in the Vatican, worth some 3 million ducats. Leo X had left Italy in its usual state of turmoil, Northern Europe on the verge of religious revolution, and the papacy in the lowest depths of degradation. Such was the state of the papal treasury after Leo's death that the candles used at his funeral were the leftovers from that of Cardinal Gianantonio di San Giorgio, held the day before, and such was the state of popular feeling against the Church that the 39 cardinals who assembled for the conclave on the 28th of December needed a bodyguard to protect them. Conclaves were well known to be uncomfortable things, but this was one of the worst. In the depths of a bitter winter, the Vatican was entirely unheated. Several windows had lost their glass and had to be roughly boarded up. Most of those present had spent the greater part of their lives in conditions of extreme luxury. Now they found themselves herded together, shivering in a dim half-light, with little to eat. Their food was passed to them on a round turning wheel made in the wall, and only the most rudimentary sanitation. On the 6th day, by which time one elderly cardinal had been carried out half dead, the meagre rations were still further reduced. Few better ways, one might have thought, could be devised to encourage a quick decision. But almost at once there was deadlock. Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, with 15 avowed supporters, at first seemed the favourite. But the sinister Cardinal Francesco Soderini turned the remainder firmly against him. Giulio then declared himself in favour of Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, upon whom, however, a similar hatchet job was now performed by Cardinal Egidio di Viterbo. As Egidio happened to be Alessandro's confessor, the propriety of his diatribe was questioned, but the damage was done. At this moment a letter was produced from the Emperor Charles V, warmly recommending his erstwhile tutor, a 62-year-old Dutchman from Utrecht named Adrian Florence de Dahl. Hardly anyone in Rome had ever heard of him, but there, he had no enemies in the city, and given his age, was unlikely to last too long. After Pope Leo, perhaps a compromise candidate, with, as far as anyone knew, a spotless reputation, would be no bad thing. And did not a vote for him represent the best chance of escaping from a freezing Vatican, back to their own warm palaces? And so, after 14 nightmare days, he was elected on the 9th of January, 1522. Having deliberately delayed his departure owing to an outbreak of plague, and then having travelled to Rome by sea, Pope Adrian, or Hadrian VI, 1522 to 1523, he made no attempt to change his name in the traditional manner, arrived only in August. He spoke no Italian. His Latin was incomprehensible, and before the end of the year he had antagonized everyone: the populace, who considered him a northern barbarian, the Curia, who were furious at his refusal to distribute the usual benefices, Charles V, who had expected him to join his league against Francis I, and Francis himself, who actually stopped the transfer of church money from France to Rome, when the Pope arrested and imprisoned Cardinal Zoderini for secretly plotting to hand over Naples to the French. Meanwhile, he lived like a monk. Gone were Alexander's courtesans, Julius's armies, Leo's catamites and banquets. Hadrian spent precisely 1 crown a day on catering, and employed as domestic staff only his old Flemish housekeeper, who did all his cooking, washing and cleaning. For the art and architecture of the Renaissance he cared not a jot. He threatened to have the Sistine Chapel whitewashed, and the Laocoon, an effigy of heathen idols, thrown into the Tiber. It need hardly be said that his promised reforms all came to nothing. He failed to control the cardinals, who continued to live like fighting cocks. Nor could he do anything to check the sale of indulgences, without which the Church would have faced bankruptcy. All his initiatives ended in disaster. His attempts to form a European coalition against the Sultan, his handling of the Reformation, whose importance he consistently failed to recognize, just as Pope Leo had before him. Even his proposal, after the Turkish capture of Rhodes and the eviction of the Knights of St. John, for a 3-year truce over the whole of Christendom. When he fell sick and died in September 1523, little more than a year after his arrival in Rome, there was nothing but relief. It was to be another 4.5 centuries before the election of the next non-Italian pope. The cardinals' relief was tempered, however, by the realization that they would have to face another conclave. Fortunately, this opened in the autumn, 1st of October, rather than the depths of winter, but as usual, the conditions worsened as time went on. From the beginning there was no heating, fresh air, or natural light. Then, towards the end of the month, the midday and evening meals were reduced to a single course. Shortly afterwards, the cardinals received only bread, wine, and water. Once again, the argument for a quick election could hardly have been more persuasive, but feelings ran high, much was at stake, and it was 50 remorseless days before the choice was made. The obvious candidate was Giulio de' Medici, who was supported by the emperor, and consequently by the Spanish contingent. But there were many Italian cardinals, including Soderini, who had been instantly released on Hadrian's death, and the powerful Pompeo Colonna, who were determined to do him down. The English were stubbornly and somewhat ridiculously backing Cardinal Wolsey. The French were divided. Back and forth went the arguments. Devious conspiracies were hatched, and dark intrigues. Intricate deals were planned. Compromise candidates proposed and rejected. As it turned out, the cardinals could have saved themselves a lot of trouble, to say nothing of physical misery, because on the 19th of November the majority choice finally fell on the favourite, Cardinal Giulio, who, somewhat surprisingly, took the name of the brutal antipope of the schism. Clement VII, 1523 to 1534. Giulio de' Medici was the bastard son of Giuliano, Lorenzo the Magnificent's brother, who had been assassinated by the Pazzi in Florence Cathedral 45 years before. Lorenzo had tracked down the mother, and had persuaded her to allow him to bring up the boy as his own. Then, when Lorenzo himself died in 1492, Giulio was placed under the guardianship of Lorenzo's second son, Giovanni. Since the guardian was only 3 years older than the ward, the two became close friends, and when Giovanni became Pope Leo X, one of his first acts was to legitimize his cousin, making him a cardinal, and effectively ruler of Florence. Despite their mutual affection, the two could hardly have been more different. Leo was unusually ugly, with a huge head and a fat red face, but he possessed a charm that many found irresistible. Clement, now 48, was tall and slim. He might have been good-looking, but for his thin, tightly compressed lips, haughty expression, and almost perpetual frown. He was pious, conscientious, industrious. But nobody, with the single exception of his friend Benvenuto Cellini, liked him much. Guicciardini went so far as to describe him as somewhat morose and disagreeable, reputed to be avaricious, far from trustworthy, and naturally disinclined to do a kindness. Anyone who thought the election of another Medici signalled a return to the extravagant and easy-going days of Pope Leo was in for a disappointment. It might reasonably be supposed that such a man would prove at least a competent pope. Alas, Clement was nothing of the kind. He was vacillating and irresolute, apparently terrified when called upon to make a decision. He might have made a moderately good major. As a general, he was a disaster. Leopold von Ranke, the great German historian, dubbed him the most disastrous of all the popes, which, if one remembers the papacy in the 10th and 11th centuries, seems a little unfair. The fact remains that the 11 years of his pontificate saw the worst sack of Rome since the barbarian invasions, the establishment in Germany of Protestantism as a separate religion, and the definitive breakaway of the English Church over Henry VIII's divorce. Finding himself, as Hadrian had before him, caught in the whirlpool caused by the rivalry between Charles V and the King of France, Clement dealt with the situation even more clumsily than his predecessor. His first loyalty should clearly have been to the Emperor, to whom he largely owed his election. But in 1524, he joined with Venice and Florence in a secret alliance with France, and Francis, with an army of some 20,000, marched back over the Mont-Cenis Pass into Italy. In late October, he recaptured Milan, then turned south to Pavia, where he spent the winter, trying unsuccessfully to divert the river Ticino as a means of taking the city. He was still there 4 months later, when there arrived an imperial army. The two armies met just outside Pavia, and on Tuesday the 21st of February, 1525, battle was joined. The Battle of Pavia proved to be one of the most decisive engagements in European history. It was also the first to prove conclusively the superiority of firearms over pikes. When the fighting was over, the French army had been virtually annihilated. Francis himself had shown, as always, exemplary courage. After his horse had been killed under him, he had continued to fight on foot, until at last, overcome by exhaustion, he had been obliged to give himself up. He was captured and sent to Spain, where he remained for a year in not uncomfortable confinement. Then Charles released him in return for his signature to what was known as the Treaty of Madrid, by which he renounced all claims to Burgundy, Naples, and Milan. When he returned to Paris, however, and the terms of the treaty were made public, there was a general outcry. Pope Clement in particular was aghast. Without a French presence in Italy, how could he hope to defend himself against the Emperor? Hastily, he recruited Milan, Venice, and Florence to form an anti-imperialist league for the defence of a free and independent Italy, and invited France to join. Though the ink was scarcely dry on the Treaty of Madrid, and though he and the Pope held widely differing views on Milan, the Pope favouring the Sforzas, while Francis wanted the city for himself, on the 15th of May, 1526, the king, with his usual flourish, signed his name. The League of Cognac, as it was called, introduced an exciting new concept into Italian affairs. Here, for perhaps the first time, was an agreement dedicated to the proposition that Milan, and by extension all other Italian states, should be free of foreign domination. Liberty was the watchword. It need hardly be said, however, that Charles V did not view the League in quite this light. To him it was a direct and deliberate challenge, and over the next few months relations between himself and the Pope steadily deteriorated. Finally, in September, 2 letters from the Emperor were dispatched to Rome. They could hardly have been more outspoken if they had been written by Martin Luther himself. The first, addressed personally to the Pope, accused him of failing in his duties towards Christendom, and Italy, and even the Holy See. The second, to the cardinals of the Sacred College, went further still. If, it suggested, the Pope refused to summon a general council for the reform of the Church, it was the responsibility of the College to do so without his consent. Here was a clear threat to papal authority. To Pope Clement, indeed, it was tantamount to a declaration of war. In and around Milan the fighting had hardly ever stopped. There must have been many Milanese who, on waking in the morning, found it difficult to remember whether they owed their allegiance to the Sforzas, the Emperor, or the King of France. An imperial army had marched into the city in November 1525, and had spent the winter besieging the unfortunate Francesco Maria Sforza in the citadel. And Sforza had finally capitulated on the 15th of July 1526. The news of his surrender had plunged the Pope into black despair. His treasury was empty, he was detested in Rome, and his theoretical ally Francis was not lifting a finger to help him. Meanwhile the Reformation was gaining ground, and the Ottoman threat still loomed. And now, as autumn approached, there were rumours that the Emperor was preparing a huge fleet, which would land some 10,000 troops in the Kingdom of Naples, effectively on the Pope's own doorstep. More serious still, Clement was aware that there were imperial agents in the city, doing everything they could to stir up trouble against him, with the enthusiastic help of a member of his own sacred college, Cardinal Pompeo Colonna. For well over 2 centuries, Rome had been split by the rivalry of 2 of its oldest families, the Colonna and the Orsini. Both were enormously rich, and both ruled over their immense domains as if they were themselves sovereign states, each with its own cultivated court. Their wealth, in turn, enabled them to contract advantageous marriages. People still talked of the wedding festivities of Clarice Orsini with Clement's uncle, Lorenzo the Magnificent, as the most sumptuous celebrations of the 15th century. But the Orsini had long enjoyed what might be called a special relationship with the papacy, by reason of the fact that all the principal roads leading north out of Rome passed through their territory. Successive popes, therefore, had taken care not to offend them. This alone was more than enough to antagonize their rivals, whose outstanding representative in the 1520s was Pompeo Colonna. The cardinal had begun life as a soldier, and should probably have remained one. He had entered the church only because of family pressures. Never could he have been described as a man of God. Julius II, indeed, who was even less of one, had refused to promote him. It was Leo X who had eventually admitted him to the Sacred College, but any gratitude that Pompeo may have felt was certainly not extended to Leo's cousin. For Clement he cherished a bitter hatred, powerfully fueled by jealousy, and a consequent determination to eliminate him, either by deposition or, if necessary, by death. In August 1526, Pompeo's kinsman, Vespasiano Colonna, came to Rome to negotiate a truce between his own family on the one hand and the Pope and the Orsini on the other. Clement, much relieved, disbanded his own troops, whereupon the army of the Colonna instantly attacked the city of Anagni, effectively blocking communications between Rome and Naples. The Pope had still not recovered from his surprise or had a chance to remobilize, when at dawn on the 20th of September, that same army smashed through the gate of St. John Lateran and poured into Rome. At about 5 o'clock that same afternoon, after hours of heavy fighting, Clement fled along the covered passage that Alexander VI had built for just such eventualities, leading from the Vatican to the Castel Sant'Angelo. Meanwhile, the looting and plundering had begun. As one of the secretaries of the Curia reported, the papal palace was almost completely stripped, even to the bedroom and wardrobe of the Pope. The great and private sacristy of St. Peter's, that of the palace, the apartments of prelates and members of the household, even the horse stalls were emptied, their doors and windows shattered. Chalices, crosses, pastoral staffs, ornaments of great value, all that fell into their hands was carried off as plunder by this rabble. The mob even broke into the Sistine Chapel, where the Raphael tapestries were torn from the walls. Golden and jewelled chalices, patens, and all manner of ecclesiastical treasures were seized, to a value estimated at 300,000 ducats. With proper preparations made, a pope could hold out in the Castel Sant'Angelo for months. On this occasion, however, the fortress was completely unprovisioned. Clement had no choice but to make what terms he could. The ensuing negotiations were delicate, but their results were less than satisfactory to Pompeo Colonna, who now realized that his attempted coup had been a failure. Public opinion had swung dramatically against his own family. Rome had been plundered, and the Colonna had, rightly, been blamed. In November the cardinal was deprived of all his dignities and benefices, and the leading members of his family suffered similar fates. Apart from 3 small fortresses, the Colonna had lost all their property in the Papal States. Clement had survived, but only just. According to another member of the Curia, writing towards the end of November 1526, the Pope sees nothing ahead but ruin, not just his own, for which he cares little, but that of the Apostolic See, of Rome, of his own country, and the whole of Italy. Moreover, he sees no way of preventing it. He has expended all his own money, all that of his friends, all that of his servants. Our reputation, too, is gone. He had good reason to be depressed. Strategically, he was vulnerable on every side, and the Emperor was exploiting his vulnerability to the full. The previous August, Suleiman the Magnificent had won one of his greatest victories at Mohacs in Hungary, and now there came news of the defection of Ferrara, whose Duke, Alfonso d'Este, had joined the Imperialists. The Pope, wrote the Milanese envoy, seems struck dead. All the attempts of the ambassadors of France, England, and Venice to restore him have been in vain. He looks like a sick man, whom the doctors have given up. And still Clement's tribulations were not over. On the 12th of December, a Spanish envoy delivered a personal letter from the Emperor, repeating his demand for a general council. Early the following year, it was learned that an imperial army under the Duke of Bourbon was advancing on the Papal States. Charles, 2nd Duke of Bourbon, was one of the exalted members of the French nobility, and the hereditary constable of the kingdom. He should have been fighting for his king, to whom he was distantly related, but Francis's mother, Louise of Savoy, had contested his inheritance, and in a fit of pique he had sold his sword to the Emperor. Despite his treachery, he was a charismatic figure, admired by all his men for his courage. He never shirked an engagement, and could always be found where the fighting was thickest, easily distinguishable by the silver and white surcoat that he always wore, and by his black, white, and yellow standard, on which was emblazoned the single word, Espérance. Now, as he advanced southwards from Milan at the head of an army of some 20,000 German and Spanish troops, the citizens of all the towns along his route, Piacenza and Parma, Reggio, Modena, and Bologna, worked frantically on their defences. They could have saved themselves the trouble. The Duke had no intention of wasting time on them. He led his army directly to Rome, drawing it up on the Janiculum Hill, immediately outside the city wall, and at 4 o'clock in the morning of the 6th of May, 1527, the attack began. In the absence of heavy artillery, Bourbon had decided that the walls would have to be scaled, a technique far more difficult and dangerous than that of simply pounding them until they crumbled. He himself was one of the first casualties. He had just led a troop of Germans to the foot of the wall, and was actually positioning a scaling ladder, when he was shot through the chest by an arquebus. Benvenuto Cellini, who was present, goes a long way towards claiming personal responsibility. The fall of the unmistakable white-clad figure was seen by besiegers and besieged alike, and for an hour or so the fate of the siege hung in the balance. Then the thought of revenge spurred the Germans and Spaniards on to even greater efforts, and between 6 and 7 in the morning, the imperial army burst into the city. From that moment on there was little resistance. The Romans rushed from the wall to defend their homes, and many of the papal troops joined the enemy to save their own skins. Only the Swiss Guard and some of the papal militia fought heroically on, until they were annihilated. As the invaders approached the Vatican, the Pope was hustled out of St. Peter's, and led for the second time along the covered way to the Castel Sant'Angelo, already thronged with panic-stricken families seeking refuge. Such were the crowds that it was only with the greatest difficulty that the portcullis could be lowered. One cardinal had to be pushed in by his servant through a window. Another was pulled up in a basket. Outside in the Borgo and Trastevere, the soldiers embarked on an orgy of killing. Cardinal Giovanni Maria Ciocchi del Monte, the future Pope Julius III, was hung up by his hair. Almost all the patients in the hospital of Santo Spirito were massacred. Of the orphans of the Pietà, not one was left alive. The imperial army crossed the Tiber just before midnight. The Germans settling in the Campo dei Fiori, the Spaniards in Piazza Navona. The sack that followed has been described as one of the most horrible in recorded history. The bloodbath that had begun across the river continued unabated. To venture out into the street was to invite almost certain death, and to remain indoors was little safer. Scarcely a single church, palace, or house of any size escaped pillage and devastation. Monasteries were plundered, and convents violated, the more attractive nuns being sold in the streets for a giulio apiece. At least 2 cardinals were dragged through the streets and tortured. One of them, who was well over 80, subsequently died of his injuries. "Hell," reported a Venetian eyewitness, "has nothing to compare with the present state of Rome." It was 4 days and 4 nights before the city had any respite. Only with the arrival on the 10th of May of Pompeo Colonna and his 2 brothers, with 8,000 of their men, was a semblance of order restored. By this time, virtually every street in the city had been gutted and was strewn with corpses. One captured Spanish sapper later reported that on the north bank of the Tiber alone, he and his companions had buried nearly 10,000 and had thrown another 2,000 into the river. 6 months later, thanks to widespread starvation and a long epidemic of plague, the population of Rome was less than half of what it had been before the siege. Much of the city had been left a smouldering shell, littered with bodies lying unburied during the hottest season of the year. Culturally, too, the loss was incalculable. Paintings, sculptures, whole libraries, including that of the Vatican itself, were ravaged and destroyed. The pontifical archives ransacked. The painter Parmigianino was imprisoned, saving his life only by making drawings of his jailers. The imperial army, meanwhile, had suffered almost as much as the Romans. It, too, was virtually without food. Its soldiers, unpaid for months, were totally demoralized, interested only in loot and pillage. Discipline had broken down. Germans and Spaniards were at each other's throats. Pope Clement, however, had no course open to him but once again to capitulate. The official price he paid was the cities of Ostia, Civitavecchia, Piacenza, and Modena, together with 400,000 ducats, a sum that could be raised only by melting down all the papal tiaras and selling the gold and jewels with which they were encrusted. The actual price was higher still, since the Venetians, in spite of their alliance, seized Cervia and Ravenna. The Papal States, in which an efficient government had been developing for the first time in history, had crumbled away. Early in December, the Pope escaped from Rome and travelled in disguise to Orvieto. It was there that he received ambassadors from Henry VIII of England, seeking their master's release from his marriage to Catherine of Aragon. One of them reported, "The Pope lieth in an old palace of the bishops of the city, ruinous and decayed. As we came to his privy chamber, we passed 3 chambers, all naked and unhanged. The roofs fallen down, and as one can guess, 30 persons, riffraff and others standing in the chambers for a garnishment. And as for the Pope's bedchamber, all the apparel in it was not worth 20 nobles. It were better to be in captivity in Rome than here at liberty. Where the annulment was concerned, the Pope, who had other things to think about, dithered as usual. The ambassadors returned disappointed. Peace, when it came, was the result of negotiations begun during the winter of 1528 to 1529 between Charles's aunt, Margaret of Savoy, and her sister-in-law, Louise, mother of King Francis. The two met at Cambrai on the 5th of July, 1529, and the resulting treaty was signed in the first week of August. The Ladies' Peace, as it came to be called, confirmed Spanish rule in Italy. Francis again renounced all his claims there, receiving in return a promise from Charles not to press the imperial claims to Burgundy. But France's allies in the League of Cognac were left completely out of the reckoning, and were thus obliged to accept the terms that Charles was to impose at the end of the year, terms that included, for Venice, the surrender of all her possessions in southern Italy to the Spanish kingdom of Naples. Francesco Maria Sforza was restored to Milan, though Charles reserved the right to garrison its citadel. The Medici, who had been expelled from Florence in 1527, were also restored, though it took a 10-month siege to effect the restoration, and the island of Malta was given in 1530 to the Knights of St. John. To those who felt that the King of France had betrayed them, it was a shameful settlement. But at least it restored peace to Italy, and put an end to the long and unedifying chapter in her history, a chapter that had begun with Charles VIII's invasion of 1494, and had brought the Italians nothing but devastation and destruction. To seal it all, the Emperor now crossed the Alps, for the first time, for his imperial coronation. This was no longer an indispensable ceremony. His grandfather, Maximilian, had done without it altogether, and Charles himself had been nearly 10 years on the throne without this final confirmation of his authority. The fact remained, nonetheless, that until the Pope had laid the crown on his head, the title of Holy Roman Emperor was technically unjustified. To one possessing so strong a sense of divine mission, both title and sacrament were important. Imperial coronations were traditionally performed in Rome. On landing at Genoa, however, in mid-August 1529, Charles received reports of Sultan Suleiman's steady advance on Vienna. At once he decided that a journey so far down the peninsula at such a time would be folly. It would take too long, besides leaving him dangerously cut off in the event of a crisis. Messengers sped to Pope Clement, and it was agreed that in the circumstances the ceremony might be held in Bologna, a considerably more accessible city, which still remained firmly under papal control. Even then the uncertainty was not over. While on his way to Bologna in September, Charles received an urgent appeal from his brother Ferdinand in Vienna, and almost cancelled his coronation plans there and then. Only after careful consideration did he decide not to do so. By the time he had reached Vienna, either the city would have fallen, or the Sultan would have retired for the winter. In either event, the small force that he had with him in Italy would have been insufficient to tip the scales. And so, on the 5th of November, 1529, Charles V made his formal entry into Bologna, where, in front of the Basilica of San Petronio, Pope Clement was waiting to receive him. After a brief ceremony of welcome, the two retired to the Palazzo del Podestà, across the square, where neighbouring apartments had been prepared for them. There was much to be done, many outstanding problems to be discussed and resolved before the coronation could take place. It was, after all, only 2 years since papal Rome had been sacked by imperial troops, with Clement himself a virtual prisoner of Charles in the Castel Sant'Angelo. Somehow friendly relations had to be re-established. Next, there were the individual peace treaties to be drawn up with all the Italian ex-enemies of the empire. Only then, when peace had been finally consolidated throughout the peninsula, would Charles feel justified in kneeling before Clement to receive the imperial crown. Coronation Day was fixed for the 24th of February, 1530, and invitations were dispatched to all the rulers of Christendom. Charles and Clement had given themselves a little under 4 months to settle the future of Italy. Surprisingly, it proved enough. And so the peace was signed, and on the appointed day in San Petronio, Charles received from the papal hands the sword, orb, sceptre, and finally the crown of the Holy Roman Empire. It was the last time in history that a pope was to crown an emperor. On that day, the 700-year-old tradition, which had begun when Pope Leo III had laid the imperial crown on the head of Charlemagne, was brought to an end. The empire was by no means finished, but never again would it be received, even symbolically, from the hands of the vicar of Christ on earth. There remained the problem of Henry VIII's annulment. The king was determined to get it. He desperately needed a son, which Catherine was increasingly unlikely to produce. Fortunately for him, there seemed to be a way out. Catherine was the widow of his elder brother Arthur, and canon law forbade marriage to a dead brother's wife. Julius II had stretched a point, and had given him a special dispensation to marry her. Henry now pleaded that the prohibition was the law of God, rather than simply that of the Church. The dispensation was thus itself uncanonical, and his marriage consequently invalid. His and Catherine's inability to have a son was clearly a sign of divine displeasure. For the Pope, one would have thought, the granting of the annulment was a small price to pay to keep England in the Catholic fold. There was, however, one insuperable problem. The king's unwanted wife was the aunt of the emperor, whom he had so recently crowned. It was safer to declare Henry excommunicate, which, on the 11th of July, 1533, when Henry had forced Archbishop Cranmer to declare his marriage to Catherine null and void, and had already married Anne Boleyn, Clement finally did. And Henry fought back. Defender of the faith he may have been, but he now unhesitatingly broke with Rome and established the Church of England, placing himself at its head. And yet, despite all his misfortunes, many of which he had himself been responsible, the Pope never forgot that he was a Medici and a Renaissance prince. He was a patron of Cellini and Raphael, and he commissioned Michelangelo to paint the Last Judgment on the east wall of the Sistine Chapel, as well as completing his work on the Medici tombs in San Lorenzo. His family had fought its way back into Florence in 1530, and the city was now ruled by Alessandro, generally believed to have been the bastard son of Lorenzo the Magnificent's grandson, Lorenzo II. Several historians, however, have suggested that he was the son of Clement himself. Now Clement, within a year of his death, achieved the only real diplomatic success of his career, a double marriage, linking the Medici with the two most powerful, yet always bitterly opposed, royal houses of Europe, the Valois and the Habsburg. The first of these was between Lorenzo II's daughter Catherine and Henry, Duke of Orleans, son of Francis I and future King Henry II of France. The second was between Alessandro and Margaret of Austria, the natural daughter of Charles V. 14 years later, his kinswoman was Queen of France. The second marriage was less successful, Alessandro being assassinated in 1537 by his distant cousin, Lorenzino. It was to officiate at the first of these that the Pope travelled to Marseille in October 1533. When he returned to Rome at the end of the year, he was already a sick man. He never recovered his health, and on the 25th of September 1534, he died. Chapter 20. The Counter-Reformation, 1534 to 1605. Alessandro Farnese, who on the 13th of October 1534 was elected as Pope Paul III, 1534 to 1549, was the senior member of the Sacred College. He was only 67, but he had not worn well. Bent almost double, with a long white beard and hobbling on a stick, he gave the impression of being at least a decade older. It comes as something of a surprise to learn that he was elected unanimously after just 2 days, and was to reign for the next 15 years. Already in 1522, at the conclave that elected Hadrian VI, he had been an early favourite, but his character assassination by Cardinal Egidio had utterly destroyed his chances. By now, however, he had distanced himself from his former life, and Egidio's objections had been forgotten. Moreover, Farnese had made meticulous plans in advance to pave the way to the papacy. Paul had been known in former days as the Petticoat Cardinal, since, according to popular belief, he owed his red hat entirely to the fact that his sister Julia had been a favourite mistress of Alexander VI. From the start, however, he made it clear that he was to be no petticoat pope. Like Julia, he was a child of the Renaissance, reared in the court of Lorenzo the Magnificent. As Egidio had been at pains to point out, although a cardinal at 25, he had since cheerfully fathered 4 children. He was equally shameless in his nepotism, raising 2 of his grandsons to the Sacred College at the ages of 16 and 14 respectively. He revived the Carnival in 1536. Rome resounded to the cheers of bullfights, horse races, and firework displays, the Vatican to the music of balls and banquets. And yet, and this is what makes Paul III one of the most interesting popes of the 16th century, he turned out to be a man of strong moral conscience and a reformer. Let us look at his worldly side first. Architecturally, his supreme achievement is the Palazzo Farnese on the Via Giulia in Rome. It provides the setting for Act II of Puccini's Tosca, and is today the French embassy. He had begun it in 1517, but such was its size and splendour that it was not completed until 1589, 40 years after his death. One of its 4 architects was Michelangelo, whom Paul also commissioned to redesign the Campidoglio, into which the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius was now moved to provide a centrepiece, and to succeed Antonio da San Gallo as architect of St. Peter's. Michelangelo worked on the new basilica for 17 years, during which he designed the Great Dome, until his death at the age of 89. Throughout that time he refused all fees. It was, he said, an offering to God. Dynastically, like all Renaissance popes, Paul III was determined to further his family fortunes. The Farnese were an old and distinguished family of condottieri, with estates around Viterbo and Lake Bolsena. But they were not aristocrats like the Orsini or the Colonna. Clearly there was room for improvement. Paul first appointed his notoriously dissolute son, Pierluigi, as Captain General of the Church. In 1535, Paul sent Pierluigi to the court of the Emperor Charles V. Pierluigi was particularly enjoined to refrain from sodomy during his stay. Next, he made Pierluigi's son, Ottavio, Duke of Camerino. Then, in 1538, he married Ottavio to Margaret of Austria, the 15-year-old widow of the assassinated Alessandro de' Medici. Finally, in 1545, he made Pierluigi Duke of Parma and Piacenza, a dynasty that was to continue for almost 2 centuries. But these artistic and dynastic considerations, important as they were, occupied relatively little of his time. Most of this was taken up by the Church and the perils that beset it. The first of these was posed by the Turks. Under their brilliant Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, they were not only steadily advancing through Central Europe, they were threatening the coasts of Italy, as well as the remaining Christian outposts in the eastern Mediterranean. If they could be defeated at all, it could only be by a concerted effort of all the Catholic nations. Somehow, therefore, those 2 arch-rivals, Francis of France and the Emperor Charles, must be reconciled. The other peril was Protestantism. It was by now far too late to eradicate it. Most of northern Europe had already been engulfed in the tide. He could concentrate only on damage limitation. The more he considered how best to contain the surge, the more convinced he became that the prime necessity was for a general council, and one that would include a strong contingent of Lutherans. Objections, inevitably, were raised on all sides. The cardinals saw any reform as a threat to their own comfortable lifestyles. The emperor, terrified that the proposed council might take so rigid a stand on doctrine as to make a compromise with his Protestant subjects impossible, preferred that it should leave aside all theological questions and confine itself to measures of reform. The Lutherans demanded a totally uncommitted meeting of all Christians, and steadfastly refused to attend any assembly that was held on Italian soil or presided over by the Pope. As for the King of France, he was only too pleased to see Charles enmeshed in religious problems, and had no wish to see them resolved. But Paul persisted, and meanwhile summoned a special commission, which he ordered to report on all the ills of the Church, and to recommend on the measures that should be taken to remedy them. It was composed of a number of cardinals, specially admitted to the Sacred College for the task. They included the devout English humanist Reginald Pole, a cousin of Henry VIII, and Gianpietro Carafa, the future Paul IV, an elderly Neapolitan who had served as papal nuncio in England, and had subsequently founded the Theatine Order. The Theatines were a reformist order, forbidden to own property or to beg. They were to play an important part in the Counter-Reformation. They observed the strictest austerity of life, and their habit was distinguished from that of the secular clergy only by their white socks. Oxford Dictionary of the Christian Church. The commissioners submitted their report in March 1537. One of our leading church historians, E. Duffy in Saints and Sinners, described it in a single word: dynamite. It listed the current abuses and laid the blame for all of them, the sale of indulgences and church benefices, the sinecures, stockpiling of bishoprics and countless others, squarely on the papacy. The result of all this had been the Protestant Reformation, and no wonder. Had the Church kept its house in order, the Reformation would never have occurred. The horrified Curia, deliberately unrepresented on the commission, did all it could to sweep the report under the carpet. But a copy was leaked, and before long a German translation was going the rounds of the Lutheran churches. Now at last, reform, serious reform, was in the air, and Pope Paul did everything he could to encourage it. He gave an enthusiastic reception to the young Filippo Neri, whose mission was concentrated in the seedy inns and whorehouses of the Roman underworld, and a few years later he accorded a similar welcome to the rather older Ignatius Loyola, a Basque who had arrived with half a dozen like-minded colleagues from Spain, grouped together in what they called the Society of Jesus. In 1540, the Pope issued a bull giving the society his official approval. The Jesuits, with no distinctive dress for their order, no fixed headquarters, and no choral prayer, were bound together by two things only: strict discipline and unconditional obedience. They were to have a checkered history, but they were the spearhead of the Counter-Reformation. Finally, the Pope had his reward. On the 13th of December 1545, the long-delayed council opened at Trent, a city recommended by the emperor because it lay safely in imperial territory. It got off to a shaky start, its first sessions being attended by only a single cardinal, 4 archbishops, and 31 bishops. But it was gradually to gather momentum, and to continue on and off for the next 18 years. It was overwhelmingly weighted in favour of the Italians, even when best attended, with more than 270 bishops. The Germans never numbered more than 13. But the important thing about the council was that in the teeth of all the opposition to it, it had actually happened. Moreover, it showed itself ready to defy the emperor and fearlessly debate the hoary old questions of doctrine, justification by faith, transubstantiation, purgatory, and many more. It was never to be more than a partial success. When it was at last dissolved, the Protestants, who understandably saw it as little more than a Roman puppet show, naturally remained unsatisfied. How could they have been anything else? Even for the Catholics, its reforms were less radical and comprehensive than many had hoped for. Not a word was said, for example, about the reform of the papacy, which was far more necessary than anything else. Owing largely to the undiminished mutual hostility of the Emperor and the King of France, Francis I was succeeded by Henry II in 1547, it sat only intermittently, often without the French contingent. It never came near to being the ecumenical council of union for the whole of Western Christianity that had been so long hoped and prayed for. It was simply the confessional council of the Counter-Reformation, with the purpose of re-Catholicizing Europe, if necessary by force. The results were all too evident. In France, no fewer than 8 civil wars against the Huguenots, more than 3,000 of whom perished in the massacre of St. Bartholomew in Paris in 1572. A war between Spain and the Netherlands that lasted for more than 80 years, and the nightmare 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, which caused untold devastation through northern Europe. But the Council nonetheless established a solid basis for the renewal of discipline and spiritual life in the Church, which emerged a good deal stronger and more focused than before. It is thanks only to the Council of Trent that the Protestant tide was eventually halted, and thanks only to the vision and determination of Pope Paul III that it was held at all. Had Pope Paul died at the end of 1545, he would probably have closed his eyes a happy man. Sadly for him, he was to live another 4 years, during which personal tragedy struck. In September 1547, the people of Piacenza rose up against his son Pierluigi and assassinated him. Then, to escape papal vengeance, they sought the emperor's protection. Charles granted it. Once Piacenza was under his guardianship, it was virtually his, and if he played his cards right, he might soon acquire Parma as well. For Paul, this was a betrayal of trust. His initial reaction was angrily to reclaim Parma as papal territory, only to find that Pierluigi's son Ottavio refused to give it up, and that his other grandson, one of his own cardinals, had taken Ottavio's side. Ottavio was beyond his jurisdiction. The cardinal was not so lucky. Summoned to the papal presence, he felt his biretta snatched from his head and hurled to the ground. But the Pope was by now in his 82nd year, and the emotion was too much for him. A few hours later, he was dead. Paul III having died in mid-November, the conclave to elect his successor was held the following winter. Despite the hardships involved, it lasted nearly 3 months. In the 15th century, conclaves had been attended only by those members of the Sacred College who formed part of the Curia, and were consequently in Rome. By the 16th, cardinals were summoned from all over Europe, although this did not mean that their colleagues necessarily waited for them. During the early stages in 1548, the dominant figure was the Englishman, Reginald Pole. On the first round, he secured 25 votes out of the 28 required. Had he been prepared to lobby in his own interest, he would probably have swept the board, but that was not his way. He made no effort to convince the xenophobe Italians, who were determined on one of their own number, and the conclave was still undecided when the French cardinals arrived. Horrified at the thought of an English pope, they accused Pole of heresy, and managed to alienate several of his supporters. Pole's principal champion, the pope's grandson, Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, proposed the magnificently Machiavellian ploy of a late-night scrutiny, during which the majority would be too sleepy or drunk to take much interest. But that was not Pole's way either. If, he said, he was to enter the Vatican, he would do so through the open door, not like a thief in the night. This conclave was probably the only one in papal history that incorporated a deliberate tease. The victim was Cardinal Ippolito d'Este, whose brother had already made a fool of himself by being caught scrambling over the roof of the Sistine Chapel in a vain attempt to eavesdrop on what was going on. The cardinal was at that moment suffering from an unfortunate condition in which his hair and beard were falling out in handfuls. The cause, as everyone knew perfectly well, was almost certainly alopecia, But he was arraigned before his fellows, who strongly hinted that the problem was due to syphilis. Indignantly, poor d'Este fell into the trap, and protested that he had led a life of exemplary chastity for more than a year. After that, he was no longer considered a serious contender. Finally, after the usual intrigues, the French and Italian factions agreed, despite the Emperor's opposition, on a relative nonentity. Giovanni Maria Ciocchi del Monte, henceforth to be known as Julius III, 1550 to 1555, was a competent canon lawyer, who had suffered grievously during the sack of Rome a quarter of a century before, and had later been co-president at the opening of the Council of Trent. He was, however, better known for his infatuation with a 17-year-old boy, somewhat inappropriately named Innocenzo, whom he had picked up in the streets of Parma 2 years before, and whom, on his accession, he instantly made a cardinal. He began as he meant to go on. Here once again was a typical Renaissance pope, shamelessly self-indulgent and nepotistic, whose banquets, it was widely whispered in Rome, tended to deteriorate into homosexual orgies after the principal guests had taken their leave. He lavished vast sums on his exquisite country villa, the Villa Giulia. The city has now grown to the point where this is a country villa no more. It now houses the National Etruscan Museum. Julius took an active interest in Michelangelo's work on St. Peter's. He appointed Palestrina as choirmaster and Magister Purorum of his personal chapel. He was, perhaps surprisingly, a staunch believer in the need for church reform. He encouraged the Jesuits, and certainly did everything he could to keep the Council of Trent firmly on the rails, and he genuinely rejoiced with the succession of Mary I to the English throne. Her country returned to the Catholic fold. But there can be no doubt that his principal object was the pursuit of pleasure. For a man notorious inter alia for his gluttony, there was a certain poetic justice in his end. His digestive system ceased to function, and on the 23rd of March, 1555, he died, effectively, of starvation. Marcello Cervini was a humanist and a scholar. He had translated Greek works into Latin, and Latin works into Italian. He had been appointed bishop of 3 successive sees, where, despite long absences, he had assiduously promoted reforms. He had been one of the 3 co-presidents of the Council of Trent, and he had reorganized the Vatican Library. When, after a short conclave in which, thanks to a stalemate between the French and imperialists, he was elected as a compromise candidate, he chose to keep his own name, and became Pope Marcellus II, 1555. He was a reformer through and through. He cut his coronation expenses to a minimum, and pared his court to the bone. Such was his horror of nepotism, that he forbade all members of his family to show their faces in Rome. Aged only 53 at the time of his coronation, he might have achieved great things. Unfortunately, after just 22 days in office, he suffered a massive stroke which killed him. Palestrina's Missa Papae Marcelli is his only lasting memorial. On his election on the 23rd of May as Pope Paul IV, 1555 to 1559, Gianpietro Carafa was 79 years old, the oldest pope of the 16th century, and by far the most terrifying. In his intolerance, his bigotry, his refusal to compromise, or even to listen to any opinions other than his own, he was a throwback to the Middle Ages. He suspended the Council of Trent, replacing it with a commission of cardinals and theologians. He introduced the Index of Forbidden Books, including on it the complete works of Erasmus. By a curious irony, another of the first books to appear on the index was a work of which Paul IV himself had been the principal author. It was the report of the committee called by Paul III to investigate the principal abuses of the Church and the areas most in need of reform, as mentioned earlier. The intention was to keep it secret, for the Pope's eyes only. After it was leaked to the Protestants, it was immediately placed on the index, in an unsuccessful attempt to keep it out of Catholic hands. Paul took a special delight in the Inquisition, never missing its weekly meeting. Finally, he opened the most savage campaign in papal history against the Jews, to the point where, in the 5 short years of his pontificate, the Jewish population of Rome was halved. Antisemitism had first manifested itself in Rome soon after Constantine the Great adopted Christianity in the 4th century, and with succeeding centuries it had grown steadily worse. But it was under Paul IV that the Jews were first rounded up into a ghetto, forbidden to trade in any commodity except food and second-hand clothing, permitted only a single synagogue in each city. In Rome, 7 were demolished, compelled to speak only Italian or Latin, and obliged to wear yellow hats in the street. The bull, Cum Nimis Absurdum of the 17th of July, 1555, which laid down these and innumerable other similar regulations, was to remain in force for the next 3 centuries. Next to the Jews, Paul IV hated the Spaniards. Coming as he did from an old Neapolitan family, this was hardly surprising, but his immoderation led him, as always, to go too far. He never forgave the Emperor Charles for concluding the Peace of Augsburg, which in 1555 pacified Germany by conceding to the Lutherans all those areas that had Lutheran rulers. 2 years later, abandoning the neutrality of his immediate predecessors, and ignoring the fact that Charles was now the principal champion of the Catholic Reformation, he allied himself with Henry II of France and declared war on Spain. The result was disaster. The Spanish Viceroy of Naples, the Duke of Alba, led an army north, and the Romans prepared for yet another siege. Fortunately for the Pope, Alba proved merciful, taking Ostia but sparing Rome itself. The Duke was generous too in the terms of the Treaty of Cave that followed, but Paul refused to be mollified. His hatred of the Habsburgs even led him to quarrel with Charles's daughter-in-law, Queen Mary I of England, who had restored her country to Catholicism. He deprived the estimable Cardinal Pole of his legateship, summoning him back to Rome to answer charges of heresy, and generally made himself so unpleasant as greatly to facilitate the efforts of Queen Elizabeth, Mary's half-sister and successor, in returning her realm to the Protestant religion. The blame for some of the Pope's actions, especially where Spain was concerned, can perhaps be laid at the door of his 2 worthless nephews, Charles, on whom he also bestowed a red hat, and Giovanni, whom he made Duke of Paliano. Both were deeply venal, but he trusted them implicitly, until some 6 months before his death, the scales at last fell from his eyes. He immediately stripped them of all their offices and honours and expelled them from Rome. But it was too late. The damage was done, and he himself never recovered from the shock. He died on the 18th of August, 1559, a broken man, and the most generally detested Pope of the 16th century. As the news was carried through Rome, the populace exploded with joy. They first attacked the headquarters of the Inquisition, smashing the building to pieces and releasing all its prisoners. Then they marched to the Pope's statue on the Capitol, tore it down, knocked its head off, and threw it into the Tiber. There followed a long conclave. For 4 months, the French and Spanish cardinals were deadlocked, and it was not until Christmas Day that the new Pope was finally elected. Giovanni Angelo Medici, he was a humble notary's son from Milan, no relation to his grand Florentine namesakes, took the name of Pius IV, 1559 to 1565, and proved as different from his alarming predecessor as any pope could possibly be. Paul, for all his faults, had been a figure of irreproachable integrity. Pius took little trouble to conceal his 3 natural children. Paul's austerity had been such that when he strode through the Vatican, sparks were said to fly from his feet. Pius was convivial and relaxed. He restarted the Council of Trent. He mended fences with the Habsburgs, opening up friendly relations with Charles's son, Philip II of Spain, and his brother, the Emperor Ferdinand I. Charles V had abdicated in 1556 and retired to the monastery of Yuste in Extremadura. He restricted the powers of the Inquisition. He cut the papal index, which had already proved itself unworkable, down to size. Paul's two dreadful nephews, one of whom, the Duke of Paliano, had his wife strangled on suspicion of adultery, personally stabbing her presumed lover, he arrested. After the wife had been proved innocent, both were executed. Not that Pius scorned a little nepotism himself, but he was a good deal luckier in his nephew. Charles Borromeo, later to be canonized, whom he created Cardinal and Archbishop of Milan, was to prove one of the greatest reformers and administrators of his day, dominating the final sessions of the Council of Trent. In Milan, his firm discipline aroused a good deal of hostility, but he worked tirelessly among the poor and the sick, notably during the terrible plague year of 1576. Nowadays, the nephew's reputation tends to overshadow that of the uncle, but Pius's own achievements were impressive enough. It was he who, through the Archbishop, guided the Council to its conclusion, who confirmed its decrees in the bull Benedictus Deus, and who was largely responsible for its acceptance throughout the Catholic world. He also began a compilation of the Catechism and a reform of the Missal and Breviary, though these were still unfinished at his death. Last but not least, he revived the Renaissance tradition, encouraging artists and scholars, founding universities and printing presses, and enriching Rome with more fine buildings, including the Porta Pia, and in the Baths of Diocletian, the Church of Santa Maria degli Angeli. Pius's principal failure was in his attempts to check the spread of Protestantism in England and France. In England, he refused to excommunicate Queen Elizabeth, in the vain hope that he could persuade her to maintain the fanatical Catholicism of Mary. Meanwhile, he sent large subsidies to the King of France for use in his struggle against the Huguenots. He was naturally disappointed when Elizabeth continued staunchly to uphold her father's Church of England, and when the strength of the Huguenots continued to grow. But before he died in December 1565, he could nevertheless look back on 6 remarkably successful years, and congratulate himself on having left the Church in a considerably better state than he had found it. But then, alas, the pendulum swung again. Archbishop Charles Borromeo, having made it clear that he was not interested in the papacy for himself, eventually recommended the formidable Cardinal Michele Ghislieri. Ghislieri had begun life as a shepherd, which was, metaphorically at least, a suitable qualification for the papacy. Later, however, Paul IV had appointed him Inquisitor General, which was not. Pius V, 1556 to 1562, one is somehow surprised that he did not take the name of Paul, was cast very much in the Carafa mould. Deeply ascetic himself, he continued as Pope to wear a hair shirt and the rough habit of a Dominican friar under his papal robes, regularly walking barefoot and bareheaded in penitential processions. He expected a similar asceticism from all those around him. In a whole series of decrees, he sought to stamp out blasphemy. Rich blasphemers were heavily fined, poor ones flogged, and ensure the proper observance of holy days and fasts. Doctors were forbidden to treat patients who had not confessed or lately received the sacraments. Sex was, as always, a particular bugbear. Finding that he could not abolish prostitution altogether, the Pope decreed that all unmarried prostitutes must be whipped, and all men found guilty of sodomy burned at the stake. He was only with difficulty persuaded not to make adultery a capital offence. As it was, no bachelor might employ a female servant. No nun might keep a male dog. Women were barred from the classical sculpture in the Vatican collections. The figures of Michelangelo's Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel were chastely overpainted. After a few months of this, the Romans were complaining that Pius wanted to turn their city into one enormous monastery. Pius had spent long years as an inquisitor, and an inquisitor, essentially, he remained. He continued his predecessor's tradition of personally attending all sessions of the Roman Inquisition, and frequently extended his visits to include the torture chamber, from which he would emerge utterly unmoved. Those found guilty of heresy, he had no hesitation in sentencing to death. The general commanding the small papal army that he sent to France to help the king in his religious war had special instructions to kill all Huguenot prisoners. With the Jews, too, he kept up Paul's policy of persecution. Outside the Roman ghetto, and another small one in Ancona, they were banned from all papal territories. Throughout his pontificate, the Pope had one overriding objective: to keep the dread infection of Lutheranism out of Italy. And in this, whatever may be said of his methods, he was remarkably successful. Across the Alps in Germany, it was true that the fighting was more or less over since the Peace of Augsburg, but more than half of Germany was now Lutheran. France was being torn in two, as were the Spanish Netherlands, where the Dutch Calvinists were steadily increasing their hold. England and Scotland were lost. Pius's excommunication and deposition of Queen Elizabeth in 1570 succeeded only in making life more difficult for her Catholic subjects. Outside Italy, only the Spain of Philip II stood firmly for the faith. Besides, Protestantism was not the only enemy. Elsewhere in the Mediterranean, Venice was forced in 1570 to cede Cyprus to the Turks. And even when in October of the following year the combined fleets of Spain, Venice, and the papacy destroyed the Ottoman navy at Lepanto, the last great naval engagement in history to be fought by oared galleys, the victory was to have no lasting effect. Only 17 years later came the defeat of the Spanish Armada, and in the following century, Crete was to go the way of Cyprus. Pope Pius V lived for just 7 months after Lepanto. He had been a dedicated reformer, and he did much to impose upon Christendom the findings and decisions of the Council of Trent. But he was too extreme, too narrow-minded, too bigoted for the good of his flock. Not, on the other hand, for his own. He is the only pope between the mildly ridiculous Celestine V, 1294, and the Holy Admirable Pius X, 1903 to 1914, to have been made, quite unaccountably, a saint. Ugo Boncompagni, who, after an unusually short conclave, now mounted the papal throne under the name of Gregory XIII, 1572 to 1585, was a 70-year-old Bolognese of still undiminished energy. Starting his career as a lecturer in canon law, he had soon found himself a leading figure at the Council of Trent. In recognition of his services there, he had received his red hat, and been sent as legate to Philip II in Spain. There he had once again distinguished himself, winning the confidence and trust of the pathologically suspicious Philip II, and on his return to Rome was generally agreed to be the obvious choice for Pope. Gregory's name is chiefly remembered today in the Gregorian calendar, which he introduced in a bull of 1582. The old Julian calendar, which dated from 46 BC, was now 10 days behind. The Gregorian, therefore, cut 10 days out of the year 1582, so that the 4th of October was followed immediately by the 15th of October. Fine-tuning was provided by making only the 4th of the final years of successive centuries a leap year. Thus, 1600 had 366 days, 1700 did not. Desirable as it was, the reform could hardly have been more ill-timed. With Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox at each other's throats, it was at first adopted only by those states in the Roman obedience. Broadly speaking, the Protestants accepted the reform at various times during the 18th century. Great Britain and her American colonies in 1752, while Russia, Greece, and the Balkan states delayed until the 20th. To Gregory, however, the calendar would have seemed of relatively minor importance. From the outset, he made it clear that the principal objective of his pontificate would be the fight against Protestantism, together with the steadfast promotion of the decrees of the Council of Trent. He would, in other words, continue the policy of his predecessor. Since he was a far more amenable and easygoing character than Pius, he was considerably more successful. It had been proved again and again at Trent that far-reaching reform was impossible without a clergy properly trained in theology and the art of disputation. So he set about building colleges and seminaries. First, he enlarged the Jesuit College in Rome, originally founded by Julius III. It now became known as the Gregorian University. The Jesuits were also entrusted with the running of the German College, which proved so effective that more colleges were built in other cities of the empire, including Vienna, Prague, and Fulda in Germany. Rome also saw the establishment of an English seminary, from which a steady stream of missionaries made their perilous way to Elizabethan and Jacobean England, where several found martyrdom. Other colleges were established for Greeks, Maronites, Armenians, and Hungarians. Had he contented himself with the intellectual and doctrinal training of the new generations of priests and missionaries, Gregory's record as pope would have been a good deal more distinguished than it was. One could wish, for example, that he had not reacted to the news of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of the Huguenots by ordering a special Te Deum to be sung, and personally attending a mass of thanksgiving at the French Church of St. Louis, or that he had not tried to persuade King Philip of Spain to launch an invasion of England from Ireland or the Netherlands, or, when these dreams collapsed, that he had not given active encouragement to a plot to assassinate Queen Elizabeth of England, the Jezebel of the North. Such an act, he had declared, would be seen as the work of God. In other enterprises, however, Gregory was more enlightened and more successful. He replaced the old legates, previously the Pope's official representatives abroad, with a new order whom he called nuncios. Normally of archiepiscopal rank, trained diplomats who were henceforth to be the chosen instruments of papal policy in every Catholic country, where they were expected to work long and hard to ensure that their master's will was done. He won over Poland for the Church, though in Russia his unfortunate nuncio to Ivan the Terrible was lucky to escape with his life. He sent Jesuit missionaries across the world, westwards to Brazil, eastwards to India, China, and even Japan. He spent vast sums on the restoration and further improvement of Rome, adorning the city with several new churches, including the tremendous Gesù, one of the most spectacular examples in Europe of the High Baroque. In 1578, his scholarly mind was fascinated by the discovery of the Roman catacombs, and he insisted that the early Christian remains that had now suddenly come to light should be subjected to proper scientific study. By this time, however, Gregory's extensive building programs and his subsidies to Catholic rulers in their struggle to hold the Protestants at bay, to say nothing of the cost of running all his colleges and foundations, were rapidly emptying the papal coffers. In an effort to remedy the situation, he had taken to claiming the reversion to himself of any property on papal territory whose occupier could not produce cast-iron evidence of his title. This practice, however, resulted only in a furious body of dispossessed landowners, who took their revenge by resorting to open brigandage. When Gregory died, aged 83, after a 13-year pontificate, he left the papacy almost penniless, and the papal state faced with near anarchy. Morale, on the other hand, was probably higher than it had been for half a century. The Roman Church was now fighting back. Given new spirit by the Council of Trent, it had launched its own counter-reformation, symbolized above all by the city itself, by the new St. Peter's, not yet altogether finished, but already hugely impressive, by the quantity of other great churches springing up on every side, by the vast numbers of seminarists of every race and nation, living proof of the sheer vitality of the revived Catholicism, the tens of thousands of pilgrims who flocked to Rome to celebrate the Jubilee year of 1575, making their solemn visits to the 7 great basilicas of the Holy City, St. Peter's, St. John Lateran, Santa Maria Maggiore, San Croce in Gerusalemme, San Paolo Fiore la Mura, San Lorenzo Fiore la Mura, and San Sebastiano Fuori la Mura, could not have failed to be impressed, encouraged, and strengthened in their faith. Pope Sixtus V, 1585 to 1590, who was elected on the 24th of April, 1585, exactly a fortnight after Gregory's death, continued where his predecessor had left off, with still greater energy and determination. As Felice Peretti, a farm worker's son from near Ancona, he had joined the Franciscans at the age of 12, and thanks to his high intelligence and brilliant gifts as a preacher, had rapidly risen through the church ranks. In 1557, Paul IV had recognized him as a kindred spirit, and sent him to Venice, first to reform the Franciscan monastery of the Frari, and then later as inquisitor. It was in this last capacity that he had seriously overstepped the mark. The Venetians were devout and conscientious Catholics, but they had always resisted papal attempts to limit their freedom of action. They were merchants. Their life was trade, and their commercial prosperity depended on good relations with Protestants and Muslims alike. They refused to allow the Pope to tell them what to do. They could not keep out the inquisitors altogether, but insisted that their own representatives should sit alongside them, and when necessary exercise a moderating influence. This arrangement had worked successfully enough until the appearance of Peretti. He, however, had tried to bully and browbeat them, and their indignation at his severity and arrogance had led to his recall. But Pius IV had characteristically reappointed him 3 years later, and Pius V had promoted him to Vicar General of his order, Grand Inquisitor, and Cardinal. Out of favour under Pope Gregory, he had languished in his villa on the Esquiline, preparing what is described by the Oxford Dictionary of Popes as a distinctly uneven edition of St. Ambrose. But with Gregory's demise, his sheer force of personality made him the obvious choice as successor. He was elected unanimously. Of all the popes of the Counter-Reformation, Sixtus V was the most alarming. Stern and inflexible, utterly ruthless, brooking no opposition to his will, he ruled Rome as the autocrat he was. The power of the Sacred College was drastically reduced. He fixed the maximum number of cardinals at 70, at which it remained for the next 400 years. He then instituted 15 separate congregations, or strictly speaking 14, since one of them, the Holy Office, was already in existence, to be concerned with every aspect of government, religious and secular alike. These too were to endure well into the 20th century. One of them was responsible for the university, another for the Vatican printing press, which in 1587 produced a copy of the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Testament. This was to be followed by a revised text of the whole Latin Bible, the Vulgate. Sixtus entrusted the task to a special committee of learned cardinals, but their progress was so slow that he eventually took it over himself. Alas, as he had already shown with St. Ambrose, textual analysis was never his strong suit. When the work finally appeared, all serious scholars were horrified. On his death, it was immediately withdrawn, and was heavily revised before being republished by Clement VIII in 1592. The Pope was a good deal more successful where church discipline was concerned. One of the principal issues that had dogged the final sessions of the Council of Trent had been the question of the divine right of bishops. Did they derive their authority through the Pope, or directly from God himself? This was not a question that many people dared to put to Sixtus V. He now laid down that every new bishop must submit himself to the Pope in Rome before taking up his appointment, and must make regular return visits to report on the state of his diocese. Within 2 years, thanks to a reign of terror, Sixtus had restored law and order throughout the papal lands. No fewer than 7,000 brigands were publicly executed. There were, we are told, more heads impaled on spikes along the Ponte Sant'Angelo than melons in the market. Meanwhile, to restore the Vatican finances, expenditure was pared to the bone. Sixtus was not a Franciscan for nothing, while food prices were rigidly controlled. New taxes were raised, new loans floated, agriculture encouraged, marshes drained, the wool and silk industries subsidized. His sale of offices, but only bureaucratic and administrative, never ecclesiastical, earned the Pope some 300,000 scudi a year. Long before his death, he had become one of the richest princes in Europe. His foreign policy, like that of his predecessors, was based on his hatred of Protestantism, as the chief obstacle to the realization of his dream of a universal Catholic Church. He promised vast subsidies to Philip II for his projected invasion of England, but after the expedition ended in catastrophe with the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, refused to pay them. The following year he let Philip down for the second time, when he relaxed his opposition to the Huguenot Henry IV, whom he had excommunicated in 1585, on Henry's agreeing to convert to Catholicism in return for the French crown. But we remember Pope Sixtus V, above all, for his building. He enabled Giacomo della Porta to complete the dome on St. Peter's. Meanwhile, his favourite architect, Domenico Fontana, designed a new Lateran palace, a new papal residence within the Vatican, and a major reconstruction of the Vatican Library. The huge Egyptian obelisk that had once stood in Nero's circus was erected in a scene of considerable drama in Bernini's great piazza. On the left bank of the Tiber, 3 lesser obelisks lent additional majesty to the squares in front of the Lateran, Santa Maria Maggiore, and Santa Maria del Popolo. Broad avenues connected the main pilgrimage churches. A superb aqueduct, the Aqua Felice, brought water to the city from Palestrina, a good 20 miles away. 2 other aqueducts made possible the hundreds of ornamental fountains that soon sprang up all over the city. Sixtus reigned for just 5 years, but it is to him more than to any other pope that we owe the full Baroque splendour of Counter-Reformation Rome. He deserved well of his city. Alas, his arrogance and choleric temper made him generally detested. Few popes since the Middle Ages had been more unpopular. When he died on the 27th of August 1590, after successive bouts of malaria, there was general rejoicing throughout the city, and his statue on the Capitol was gleefully torn down by the mob, just as Paul IV's had been 31 years before. The next 16 months saw no fewer than 3 popes in Rome. In any history of the papacy, the names of Urban VII, 1590, Gregory XIV, 1590 to 1591, and Innocent IX, 1591, may very largely be ignored. Urban was a wholly admirable churchman, and would probably have made an excellent pope. It was not his fault that on the very night after his election he was struck down by malaria. He died less than a fortnight later. He rather charmingly left his considerable personal fortune to provide dowries for impecunious Roman girls. By them, at least, he was not forgotten. Gregory, a friend of both Charles Borromeo and Filippo Neri, pious, well-meaning, but as weak as water, is chiefly remembered as a killjoy, who prohibited one of the most popular amusements of the citizens of Rome, the betting on papal elections, the duration of pontificates, and the creation of cardinals. Innocent, despite only 2 months as pope, was arguably the most effective of the 3. He forcibly opposed the still Protestant Henry IV in France, took strong measures against banditry, regulated the course of the Tiber, and did what he could to improve sanitation. A week before Christmas 1591 he fell ill, but insisted on making the traditional pilgrimage to the 7 basilicas, an act of devotion that unfortunately proved fatal. Stability returned with Ippolito Aldobrandini, the son of a distinguished Florentine barrister driven from his native city by the Medici. He took the name of Clement VIII, 1592 to 1605. In many ways, Clement personified the ideals of the Counter-Reformation. He led a deeply pious life, spending hours daily in prayer and meditation, making a daily confession, and visiting the 7 pilgrimage churches on foot 15 times a year. Unfortunately, his austerities proved too much for his health. He was a martyr to gout, and as the years went by he tended to rely more and more on his 2 nephews, Cinzio and Pietro, on both of whom, together with a 14-year-old great-nephew, he bestowed red hats. With these 2 taking much of the weight of the administration off his shoulders, he was free to devote much of his time to scholarship. In 1592, he published a corrected version of the Vulgate, hopelessly mangled by Sixtus V, together with revisions of the Pontifical, the Missal, and the Breviary. 4 years later there appeared a greatly enlarged index, including for the first time a ban on Jewish books. This reflected Clement's besetting sin, his intolerance. Throughout his pontificate he gave every encouragement to the Inquisition, which during his reign sent more than 30 heretics to the stake. They included the former Dominican Giordano Bruno, who met his death on the 17th of February 1600 in the Campo de' Fiori, where his statue still stands. Politically, Clement's most important decision, taken after long hesitation and with deep reluctance, was to recognize Henry IV as King of France. Henry, a former Huguenot, had been received into the Catholic Church in 1593, famously remarking, "Paris vaut bien une messe." Clement still remained unconvinced. It was only after the king had been crowned at Chartres the following year that he finally accepted his nuncio's advice, lifted Sixtus V's sentence of excommunication, and granted Henry his recognition. He may well have regretted doing so when, on the 13th of April 1598, Henry published his Edict of Nantes, granting extensive rights to the Huguenots, allowing them free exercise of their religion, except in certain towns, which included Paris, and civil equality with Catholics. This caused, it need hardly be said, a furious outburst from Spain, which he felt strong enough to ignore. Clement VIII died on the 5th of March, 1605. If he left the papacy stronger than he had found it, this was largely due to the elaborate Jubilee celebrations of 1600, which brought perhaps 500,000 pilgrims to Rome. The city was now at last, thanks to the 16th century popes, worthy of its position as the capital of Christendom. In the past century, the Catholic Church has sustained fearful blows. England and Scotland were now Protestant beyond redemption. In the Spanish Netherlands, the Dutch Calvinists had defied all attempts by King Philip to crush them. In Germany, the Emperor Maximilian himself was showing alarming signs of Lutheran sympathies. In France, the effects of Henry IV's conversion had been largely nullified by the Edict of Nantes. But Rome was now more magnificent than it had ever been, and the 80,000 faithful who watched, when at midnight on the 31st of December 1599, the Pope ceremonially opened the Porta Santa, the Holy Door, bore witness to the extraordinary success of the Counter-Reformation. Chapter 21. Baroque Rome, 1605 to 1700. On Pope Clement's death, the Sacred College awarded the papacy to Cardinal Alessandro de' Medici. The cardinal, who took the name of Leo XI, 1605, had been largely responsible for persuading Clement to lift the sentence of excommunication on Henry IV, and had afterwards served for 2 years as papal nuncio in France. Deeply devout and highly intelligent, he would probably have made an excellent pope, but he was already 70 years old, and reigned for just 26 days before succumbing to a sudden chill. King Henry, who had spent 300,000 scudi in securing his election, cannot have been best pleased. Leo was succeeded by a Sienese, Cardinal Camillo Borghese, who at only 52 could confidently expect a reasonably long pontificate. He was to reign for the next 16 years. Pope Paul V, 1605 to 1621, as he chose to be called, was every bit as devout as his predecessor, but not nearly as intelligent. He failed absolutely to understand that the papacy was now one of a number of European powers. It was no longer possible to uphold the ideal of absolute papal supremacy, as it had existed in the Middle Ages. Paul attempted to do so, and immediately met his match, in the Republic of Venice. The Venetians would not have dreamed of questioning their duty of doctrinal obedience. Their political independence, on the other hand, they held to be sacrosanct. Besides, the very existence of their city depended on international commerce. How could they be expected to discriminate against heretics, any more than in the past they had discriminated against the infidel. Already under Clement VIII they had scored a few victories. In the face of considerable papal pressure they had maintained their rights over the little town of Ceneda. Then in 1596, Venetian printers and booksellers had somehow managed to obtain a special concordat, allowing them to handle, under certain conditions, works included on the index. The Republic had also staunchly defended the religious freedom of foreign diplomats. When Clement reproached it in 1604 for allowing Sir Henry Wotton to import Protestant prayer books and hold Anglican services in his private chapel, Venice had sent him a firm reply. The Republic can in no wise search the baggage of the English ambassador, of whom it is known that he is living a quiet and blameless life, causing no scandal whatever. The Pope did not insist, and Sir Henry continued to perform his devotions undisturbed throughout the 14 years of his Venetian embassy. Paul V, on the other hand, was made of sterner stuff. Papal legates now sought ever more frequent audiences with the Doge, to remonstrate and protest. Why had the Senate recently prohibited the erection of any more religious buildings in the city without special license? Venice argued, in vain, that it was becoming impossible to maintain even the existing churches and monasteries, which already occupied half the area of the city. But such arguments were simply not accepted, and the papal communications began to acquire a new, menacing edge. The two parties were thus, from the very beginning of Paul's reign, set on a collision course. Venice did her best to maintain friendly relations, even going so far as to enroll the Borghese family among the ranks of her nobility. But the polite veil could not be maintained for long. The storm broke in the late summer of 1605, when two professed clerics, one of whom was subsequently found never to have taken holy orders, were denounced to the Venetian authorities, the first for persistent attempts on the honour of his niece, the second for murders, frauds, rapes, and every kind of violence against his dependents. In each case the Council of Ten ordered an immediate inquiry, and arrogated to itself the responsibility for the trial and punishment of the two offenders. Instantly the Pope went on the attack. These two prisoners, he objected, were members of the clergy, and consequently outside the Republic's jurisdiction. They must be handed over at once to the ecclesiastical authorities. All through the autumn the argument went on. Then, in December, the Pope sent two briefs to the Doge. One dealt with the question of church property, the other with the two clerics. If Venice did not forthwith annul her decrees in the first instance, and surrender her two prisoners in the second, the ban of the Church would be laid upon her. Venice, it need hardly be said, had no intention of doing either. But the time for diplomacy was past. What the Republic now needed, to present her case before the world, was an expert on canon law, who was also a theologian, a dialectician, a political philosopher, and a polemicist, who could argue with clarity and logic. The Senate did not hesitate. It sent for Paolo Sarpi. Sarpi was 53, and had been a Servite friar since the age of 14. He was renowned for his learning, which extended far beyond the field of the spirit. Indeed, the whole cast of his mind seems to have been scientific rather than theological. As an anatomist, he has been credited with the discovery of the circulation of the blood, a quarter of a century or more before Harvey. As an optician, he earned the gratitude of Galileo himself. Now, as official counsellor to the Senate, he drafted the Republic's reply. "Princes," it ran, "by divine law which no human power can abrogate, have authority to legislate on matters temporal within their jurisdictions. There is no occasion for the admonitions of your Holiness, for the matters under discussion are not spiritual, but temporal." The Pope had no patience with such arguments, which he claimed reeked of heresy. On the 16th of April, 1606, he announced at a consistory that unless Venice made full submission within 24 days, the sentence of excommunication and interdict would come into force. Venice, however, was not prepared to wait. On the 6th of May, Doge Leonardo Donà set his seal on an edict addressed to all patriarchs, archbishops, bishops, vicars, abbots, and priors throughout the territory of the Republic. In it, he made a solemn protest before Almighty God that he had striven by every means possible to bring the Pope to an understanding of the Republic's legitimate rights. Since, however, His Holiness had closed his ears and had instead issued a public monitory against all reason and against the teachings of the Holy Scriptures, the Fathers of the Church, and the sacred canons, that monitory was formally declared to be worthless. The clergy were therefore adjured to continue as before, with the care of the souls of the faithful and the celebration of the Mass. The protest ended with the prayer that God would lead the Pope to the knowledge of the vanity of his action, the wrong he had done to the Republic, and the justice of the Venetian cause. Next, the Doge, on Sarpi's advice, banished all Jesuits, who had taken a strongly papalist line from the outset, from the territory of the Republic, dismissing the papal nuncio with the words, "Monsignor, you must know that we are, every one of us, resolute and ardent to the last degree, not merely the government, but the whole nobility and people of our state. We ignore your excommunication. It is nothing to us. Think now where this resolution would lead, if our example were to be followed by others." For Pope Paul and his Curia there was now a terrible truth to be faced. The interdict had failed. The most dreaded weapon in the papal armoury, that same weapon, the very threat of which in the Middle Ages had been enough to bring kings and emperors to their knees, had lost its power. Worse, its failure had been revealed to the world. The effect on papal prestige, already incalculable, was growing with every day that this farcical sentence continued in operation. It must be lifted, and quickly. To do so would not be easy, but somehow a formula would have to be found. For some time Paul was unable even to contemplate so crushing a blow to his pride, but at last even he was obliged to agree. The French offer of mediation was accepted, and the negotiations began. Venice, advised as always by Sarpi, drove a hard bargain. She refused outright to petition for any removal of the ban. Any such request must come from the King of France. As for the two prisoners, once the ban was lifted, she would consign them to the French ambassador as a token of her regard for the king, but without prejudice to her right to judge and punish them. On no account would she readmit the Jesuits, who were to remain banned for the next half-century. Finally, thanks largely to the mediation of the irresistibly named French Cardinal François La Joyeuse, a carefully drafted decree was prepared, stating that in view of the Pope's change of heart and the lifting of the sentence, Venice would rescind her solemn protest. It contained, however, no word to suggest that she had at any time been in the wrong or regretted her actions. And so in April 1607, after almost exactly a year, the interdict was lifted. It was the last in the history of the Church. No pope would ever dare risk another, and papal authority over Catholic Europe was never quite the same again. But the end of the interdict did not mean reconciliation in any but the most formal sense. Paul V had been publicly humiliated. There were, moreover, several issues that remained unsettled, and which he had no intention of allowing to be forgotten. Foremost in his mind was a determination to be revenged on those clergy who had defied his edict, and above all on the architect of his defeat, Paolo Sarpi. Sarpi did not immediately give up his office on the resumption of relations with Rome. There was still work for him to do, and he continued to make the daily journey on foot from the Servite monastery to the Doge's palace, waving aside all suggestions that his life might be in danger. Returning to the monastery in the late afternoon of the 25th of October 1607, he was descending the steps of the San Fosca Bridge when he was set upon by assassins, who stabbed him 3 times before making their escape, leaving the knife deeply embedded in his cheekbone. Miraculously he recovered. Later, on being shown the weapon, he tested its point, and was able to pun that he recognized the style of the Roman Curia. There is no proof that he was right, but the fact that the would-be assassins who had by this time been identified, fled at once to Rome, where they flaunted themselves, fully armed, in the streets, and where no charges were ever preferred against them, suggests that the attack, if it were not actually instigated by the papal authorities, at least had not incurred their disapproval. There were to be 2 more attempts on Sarpi's life, one from within his own cloister. These 2 he survived, finally dying in his bed on the 15th of January, 1623. But papal rancour followed him beyond the grave. When the Senate proposed a monument in his honour, the papal nuncio raised violent objections, threatening that if anything of the sort occurred, the Holy Office would declare him an impenitent heretic. This time Venice gave in, and it was only in 1892 that the present, distinctly undersized bronze statue was erected in the middle of the Campo San Fosca, a few yards from the spot where he so narrowly escaped martyrdom. Paul V never recovered from the Venice affair, nor from the botched attempts on the life of Paolo Sarpi. In England, memories of the gunpowder plot, which took place only 5 months before the interdict was pronounced, were reawakened. It was a Catholic conspiracy to assassinate the king and blow up Parliament on the 5th of November, 1605. The conspirators were discovered, and the plot failed. In France, blame for the assassination of Henry IV in 1610 was laid at the papal door. All over Europe, the Pope's ultimate weakness had been revealed. He continued, however, to act according to his convictions, forever tightening church discipline, and otherwise pursuing the narrow, and by now distinctly old-fashioned, conservatism that seemed to belong more to the 16th century than to the 17th. He it was, for example, who in 1616 first took issue with Galileo for his championship of the Copernican theory that the sun, rather than the earth, was the centre of the universe. For the rest, Paul continued the Counter-Reformation tradition of the renovation of Rome, above all of St. Peter's itself. When the work on the new basilica had begun in 1506, Bramante's original plan had been that of a Greek cross. Later, Raphael had favoured that of a Latin, with an extended nave to the west, but Michelangelo had reverted to the original Greek idea. When referring to St. Peter's, which is built in defiance of the normal liturgical rules, whereby the high altar is placed at the east end, the points of the compass have to be reversed. East is west, and west is east. It was Paul V and his architect, Carlo Maderno, who, for liturgical reasons, and to cover the space occupied by the Constantinian Basilica, finally decided on the Latin alternative, adding the extension to the nave and the western facade. The Pope also gave every encouragement to his nephew, Cardinal Scipione Caffarelli, who had in gratitude changed his name to Borghese, in his building of the magnificent Villa Borghese, the first of the great Roman park villas, surely inspired by that of the Emperor Hadrian at Tivoli. Cardinal Scipione was, in a way, a throwback to Renaissance times. By the 17th century, the concept of the cardinal nephew had long since ceased to arouse comment. For a pope to appoint such a figure from his immediate family as his chief confidential adviser was by now normal practice. Where Scipione differed from the norm was in the immense wealth that he acquired through a veritable flood of benefices, and in the conspicuousness of his spending. Few popes, and not a single cardinal, had ever before shown themselves such lavish patrons of the arts. His collection was transferred to the Villa Borghese only in 1891. Before that it was housed in the Palazzo Borghese, which Pope Paul had bought in 1605, the year of his accession. But he was equally generous in his restoration of the many churches for which, as cardinal, he was responsible, in particular that of San Sebastiano Fiore Limura, one of the 7 pilgrimage basilicas, on which he worked for 7 years. While apparently giving them his wholehearted approval, Pope Paul shared none of his nephew's tastes. His own lifestyle, while in no way exaggeratedly austere, was simple and unassuming. He possessed, however, like nearly all his Counter-Reformation predecessors, that same unshakable self-confidence, that had done so much to hold the Catholic Church together through the greatest crises in its history. With virtually all Europe except Italy and the Iberian Peninsula in continuing religious turmoil, and with the ultimate outcome of the long confessional struggle still undecided, firm leadership from Rome had been essential. Fortunately, even the faults of the Counter-Reformation, the Inquisition, the Index, the over-insistence on papal supremacy, the enthusiasm of the Jesuits, and one or two other recently founded religious orders, were all manifestations of confidence rather than of cowardice. When in November 1620, just over a century after Martin Luther had posted his 95 Theses on the church door at Wittenberg, Paul V suffered a sudden stroke during the victory celebrations after the Battle of the White Mountain. It must have seemed to many that the worst was over and that the church had survived. The Battle of the White Mountain is today largely forgotten among the English-speaking peoples, but it had a huge impact in the history of Central Europe. It was a triumph for the Catholic cause, and in particular for the Emperor Ferdinand II, who had succeeded to the imperial throne the previous year. Educated and heavily influenced by the Jesuits, Ferdinand was a staunch Catholic, determined to impose religious conformity across his empire. This had not improved his popularity in Bohemia, which had been fiercely Protestant since the days of John Huss, and when on the 23rd of May, 1618, two of his representatives were thrown out of the window of the Hrachani Castle in Prague, they fell a good 50 feet, but fortunately into a pile of horse manure. He found that he had a full-scale national revolt on his hands. The following year he was officially deposed from the Bohemian throne and replaced by the Protestant Elector Palatine, Frederick V, and the national revolt had developed into what was to become the 30 Years' War, the bloodiest European cataclysm until the 20th century. Ferdinand's Catholic army, which included in its ranks the philosopher René Descartes, met Frederick's Protestants under the White Mountain, a few miles west of Prague on the 8th of November 1620. The early morning attack took the defenders by surprise. They broke and fled. Of their army of about 15,000, more than one-third were killed or captured. Among those who took flight was Frederick himself, the shortness of his reign earning him the title of the Winter King. He and his queen, Elizabeth, daughter of King James I of England, were to live the rest of their lives in exile. As for his kingdom, Bohemia, it was delivered into Habsburg, and therefore Catholic, hands, in which it was to remain for nearly 300 years. Pope Paul partially recovered from his first stroke. A second, however, occurring some 10 weeks later, finished him off. By the time of his death at the end of January 1621, he had contributed well over 500,000 florins to the Emperor and the leader of the Catholic League, Maximilian I, Elector of Bavaria. His successor, Gregory XV, 1621 to 1623, assisted by his cardinal nephew, Lodovico Ludovisi, was to bring this figure up to very nearly 2 million. Such vast subsidies enabled the Catholics to follow up their success at the White Mountain and drive back the Protestants on all fronts, to the point where Maximilian, in gratitude, presented the Pope with the entire Palatine library of recently captured Heidelberg, 50 wagon-loads of priceless volumes, to be incorporated into that of the Vatican. Gregory's pontificate lasted little over 2 years. The sequence of Catholic victories continued well into the 21-year reign of his successor, Urban VIII, 1623 to 1644, but the subsidies soon dried up. It was not that Maffeo Barberini, member of a rich merchant family long established in Florence, was any less committed to the Catholic cause, merely that the course of the hostilities took a different turn, with the appearance on the scene of a new Protestant protagonist, King Gustav II Adolf, better known to us as Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. Just why Gustav decided to enter the war remains uncertain. He was presumably concerned at the growing power of the Holy Roman Empire, and may well have cherished ambitions to increase his own economic and commercial influence around the Baltic. At all events, he invaded the empire in 1630, and immediately the pendulum swung. He consistently drove back the Catholic forces until the Protestants had regained much of the land they had lost since 1618. The successes of Gustavus Adolphus, like those of the Catholics in the previous decade, would have been impossible without heavy financial backing, and this came from what might have been thought a most unlikely source: Cardinal Richelieu, since 1624, the chief minister of King Louis XIII of France. For some time Richelieu had been worried by the growing power of the Habsburgs, who held a number of territories along the eastern border of France, including the Spanish Netherlands, and to keep this power in check, even though he himself was a member of the Sacred College, he had no hesitation in backing the Protestant cause. In return, therefore, for a Swedish promise to maintain an army in Germany to resist the Habsburgs, and for an additional undertaking that Sweden would not conclude a peace with the Emperor without French approval, he was happy to pay King Gustav an annual subsidy of 1 million livres. All would have been well for Richelieu had Gustav not been killed at the Battle of Lützen in November 1632. For 2 more years the Swedes, though deprived of their leader, continued to hold their own, but on the 6th of September 1634, an imperial army under the Emperor's son, the Archduke Ferdinand, the future Ferdinand III, destroyed their army at Nördlingen in the Danube Valley, leaving 17,000 dead and taking another 4,000 prisoner. After Nördlingen, the whole complexion of the war changed again. The Swedes were relegated to a minor role, and Richelieu took over the leadership, allying France with Sweden and declaring war on Spain in May 1635. Henceforth the protagonists on both sides were Catholics, and a war that had been begun on purely religious issues became political, no longer a contest between Catholic and Protestant, but now one between the Habsburg and Bourbon houses. Pope Urban did his best to reverse this trend. His task, as he saw it, was to reconcile the 3 great Catholic powers, France, Spain, and the Habsburgs, in order to create a united front against Protestantism. On the other hand, having served as papal nuncio in France, he was a Francophile through and through, and he was deeply suspicious of Spanish ambitions in Italy. However hard he tried, and perhaps he never tried very hard, he never managed to conceal the direction in which his natural sympathies lay. When the Gonzaga line in Mantua failed in 1624, he unhesitatingly supported the French candidate for the succession. He doubtless deplored in his heart the Franco-Swedish alliance, but despite continued pressure from Philip IV of Spain, never took any action. In fact, the situation was hopeless, and Urban knew it. Not surprisingly, he turned his attention to 2 areas in which he could make his presence felt: church administration and the fine arts. He worked hard on the revision of the breviary, providing several new hymns of his own. He codified the proper procedures for beatification and canonization, and sanctioned several new religious orders. Missionary work was another special interest. He founded the Collegio Urbano for the training of missionaries, a number of which he sent off to the Far East, and established a polyglot printing press. Where the arts were concerned, his best-known contribution, perhaps the summation of all that is most vulgarly ostentatious in Baroque Rome, was the vast baldacchino that he commissioned from Gian Lorenzo Bernini for St. Peter's, which he consecrated in 1626 to mark the tomb of St. Peter and the high altar above it. It is wholly characteristic of the time, and of Urban himself, that the 4 barley-sugar columns should have enormous bees, emblem of the Barberini, crawling up them. For not since the Renaissance had any pope so shamelessly promoted and enriched his own family. He made a brother and 2 nephews cardinals, and presented another brother and his son with enormous benefices. Altogether, the Barberini family is said to have left the papacy the poorer by some 105 million scudi. Conscience-stricken at the end of his life, he sought advice from canon lawyers and theologians on whether such expenditure had been sinful. There was still time for repentance, not, however, for compensation. Urban has also been bitterly criticized for his treatment of his friend, Galileo. Perhaps surprisingly, the popes of the Counter-Reformation had encouraged astronomy. Gregory XIII is said to have founded the Vatican Observatory, and Nicholas Copernicus had actually dedicated to Paul III his book maintaining that the Earth revolved round the Sun, rather than vice versa. Although this idea was clearly incompatible with the story of creation as told in the book of Genesis, it was some 70 years before the Church raised any objection. And when the heliocentric theory was finally condemned by Paul V in 1616, Galileo, who had been its most powerful champion, was given a personal admonition not to advocate or teach it, though he was still allowed to discuss it hypothetically. For the next few years, he occupied himself principally with other matters, and stayed well away from the controversy. As Cardinal Barberini, Pope Urban had done everything he could to protect his friend. He had a great personal admiration for Galileo, and had even written a Latin poem to celebrate his discovery of spots on the sun. When in 1632, Galileo sought his personal permission to publish his Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, Urban willingly granted it, asking only that his own views on the matter should be included in the book. And it was now that Galileo made the greatest mistake of his life. The character in the dialogue, who defends the old Aristotelian earth-centered theory, is named Simplicius, and is often made to look a fool. To put the Pope's words in the mouth of Simplicius, as Galileo did, was understandable, even logical, but it was hardly diplomatic. Urban, who had an extremely well-developed sense of his own dignity, was furious. Moreover, the whole tone of the book made it clear that it was a work of advocacy, which the Inquisition had expressly forbidden. Galileo had unnecessarily antagonized his most powerful supporter. Now he had to pay the price. In 1633 he stood trial in Rome. The result was a foregone conclusion. He was sentenced to perpetual imprisonment, later, because of his age and eminence, commuted to house arrest, and was required formally to abjure the heliocentric theory. The dialogue was banned, together with all his other works, and any that he might write in the future. The Pope even pursued him after his death. When the great man died, aged 77, on the 8th of January, 1642, the Grand Duke of Tuscany proposed to bury him in the Basilica of San Croce in Florence, next to his father, and other members of his family, and to erect a marble mausoleum in his honour. But Urban and his nephew, Cardinal Francesco Barberini, objected, and the body was eventually laid to rest in a small room at the end of a corridor. There it was to remain for almost a century, until it could be moved to the main body of the church, and a worthier sepulchre. Pope Urban VIII died just 2.5 years after Galileo, on the 29th of July, 1644. At the end of his life, encouraged by his nephews, who sniffed the possibilities of further financial gain, he had allowed himself to be dragged into a minor war with one Odoardo Farnese, Lord of Castro, a papal fief, on the grounds that Odoardo had defaulted on his debts. Odoardo fought back, having somehow found support in France and in an Italian league that included Venice, Tuscany, and Modena, and the papal army was completely crushed. For the Romans, remembering the vast sums that Urban and his family had already appropriated for themselves, this extremely expensive defeat proved the last straw. The news of the Pope's death provoked open jubilation in the streets. His successor, the 70-year-old Giambattista Pamphili, who took the name of Innocent X, 1644 to 1655, represented a violent reaction against everything Urban had stood for. He hated France, which he considered had shamelessly enriched itself at the papacy's expense, and favoured Spain, the only nation, he claimed, on which the Holy See could safely rely. Indeed, he owed his election entirely to the Spanish veto of a rival candidate. Cardinal Mazarin, who had succeeded Richelieu as Louis XIII's chief minister in 1642, had tried to veto Pamphili in his turn, but his letter had arrived too late. By this time the Emperor, together with the kings of France and Spain, had gradually established the right of veto on any candidate for the papacy of whom they disapproved. One of the Pope's first acts after his enthronement was to set up a commission of inquiry to investigate the fortunes that the Barberini had amassed, and to put their possessions under sequestration, an act that caused a degree of panic among the Barberini cardinals, one of whom took flight. The remainder, however, appealed to Mazarin, who managed to persuade Innocent to pursue the matter no further. Although a model of propriety in comparison with his predecessor when it came to nepotism, Innocent was by no means guiltless. Although there was no cardinal nephew, there were plenty of Pamphili purses to be filled, and the Pope was happy to fill them. The most dangerously powerful of his beneficiaries was his sinister sister-in-law, Donna Olympia Maidachini, a woman, in the words of a contemporary, of nauseating greed, who amassed a vast fortune, and at the same time exerted the most extraordinary power over him. There was inevitably much speculation in Rome on the precise nature of their relationship. All that was known was that the Pope consulted her on every issue and took no decisions without her approval. The state of the papal exchequer made it impossible for Innocent to attempt a building programme on the scale adopted by his predecessors. We owe him, nonetheless, the Piazza Navona, with its glorious Bernini fountain, and the Borromini's baroque transformation of the interior of St. John Lateran. Not altogether surprisingly, there also appeared a Villa Pamphili, the work of Innocent's nephew, Camillo, on the Via Aurelia to the west of the city. Innocent is best remembered, however, not by the architecture he commissioned, but by his superb portrait by Velasquez, which now hangs in the Galleria Doria Pamphili in Rome. "All too true," he is said to have commented, on seeing it for the first time. When Innocent died on New Year's Day 1655, the ensuing conclave took 3 months to elect his successor. The delay was due largely to the French, Cardinal Mazarin lodging strong objection to the most popular candidate, Fabio Chigi, Bishop of Imola. At last, however, he grudgingly withdrew his opposition, and Chigi was elected as Pope Alexander VII, 1655 to 1667. But his difficulties with Mazarin were by no means over. The cardinal could not forgive Rome for having offered a home to his arch-rival, Cardinal de Retz, who, having intrigued bitterly against him, had escaped from France the previous year. In consequence, Mazarin gave active support to the Farnese family, who were attempting to reclaim land in the Papal State, and, as a deliberate snub, refused to allow the papacy to mediate when France concluded the Peace of the Pyrenees with Spain in 1659. Mazarin died in 1661. But the young Louis XIV refused to make up the quarrel. Indeed, he exacerbated it by breaking off diplomatic relations altogether, invading the papal territories of Avignon and the Venaissin in 1662, and threatening a further invasion of the Papal State itself. Had Alexander possessed more strength and determination, he might have been able to resist the relentless pressure. Unfortunately, he did not. Quiet, scholarly, and deeply spiritual, he was designed for a gentle and contemplative life. Tough and aggressive statesmanship in the unforgiving 17th century was not for him, and so it was that he unprotestingly submitted to Louis, accepting without a murmur the humiliating conditions that the king forced on him with the Treaty of Pisa in 1664. The single event of his reign that probably gave him more pleasure than any other was the baptism of Queen Christina of Sweden. Christina, having abdicated the Swedish throne, had taken a long ceremonial route through Italy, arriving in Rome, travelling in a sedan chair specially designed by Bernini and sent out by the Pope on the 20th of December. On Christmas morning, 1655, in a magnificent ceremony in St. Peter's, Alexander personally confirmed her in the Catholic faith, with Christina taking the additional name of Alexandra in his honour. That night she formally took up residence in the Palazzo Farnese. She subsequently moved to the Palazzo Riario, built by the nephew of Sixtus IV, now the Palazzo Corsini. This was to be the home of her astonishing art collection, and also of the Arcadian Academy, intended for the study of art, literature, and philosophy, which still exists in Rome. She was to live in Rome for the next 35 years until her death, causing a good deal of trouble to Alexander and his 3 successors, but by her eccentricities of dress and behaviour, and the sheer force of her extraordinary personality, leaving a far more indelible mark upon the city than they ever did. The first two of those three successors, Giulio Rospigliosi and Emilio Altieri, both took the name of Clement. Clement IX, 1667 to 1669, who was enthroned in June 1667, reigned only 2.5 years, during which his principal achievement was to repair relations with France and, at least temporarily, settle the continuing agitation over Jansenism. This depressing doctrine, first proposed by Cornelius Jansen, a former bishop of Ypres, emphasized original sin, human depravity, predestination, and the necessity of divine grace. It had split the Church in France for most of the century. Louis XIV was determined to wipe it out, and it was at his stern request that in 1653 Innocent X had condemned 5 key propositions contained in Jansen's principal treatise, the Augustinus. Clement mended his fences too with the Venetians. Venice was at the time engaged in a desperate war with the Turks, who for the past 20 years had been laying siege to our last surviving colony in the Mediterranean, the island of Crete. Innocent X had sent out a papal squadron as early as 1645, but its admiral, Niccolò Ludovici, Prince of Piombino, had shown extreme distaste for the whole expedition and had almost immediately returned home. After that, the Pope had made all further help conditional on his being given control of Venetian bishoprics, a suggestion that the Republic had refused even to contemplate. Alexander VII had also imposed a condition: the readmission of the Jesuits, banned from Venetian territory since the 1606 interdict. This too had been rejected. Now, however, the situation was desperate, and when Pope Clement, who was determined to give the Venetians all the help he could, repeated the offer, it was accepted. The Jesuits returned, and the Pope succeeded in organizing, with the cooperation of France, Spain, and the Empire, 2 relief expeditions to the beleaguered island. Alas, it was too late. The first expedition sailed in 1668, and consisted largely of aristocratic young Frenchmen, who fought only for their own glory. In their opening battle they showed considerable courage, but when it was over, the survivors could not get out fast enough. Many of them, even then, never saw France again. They had carried the plague bacillus with them. The second, which left the following year, was also predominantly French, but sailed under the papal banner. Its story was much the same, but without the courage. Within 2 months of their arrival, the French ships had weighed anchor, and in the general despair that ensued, the few auxiliaries from the papacy, the Empire and the Knights of Malta, likewise set their sails for the west. The Venetians, left alone, could fight no longer, and on the 6th of September 1669, their Captain-General, Francesco Morosini, surrendered. By this time Pope Clement's health was already giving cause for concern. Soon after hearing the news from Crete, he suffered a serious stroke, and on the 9th of December he died. His successor, Emilio Altieri, or Clement X, 1670 to 1676, elected after a 5-month conclave, because France and Spain determinedly vetoed each other's candidates, was already in his 80th year, and was hopelessly ineffectual. In the absence of a true cardinal nephew, he bestowed the role on Cardinal Paluzzi degli Albertoni, whose nephew had married the Pope's niece, requiring him to adopt the name of Altieri. This proved a grave mistake. The cardinal immediately took over the entire administration, accumulating vast wealth on behalf of himself and his family, and Clement's reputation in Rome suffered accordingly. Such personal influence as the Pope was able to exert was largely confined to the diplomatic field. Since the fall of Crete, the Turkish threat loomed larger than ever. The Sultan had now turned his attention to Poland, the largest state in Europe, and both Clement and Cardinal Benedetto Odescalchi, soon to succeed him as Innocent XI, sent heavy financial subsidies to the Polish general, John Sobieski, who was able to inflict a crushing defeat on an Ottoman army at Chocim on the Dniester River in November 1673, and was elected King of Poland 6 months later. In his dealings with Louis XIV of France, however, Clement was less successful. As he grew older and more powerful, Louis adopted an increasingly bullying attitude, claiming royal control over French episcopal appointments and the revenues of bishoprics that had been allowed to fall vacant, the regale. During an audience in 1675, the French ambassador, himself a cardinal, actually laid hands on the 85-year-old Pope, pushing him back into his chair when he tried to rise. It was only with the succession of Innocent XI, 1676 to 1689, the following year, that the papacy began to assert itself. A man of total integrity, and by far the greatest pope of the 17th century, Innocent publicly warned Louis to press no longer for further extension of his royal privileges. Such conduct, he pointed out, was an offence to God, who might well punish him by depriving him of heirs to the throne. God very nearly did. Louis was to be succeeded by his great-grandson. The result was an open breach between Paris and Rome. In March 1682, an assembly of the French clergy formally adopted what were known as the Four Gallican Articles, which denied the Pope any temporal authority, asserted the superiority of general councils, and reaffirmed the ancient rights and liberties of the Gallican Church. A month later, Innocent predictably rejected these articles, and refused to ratify the appointments of any French bishops until the matter was settled. By January 1685, no fewer than 35 French bishoprics were vacant. 9 months later, the king, whose treatment of his Huguenot subjects had been growing steadily more repressive, revoked the Edict of Nantes, by which Henry IV had granted them extensive privileges almost 100 years before. But if he thought thereby to regain the Pope's favour, he was disappointed. Innocent publicly condemned the violence of what now amounted to an out-and-out religious persecution. King and Pope were also at loggerheads over the all-important issue of resistance to the Turks, who never relaxed their pressure on Christian Europe. Innocent had worked hard to unite the Emperor Leopold I and John Sobieski, now King of Poland, in a holy league against them, and it was thanks only to this that an Ottoman army had been driven back from Vienna in 1683. King Louis, however, would have none of it. The Emperor, he well knew, suffered from Turkish pressure far more than he did, and he was only too happy that it should continue. Thus it was that throughout Innocent's pontificate, Franco-papal relations steadily deteriorated. In 1687, the Pope refused to receive the new French ambassador. In January 1688, he excommunicated Louis and all his ministers, and the same year he rejected the king's nominee for the archbishopric and electorship of Cologne, adopting instead the candidate proposed by Leopold. In September, the French once again occupied the papal enclave of Avignon and the Venaissin. But if Innocent failed to bring King Louis to heel, he at least showed him, as his predecessors never had, that the papacy was still a force to be reckoned with. And even without Louis's support, he continued his campaign against the Turks, recruiting to his Holy League both Venice and Russia, thus enabling the League to turn the Ottoman tide, liberating Hungary in 1686 and Belgrade the following year. There has long existed a somewhat surprising theory, according to which Pope Innocent secretly encouraged and supported the plans of the Protestant William of Orange to supplant the Catholic James II on the English throne. Despite James's attempts to bring England back into the Catholic fold, Innocent deeply distrusted him. He was too close to Louis, for one thing, and far too aggressive and confrontational for another. Certainly the Pope never gave him any support, and he was probably neither surprised nor especially concerned when William ousted him. Still, no serious evidence for this theory has ever been adduced, and the idea can almost certainly be discounted. Innocent died on the 12th of August, 1689. In his lifetime he had not been particularly popular among his flock. Utterly incorruptible, stern and uncompromising, he had lived austerely and parsimoniously. Having inherited a debt of 500,000 scudi, he had little choice, and avoiding the faintest breath of nepotism himself, had done all he could to persuade his cardinals to follow his example. After his death, however, his many outstanding qualities gradually came to be recognized, and it was only a quarter of a century before Pope Clement XI began the process of canonization. But French memories were long, and French influence in Rome had lost none of its power. In 1744, at the insistence of Louis XV, the process was suspended. Only in the mid-20th century, under Pius XII, did the wheels begin to turn again. Innocent is now, at last, beatified, but sainthood is not yet his. Innocent XI was 78 when he died. Alexander VIII, 1689 to 1691, was 79 when he succeeded him. The conclave by which Cardinal Pietro Ottoboni was chosen was the first to be attended by official ambassadors of both the Emperor and the King of France. But even before these had arrived, the cardinals were virtually agreed on their choice. Needless to say, the French representative had initially protested. Ottoboni had after all been the right-hand man of Pope Innocent, who had appointed him Grand Inquisitor of Rome and Secretary of the Holy Office. But in the preliminary discussions, the cardinal gave his assurances that Franco-papal relations would be his first priority, and the objections were withdrawn. The new pope had already been a cardinal for 37 years. He was a Venetian, the first Venetian pope for 2 centuries. Blameless in his personal life, he was a fine scholar, possessed of one of the largest private libraries in Italy. In marked contrast to his predecessor, he was warm, generous, and endlessly charming to young and old alike. Alexander carried his years well. His mind remained as alert as ever it had been. And he cheered Rome up. He made frequent public appearances, driving informally through the city. He used to say that his 23rd hour had already struck, so he had to work fast. Back came the lavish spending and extravagance. The manifestations that marked his enthronement were, according to an eyewitness, the most beautiful scene in our lifetime. Back, too, came the carnival and public performances of operas, one of which, Colombo, had come from the pen of Cardinal Pietro Ottoboni himself. Back, finally, came the old nepotism. On his accession, Alexander had appointed to the post of cardinal nephew his 21-year-old grandnephew, Pietro, making his nephew, Giambattista, Secretary of State. Both were loaded with rich benefices. As more members of his family hastened down from Venice, they too were appointed to highly lucrative posts. Nor was the Republic itself forgotten. Venice was at that time engaged in an ambitious campaign to drive the Turks from the Peloponnese, led by that same Francesco Morosini, who had been Captain General in Crete, and was now himself Doge. Alexander threw himself behind it with enthusiasm, sending a large subsidy, together with a number of galleys and a force of 1,500 fighting men. In April 1690, he even went so far as to send Morosini a hat and a sword, blessed by himself. From the beginning of his pontificate, however, he never forgot that his primary concern must be to improve relations with France. Fortunately, Louis XIV, whose position had been much weakened by the glorious revolution in England and the deposition of James II, was in a receptive mood. He willingly restored Avignon and the Venaissin to papal hands, and raised no objection when the Pope put an end to the rights of asylum and immunity from taxes claimed by foreign embassies in Rome. In return, and despite vociferous protests from the Emperor, Alexander raised to the cardinalate Toussaint de Faubin-Janson, Bishop of Beauvais, for whose elevation Louis had been pressing for years. Faubin had been a signatory to the Assembly of 1682, in consequence of which Innocent XI had repeatedly refused to consider him. But to Alexander, in the improved atmosphere of conciliation, his red hat was a small price to pay. Despite these minor concessions, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. The Pope absolutely refused to ratify the appointment of any French bishops unless they formally renounced and repudiated the Gallican Articles, which Louis on his side was determined to uphold. In vain did Alexander write personally and privately to the king, and even to Madame de Maintenon, to whom Louis was now secretly married, and who was said to exercise considerable influence over him. The replies he received dashed his hopes, such as they were, to the ground. Ruefully, he had to accept that all his efforts at a reconciliation with the French king had come to nothing, and had succeeded only in seriously damaging the good relations he had previously enjoyed with the emperor. With Leopold, the elevation of Cardinal Forbin still rankled, the more so since none of his own nominees had been similarly promoted. He resented, too, the impressive sums that the Pope had sent to Venice for her Peloponnesian campaign, which had resulted in much reduced subsidies for his own struggle against the Turks. But Pope Alexander probably cared little for the emperor's feelings. As late as mid-November 1690, he appointed 2 more cardinals. Neither was an imperial nominee. Both were related to his nephews. At this time Alexander was still in excellent health, but in January 1691 he developed a severe inflammation of the leg, which rapidly became gangrenous. On the 29th he summoned to his bedside the 12 cardinals who had been involved in the dispute with France, and delivered to them a brief, declaring that the declaration of 1682, upholding the Gallican Articles, was legally null and void. It was his parting shot. 3 days later, he was dead. The ensuing conclave continued for more than 5 months, the longest since 1305. It would probably have lasted even longer had it not been for the summer heat, exceptional even by Roman standards, which raised the temperature in the Sistine Chapel to intolerable levels. The delay was largely due to King Louis, who strongly supported the Venetian cardinal Gregorio Barbarigo, but the French finally gave way, and the vote was cast for the 76-year-old Archbishop of Naples, Antonio Pignatelli, henceforth to be known as Innocent XII, 1691 to 1700. A Neapolitan aristocrat born in the Basilicata, he was the last pope from southern Italy, and incidentally the last to grow a beard. Having assumed the name of his indirect predecessor, he also took him as his model, with the difference that whereas Innocent XI had been stern and unapproachable, Innocent XII held regular public and private audiences, talking easily and freely with all classes. Nepotism he hated. He refused to confirm the nephews of Alexander VIII in their posts, and by means of a bull, Romanum Decit Pontificem, of the 22nd of June 1692, decreed that all relatives of the reigning pontiff should be forbidden to accept estates, offices, or revenues. If a member of a pope's family was admitted to the Sacred College, it must be on grounds of merit alone, and his annual revenues were not to exceed 12,000 scudi. This bull was to be sworn to at every future conclave, by all the cardinals, and by the Pope himself. It made a widespread impression throughout the Catholic world, and effectively marks the end of nepotism in the Holy See. Careful investigation has revealed that the nephews of Paul V had received 260,000 scudi, those of Urban VIII, 1,700,000, those of Innocent X, 1,400,000, those of Alexander VII, 900,000, those of Clement X, 1,200,000, and those of Alexander VIII, 700,000, from the apostolic camera alone. On top of this, there was the considerable income derived from various vacant offices. Innocent maintained that his nephews were the poor. After the welfare of the Church, they were always his principal concern. In 1692, he converted the old Lateran Palace into a hostel for no fewer than 5,000 homeless unemployed, and in 1693 took over the Ospizio, hospice, di San Michele on the Rippa Grandi, a boys' orphanage founded by the family of Innocent XI, commissioning the architect Carlo Fontana to remodel it so that it should accommodate 300 orphans instead of the original 30. These 2 buildings, combined with Sixtus V's hospice and with another asylum for foundlings, now formed a united apostolic hospice, which the Pope placed under the care of 3 cardinals, and which was henceforth so near his heart as to arouse complaints that he often forgot everything else. As Innocent's favourite architect, Fontana was given many other commissions during his pontificate. The most ambitious was to complete and enlarge the Palazzo di Montecitorio, which Bernini had begun 45 years before on the orders of Innocent X, and to use it as a vast Palais de Justice, finally bringing all Rome's various tribunals and courts of law under one roof. The work was never carried out as originally planned. The expense would have been astronomical. But the building, as we see it today, remains one of the city's most magnificent examples of the high Baroque. Since 1871, it has been the seat of the Italian Chamber of Deputies. In St. Peter's, Fontana also designed the baptistry, and the monument to Queen Christina in the right-hand aisle. The huge porphyry font within the baptistry is said originally to have come from the mausoleum of Hadrian, and later to have adorned the tomb of the Holy Roman Emperor, Otto II. Another long-standing abuse against which Innocent took firm action was the sale of church offices. Here he had to face a good deal of opposition, since the practice was highly profitable. But he offset the loss by cutting his own expenses to the bone. He then turned his attention to the harbours of Civitavecchia and Nettuno, both of which were greatly enlarged in order to increase the corn trade. Civitavecchia he also made a free port, endowing it with a magnificent new aqueduct, and in May 1696 even paying the city a personal visit, being the first pope for more than a century to do so. The Pope's greatest diplomatic achievement was to end the 50-year deadlock between Louis XIV and the Holy See. First, he ratified the appointments of all the bishops nominated by the king who had not taken part in the 1682 assembly, that which had adopted the 4 Gallican Articles. In return, Louis revoked the declaration of the French clergy, by which the bishops had been obliged to subscribe to the Articles, and the bishops formally retracted their signatures. It was, on the whole, a satisfactory accommodation, of which the only serious drawback was that the Articles themselves were left intact. The French Church was largely to ignore Vatican authority until the Revolution and beyond. Inevitably, too, this burying of the hatchet aroused imperial suspicions. Innocent had done his best to improve relations with the Emperor Leopold, just as he had with King Louis, and had sent him 80,000 scudi for his struggle against the Turks. But the unconcealed hostility and arrogance of successive imperial ambassadors in Rome seemed expressly designed to provoke conflict. Moreover, the bitter war that was raging between the French and the Empire made it impossible to be friends with both. The Holy See was not represented at the peace talks that led to the Treaty of Ryswick in September 1697, but somehow managed to arrange for the inclusion of a clause that the Roman Catholic faith should be preserved intact in all countries that were subjected to Protestant rule by the terms of the treaty. The treaty settled the 9 Years' War, which had pitted France against the Grand Alliance of the Empire, England, Spain, and the United Provinces, Netherlands. At the beginning of November 1699, the 84-year-old Pope fell dangerously ill. He never properly recovered, but somehow found the strength to celebrate the holy year of 1700 with public appearances, blessing the thousands of pilgrims from the balcony of the Quirinal Palace, and even visiting the principal churches. The Quirinal was the principal residence of the popes from Clement VIII until 1870, Pius IX. Then, on the 1st of August, he suffered a serious relapse. He lingered for another 8 weeks, dying in the early hours of the 27th of September. In the 9 years of his pontificate, he had achieved much. The end of nepotism, reconciliation with France. He may even have decided the whole future of Spain. Despite his differences with Louis XIV, he certainly advised the childless Spanish king, Charles II, to nominate as his heir Louis XIV's grandson, Philip, Duke of Anjou, rather than the Emperor Leopold's younger son, Charles. On the 3rd of October 1700, just a week after Innocent's death, Charles II changed his will accordingly, dying himself a month later. Although he never knew it, Innocent XII was to have one further claim to fame. After some 170 years in his grave, he was to enter the canons of English literature. Readers, if such there be, of Robert Browning's The Ring and the Book will recognize him as one of the 12 narrators in whose words the interminable story is told. It does not improve his reputation. Fortunately, his reputation does not need improving. Chapter 22. The Age of Reason, 1700 to 1748. The 17th century had closed with 2 very old men occupying the throne of St. Peter. The 18th began with a very young one. Gianfrancesco Albani was only 51, when, after long hesitation, he accepted his election as Pope Clement XI, 1700 to 1721. A cardinal since 1690, he had enjoyed considerable influence under his 2 predecessors, and had actually drafted Innocent's bull prohibiting nepotism. Thanks to his intelligence, scholarship, and gifts as an orator, he had long been considered papabile. Yet, curiously enough, he had been ordained a priest only 2 months before his election. The deathbed decision of Charles II of Spain to name Philip of Anjou as his successor had, not surprisingly, an explosive effect. For Charles had been the last male descendant of the Emperor Charles V, and the Spanish crown was now coveted, and indeed claimed, by the 2 mightiest dynasties of Europe. Philip III of Spain, who reigned from 1578 to 1621, had 2 daughters. The elder, Anne, had been married off to Louis XIII of France, the younger, Maria, to the Emperor Ferdinand III of Austria. Anne had in due course given birth to the future Louis XIV, Maria to the Emperor Leopold I. In the fullness of time, Leopold had married Charles II's younger sister, Margaret, and their small grandson, Joseph Ferdinand, was consequently the Habsburg claimant. Already, the scene seemed set for a struggle. When in 1698 King Charles made a will confirming Joseph Ferdinand as his heir, the matter might have been thought to be settled. But in February 1699, the young prince unexpectedly died. His sudden death was attributed, rather unconvincingly, to smallpox. There were many, among them the boy's own father, who suspected poison, and did not hesitate to say so. In any event, it was Leopold's younger son, the Archduke Charles, who now claimed the Spanish throne on behalf of the Empire. Like Innocent before him, Clement favoured Philip of Anjou as the next king of Spain. Philip's grandfather, Louis XIV, might have his faults, but he was unquestionably the most powerful existing champion of Roman Catholicism. Moreover, where papal territory in Italy was concerned, the Spanish record was abysmal. It was clear to Clement that the papal lands would be far safer if a Frenchman, rather than a Spaniard, were in control of Spanish-held Naples, Milan, and Sicily. But he could hardly expect the Emperor Leopold to agree with him, and nor indeed could King Louis, who lost no time in packing off the young claimant to Madrid to assume his throne without delay, in the company of a bevy of French officials, prepared to take over all the key posts of government. What Louis could not have known was how long and how desperate the ensuing war would be, or what a price he would have to pay for his grandson's crown. And so it was that in February 1701, less than 3 months after Pope Clement's enthronement, Philip of Anjou was welcomed in Madrid as King Philip V of Spain, while almost simultaneously French troops occupied the Spanish Netherlands. Almost before anyone knew it, Europe had been swept up in the War of the Spanish Succession. The Emperor Leopold, too, was moving fast. If Spain were to pass from the hands of the weakest monarch in Europe into those of the strongest, what chance was there that trade would be allowed to continue? Just as the Pope had feared, Leopold was determined to seize all Spanish territories in Italy, beginning with Milan, to prevent them falling into French hands. He found his allies in England and Holland. These 2 maritime countries were both carrying on an immensely profitable trade with Spain. There were several English and Dutch merchants, permanently resident in Cadiz and other Spanish ports. Through much of the 17th century, the 2 had been at loggerheads. Now, however, they shared with the Emperor a common concern, to keep out the French, and so the Grand Alliance was born. As for Pope Clement, everyone knew of his pro-French sympathies. He had actually sent a letter of congratulation to King Philip in Madrid, so it came as no surprise when his offer to mediate was ignored. On the outbreak of war, he did his best to take a neutral stand, though this was by no means easy when both Leopold and Philip demanded to be invested with Naples and Sicily, in which Philip had already been proclaimed without opposition. If we are to believe the Venetian ambassador, the Pope feared the power, the boldness and the pride of the Habsburgs, and the frivolity, presumption and violence of the Bourbons, to say nothing of their Gallican ideas. His greatest weakness had always been indecision. Now he vacillated, desperately trying to gain time, and thus successfully antagonizing both parties. And inevitably the peninsula became once again a battleground. First the French swept in and captured Milan. Then, in 1706, the Empire's brilliant general, Prince Eugene of Savoy, drove them out of northern Italy. A year later, the Austrian troops of Leopold's successor, Joseph I, invaded papal territory and took possession of Naples, threatening Rome itself. The Pope, who had no army worthy of the name, was forced to accept Joseph's terms, recognizing both his capture of Naples and the claim of his younger brother, the Archduke Charles, to the throne of Spain, which led, of course, to a serious worsening of papal-Spanish relations. Then, on the 17th of April, 1711, Joseph died in Vienna at the age of only 33. This time it was definitely smallpox, and the whole European political scene was once again transformed overnight. In his 6-year reign, Joseph had enthusiastically espoused Charles's claims to Spain. But Charles was now not just a Spanish claimant. He was his brother's obvious successor on the imperial throne. The Grand Alliance had been formed to prevent a single family, the Bourbons, from becoming too powerful. If Charles were to succeed to the empire, as indeed he did, being elected the following year, the Habsburgs threatened to become more powerful still, with all their dominions once more united, as in the days of Charles's great-great-great-great-uncle, Charles V. Inevitably, many months were to pass before the European powers were able to come to terms with the new situation. It was not until New Year's Day 1712 that negotiations began between the Allies and France in the Dutch city of Utrecht. What is generally known as the Treaty of Utrecht was in fact a whole series of treaties, in which, after a European upheaval that had lasted 11 years, France and Spain attempted once again to regulate their relations with their neighbours. Pope Clement, as usual, found himself disregarded. Charles surrendered his Spanish claims to Philip and was granted Milan and Naples. France and Spain both formally recognized Duke Victor Amadeus II of Savoy, who happened to be King Philip's father-in-law, as King of Sicily. In 1720 he was obliged to surrender Sicily to the Emperor, receiving in exchange the comparatively unimportant island of Sardinia. From then until 1861, when his distant cousin Victor Emmanuel II became the first king of a united Italy, he and his successors were also known as Kings of Sardinia, though they continued to reign from their ancestral capital of Turin. On none of these occasions was the Pope consulted. Even the old papal fiefs of Parma and Piacenza were disposed of without his consent. The political and diplomatic prestige of the Holy See was indeed in sorrowful decline. Only in doctrinal matters was the Pope still listened to, up at least to a point. Here his principal headache was caused by Jansenism in France. By this time it had been causing trouble for well over half a century, defying all Louis XIV's efforts to stamp it out. It had recently flared up again, when 40 doctors of the Sorbonne had ruled that it was permissible for Catholics to listen to a condemnation of Jansenism in respectful silence. This roused the king to a new fury. He now demanded that Pope Clement, who had already rebuked the doctors, publish a bull declaring that passive acquiescence was not enough. The abominable doctrine must be actively and positively denounced whenever and wherever it should raise its head. Clement did so, but with consequences very different from those he had expected. There was an immediate outcry in France, spreading far beyond Jansenist circles, and spearheaded by that most aristocratic of churchmen, Cardinal Louis-Antoine de Noailles, Archbishop of Paris. Louis, angrier than ever, insisted on yet another bull, which would be nothing less than an out-and-out condemnation of Jansenism. Once again the Pope did as he was bid, with the celebrated bull Unigenitus, which condemned 101 propositions taken from a recent and hugely popular publication by a leading Jansenist named Pasquier-Quesnel, Moral Reflections on the Gospels. But Noailles, together with 15 bishops, categorically refused to accept it. Gallicanism, it will be seen, was far from dead, and the stalemate continued until the king's death in 1715. As Louis XV, his great-grandson and heir, was only 5 years old, the regency was entrusted to Philip, Duke of Orleans. The Duke took no interest in religion. He wished only to be rid of the whole problem once and for all. He forbade any further discussion of the controversial bull and left it to the Pope to find a solution. Clement responded with a third bull, upholding Unigenitus and excommunicating all those who disobeyed it. This too was widely condemned, not only by de Noailles, but by several bishops, the French Parlement and the Sorbonne. It was naturally upheld by the regent, but still the dispute went on, doing more and more to destroy the rapidly waning prestige of the papacy in France, and it was still raging when the Pope died after a long illness on the 19th of March, 1721. He was 71, and had been in office for 20 years, during which Rome had suffered 2 catastrophic floods, and in early 1703, a hurricane so furious that the church bells rang of their own accord. This had been followed by a whole series of earthquakes, one of which accounted for 3 arches on the second tier of the Colosseum. Clement XI was a man of many virtues. He was deeply devout, hard-working, incorruptible, and a generous patron of the arts. His besetting fault was indecision. He lacked the instinctive political sense that guides a natural leader, and was consequently unable to impose his prestige, let alone his will, upon his foreign flock. He had been genuinely reluctant to accept his elevation to the papacy, and he never deluded himself that he had been a success. Some months before his death, he dictated his epitaph to his nephew, Cardinal Annibale Albani. It read, "Clement XI, Pope, once a chaplain, then a canon of this basilica, died on, after a pontificate of years. Pray for him." As the 18th century continued, it gradually became clear that the papacy had a new enemy with which to contend, an enemy a good deal more insidious than the doctrinal differences that had plagued Christendom for well over a millennium. For this was the age of reason. For many churchmen, even heretics were preferable to skeptics, agnostics. There were still relatively few who dared call themselves atheists or anticlericals. In the face of this new intellectual climate, it is not easy to see what measures the Holy See could have taken. What is clear, however, is that they did not take them. The first 2 successors of Clement XI were pious enough. They had both renounced dukedoms for the sake of the Church, but neither reigned for long. Innocent XIII, already a sick man and enormously fat, lasted less than 3 years, 1721 to 1724. Benedict XIII, less than 6, 1724 to 1730, and neither made much impact in Rome. Innocent, it is true, had some success in resolving tensions abroad. In 1721, he endeared himself to Louis XV by raising his dissolute and debauched chief minister, the Abbé Guillaume Dubois, to the cardinalate, and the following year he invested the Emperor Charles VI with Naples and Sicily, something that Clement IX had always refused to do. When Innocent's successor, Benedict XIII, was elected, much against his will on the 29th of May, 1724, he was already 76, and in his dotage. Apart from forbidding the clergy to wear wigs, he refused to act as pope, and dealt with Charles, Louis, and Philip of Spain simply by ignoring them. Meanwhile, he lived the life of a simple parish priest, sleeping in a small whitewashed room on the top floor of the Quirinal. He subsequently moved to the Vatican, hearing confessions, visiting the sick, and giving religious instruction. Several times a week he waited on 13 paupers at table. Most of the papal business he entrusted to a certain Niccolò Coscia, whom he had known when Archbishop of Benevento, and whom in 1725 he promoted in the face of heavy opposition to the Sacred College. He could hardly have made a more disastrous choice. Coscia was a scoundrel, deeply corrupt, who thought only of his own self-enrichment, selling off church offices, accepting bribes, filling the curia with his own Beneventan cronies, and leaving the papal treasury bare. Meanwhile, Benedict accepted all his recommendations without question, and would not have a word said against him. Nepotism had been formally abolished by Clement XI, but now the Church, in the words of a recent historian, had all the evils of nepotism without the nephews. It was somehow typical of Benedict that when he did show firmness, he usually did so on the wrong occasion and at the wrong time. A good example of this tendency was provided when John V of Portugal claimed the right, enjoyed by several other courts, of proposing candidates for the Sacred College. When the Pope refused, John broke off diplomatic relations, recalled all Portuguese residents in papal territory, forbade all communication with the Curia, and even tried to prevent the sending of arms, ALMS, from Portugal to Rome. Thanks to the greed of Niccolò Coscia and the childish gullibility of his master, the Holy See suffered grievously, not only in terms of its finances, but also in its political prestige. The Pope was too old to learn the arts of statesmanship and good government, and too innocent to see the corruption and duplicity of those in whom he put his trust. He died more of old age than anything else on the 21st of February 1730, not a moment too soon. But the moment Benedict had been lowered safely into his grave, the Roman populace exploded in rage. Despite everything, they had loved the old man, just as they had detested Coscia and his Beneventans. Coscia himself, who had been living in the Vatican in far greater comfort and grandeur than the Pope himself, escaped without being recognized. He was carried out on a stretcher, and took refuge with his friend, the Marchese Abati, in his house on the Corso. But he was tracked down soon enough. The house was surrounded, and narrowly escaped complete devastation. Soon afterwards the unspeakable cardinal was arrested and put on trial. He managed to draw out the proceedings for a considerable time, but in April 1733 was sentenced to excommunication, 10 years' imprisonment in the Castel Sant'Angelo, and a fine of 100,000 scudi. It was one of the harshest judgments ever given against a member of the Sacred College, but not a word was raised in objection. The doddering old Benedict XIII was succeeded by a man only 3 years younger. Pope Clement XII, 1730 to 1740, was a wealthy Florentine, already 79, and, like so many of his predecessors, in constant pain from gout. So many, indeed, that one finds oneself wondering whether gout in those days was not a portmanteau word, covering rheumatism, arthritis, and probably a good many other diseases as well. He was an intellectual and a scholar, who in former days, as Cardinal Lorenzo Corsini, had maintained a distinguished salon in the Palazzo Pamphili on Piazza Navona. But within 2 years of his accession, he had become so blind that he could sign papers only if his hand were placed on the spot where his signature was required. And by August 1736, the imperial ambassador, Count Harrach, was writing, "He has almost completely lost the wonderful memory he once possessed, and his colour is so pale that there is reason to fear his demise at the turn of the season." On the other hand, Pope Clement had lost none of his youthful energy, and he was by no means ineffectual. He acted with firmness and promptitude against Coscia. In a determined attempt to rescue the papal finances, he revived the state lotteries, which Benedict XIII had forbidden, and approved the issue of paper money. He also created a free port at Ancona, and cancelled some of the more excessive examples of Benedict's generosity. But although all these measures proved moderately beneficial, they failed to diminish appreciably the burden of debt. Moreover, as the economy of the papacy continued to decline, so too did its international prestige. When Duke Antonio Francesco Farnese of Parma and Piacenza died in 1731 without male issue, and Charles VI once again asserted his suzerainty over the duchy, Clement's protests were simply ignored. He was similarly powerless a year later when it was transferred to Don Carlos of Spain, son of Philip V and his formidable Italian queen, Elizabeth Farnese. Elizabeth claimed it as of right, the duchy having been in Farnese hands since its creation in 1545, as a fief for Paul III's illegitimate son, Pierluigi. In 1732, Don Carlos, who, thanks to his mother, was far more of an Italian than a Spaniard, was formally installed as Duke of Parma and Grand Prince of Tuscany. Later the same year, the papal nuncio was expelled from Venice. In 1733, the French blockaded Avignon, which was still under papal control. In the spring of 1734, the Pope watched with impotent anxiety while Don Carlos, backed by Louis XV, marched south through the Papal States and made his triumphal entry into Naples. And by the late autumn, despite some resistance from the citadels of Messina, Trapani, and Syracuse, he had effectively taken over Sicily as well. In 1735, the prince resigned Parma to the Empire, in exchange for recognition as King of Naples, and in 1736, Spain and Naples both broke off diplomatic relations with the Holy See. To restore them, Clement was obliged to invest Don Carlos unconditionally with the Kingdom of Naples. Meanwhile, the Pope's health was giving increasing cause for concern, his misery now increased by a painful hernia and bladder trouble. On the 28th of January 1740, he asked to be given the last rites, and on the 6th of February, he died in his 88th year. Considering his sufferings, his energy almost to the end had been astonishing, and if so many of his diplomatic initiatives failed, he can hardly be held responsible. The times were against him. Thanks to his family's wealth and the profits from his lotteries, he left Rome richer and more beautiful than he found it, building a museum of antique sculptures on the Capitol, the first public museum of antiquities in Europe, providing St. John Lateran with a new facade, and the superb Corsini Chapel, both by Alessandro Galilei, laying out the Piazza di Trevi, and commissioning from Nicola Salvi the glorious Trevi Fountain. Begun in 1732, the fountain was completed after 1751 by Giuseppe Panini, and inaugurated in 1762 by Clement XIII. He also enlarged and greatly enriched the Vatican Library, presenting it with some 200 Etruscan vases and more than 300 antique medals. It was, for an octogenarian, an impressive record. The conclave that followed the death of Clement XII lasted more than 6 months, the longest since the Great Schism. The final choice was a totally unexpected compromise candidate, the Bolognese Prospero Lorenzo Lambertini. If you want a saint, take Gotti. If you want a statesman, take Aldovrandi. If you want a good fellow, take me, he is said to have joked during the conclave's last days. The cardinals, it appeared, wanted a good fellow. Lambertini was duly elected, taking the name of Benedict XIV, 1740 to 1758, in honour of the Pope who had raised him to the Sacred College. He proved worth waiting for, a deeply learned theologian and church lawyer, who had written what is still the standard work on canonization. He was also genial and approachable, with a ready wit and an excellent sense of humour. He enjoyed nothing more than wandering informally around Rome, chatting to passers-by. It was typical of him that when the King of Naples visited Rome in 1744, the Pope received him not in his palace on the Quirinal, but in a neighbouring coffee-house. There is a delightful painting of this event by Panini in the Capodimonte Museum, Naples. But Benedict's easy-going charm concealed an underlying seriousness and unremitting industry. His task, as he saw it, was to restore the dignity and influence of the Holy See, and somehow drag it into the 18th century. Only 2 months after his accession, however, came the first and greatest crisis of his pontificate, the death in October 1740 of the Emperor Charles VI. Charles had taken care to obtain solemn guarantees from all the principal European powers that they would respect the right of his 23-year-old daughter, Maria Theresa, to succeed him in the monarchy, if not in the elected empire. The papacy and the Republic of Venice, England and Holland had all willingly agreed. Louis XV, though unwilling to commit himself, had been friendly and reassuring, while the new King of Prussia, Frederick II, later to be known as the Great, not only confirmed his recognition, but even offered military assistance should it ever be needed. He spoke, as was soon apparent, with a forked tongue, but Maria Theresa was not to know it, until just 2 months later, on the 16th of December, 1740, a Prussian army of 30,000 invaded the imperial province of Silesia. The War of the Austrian Succession had begun. Charles's body was scarcely cold before Elizabeth Farnese forced her ever-compliant husband, Philip V, to lay claim to all the Habsburg hereditary possessions. Their grounds were shaky, and she knew it. What she was really after, as always, was the Italian provinces, and she had a valuable ally on the spot, her son, Don Carlos, now King Charles of Naples. Within weeks a Spanish army had crossed the Pyrenees and was advancing, with King Louis's blessing, through the Languedoc and Provence. Meanwhile, the Spanish Duke of Montemar sailed a further division to Orbitello, near the modern Porto Ecole, where it was joined by Neapolitan troops. At this point King Charles Emmanuel of Sardinia threw in his lot with Maria Theresa, so henceforth Austria and Sardinia were pitted against the two Bourbon kingdoms of France and Spain. They had other allies too. In August 1742, a British naval squadron commanded by the 66-year-old Admiral Thomas Matthews appeared off Naples and threatened to bombard the city unless King Charles withdrew at once from the Bourbon coalition. The threat was gratifyingly effective. Matthews then turned against the squadron of French and Spanish ships, driving it back into Toulon, and thus cutting off all naval communications between Naples and Spain. Throughout this period, the attitude of the Holy See was uncertain. Despite previous papal assurances, the Pope delayed his formal recognition of Maria Theresa's hereditary right of succession until the very end of 1740. The Empire, on the other hand, remained elective. There were two obvious candidates: Maria Theresa's husband, Francis of Lorraine, and the Elector Charles Albert of Bavaria. Benedict secretly favoured Charles Albert, since Francis was already Grand Duke of Tuscany. His election would bring the empire to the Pope's very doorstep. Benedict gave careful instructions, however, to his legate at Frankfurt, where the election was to be held, on no account to commit himself, but simply to encourage the choice of a candidate who would be able and willing to protect the interests of the Church. When, on the 24th of January 1742, Charles Albert was unanimously elected as the Emperor Charles VII, being crowned 3 weeks later, Benedict lost no time in according him his recognition. Maria Theresa, on the other hand, showing all the spirit for which she would soon be celebrated, immediately declared the election null and void, and sent an army to Bavaria. On the 13th of February it marched into Munich, and in August the furious Queen announced the sequestration of all church benefices in Austria. By this time, too, the Papal States had been overrun by Spanish, French and Neapolitan troops. The pontificate of Benedict XIV had not begun well. It was a relief for almost everyone, not least the Pope, to whom the new emperor had been a considerable disappointment, when Charles VII died after a short illness on the 20th of January, 1745, less than 3 years after his coronation. This time there was little question as to his successor, and the Grand Duke of Tuscany was duly crowned in October as Francis I. Despite heavy pressure from France and Spain, and his own lively suspicions, the Pope recognized him. There were still outstanding questions to be settled, and it was almost a year before Francis made his formal act of obedience, but the way was then clear for a resumption of relations, and diplomatic representatives were duly exchanged. When at last, after 8 years, the war came to an end with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748, the only true victor was Frederick of Prussia, who had started it in the first place. Charles Emmanuel kept Savoy and Nice. The Duchy of Parma and Piacenza, after 12 years as part of the empire, was entrusted to Philip of Bourbon, the younger brother of Charles III, who thus founded the House of Bourbon-Parme, which still exists today. Maria Theresa's husband was duly recognized as the Emperor Francis I. To many people, the War of the Austrian Succession must have seemed hardly worth the fighting. Chapter 23. The Jesuits and the Revolution, 1750–1799. Both during the war and after it, Pope Benedict spent much of his time in diplomatic negotiations with the European powers. Conciliatory by nature, he was not afraid to make substantial concessions in return for good relations and the smooth running of the church machine. With Spain, he even went as far as to negotiate the transfer of some 12,000 ecclesiastical appointments to the king, retaining just 52. The Curia was horrified. Benedict merely pointed out that King Ferdinand would almost certainly have appropriated them anyway, and that by negotiating he had secured 1,300,000 scudi in compensation. Turning his attention to Portugal, which had broken off diplomatic relations in the time of Benedict XIII, the Pope willingly granted all King John's demands, and even awarded him the title of Fidelissimus, most faithful. But the country began to cause him serious anxiety after John's death in 1750, with the rise to power in that same year of Sebastian de Carvalho e Mello, better known as the Marquis of Pombal. Since the new king, Joseph I, was a pleasure-loving nonentity, Pombal soon became the most powerful man in the kingdom, and the most feared, to the point where, in 1759, the papal nuncio in Lisbon wrote that he was the most despotic minister there had ever been, not only in Portugal, but in the whole of Europe. Pombal believed, as it happened, nearly always mistakenly, that he knew what was best for his country, and he brooked no opposition. Those who expressed contrary opinions or stood in his way were imprisoned or executed. Not surprisingly, he hated the Church, which he made every effort to bring under his control, and had a particular detestation for the most active group within it, the Society of Jesus. For some years already, the Jesuits had been growing increasingly unpopular. Founded in 1534 as a humble order of missionaries, they were now seen as a vast, intellectually arrogant, power-hungry, and hugely ambitious organization, enmeshed in international intrigue, and totally unscrupulous in their operations. For years they had been pilloried by Jansenist pamphleteers. Blaise Pascal, in his Lettres Provinciales, had attacked them as shameless hypocrites. They were blamed for every atrocity, every outrage. Who else, people asked, had been responsible for the assassinations of Henry III and Henry IV of France, or for the attempts on the lives of Queen Elizabeth and James I of England? Had not the English Civil War been the fruit of a Jesuit conspiracy? In Portugal, the society had 5 confessors at court, and a near monopoly of colleges and schools. Its power had to be broken, and Pombal was determined to break it. In 1755, the year of the Great Lisbon earthquake, a Jesuit was expelled for having preached a disloyal sermon, despite the fact that none of those who heard it had noticed anything to which the king might have objected. 2 years later, the Jesuit confessor to the royal family was forcibly evicted, and the next day all Jesuits were banned from the court and struck off the list of preachers in the cathedral. Pombal told the nuncio that the principal reason was the conduct of the society in its missionary colonies in Spanish Paraguay and Portuguese Brazil, where Jesuit missionaries were alleged to have incited the Indians to rebellion. At much the same time, the Portuguese envoy in Rome strongly hinted to Pope Benedict that if he did not take firm measures against the society, King Joseph would expel it altogether from his realm. It was always the Pope's instinct to temporize. He had no wish to offend the king, but he resented Pombal's attitude, which demanded his unquestioning acceptance of the truth of his accusations. He politely replied that he would appoint one of his cardinals to investigate the charges, and on consideration of his report would take whatever measures seemed appropriate. On the 1st of April, 1758, just a month before his death, he duly named the Portuguese cardinal Francesco Saldanha as reformer and visitor of the Jesuits of Portugal. In his dealings with Prussia, Benedict smoothed his path by recognizing the Protestant Frederick II, whose conquest of Silesia had greatly increased the number of his Catholic subjects, as king, a title previously denied him by the Holy See. On the other hand, he refused absolutely to allow him to transfer to Berlin the seat of the Cardinal Bishop of Breslau, Vicar General of all the Catholics in his realm, even when the king promised to upgrade the Catholic chapel there to the status of a cathedral. The result, the Pope realized, would have been tantamount to the establishment of a Prussian state church, effectively independent of Rome, and he would have none of it. Another serious problem was the heavy burden of debt that he had inherited. He instituted drastic economies in every department of the administration, but they did little more than counterbalance the depredations of the foreign armies. The burden remained crushing. In his canonical and liturgical reforms, he had rather more success. Mixed marriages were regularized. Christians of the Eastern Rite in communion with Rome, the Maronites of Lebanon, for example, and other Uniate churches of the Middle East, were formally assured that they might continue in all their traditional forms of worship. The Congregation of the Index, effectively the Papal Board of Censorship, was instructed to avoid excessive zeal, interpreting its instructions as liberally as possible. Freemasonry, however, and the works of the Pope's openly confessed admirer, Voltaire, remained prescribed. Voltaire had gone so far as to dedicate his tragedy, Mahomet, to Pope Benedict. As might have been expected, Benedict XIV was an enthusiastic patron of the arts and sciences. Unlike his predecessor, he had never been a rich man. No magnificent buildings stand to his memory. He managed nonetheless to found chairs of mathematics, chemistry, and physics at the University of Rome, and a chair of surgery with an institute of anatomy at that of Bologna, and he greatly enriched both the Vatican Library and the Capitoline Museum. It was thanks largely to him that during the mercifully peaceful last 10 years of his pontificate, Rome became not only the religious, but also the intellectual capital of Catholic Europe. The Rome in which Johann Joachim Winckelmann invented art history. The Rome that was also a few years later to inspire Edward Gibbon. Gibbon's contemporary, Horace Walpole, summed up Benedict accurately enough. A priest without insolence or interest, a prince without favourites, a pope without nephews. His Roman flock adored him, and when he died on the 3rd of May, 1758, the whole city went into mourning. "Who would have thought it?" wrote Cardinal Carlo della Torre Rezzonico to his brother, on hearing that he had been elected pope. "I am completely bewildered before God and man. You know my failings. If others had known them, they would never have acted as they have." When his mother was informed, she died of shock. Rezzonico, who took the name of Clement VIII, 1758 to 1769, after the Pope who had raised him to the purple, came from a rich Venetian family that had bought itself into the nobility some 70 years before. The Jesuit historian, Giulio Cesare Cordara, who knew him well, wrote, "He had all the virtues which could grace a prince and a pope. He was naturally kind-hearted, generous, candid and truthful, abhorring any kind of dissembling or exaggeration. He had a lively mind, great powers of endurance, and an indefatigable capacity for work. It was easy to gain admittance to him. His conversation was kind, but not unmeasured. Pride and contempt for others were utterly foreign to his nature. Although destiny allotted him the highest dignity, he succeeded in preserving a notable humility and meekness." The one thing Clement lacked was self-confidence. Shy and timid to a fault, he was incapable of taking his own decisions. In consequence, he became increasingly dependent on his Secretary of State, Cardinal Luigi Torrigiani, whose deep admiration for the Society of Jesus did much to shape the Pope's own attitude in the crisis that was to come. The problem of the Jesuits was to overshadow Clement's entire pontificate. At the time of his accession, the principal battlefield remained Portugal, where the Marquis of Pombal was stepping up his persecutions. Benedict XIV's choice of Cardinal Saldagna as investigator had been a disastrous mistake. Saldagna was a distant relation of Pombal, to whom he owed his successful career, and whom he obeyed in every particular. On the 5th of June 1758, barely a month after his appointment, he issued an edict announcing that he had certain knowledge that scandalous commercial transactions had been in operation in every Jesuit college, residence, novitiate, and in all houses of other kinds owned by the order and under the protection of Portugal, in Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. All further trade was now forbidden under penalty of excommunication. All account books were to be surrendered. 2 days later, the Jesuits were formally suspended from preaching and the hearing of confessions. The reaction in Portugal among both the nobility and the people was one of horror. In Rome, where the conclave was still in progress, it was much the same. The apostolic nuncio in Lisbon was instructed to inform Saldagna that his edict was excellent, but for one slight omission: evidence. Without that, it was simple calumny. It was further remarked that although the Cardinal's inquiry was officially opened on the 31st of May, the decree had been printed 4 days earlier, on the 27th. Regarding the Jesuits' suspension, the nuncio was to point out that this was entirely uncanonical. Individual members of an order might be suspended, but not the order as a whole. The Patriarch of Lisbon was subsequently found to have signed the edict under duress. On its publication, he retired to his country retreat. A month later, he was dead. And all this was only the beginning. On the night of the 3rd of September, shots were fired at King Joseph. Responsibility can almost certainly be laid at the door of a group of dissatisfied noblemen, 12 of whom were publicly executed. But soon the rumour was spreading that the attempted assassination had been instigated by the Jesuits, and Pombal had the perfect pretext for which he had been waiting. The 7 Jesuit establishments in Lisbon were surrounded and searched, and on the 5th of February 1759, everything within them was sequestrated. This included all foodstuffs. Had not pious benefactors taken pity on them, the fathers would have been reduced to beggary. On the 20th of April, the king, by now quite recovered, wrote to Pope Clement, reiterating the familiar charges against the Society, and informing him that he had consequently expelled it from Portugal. The Pope protested in vain. Soon afterwards his nuncio suffered a similar expulsion, and for the second time in 30 years, diplomatic relations were broken off. And now the anti-Jesuit fever spread to France. For the past half-century, the France of Voltaire and Rousseau, of Diderot and his Encyclopédie, had been the European focus of anti-religious thought. "So long as there are rogues and fools in the world," wrote Voltaire to Frederick the Great, "there will always be religion. There can be no question that ours is the most ridiculous, absurd, and bloodthirsty that ever infected the earth." The papacy was detested, and the Jesuits were its most vocal champions. They also had a virtual monopoly of education, and stood, in the minds of the philosophes, or French freethinkers, as the principal bastion of reaction and obscurantism. No wonder, then, that Pombal's activities against them had been viewed by many Frenchmen with approval. In short, France was a tinderbox, and its fuse was lit, ironically enough, by a Jesuit, Father Antoine Lavalette. Father Lavalette was the procurator of a mission run by his order on the island of Martinique, who in 1753 became apostolic prefect of all the Jesuit settlements in the West Indies. He was, however, a man of business as well as a priest, and he also ran a large plantation on the neighbouring island of Dominica, where he employed some 500 slaves, sending the produce of their labours back to France. All might have been well had it not been for the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, on which Britain and France fought on opposite sides. 2 of Levelette's valuable shiploads were seized by the British outside Bordeaux, and the business was left a total of 1,500,000 livres in debt. The Paris Parlement pronounced the Society of Jesus responsible, further declaring its assets subject to confiscation, and forbidding it to give instruction or to accept novices, pending a thorough review of its constitution. A suggestion by the French government that the order should be administered by a special vicar general, independent of Rome, was instantly vetoed by the Pope. "Let them be as they are, or let them cease to be," he said. A command rendered somewhat more pithily in Latin by the words "sint ut sunt, aut non sint." The government chose the latter alternative, and on the 1st of December 1764, a royal decree declared the society abolished and expelled from France. Now it was the turn of Spain, to which King Charles had returned from Naples in 1759 on the death of his mentally unhinged half-brother, King Ferdinand. Though far more Catholic than its French neighbour, the country had been by no means unaffected by the Age of Enlightenment, and there were many who attributed its general backwardness to the influence of the Church. The Jesuits in particular were blamed, as they had been in Portugal, for the disturbances in Paraguay, for which they continued to disclaim all responsibility. They were equally innocent of the charge that led to their 3rd expulsion. On the 10th of March, 1766, a decree was published in Madrid forbidding the wearing of the traditional flowing cloak and broad-brimmed sombrero in all royal residential towns, university towns, and provincial capitals in Spain. Instead, men were enjoined to wear the short French wig and tricorne. The forbidden costume, it was claimed, was un-Spanish, and served only to enable criminals to conceal their faces, and so to pass unrecognized. A fortnight later, on Palm Sunday, serious riots, they were known as the Hat and Cloak riots, broke out, directed primarily against the finance minister, Squillace. The Jesuits played no part, but were once again held responsible. On the 27th of February, 1767, Charles III banished them from Spain and all its overseas territories. In November of the same year, they were similarly expelled from Naples and Sicily, and in 1768 from the island of Malta, still in the hands of the Knights of St. John, as also from the Duchy of Parma and Piacenza, whose Duke Ferdinand was the nephew of Charles III. Although the duchy had been created as a fief for a bastard son of Pope Paul III, it had long ceased to acknowledge the historic suzerainty of the Holy See. Successive popes, on the other hand, had continued to assert their claims. Most recently, Clement XIII had reaffirmed the papal claims when in 1765 Philip was succeeded by his 15-year-old son, Ferdinand. But Parma, or more accurately the duchy's chief minister, Guillaume de Tillot, Marquis of Foligno, was spoiling for a fight. Within months of Ferdinand's accession, he had issued a law imposing swingeing dues on ecclesiastical property, and in January 1768 he promulgated another, forbidding the reference of disputes to Rome, and the publication of any ecclesiastical decree without ducal permission. This was too much for Pope Clement, who immediately convened a congregation of cardinals and bishops to consider a suitable response. The result was a brief that reiterated the feudal rights of the Holy See over the duchy, and declared all Parma's anti-clerical laws null and void. For good measure, Clement included all those responsible for the two laws in the bull In Coena Domini, which contained a list of those excommunicated for reasons of faith or morals, and according to an age-old tradition, was read out on Maundy Thursday every year. Here was just the pretext du Tillot needed. Not only Parma, but the 3 great Bourbon monarchies of France, Spain, and Naples reacted in fury. The Pope's ban, they maintained, applied as much to themselves as it did to the duchy. Clement had effectively released all their subjects from their duty to their sovereigns. Bernardo Tanucci, the chief minister in Naples, went so far as to suggest depriving him of all his worldly possessions. The French foreign minister, the Duc de Choiseul, abandoned diplomatic language altogether. The Pope is a complete ninny, and his minister is a first-class fool. The insult is aimed not only at the Duke of Parma. It applies to the whole House of Bourbon. It is an act of revenge, a reprisal against those monarchs who have driven out the Jesuits. If this first detestable step is tolerated, the Roman court, led by a man that knows no bounds, will stop at nothing. The dignity of the monarchs and the family compact demand that we allow no prince of this house to be insulted with impunity. The best way to resolve the crisis, he believed, was for the House of Bourbon, France, Spain, and Naples to send a joint memorandum to the Pope, expressing its astonishment that he should have addressed such a missive, as insulting as it was unjust, to the Duke of Parma. The Holy See must now formally countermand its brief. If the Pope were to refuse, diplomatic relations with Rome would be broken off for the remainder of his pontificate. Predictably, Clement did refuse, and in June 1768, a French army reoccupied Avignon and the Venaissin, together with Neapolitan Benevento, which had been a papal fief since the 11th century. Meanwhile, there was another problem that refused to go away. What was to be done with the luckless exiles? It had been vaguely assumed that they would all be accommodated in Rome, but a special congregation of cardinals decided, by a majority of 6-2, to deny them admission. These exiles numbered in their thousands. The Society's houses had no spare capacity, or any spare funds to pay for their lodging elsewhere. An attempt was made to land some 3,000 Spanish Jesuits on the island of Corsica, but this proved disastrous. For nearly 40 years the island had been in revolt against its Genoese overlords. There was fighting all over. The inhabitants had barely enough food for themselves. The new arrivals were not permitted even to disembark for well over a month, and then they were obliged to forage for themselves, amid a resentful and often openly hostile peasantry. Within 5 months, 16 members of the Castilian province were dead. Then, on the 15th of May, 1768, Corsica was purchased by France. Having expelled all Jesuits from his territory 4 years earlier, King Louis was certainly not going to allow them to overrun his new island. They were collected up again, embarked on French ships, and dropped off at Sestri Levante, between Genoa and La Spezia, from which it was hoped that they would gradually and secretly make their way, in small parties, into the Papal States. But from the moment of their arrival on Italian soil, the attitude towards them changed. The more compassionate Italians were horrified to see these hundreds of homeless and penniless men of God, tattered and emaciated, physically and emotionally exhausted, wandering without even a definite destination in view. Clement could no longer close his doors against them. At long last they were allowed admission into papal territory, though they were forbidden to enter Rome without special permission from the Societies General. No similar degree of pity, however, was shown by the Bourbon powers. Nothing would now satisfy them but the universal suppression of the Jesuit order, and on Monday the 16th of January, 1769, the Spanish envoy in Rome handed the Pope a communication from his government. Clement took it, and dismissed the envoy with his blessing. Only then did he open it, and cancelled all his audiences for the next 2 days. The shock and humiliation were too much for him, and he never properly recovered. He summoned a special consistory for the 3rd of February, but the night before suffered a massive heart attack. He was dead by morning. His had been a sad pontificate, poisoned by the implacable hatred of the House of Bourbon for the Society of Jesus, for which Clement could hardly be blamed. He was, however, unimaginative, and for a Venetian, surprisingly narrow-minded. He continued the work of Paul V, ordering the covering or painting over of the papacy's more provocative works of art, including more of the frescoes in the Sistine Chapel. Perhaps had he been a greater pope than he was, more self-confident and more decisive, he might have been able to defend the Society rather more effectively, but even then he would have been unlikely to make much difference. The fault was in the age. The Enlightenment approved of the Pope as little as the Pope approved of the Enlightenment. The papacy had lost its prestige, and with it much of its power. Christian Europe might pay it lip service, but very little more. Clement XIII died fighting to save the Jesuit order. Clement XIV, 1769 to 1774, killed it. Lorenzo Gaganelli was a Franciscan of humble origins, who in 1743 had, ironically enough, dedicated a book to the founder of the Jesuits, St. Ignatius Loyola. The conclave that after 3.5 months elected him pope was from the very beginning dominated by the Jesuit question. It also had the distinction of being visited by Joseph II of Austria. Joseph had been emperor since the death of his father, Francis I, but exerted little real power, his mother, Maria Theresa, being still alive and very much in control. In answer to polite questioning, he gave it as his opinion that she was too pious to do anything to bring about the suppression of the order. Nor, however, would she do anything to oppose that suppression, and she would, on the whole, be happy if it occurred. He himself felt much the same way. It was plain from the start of the conclave that any candidate who openly favoured the Jesuits would be vetoed by one or all of the Catholic powers. On the other hand, to win the election on the strength of a previous promise to abolish them would smack of simony. Ganganelli was therefore careful to tread a middle path. He let it be known that he considered the complete suppression of the order to be a possibility, no more. He probably had no very strong views one way or the other, but he was an ambitious man, and he was determined to play the Jesuit card quietly, but only very quietly, to his advantage. On the 19th of May, 1769, at the age of 64, he was elected pope. Clement XIV possessed many admirable qualities. He was highly intelligent, friendly and unassuming, totally incorruptible, with a fine sense of humour. When on the 26th of November, 1769, he was taking part in the Possesso, the immense procession preceding the ceremonial taking possession of the Lateran, his horse, terrified by the cheering of the vast crowd, reared up and threw him. He remarked later that he hoped that when he was on his way up to the Capitol he looked like St. Peter, but hoped even more that when he fell he looked like St. Paul. He was handicapped by a sad lack of political experience. He had never been out of Italy, and had never held a diplomatic post abroad. It was perhaps his consciousness of this disadvantage that sapped his confidence. In the words of an anonymous contemporary who knew him well, "He lacks courage and stability. He is unbelievably slow in taking any decision. He deceives people with fine words and promises, weaves his web around them and enchants them. He begins by promising them the world, but then makes difficulties, and in true Roman fashion withholds a decision. Anyone who seeks a favour should endeavour to obtain it at his first audience." Cardinal de Bernis, the French ambassador to Rome, wrote, "Clement XIV is intelligent, but his knowledge is confined to theology, church history, and a few anecdotes of court life. He is a stranger to politics, and his love of secrecy is more than his mastery of it. He takes a delight in friendly intercourse, and in the process he lays bare his inmost thoughts. He has a pleasant manner. He wants to please, and is in mortal fear of displeasing. In vain he arms himself with courage. Timidity is the fundamental feature of his character. In his government he will show more kindness than firmness. To the church finances he will bring order and thrift. He is frugal and active, though not a quick worker. He is cheerful, and he wants to be at peace with everyone, and to live long." That love of secrecy was to cause him serious difficulties with the Sacred College. His cardinals were never confided in, or even asked for their opinions. They began to complain, and when the complaints went unheeded, took matters into their own hands, boycotting the great ceremonies of the Church, and leaving the Pope to officiate virtually unattended. Moreover, Clement's habit of surrounding himself with men of low degree put a severe strain on his relations with the Roman nobility, to the point where, only 4 months after his accession, they refused to give the ceremonial attendance that was their traditional duty. A particular irritation to them was the Pope's private secretary and his favourite, his fellow Franciscan Bontempi, son of a cook in Pesaro. It was to Bontempi, far more than to the papal Secretary of State, Cardinal Opizio Pallavicini, that he confided his innermost thoughts and secrets. The Pope's instinctive wish to conciliate led him, immediately on his accession, to open up discussions with Portugal and the Bourbon powers. Portugal was easily dealt with. After 10 years of severed relations, virtually every Portuguese from the king down wished heartily to end the quarrel. The only exception was Pombal, but after Clement had confirmed all his nominees in various bishoprics and offered a red hat to his brother, even the dreaded Marquis was persuaded to relent. Then in 1770, the Pope took another major step. He discontinued the annual reading of the bull in Coena Domini, in which the inclusion of Parma 2 years before had precipitated the Bourbon ultimatum, thereby ending forever a tradition that had continued since at least the early 13th century. These gestures and others like them did something to improve relations between the two sides, but Clement was still under constant pressure, and was well aware that the breach could never be healed until the Society of Jesus was dissolved once and for all. He delayed action for as long as he could, but then in 1773 came the news that the Bourbon states were preparing for a showdown, which would almost certainly result in a complete rupture, nothing less than the secession of the most powerful Catholic states of Europe from the authority of the Holy See. Some doubts remained over Habsburg Austria, since Maria Theresa had formerly favoured the Jesuits, entrusting them with the education of her children. But in April the Empress, who had high hopes of marrying off her daughter, Marie Antoinette, to the French Dauphin, the future Louis XVI, wrote to Charles III of Spain, confirming that despite the high esteem in which she held the society, she would put no obstacle in the way of its suppression if the Pope considered it expedient in the interests of Catholic unity. We have the evidence of several of those closest to her that she regretted this letter for the rest of her life. Her remorse would have been greater still had she known the ultimate fate of her daughter, for whose sake she had sacrificed the Jesuit order. With the publication of Maria Theresa's letter, the Pope had no other cards left to play. The bull authorizing the suppression, Dominus ac Redemptor Noster, was accordingly prepared in the offices of the Curia, and was published on the 16th of August, 1773. The following day, the General of the Order, Lorenzo Ricci, was taken to the English College in Rome, from which a month later he was transferred to Castel Sant'Angelo. Meanwhile, the contents of his wine cellar were shared out among the cardinals. The same was true of much of the Jesuits' art collection, though the most important items found their way to the Vatican museums. Ricci was joined in the castle by his secretary, his 5 assistants, Italian, Polish, Spanish, Portuguese, and German, and 7 others. On the orders of their jailer, the odious Monsignor Alfani, and of the Spanish ambassador to Rome, José Moninho, they were prevented from speaking to each other, and their windows were boarded up to ensure they made no effort to communicate with the outside world. In October they were forbidden to say Mass, and the sum set aside for their food was reduced by half. A prolonged and exhaustive investigation failed to prove anything against them, but their confinement continued. Despite repeated appeals to Clement and his successor, the 74-year-old Ricci died in November 1775, still in the Castel Sant'Angelo, though he was to be buried in the Jesuit church of the Gesù. After his death, however, the proceedings against his colleagues were suspended. 2 had predeceased him. The last were released in February 1776. The inhuman treatment of these men, all priests, against whom no evidence of any wrongdoing was ever found, leaves a further permanent stain on the record of Clement XIV, which it must be said was stained enough already. He himself had nothing against the Jesuits. Why otherwise would he have delayed his action against them for 3 years? He had always been aware, however, that their suppression was the price he would have to pay for the papacy, and he was fully prepared to sacrifice them. He might have argued that by then he had no choice, that the Holy See could never hope to regain the respect of Catholic Europe while the order survived. Alas, after it had gone, the papacy was, if anything, even less respected than before. its international prestige lower than at any time since the Middle Ages. The last year of the Pope's life was miserable. The painful skin disease from which he had suffered for years suddenly grew much worse. At the same time he became deeply depressed and paranoid, being in constant fear of attempts on his life, to the point where he stopped kissing the feet of his favourite crucifix, because he was afraid that the Jesuits had put poison on them. In a matter of months he deteriorated dramatically, until by August, according to Centomani, the Neapolitan agent in Rome, he was emaciated and utterly bereft of all colour, his eye distracted, his mouth open and slobbering. It was a relief to everyone around him, and surely to himself, when Clement died on the morning of the 22nd of September, 1774. Even then, his body decomposed so quickly there were many who thought that the Jesuits had succeeded after all. Giovanni Angelo Braschi, who was elected in February 1775, after a 4-month conclave, and took the name of Pius VI, 1775 to 1799, was a genial aristocrat who had been engaged to be married before making a last-minute decision to enter the priesthood instead. His pontificate was to last very nearly 25 years, at that time the longest in papal history. His record has been beaten 3 times since, by Pius IX, Leo XIII, and John Paul II. But it was unfortunate indeed that for so fateful a quarter-century the Church should have fallen into such feckless hands. Pius was neither particularly intelligent nor deeply spiritual. He was, however, tall and handsome, and he was in love with being Pope. The Grand Tour was now at its height, and he took enormous pleasure in appearing superbly robed at all the great ceremonies in St. Peter's, giving audiences to the young milords who were flocking to Rome, and dispensing his blessings with a graceful hand. In other ways, too, he seemed a throwback to the Renaissance. Nepotism returned with a vengeance. He built Palazzo Braschi on Piazza San Pantaleo for his nephew, Luigi, the last palace to be commissioned by a pope for his own family, and hugely enriched several other relatives at the church's expense. He spent lavishly on the arts, raised 3 more Egyptian obelisks in Rome, and vastly extended the Museo Pio Clementino in the Vatican. He even tried, unsuccessfully, to drain the Pontine marshes, characteristically passing the freehold of much of the reclaimed land to his nephews. Whereas his 2 predecessors had to cope primarily with the Bourbon princes, Pius found his chief enemy in the Emperor Joseph II. While his mother, Maria Theresa, was alive, Joseph had given little trouble. But from the moment of her death in 1780, he was a changed man. The Church in Austria was, he decided, in urgent need of reform, and in matters pertaining to it he was no longer prepared to be dictated to by either popes or their nuncios. There were, for a start, too many monasteries, more than 2,000 of them. 1,300 were promptly dissolved. As for the priesthood, it was far too blinkered in its outlook. In future, all seminaries would be put under state supervision, and required to give their students a proper liberal education as well as a religious one. In October 1781, the Emperor struck yet another series of blows to the papacy. A so-called Edict of Toleration effectively subjected the Church to the state, allowed freedom of worship and equal opportunities to his Protestant and Orthodox subjects, suppressed the contemplative religious orders altogether, and transferred the surviving monasteries from the jurisdiction of the Pope to that of the local bishops. For Pius there was only one thing to be done. He must travel personally to Vienna. He left in the early spring of 1782, arriving shortly before Easter. It was a courageous step. No pope had left Italy since the Reformation. But there seemed just a chance that with his strong personality and undoubted charm, he might be able to win the emperor round. He was disappointed. Joseph gave him an enthusiastic welcome, provided him with a palatial lodging in the Hofburg, and staged several magnificent ceremonies, at which the Pope's good looks and proud bearing impressed all those present. But in their long discussions he conceded nothing. The Austrian Chancellor, Prince Kaunitz, later remarked that he had given the Pope a black eye. Pius returned to Rome via Bavaria, at the invitation of its ruler, the Elector Charles Theodore. There, too, he enjoyed a rousing reception, cheered to the echo wherever he went. No one present could have guessed that only 4 years later, a congress held at Ems would very nearly succeed in creating a German Catholic Church, virtually independent of Rome. That same year, 1786, in Italy itself, something very similar was being planned at Pistoia, with the support of the Emperor's brother, the Grand Duke Leopold of Tuscany. This time, however, Pius was able to exert his authority. He forced the resignation of the Synod's moving spirit, Bishop Scipione Ricci, nephew, as it happened, of the unfortunate general of the Jesuits, and condemned all the resolutions passed at Pistoia in a bull, Auctorem Fidei. The correct balance between the spiritual and the temporal power in the nations of Catholic Europe might long have continued as a major issue, to be discussed and quite possibly fought over for many years to come. But already in France the storm clouds were gathering, and such questions were to be altogether forgotten in the cataclysm that was on its way. On the 5th of May, 1789, the States General of France were summoned to a meeting at Versailles. France was bankrupt. Bankrupt because of the exorbitant tax demands of her monarchy and the unbridled power of her aristocracy. In the early days of the Revolution, the Church was not blamed. Neither Louis XIV nor Louis XV had been easy friends of the papacy, but France remained fundamentally Roman Catholic. The last Protestant pastor to be martyred had died in prison in 1771. The last Protestant galley slaves freed as recently as 1775. The chief minister was the Cardinal Archbishop of Toulouse, Etienne Loménie de Brienne. He was not, in fact, a Christian. Like many other fashionable clergy, he shared Voltaire's sardonic rejection of revealed religion, and when it had been proposed to promote him to Paris, Louis XVI had refused, on the ground that the Archbishop of Paris must at least believe in God. For this quotation I am indebted to E. Duffy, Saints and Sinners. But the yawning gulf that existed between aristocracy and Third Estate, the people, was reflected in that between the noble bishops and the poverty-stricken majority of the parish clergy, who struggled to keep body and soul together. And as the great wave of the Revolution gathered force, the Church was inevitably engulfed. It was another agnostic prelate, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Périgord, Bishop of Autun, who proposed on the 2nd of November 1789 that church property should be put at the disposal of the nation. 3 months later, all religious orders were suppressed. At this stage, the pastoral structure of the Church remained untouched, but the following July saw the passing by the Assembly of the Civil Constitution of the Clergy, which was revolutionary indeed. 52 episcopal sees were abolished. Henceforth each département would have its own bishop, designated a public official, and subject to the authority of an elected diocesan council. The clergy were henceforth to be elected by the laity, Catholic or not, and known as citizen priests, curés citoyens. All of this was proposed, it need hardly be said, without any reference to the Pope, who it was plain would be expected to accept the constitution in its entirety. If he did not, there was a strong possibility that France would once again annex Avignon, where the Revolutionary Party had already declared the annexation as a fait accompli, and the Comptes Venaissin. When in 1789 the Assembly had unilaterally abolished the annual payment of St. Peter's pence for the maintenance of the Holy See, Pope Pius had made no objection. In the absence, therefore, of any word from Rome, on the 22nd of July, Louis XVI gave his preliminary sanction, though with many misgivings, to the civil constitution. It was unfortunate that on the very next day he received a private letter from the Pope, written on the 10th, to the effect that the constitution would lead the entire nation into error, the kingdom into schism, and perhaps be the cause of a cruel civil war. The king suppressed the letter, and entered into rather desperate negotiations with Pius in the hope that some compromise might be reached, although, given the present mood of the Assembly, there was no indication that they would be prepared to take any papal demands, or even opinions, into account. The French clergy, who knew nothing of the Pope's letter and most of whom hated the Constitution, longed for guidance in the shape of a public pronouncement from Rome, but they were disappointed. Pius was prepared to write privately to King Louis, but he could never give the new legislation his blessing, and if he were to speak openly against it, he risked driving the whole country into schism, as had happened in England 2 centuries before. So he remained silent, and the clergy were still without instructions, when on the 27th of November the Assembly directed that all men of the Church should swear an oath of obedience to the Constitution. About half the parish priests did so, but only 7 bishops, including, of course, Talleyrand. Those who refused were removed from their posts, but remained theoretically free to worship as they liked. As time went on, however, and the revolution grew in force and intensity, they came to be considered traitors. Many were deported. It was the imposition of the oath that finally induced Pius to break his silence. In March 1791, and again in April, he denounced the Constitution as schismatical, declared the ordinations of the new state bishops to be sacrilegious, and suspended all prelates and priests who had taken the oath. The Church in France was now split down the middle. Diplomatic relations were broken off. Avignon and the Venaissin annexed yet again. Finally, on the 10th of August 1792, the monarchy was abolished, and the bloodletting began. In Lyon, a campaign of mass executions accounted for well over 100 priests and nuns. Further massacres took place in Paris, Orleans, and several other cities. No fewer than 8 bishops were to die on the scaffold. Loménie de Brienne would almost certainly have been among them, had he not cheated the guillotine by poisoning himself in prison. On the 21st of January 1793, the King and Queen of France followed hundreds of their subjects to the scaffold. By now the persecutions were no longer confined to refractory priests. They were directed against Christianity itself. Some 20,000 left holy orders altogether. Churches were locked, or converted into temples of reason, or rededicated to any one of a number of bogus religions, such as fertility, or Robespierre's supreme being. The public practice of the Christian religion almost ceased. By the spring of 1794, only about 150 of the pre-revolutionary parishes were still celebrating Mass. The situation improved to some extent after the fall of Robespierre in July of that year, but 3 years later the violence was renewed, and the persecutions became worse than ever. From Rome, Pope Pius followed these events with horror. The old Europe that he had known on his accession in 1775 had been transformed. The Bourbons were gone from France. They still ruled in Spain, but Charles IV, who had succeeded his father Charles III in 1788, was a virtual cipher who thought only of hunting. In Austria, Joseph II had died in 1790, and his brother Leopold II 2 years later. The imperial throne was now occupied by Leopold's son, Francis II, and Joseph's ideas of church reform were long forgotten. Meanwhile, Austria was heading the great European coalition against France. Pius was reluctant to join it, firstly because of the old tradition of neutrality in wars between Catholic nations, and secondly because he had no wish to give France an excuse to invade the Papal States. But it was only natural that from the sidelines the Holy See should give it all possible support. What neither the Pope or anyone else could have foreseen was that Europe was about to undergo yet another transformation, more radical and more dramatic than any since the days of the Roman Empire. Napoleon Bonaparte was on his way. When the French Directory was established in October 1795, Bonaparte had been appointed second-in-command of the Army of the Interior, and 5 months later, when it resolved to launch a new campaign against Austria through Italy, the still slim, solemn young Corsican, bilingual in Italian, seemed the obvious choice to lead it. No one, except possibly himself, could have foreseen the measure and speed of his success. Towards the end of April 1796, Piedmont was annexed to France, King Charles Emmanuel IV abdicating and retiring to his other kingdom of Sardinia. On the 8th of May, the French crossed the Po, and on the 15th, Bonaparte made his formal entry into Milan, where he established a republic. His orders were to annihilate the papacy, the centre of fanaticism. But there was still an Austrian army in Lombardy, and he was reluctant to press too far to the south. Instead he took over the legations, so called because they were ruled by a papal legate, of Ravenna, Bologna and Ferrara, and concluded an armistice with the Pope on terms hugely favourable to himself. By these terms he would retain the legations, place a garrison in Ancona, and enjoy free access to all papal ports. He also demanded an indemnity of 21 million scudi, and the choice of 500 ancient manuscripts and 100 works of art from the papal collections. On his side, the Pope undertook to urge all French Catholics to accept and observe their country's religious laws. In February 1797, these terms were confirmed by the Treaty of Tolentino, which also provided for the permanent surrender to France of Avignon and the Venaissin, an additional vast indemnity, and many more works of art. 3 months later, the French army moved against Venice. Meanwhile, Napoleon's elder brother Joseph was sent to Rome as ambassador, together with his prospective brother-in-law, General Léonard Dufaux. The two had instructions to make all the trouble they could, and so prepare the way for the overthrow of the papacy and its replacement by a Roman republic. On the 22nd of December 1797, they engineered an armed demonstration against the Pope, in the course of which, however, Dufaux was shot by a papal corporal. Joseph, deaf to the curious explanations, reported to the Directory that one of his country's most brilliant young generals had been murdered by the priests. As a result, General Louis Berthier was ordered to march on Rome. He met with no opposition, and on the 10th of February 1798 occupied the city. 5 days later the new republic was proclaimed in the Forum. Pius, who was by now 80, was treated abominably. The fisherman's ring was forcibly torn from his finger, and was carried off to Siena, the crowds kneeling in the rain to watch him pass. In May, Siena was shaken by a series of earthquakes, and the miserable Pope was transferred to a Carthusian monastery outside Florence. By this time he was so weak that the doctors feared for his life, and positively refused when the Directory ordered that he should be sent to Sardinia. But still he was not allowed to rest. The following March, when French troops occupied Florence and abolished the Grand Duchy, he was moved again, this time to France. Now virtually paralyzed, he was carried in a litter over the freezing Alpine passes to Briançon, and finally to Valence, where on the 29th of August 1799 his long martyrdom came to an end. For Pius VI was indeed a martyr. Few popes in history had been made to suffer so much, and so unnecessarily, and the courage and fortitude with which he bore his tribulations did much to redeem his reputation, because he had, after all, much to answer for. It is unlikely that he could have saved the Catholic Church in France from the insensate fury of the Revolution. The fact remains, however, that when called upon to give a lead, he failed to do so. Instead, he dithered, and French Christianity very nearly died. Chapter 24. Progress and Reaction, 1799 to 1846. The French did not stay long in Italy. Napoleon had set off on his expedition to Egypt, from which he had slipped stealthily away in August 1799, just a week before the death of Pius VI, back to Paris. Joseph Bonaparte had proved incapable of holding Rome. Anti-French and pro-papal risings by the Sanfedisti, those of the Holy Faith, had broken out all over the peninsula, and the French army had beaten a hasty retreat. It had, however, immediately been replaced by another army of occupation, Neapolitan this time, and there was a general feeling among the cardinals that the forthcoming conclave should be held in some city other than Rome, one that promised to be safer and generally more tranquil. They chose Venice. The most serene republic was dead. Napoleon had put an end to it in May 1797. A tree of liberty had been erected in St. Mark's Square, surmounted by the symbolic scarlet Phrygian cap, that bore more than a passing resemblance to the Doge's corno. The corno itself, together with other symbols of the ducal dignity and a copy of the Golden Book in which the names of all the noble families of the Republic were inscribed, had been publicly burned beneath it. But Napoleon had held Venice for just 5 months. In October, by the Treaty of Campo Formio, he had handed it over to Austria. It was therefore under Austrian auspices that the conclave was held, with the Emperor Francis even offering to pay its expenses. The selected meeting place was the island monastery of San Giorgio Maggiore, and it was there in November 1799 that the conclave assembled. From the outset it was clear that its task was not going to be easy. Austria wanted above all a pope who would uphold the monarchist counter-revolution, and who would not interfere with her increasingly ambitious plans for northern Italy. She was anxious in particular to assert her permanent possession of the legations, Ravenna, Bologna, and Ferrara, which Pius VI had been obliged to cede to Napoleon at Tolentino. The Sacred College held no brief for the revolution, but most of the cardinals felt a good deal more strongly about the legations, which they held to be an integral part of the territory of the Papal State. Only after 14 weeks of argument was the stalemate eventually broken, with the election of Barnaba Chiaramonte, Bishop of Imola, as Pope Pius VII, 1800 to 1823. The Emperor Francis was, to say the least, displeased. The new pope, though gentle, mild-mannered, and deeply pious, was known to have preached in 1797 a Christmas sermon that welcomed democracy, in the revolutionary sense, as a Christian virtue. Moreover, being himself a native of the Papal State, he could hardly be expected to look kindly on an Austrian annexation of the legations. With reluctance, the Emperor invited him to Vienna for talks. The Pope declined, and Francis somewhat pettishly refused him the use of St. Mark's for his coronation. This consequently had to be held in San Giorgio, a small island site where conditions were cramped and no ceremonial procession was possible. And now there came a still more ominous sign of imperial displeasure. Fearful of pro-papal demonstrations in the legations, Francis ordered that Pius must return to Rome by sea. The vessel put at his disposal proved to be barely seaworthy, and totally without cooking facilities. The journey took 12 nightmare days. When the Pope finally reached Rome in July 1800, he found the political situation once again transformed. Napoleon Bonaparte, now first consul and de facto ruler of France, had smashed the Austrians at Marengo, and was once again master of northern Italy. Would Pius follow the same path as his predecessor, to deposition and exile? It seemed more than likely. But Napoleon was a lot more intelligent than the members of the Directory had been, intelligent enough to see that the French people were sick and tired of the excesses and extremes of the revolution, that the reaction had set in, and that they wished to return to their old faith. One of his first actions on achieving supreme power had been to order full funeral honours for Pius VI, whose body was lying, still unburied, at Valence. It was brought back to Rome in 1802 and was buried at St. Peter's. On the 5th of June 1800, Napoleon had addressed the clergy of Milan. I am convinced that the Catholic religion is the only one capable of making a stable community happy, and of establishing the foundations of good government. I undertake always to defend it. I intend that it should be practiced publicly, and in all its fullness. France has had her eyes opened through suffering, and has seen that the Catholic religion is her single anchor amid the storm. The first communication from Napoleon to be received by Pius VII, therefore, was a good deal friendlier than the Pope had expected. It informed him that the first consul would welcome proposal for a new concordat, even going so far as to suggest that if agreement could be reached, the papacy might recover at least some of its lost possessions. But the ensuing negotiations were long and hard. One of the thorniest problems was that of the appointment of bishops. At this moment in her history, France had two competing hierarchies, the old pre-revolutionary one, and that which had been established by the civil constitution. Each had its own bishops, among whom no reconciliation was possible. Napoleon's solution was to abolish the lot, and to nominate a new set himself without consultation with the Pope, a proposal that left the Sacred College horrified. Another headache was caused by the question of clerical celibacy. During the Revolution, priests had been permitted, indeed encouraged, to marry, and many of them had done so. An additional complication here was Talleyrand, who was now Foreign Minister of France. A former Bishop of Autun, he had married a lady who was not only English, but a Protestant to boot. He was understandably determined that no action should be taken against married priests. But it was not only the French who made the difficulties. For many of the cardinals, Napoleon continued to represent the revolution, that same revolution that had persecuted the Church, stolen its property, massacred its priests, abducted its pope, and deprived it of its secular power, which included its schools, hospitals, and care for the poor. Let Napoleon throw his tantrums. Let him threaten schism on the English pattern, or even turn Calvinist and take Europe with him. Were not even these things preferable to an accommodation with Antichrist? In May 1801, the talks were on the point of breaking down altogether, and the French troops in Florence were preparing to march on Rome. Only a frantic rush from Paris to Rome by the Papal Secretary of State, Cardinal Consalvi, saved the day, and the long-awaited Concordat was finally signed on the 15th of July. Even then the difficulties were not over. Hardly was the ratification complete and the necessary legislation underway when Napoleon unilaterally published his 77 organic articles, tightening the grip of the state and further restricting papal intervention. The legations remained in French hands, as did Avignon and the Venaissin. There was no restoration of church property. The two sides were still arguing when in May 1804 Napoleon had himself proclaimed Emperor of the French. Shortly afterwards, the Pope was invited to Paris for the imperial coronation. This put Pius in a quandary. The monarchies of Europe had been shocked by the Concordat, which they saw as an act of capitulation. If the Pope were now to attend, let alone perform, the coronation of this Corsican adventurer, the reputation of the papacy would sink lower still. As for the Emperor Francis, who had defended the Church throughout the Revolution, how would he react to the spectacle of a pope crowning an upstart rival, devoid alike of birth and breeding? At the same time, Pius knew that he could not refuse. Telling himself that the very act of laying the crown on Napoleon's head must at least increase his prestige, he set off, escorted by 6 cardinals across the Alps. On his arrival in Paris, he found an unexpected opportunity to assert his authority. Josephine confessed to him that she and Napoleon had never gone through a wedding ceremony in church, and the Pope refused point-blank to attend the coronation until they had done so. A secret marriage service, without witnesses, had to be performed by Napoleon's uncle, Cardinal Fesch, the afternoon before the coronation, much to the bridegroom's disgust. But the emperor had his revenge. On the day of the coronation, the 2nd of December 1804, in Notre Dame, he first kept the Pope waiting for a full hour, and then personally performed the actual crowning, first of himself and then of Josephine. Pius was allowed to bless the 2 crowns, but that was all. For the rest, he was relegated to the role of a simple spectator. In Jacques-Louis David's great painting of the occasion, his displeasure can clearly be seen on his face. The Pope remained in France for the next 4 months. Despite repeated efforts, he failed to achieve any of his main objectives. The organic articles remained in force. On the other hand, he enjoyed huge personal success. Whenever he appeared in public, which he did as often as possible, he was greeted by cheering crowds, all surging forward to receive his blessing. The pendulum had swung a long way since the Revolution. France was on the threshold of a dramatic Catholic reaction, and the presence of the Pope was exactly what it needed. When the time at last came for Pius to return to Rome, more crowds lined his route. It was a very different journey from that which had followed his election in Venice only 5 years before. 1 year to the day after the emperor's coronation, his army of 68,000 triumphed over a combined force of 90,000 Austrians and Russians at Austerlitz in Moravia. On the day after Christmas 1805, by the terms of a treaty signed at Pressburg, now Bratislava, Austria was obliged to return to France all the Venetian territories she had acquired in 1797 at Campo Formio, to constitute, together with the coasts of Istria and Dalmatia, the new Napoleonic Kingdom of Italy. But for Napoleon, this was only the beginning. He was determined to take over the entire peninsula. He had already annexed, without warning and to the Pope's furious indignation, the papal port of Ancona. Now, a French army of 40,000 men under Marshal André Massena marched through the Papal States into southern Italy. When Pius registered a somewhat nervous protest, Napoleon put him firmly in his place. "Your Holiness will show the same respect for me in the temporal sphere as I bear towards him in the spiritual. Your Holiness is the sovereign of Rome, but I am its emperor." On the 11th of February, 1806, King Ferdinand and Queen Maria Carolina of Naples, she was a sister of Marie Antoinette, fled to face the winter miseries of Palermo, and on the 14th, in drenching rain, a French division entered Naples. There was virtually no resistance. The Neapolitans looked on in silence when on the following day Joseph staged his own procession and took up residence in the royal palace. Later that year, by imperial decree, he was proclaimed king. The Holy See was now surrounded by French-controlled territory, and henceforth relations between France and the papacy suffered a steady deterioration, leading in January 1808 to another French occupation of Rome itself, with the Pope a prisoner in the Quirinal, and under immense pressure to abdicate all his temporal power. He continued to refuse, and on the 10th of June 1809, Rome was declared a free imperial city, while the tricolour replaced the papal flag on the Castel Sant'Angelo. 3 weeks later, French patience gave out altogether. A body of French soldiers climbed the walls of the Quirinal with scaling ladders and burst into the papal study, where Pius was in conference with his secretary, Cardinal Pacca. Still fully robed, the two were seized and bundled into a coach and driven north. Pacca was held in Florence, but the Pope was rushed with all possible secrecy over the Alps to Grenoble. When Napoleon was informed of the abduction, he flew into a rage. His men had acted irresponsibly and without orders. He would have infinitely preferred to leave Pius at the Quirinal, where he belonged. On the other hand, to send him straight back to Rome would make the emperor look foolish. Finally, he decided to send the unfortunate pontiff to the bishop's palace at Savona, on the Italian Riviera. Here, though treated with every consideration where his physical comfort was concerned, he remained a prisoner, totally cut off from the outside world, with paper and ink alike forbidden. Rome, meanwhile, had become a dead city, the entire papal establishment having been virtually liquidated. The cardinals, the heads of the religious orders, the archives, and seals of authority had all been removed to Paris. By now, however, the emperor had two new problems on his hands. Josephine had failed to provide him with a son and heir, and was now, at 46, obviously too old to do so. His only hope lay in remarriage, but for that he needed a divorce, which Pius, he knew, would never grant. Fortunately, his first marriage had been undertaken only under pressure and without witnesses. In the circumstances, the ecclesiastical courts in Paris saw no obstacle to annulment. In April 1810, Napoleon married Marie-Louise, daughter of the Emperor Francis I of Austria, though 13 cardinals who remained loyal to the Pope refused to attend the ceremony. Francis I was formerly Francis II of the Holy Roman Empire. This, however, had been dissolved after Austerlitz. In 1804 he had founded the new Empire of Austria, of which he was now the Emperor, Francis I. He was thus named Doppelkaiser, Double Emperor, the only one in history. The second problem was Pius's continued refusal to confirm any bishops nominated by Napoleon. By 1810 there were 27 sees without prelates in France alone, and countless more in French-occupied Europe. Napoleon hoped to persuade the council of existing bishops to override the Pope, but the council, even though led by Cardinal Fesch, his own uncle, would not hear of it. Pius himself knew nothing of all this until, on the 9th of June 1812, he was snatched away from Savona and brought forcibly to France. The journey, most of which, for reasons of speed and secrecy, was effected in the hours of darkness, proved a further nightmare, every bit as bad as that endured by his predecessor. By this time, too, he was suffering from a serious urinary infection, which obliged him to stop the coach every 10 minutes. The poor man was on the point of death, when, after 12 hideous days, he arrived at Fontainebleau, only to be informed that the Emperor had just departed on his Russian campaign. Napoleon remained in Russia only about 6 months. In December, learning of an attempted coup d'etat in Paris, he abandoned his army, just as he had in Egypt, and took a sleigh back to the west. He arrived back at Fontainebleau in mid-January 1813. By this time the Pope had made a partial recovery, but remaining as he did in poor health and entirely alone, without a single cardinal to support him, against the furious bullying by the Emperor that now began, it was hardly surprising that he finally capitulated, signing on a scrap of paper a draft basis for a formal concordat, whereby he would be shorn of all his temporal power. No longer would he rule in Rome. The seat of the papacy was now to be transferred to France. New bishops would be invested by their metropolitans if the Pope failed to approve their appointments within 6 months. It was still only a scribbled draft, but Napoleon instantly proclaimed the concordat a fait accompli. Now at last the Cardinals Pacca and Consalvi, both horrified by the news, were allowed to join their master. They found him a broken man, his head buried in his hands, appalled by what he had done, and by the way the Emperor had first tormented and then tricked him. Slowly the two cardinals managed to breathe new life and hope into him, until eventually he wrote to Napoleon in his own hand, repudiating the concordat on the grounds that he had signed only a draft, and that under severe duress. Napoleon predictably suppressed the letter, but by now he had other more important things to think about. After his defeat at Leipzig in October, his empire had begun to crumble. By January 1814, he was writing to the Pope withdrawing the concordat unconditionally. His Holiness was free to return to Rome at his convenience. Pius left first for Savona, then in March travelled on to the Holy City. Arriving on the 24th, he was given a rapturous welcome. His carriage horses were unharnessed from the shafts, and he was drawn in triumph to St. Peter's by 30 young scions of the greatest families in Rome. On the 1st of November 1814, with Napoleon exiled to Elba, the Congress of Vienna met to redraw the map of Europe. The papal representative was Cardinal Consalvi, whose superb diplomatic skills succeeded in recovering almost all the former papal territories, with the exception of Avignon and the Venaissin, for which by now there was little real justification anyway. The legations and the marches of Ancona, however, which in 1798 to 1799 had formed part of the Cisalpine and Roman republics, and in 1808 to 1809 of Napoleon's Kingdom of Italy, were returned once more to the Holy See. But it was not only Europe that needed reconstruction, it was also the Church. The Holy Roman Empire, which had begun with Charlemagne just over 1,000 years before, had been abolished in 1806. The great prince-bishoprics of Germany were gone. The religious orders had been largely suppressed. All over the continent, episcopal sees were vacant, seminaries closed down, church property taken over. And in all those lands that had been subject to the revolutionary law of France, divorce, civil marriage, and freedom of religion were now deeply rooted, and would be hard indeed to abolish. As a first step in what would clearly prove a Herculean task, on the 7th of August 1814, Pius VII revived the Society of Jesus. The Pope was now 72, and respected in Europe more than he had ever been. The cruelties and excesses of the Revolution and the megalomaniac ambitions of Napoleon had brought about a vigorous spirit of reaction, of which the Church, which had endured persecution from the one and consistently harsh treatment from the other, had emerged as a leading symbol. And Pius, whose pontificate had been one of the most troubled in all history, and whose own personal sufferings had been acute, was now seen as the personification of resistance, which had ultimately led to the destruction of both. No longer was the Pope looked upon, as he had been in the previous century, as a fairly insignificant anachronism. He was once again back on the map of Europe, recognized by the Catholic princes as a temporal ruler as well as the supreme spiritual authority. This consequently put him in a substantially stronger position as a negotiator, and during the 9 years remaining of his pontificate, he was able to conclude more than 20 different concordats with foreign states, including Orthodox Russia in 1818 and Protestant Prussia in 1821, setting out the terms and conditions under which the work of the Church could be done in each. In most countries he lost the right to appoint bishops, one of the great points at issue between Church and State throughout history. But monasteries and seminaries reopened, and schools were once more subjected to religious authority. Not all the changes were for the best. There were cases where democracy was suppressed, or the censorship of books reimposed. In Spain, the hopelessly reactionary Ferdinand VII even reintroduced the Inquisition. But Pius himself did his utmost to adapt the papacy to the modern world. And when he died on the 20th of July, 1823, of the after-effects of a broken femur, the prospects for the papacy looked brighter than they had for half a century. In fact, appearances proved deceptive. Cardinal Consalvi, the Pope's devoted Secretary of State, and the guiding spirit behind many of his reforms, died 6 months after his master, and the way was now clear for the Zelanti, the more reactionary cardinals, who hated those reforms, and looked for a conservative regime dictated by spirituality rather than pragmatism, to select one of their own. Their choice fell on the 63-year-old Cardinal Annibale Ser Mattei della Genga, who had spent much of his career in the papal diplomatic service, until he was dismissed by Consalvi after disastrously bungling the negotiations for the return of Avignon. He took the name of Leo XII, 1823 to 1829. Pious but narrow-minded, in constant pain from piles, he represented a throwback to the most blinkered days of the 18th century, condemning toleration, reinforcing censorship and the Index, restricting Jews once again to ghettos, and in Rome obliging 300 of them to attend a weekly Christian sermon. In the Papal States, the old aristocracy was re-established, the old ecclesiastical courts reintroduced. Education was strictly controlled, morality enforced by 1,000 pettifogging regulations. The playing of games on Sundays or feast days was punishable with a prison sentence. The free sale of alcohol was forbidden. The enlightened modern state that Consalvi had been so carefully building up was replaced by a police regime of spies and informers, of the kind all too accurately depicted in Puccini's Tosca. During the first months after his accession, there were fears both in Rome and abroad that Leo would reverse all the conciliatory policies of Pius VII. Fortunately, they were unfounded. Bigoted the Pope might be, but he well understood the advantages of good relations with the European powers. Indeed, it was thanks to his intervention with the Ottoman Sultan, Mahmud II, that the Armenian Catholics were at last emancipated in 1830. But by then the Pope was dead. His 5.5-year pontificate had been a near disaster. He had undoubtedly meant well, but his lack of any understanding of the modern world made him a detested figure in Rome, and undid much of the splendid work of his predecessor. Since Francesco Saverio Castiglione, who succeeded him in March 1829 as Pope Pius VIII, 1829 to 1830, was to reign for only 20 months, he might have been seen as a stopgap. He was in fact a good deal more. A brave man of high principle. He had served an 8-year prison sentence for refusing to swear allegiance to Napoleon. Pius VII, whose name he had deliberately adopted, had greatly admired him, and had hoped that he might be chosen as his successor, and the new pope's declared aim was to continue in the great man's footsteps. He could not altogether abolish Leo's police state, but he drew its teeth, and made life for the average Roman infinitely more bearable than it had been. And when in July 1830 France deposed her morbidly pious and hugely unpopular Charles X, the Pope was not slow in recognizing Louis Philippe as King of the French, and bestowing upon him the traditional title of Most Christian King. 4 months later, however, Pius was dead. His successor, elected after 64 days and 83 ballots, was a former Camaldolese monk from the monastery of San Michele on the island of Murano in the Venetian lagoon. The Camaldolese were a strict and austere branch of the Benedictines, who lived only part of their life in the monastery, spending the rest of it as hermits. His name was Bartolomeo Alberto Capellari, and he took the name of Pope Gregory XVI, 1831 to 1846. Just as Pope Pius VIII had continued the work of Pius VII, so, alas, was Gregory XVI to follow in the footsteps of Leo XII. Like Leo, he was the creature of the Zelanti. He also had the backing of the Austrian Chancellor, Prince Metternich, who had set his heart on an absolutist pope, who would not surrender to what he described as the political madness of the age. The prince certainly got what he wanted. Gregory succeeded to the papacy in a moment of crisis. Since the fall of Bonaparte, a wave of radical discontent had been steadily gathering force the length and breadth of the Italian peninsula, deriving much of its strength from a vast, semi-secret society known as the Charcoal Burners, or Carbonari. Their principal ideals were, first, political liberty, second, the unification of Italy, and although few of them were yet aware of the fact, there was another group still in the process of formation, for whom a united Italy was to be the only goal. This group was called La Giovane Italia, Young Italy, and was founded in 1831 by an exile in Marseille, a young man of 26 named Giuseppe Mazzini. In 1830, a rebellion broke out in the Papal States, several of the cities falling into rebel hands. Gregory had to move swiftly. Terrified that the unrest might spread, he appealed to the Austrian emperor to send troops to defend Rome. Francis did not need to be asked twice. His firm action quickly restored order in the Papal States, but solved none of the fundamental problems that underlay the uprising, and, with the immediate danger averted, the Pope settled down to a policy of grim repression. He openly condemned the very idea of freedom of conscience or of the press, or the separation of church and state. On those who upheld these ideals, he clamped down mercilessly, by means of a police regime even more severe than that of Leo before him. Before long, the papal prisons were overflowing, the papal exchequer emptied by the cost of spies and informers. Gregory's mind was totally closed to progress, or indeed to any innovation. It was typical of him, for example, that he should have banned the new railways, which he called chemin d'enfer, from all papal territories. Less than 4 months after his accession, the great powers came together to demand radical reforms in the Papal States. The Pope refused. Civil disorder broke out once again. The Austrian troops were recalled, and Louis Philippe, in a remarkable display of ingratitude, seized Ancona. For the next 7 years, the Papal States lay under foreign military occupation. But Gregory's worst failure was in Poland. By the terms of the Third Partition in 1795, Poland as a state had ceased to exist. its territory split between Russia, Prussia, and Austria. And ever since his accession in 1825, Tsar Nicholas I had been making life as difficult as he could for the Catholics, and the Poles were virtually all Catholics, under his rule. Upon the Uniates, those who, while accepting papal supremacy, followed the Eastern Rite, he put heavy pressure to join the Russian Orthodox Church, while those bishops, the vast majority, who followed the Latin Rite, found that communications with Rome had been made well-nigh impossible. Resentment of the Russians grew steadily, until in November 1830 the Poles rose against them. Everything that could go wrong did so. Yet somehow they managed to establish a provisional government, and when in February 1831 a force of 115,000 Russian troops marched on Warsaw, the Poles fought back. A great wave of pro-Polish feeling now swept across Europe, and from all over the continent men hastened to join the Polish colours, including hundreds of officers from Napoleon's Grand Armée. Other contingents came from Germany, Italy, Hungary, and Britain. In France, Louis-Philippe made sonorous speeches suggesting military support, and James Fenimore Cooper started a Polish-American committee. Alas, their efforts were in vain. On the 8th of September, Warsaw was forced to capitulate. Tsar Nicholas took hideous vengeance. The leaders of the revolt were beheaded, 350 sentenced to hang, 10,000 officers sent off to hard labour. More than 3,000 families had their estates confiscated. In the countryside, whole villages were burned, as A. Zamoyski wrote in the Polish way. The accent was on humiliating the proud, degrading the noble, removing the vertebrae. Prince Roman Sangutsko, who was of Rurik's blood and might have qualified for some respect in Russia, was sentenced to hard labour for life in Siberia, and made to walk there chained to a gang of convicts, when his wife, a friend and former lady-in-waiting to the Empress, fell at the feet of Nicholas and begged for mercy. She was told she could go too. She did. At some stage it might have been expected that Gregory XVI would utter a word or two of support for his Catholic flock. He did nothing of the kind. Instead, in June 1832, he published a brief in which he categorically condemned the insurrection and denounced those who, under cover of religion, have set themselves against the legitimate power of princes. 2 months later, in his encyclical, Mirari Vos, he went still further, referring to that absurd and erroneous doctrine, or rather delirium, that freedom of conscience is to be claimed and defended for all men. As for any ideas for the regeneration of the Church, it has been instructed by Jesus Christ and his apostles and taught by the Holy Spirit. It would therefore be completely absurd and supremely insulting to suggest that the Church stands in need of restoration and regeneration, as though she could be exposed to exhaustion, degradation, or other defects of this kind. Mirari Vos was primarily directed against the priest, Félicité Robert de Lamennais, editor of the newspaper L'Avenir, which carried the words Dieu et Liberté as its masthead, and spokesman of the French liberal clergy. Lamennais maintained that the Church must ally itself with the people, rather than their oppressors, with the Catholic Poles against Tsar Nicholas, with the Catholic Belgians against the Dutch Protestant William I, with the Catholic Irish against Protestant Westminster. But, as the encyclical made all too clear, Pope Gregory would have none of it, and by his refusal, perhaps his inability, to accept progressive ideas, he cut off both himself and the papacy from modern political thought. Lamennais later denounced Rome as the most hideous cloaca that has ever soiled the human eye. He was going, arguably, a little too far, but few things in the world are more infuriating than blinkered bigotry, on the scale then demonstrated by the Roman papacy, and it is hard not to feel some sympathy for him. Gregory's record was not wholly disastrous. He reorganized all foreign missions, bringing them more firmly under papal control. He established some 70 new dioceses across the world, and nearly 200 missionary bishops. He denounced slavery and the slave trade, He founded the Christian Museum in the Lateran and the Etruscan and Egyptian museums in the Vatican. But he brought sad discredit on the Church, and when on the 1st of June 1846 he died after a short illness, there were few indeed to mourn him. Chapter 25. Pio Nonno, 1846 to 1878. Each day the Pope shows himself more lacking in any practical sense. Born and brought up in a liberal family, he has been formed in a bad school. A good priest, he has never turned his mind towards matters of government. Warm of heart and weak of intellect, he has allowed himself to be taken and ensnared, since assuming the tiara, in a net from which he no longer knows how to disentangle himself, and if matters follow their natural course, he will be driven out of Rome. Those prophetic words were written by the Austrian State Chancellor, Prince Metternich, in October 1847, to his ambassador in Paris. Their subject was Giovanni Maria Mastai Ferretti, who in the previous year, at the age of only 54, and after a 48-hour conclave, had been elected Pope Pius IX, 1846 to 1878. He was as unlike his predecessor as it was possible to be. Indeed, he was known to have been openly critical of Gregory's rule in the Papal States, just as he was of the Austrian presence in Italy. Gregory had made him a cardinal, but had never trusted him. Even Ferretti's cats, he maintained, were liberals. The reaction of the cats to Pius's election is not known, but by the liberals of Italy, and indeed all Western Europe, the news had been greeted with excitement and delight. The new pontiff, it seemed, was one of themselves. In his first month of office, he amnestied more than 1,000 political prisoners and exiles. "God doesn't grant amnesties," growled Metternich. "God pardons." A few weeks later he was giving garden parties for both sexes at the Quirinal. Meanwhile he actively encouraged plans for the railways that his predecessor had so detested, and for gaslighting in the streets of Rome. He established a free, or very nearly free, press. He made a start on tariff reform, introduced laymen into the papal government, and abolished Leo XII's grotesque law that obliged Jews to listen to a Christian lecture once a week. Mobbed wherever he went, he was the most popular man in Italy. But his reputation carried its own dangers. Every political demonstration, from the mildest to the most revolutionary, now claimed his support. His name appeared on 1,000 banners, frequently proclaiming causes to which he was strongly opposed. With the outbreak of the revolutions of 1848, they occurred in Sicily, Paris, Vienna, Naples, Rome, Venice, Florence, Lucca, Parma, Modena, Berlin, Milan, Krakow, Warsaw, and Budapest. His position became still more untenable. "Pio Nonno! Pio Nonno! Pio Nonno!" The name became a battle cry, endlessly chanted by one mob after another, as it surged through the streets of city after city. When the Pope concluded one speech with the words, "God bless Italy," his words were immediately seen as an endorsement of the popular dream of a united peninsula, freed forever from Austrian rule. Pius, it need hardly be said, had no desire to see Italy united. Apart from anything else, what would then become of the Papal States? In short, he now found himself on a runaway train. His only hope was to try to apply the brakes whenever he could. Already by the end of January of that fateful year, the spate of new constitutions had begun. King Ferdinand had given one to Naples on the 29th. In Florence, just a week later, the Grand Duke had offered his subjects another. On the 5th of March, after the Paris Revolution and the flight of Louis Philippe, King Charles Albert of Savoy had granted one to the Piedmontese in Turin. Then, on the 13th of March, it had been the turn of Vienna, and Metternich himself had taken to his heels. This was the most important event of all. New hope surged in the breast of every Italian patriot, who, as always, looked to the Pope for a lead. There was nothing for it. On the 15th of March, Pope Pius granted a constitution to the Papal States, providing for an elected chamber. It was not exaggeratedly liberal. His chief minister, Cardinal Giacomo Antonelli, had seen to that. Antonelli was largely responsible for enabling the papacy to cling to temporal power for as long as it did. He was a brilliant politician with immense charm, and, as his countless bastards attested, an extremely mouvementé sex life. When he stops in a salon near a pretty woman, when he stands close to speak to her, stroking her shoulders and looking deeply into her corsage, you recognize the man of the woods, and you tremble as you think of post-chaises overturned at the roadside, as Iabou wrote in La Question Romaine. Nor, as things turned out, did the Constitution last very long, but it served its purpose. Pius, unwilling as he was to spearhead European revolution, could hardly be seen to be lagging behind. Metternich's resignation and flight left Austria in chaos. The government was rudderless, the army bewildered and uncertain in its loyalties. Here, unmistakably, was the signal to insurgents and revolutionaries throughout Italy. In Milan, the great insurrection, known to all Italians as the Cinque Giornate, the 5 days of the 18th to the 22nd of March, drove the Austrians from the city and instituted a republican government. On the last of those days in Turin, a stirring front-page article appeared in the newspaper Il Risorgimento, written by its editor, Count Camillo Cavour. "The supreme hour has sounded," he wrote. "One way alone is open for the nation, for the government, for the king. War." 2 days later, King Charles Albert proclaimed the readiness of Piedmont to take up arms against the Austrian occupiers. Grand Duke Leopold II of Tuscany dispatched an army composed of both regular troops and volunteers. Rather more surprisingly, there was a similar response from King Ferdinand of Naples, who sent a force of 16,000 under a huge Calabrian general called Guglielmo Pepe. Strategically, these contributions probably made little difference. They showed, however, beyond all possible doubt, that the cause was a national, Italian one. As they took their places beside the Piedmontese, Charles Albert's fellow rulers saw themselves not as allies, but as compatriots. On the 24th of March, General Giovanni Durando led the advance guard of a papal army out of Rome to protect the northern frontier of the Papal States against any possible Austrian attack. This was conceived as a purely defensive measure, but the warmongers refused to accept it as such. Austria, they claimed, had declared war on Christian Italy. This was therefore a holy war, a crusade, with the divine purpose of driving the invader from a sacred Italian soil. Pope Pius was horrified. Never for a moment would he have condoned such a policy of aggression, least of all against a Catholic nation. It was clearly essential for him to make his position clear once and for all. The result was the so-called allocution of the 29th of April, 1848. Far from leading the campaign for a united Italy, he declared, he actively opposed it. God-fearing Italians should forget the whole idea of unification, and once again pledge their loyalty to their individual princes. The news of the allocution was received with horror by all true Italian patriots up and down the country. As things turned out, the cause of unification was virtually unaffected. The movement was by now so widespread as to be unstoppable. The only real damage done was to the reputation of Pius himself. Until now, he had been a hero. Henceforth, he was a traitor. Moreover, the allocution had shown, as perhaps nothing else could have shown, just how powerless he was to influence events. All his popularity disappeared overnight. Now it was his turn to look revolution in the face. For 7 months he struggled to hold the situation. But when on the 15th of November his chief minister, Antonelli's successor, Count Pellegrino Rossi, was hacked to death as he was entering the chancellery, Pius realized that Rome was no longer safe for him. On the 24th, aided by the French ambassador and the Bavarian minister, and disguised as a simple priest, he slipped secretly out of the Quirinal Palace by a side door and fled to Gaeta, in Neapolitan territory, where he was joined by Cardinal Antonelli and a small staff. King Ferdinand gave him a warm welcome, and settled Pius in his local palace, where he established a small curia and continued the papal business. At first the Piedmontese army enjoyed a measure of success. All too soon, however, on the 24th of July, 1849, Charles Albert was routed at Custozza, a few miles southwest of Verona. He fell back on Milan, with the old Austrian marshal, Joseph Radetzky, in hot pursuit. Radetzky had taken part in the very first Austrian campaigns against Napoleon more than half a century before, and had been Chief of Staff at the Battle of Leipzig in 1813. He had fought in 17 campaigns, had been wounded 7 times, and had had 9 horses shot from under him. On the 4th of August, Charles Albert was obliged to ask for an armistice, by the terms of which he and his army withdrew behind their own frontiers. 2 days later the Milanese also surrendered, and the indomitable old marshal led his army back into the city. The first phase of the war was over, and Austria was plainly the victor. It was not only that she was back in undisputed control of Venetia Lombardy. Naples had made a separate peace. Rome had capitulated. France, in the person of her foreign secretary, the poet Alphonse de Lamartine, had published a Republican manifesto that had made encouraging noises, even if it had offered no material help. The forces of the counter-revolution were triumphant across mainland Italy. Except in Venice. On the 22nd of March, 1848, a Venetian lawyer named Daniel Manin and his followers had occupied the arsenal and commandeered all the Austrian arms and ammunition that was stored there. Manin had then led a triumphal procession to the piazza, where he had formally proclaimed the rebirth of the Republic, abolished by Napoleon half a century before. The Austrian governor had signed an act of capitulation, promising the immediate departure of all Austrian troops. But now Venice stood alone. Her only hope was Manin, whom in August she invited to assume dictatorial powers. He refused. It was nevertheless under his sole guidance that the Venetian Republic was to fight on throughout the following winter, courageously but with increasing desperation. For all the states of Italy, the 48, the 48, had been a momentous year. Strategically, the situation had changed remarkably little. In most places Austria remained in control. Politically, on the other hand, there had been a dramatic shift in popular opinion. When the year began, most patriotic Italians were thinking in terms of getting rid of the Austrian forces of occupation. When it ended, the overriding objective, everywhere except in Venice, was a united Italy. Change was in the air. At last, it seemed, the Italians were on the verge of realizing their long-cherished dream. The Risorgimento had begun. The hurried departure of the Pope had taken Rome by surprise. The chief minister of the papal government, Giuseppe Galletti, an old friend of Mazzini's who had returned to Rome under the amnesty, and had courageously succeeded the murdered Rossi, first sent a delegation to Gaeta to persuade Pius to return. Only when this was refused an audience did Galletti call for the formation of a Roman Constituent Assembly of 200 elected members, which would meet in the city on the 5th of February, 1849. Time was short, but the need was urgent, and 142 members duly presented themselves in the Palace of the Cancelleria on the appointed date. Just 4 days later, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the Assembly voted, by 120 votes to 10, with 12 abstentions, to put an end to the temporal power of the Pope and establish a Roman Republic. It was dominated by a 41-year-old adventurer named Giuseppe Garibaldi. Born in 1807 in Nice, which would be ceded to France only in 1860, Garibaldi was, like Mazzini, a Piedmontese. He had begun his professional life as a merchant seaman, and had become a member of Mazzini's Giovane Italia in 1833. Always a man of action, he was involved the following year in an unsuccessful mutiny, one of the many failed conspiracies of those early years, and a warrant was issued for his arrest. Just in time he managed to escape to France. Meanwhile, in Turin he was sentenced in absentia to death for high treason. After a brief spell in the French merchant navy, he joined that of the Bey of Tunis, who offered him the post of commander-in-chief. This, however, he declined, and finally in December 1835, he sailed as second mate on a French brig bound for South America. There he was to stay for the next 12 years, the first 4 of them fighting for a small and now forgotten state that was trying unsuccessfully to break away from Brazilian domination. In 1841, he and his Brazilian mistress, Anita Ribeiro da Silva, trekked to Montevideo, where he was put in charge of the Uruguayan Navy. also taking command of a legion of Italian exiles, the first of the Red Shirts, with whom his name was ever afterwards associated. After his victory at the minor but heroic Battle of San Antonio del Santo in 1846, his fame quickly spread to Europe. By now he had become a professional rebel, whose experience of guerrilla warfare was to stand him in good stead in the years to come. The moment Garibaldi heard of the revolutions of 1848, he gathered 60 of his red shirts and took the next ship back to Italy. His initial offers to fight for the Pope, and then for Piedmont, having both been rejected, Charles Albert in particular would not have forgotten that Garibaldi was still under sentence of death. He headed for Milan, where Mazzini had already arrived, and immediately plunged into the fray. The armistice following Charles Albert's defeat at Custozza he simply ignored, continuing his private war against the Austrians until at the end of August, heavily outnumbered, he was obliged to retreat to Switzerland. 3 months later, however, on hearing of the Pope's flight, he hurried at once with his troop of volunteers to Rome. There he was elected a member of the new assembly, and it was he who formally proposed that Rome should thenceforth be an independent republic. On the 18th of February 1849, Pope Pius in Gaeta addressed a formal appeal for help to France, Austria, Spain, and Naples. By none of these 4 powers was he to go unheard. To the assembly, however, the greatest danger was France, whose response would clearly depend on the complexion of its new republic, and in particular on Prince Louis Napoleon, its newly elected president. Nearly 20 years before, the prince had been implicated in an anti-papal plot and expelled from Rome. He still cherished no particular affection for the papacy, but it was all too clear to him that Austria was more powerful than ever in Italy. How could he contemplate the possibility of the Austrians now marching south and restoring the Pope on their own terms? If he himself were to take no action, that, he had no doubt at all, was exactly what they would do. Louis Napoleon gave his orders accordingly, and on the 25th of April 1849, General Nicholas Oudinot, the son of one of Napoleon's marshals, landed with a force of about 9,000 at Civitavecchia, and set off on the 40-mile march to Rome. From the start he was under a misapprehension. He had been led to believe that the Roman Republic had been imposed by a small group of revolutionaries on an unwilling people, and would soon be overturned. He and his men would consequently be welcomed as liberators. His orders were to grant the assembly no formal recognition, but to occupy the city peacefully, if possible without firing a shot. He was in for a surprise. The Romans, although they had little hope of defending their city against a trained and well-equipped army, were busy preparing themselves for the fight. Their own forces, such as they were, consisted of the regular papal troops of the line, the Carabinieri, a special corps of the Italian army entrusted with police duties, the 1,000-strong civic guard, the volunteer regiments raised in the city, which amounted to some 1,400, and, by no means the least formidable, the populace itself, with every weapon it could lay its hands on. But their total numbers were still pathetically small, and great was their jubilation when on the 27th of April Garibaldi rode into the city at the head of 1,300 legionaries whom he had gathered in the Romagna. 2 days later there followed a regiment of Lombard bersaglieri, with their distinctive broad-brimmed hats and swaying plumes of black-green cock's feathers. The defenders were gathering in strength, but the odds were still heavily against them, and they knew it. The first battle for Rome was fought on the 30th of April. The day was saved by Oudinot's ignorance and misunderstanding of the situation. He had brought no siege guns with him, and no scaling ladders. It was only when his column, advancing towards the Vatican and the Janiculum Hill, was greeted by bursts of cannon fire that he began to realize the full danger of his position. Soon afterwards Garibaldi's legion swept down upon him, swiftly followed by the Bersaglieri lancers. For 6 hours he and his men fought back as best they could, but as evening fell, they could only admit defeat and take the long road back to Civitavecchia. They had lost 500 killed or wounded, with 365 taken prisoner. But perhaps the humiliation had been worst of all. That night all Rome was illuminated in celebration. But no one pretended that the invaders were not going to return. The French had learned that Rome was going to be a tougher nut to crack than they had expected. Nonetheless, they intended to crack it. Little more than a month later, during which time Garibaldi, at the head of his legionaries and the Bersaglieri, marched south to meet an invading Neapolitan army, and effortlessly expelled it from Republican territory. Oudinot had received the reinforcements he had requested, and it was with 20,000 men behind him and vastly improved armament that on the 3rd of June he marched on Rome for the second time. Advancing once again from the west, his primary objectives were the historic Villa Pamphili and Villa Corsini, high on the Janiculum Hill. By the end of the day both were safely in his hands, his guns drawn up into position. Rome was effectively doomed. The defenders fought back superbly for nearly a month, but on the morning of the 30th of June, Mazzini addressed the assembly. There were, he told them, 3 possibilities. They could surrender. They could continue the fight and die in the streets, or they could retire to the hills and continue the struggle. Around midday Garibaldi appeared, covered in dust, his red shirt caked with blood and sweat. His mind was made up. Surrender was obviously out of the question. Street fighting, he pointed out, was also impossible. When Trastevere, the area of Rome lying west of the Tiber, was abandoned, as it would have to be, French guns could simply destroy the city. The hills, then, it would have to be. Dovunque saremo, he told them. Colà sarà Roma. Wherever we are, there shall be Rome. Rome awaited the Pope's return, but Pius took his time. It would be weeks or months, he knew, before the city reverted to normal. In any case, what would his own policy be? He was glad on the whole that Louis Napoleon had agreed to leave a French garrison indefinitely in or near Rome. He might have need of it. But he was resolved not to let the Prince-President tell him what to do. On no account would he reintroduce the Constitution of 1848. He would allow nothing more than a limited amnesty, a state council, and a legislative assembly. Only when the French agreed to these conditions did he consent to return. It was not until the 12th of April, 1850, that he made his formal re-entry into the city. This time, however, he avoided the Quirinal Palace. It had too many unhappy memories. Instead, he went straight to the Vatican, where his successors have lived ever since. Had the Quarantotto been in vain? By early 1850 it certainly seemed so. Pius IX had returned to a French-occupied Rome. The Austrians were back in Venice and in Lombardy. In Naples, King Ferdinand II, King Bomba, had torn up the constitution and once again wielded absolute power. Florence, Modena, and Parma, all under Austrian protection, were in much the same state. In the whole peninsula, only Piedmont remained free, but Piedmont too had changed. The tall, handsome, idealistic Charles Albert was dead. His son and successor, Victor Emmanuel II, was short, squat, and unusually ugly. Principally interested, or so it seemed, in hunting and women. But he was a good deal more intelligent than he looked. Despite his genuine shyness and awkwardness in public, he missed very few tricks. It is hard to imagine the Risorgimento without him. Yet even Victor Emmanuel might have foundered had it not been for Count Camillo Cavour, who became his chief minister at the end of 1852, and remained in power, with very brief intermissions, for the next 9 years. Years that were crucial for Italy. Cavour's appearance, like that of his master, was deceptive. Short and pot-bellied, with a blotchy complexion, thinning hair, and spectacles that looked like goggles. He was shabbily dressed, and on first acquaintance, distinctly unprepossessing. His mind, on the other hand, was like a rapier, and once he began to talk, few were impervious to his charm. Domestically, he pursued a program of ecclesiastical reform, often in the teeth of opposition from a pious and conscientiously Catholic king. His foreign policy, meanwhile, was ever directed towards his dream of a united Italy, with Piedmont at its head. But how could this be achieved with Austria in control in Venetia, Lombardy, and a French army protecting the Papal States? By early 1866, when he and Napoleon III found themselves sitting together at the Paris peace table after the Crimean War, Cavour began to entertain a new and exciting hope that the Emperor, despite his distinctly unhelpful policies in the past, might now be prepared to assist in the long-awaited Austrian expulsion. Surprisingly enough, what seems finally to have decided Louis Napoleon to take up arms on Italy's behalf was a plot by Italian patriots to assassinate him. Their attempt took place on the 14th of January, 1858, when bombs were thrown at his carriage, as he and the Empress were on their way to the opera. Neither was hurt, though there were several casualties among their escort and the surrounding bystanders. The leader of the conspirators, Felice Orsini, was a well-known Republican who had been implicated in a number of former plots. While in prison awaiting trial, he wrote the Emperor a letter, which was later read aloud in open court and published in both the French and the Piedmontese press. It ended, "Remember that so long as Italy is not independent, the peace of Europe and your Majesty is but an empty dream. Set my country free, and the blessings of 25 million people will follow you everywhere and forever." Although these noble words failed to save Orsini from the firing squad, they seem to have lingered in the mind of Louis Napoleon, who by midsummer had come round to the idea of a joint operation to drive the Austrians from the Italian peninsula once and for all. His motives were not, it need hardly be said, wholly idealistic. True, he had a genuine love for Italy, and would have been delighted to present himself to the world as her deliverer, but he was also aware that his prestige and popularity at home were fast declining. He desperately needed a war, and a victorious war at that, to regain them, and Austria was the only potential enemy available. The next step was to discuss the possibilities with Cavour, and in July 1858, the two met secretly at the little health resort of Plombières-les-Bains in the Vosges. Agreement was quickly reached. Piedmont would engineer a quarrel with the Duke of Modena and send in troops, ostensibly at the request of the population. Austria would be bound to support the Duke and declare war. Piedmont would then appeal to France for aid, and France would help her to expel the Austrians from Italy and annex Venetia-Lombardy. In return, she would cede to France the county of Savoy and the city of Nice. The latter, being the birthplace of Garibaldi, was a bitter pill for Cavour to swallow. But if it was the price of liberation, then swallowed it would have to be. The Emperor landed with his army of 54,000 at Genoa on the 12th of May, 1859, and on the 4th of June the first decisive battle was fought, at Magenta, a small village some 14 miles west of Milan, where the French scored a decisive victory over some 60,000 Austrians. Casualties were high on both sides, and would have been higher if the Piedmontese, delayed by the indecision of their commander, had not arrived some time after the battle was over. This misfortune did not, however, prevent Louis Napoleon and Victor Emmanuel from making a joint, triumphal entry into Milan 4 days later. After Magenta, the Franco-Piedmontese army was joined by Garibaldi, who had been invited by Victor Emmanuel to assemble a brigade of Cacciatori delle Alpi, Alpine hunters, and had won another battle against the Austrians some 10 days before at Varese. They then all advanced together and met the full Austrian army on the 24th of June at Solferino, just south of Lake Garda. The ensuing battle, in which well over 250,000 men were engaged, was fought on a grander scale than any since Leipzig in 1813. The French were able now to reveal a secret weapon, rifled artillery, which dramatically increased both the accuracy and range of their guns. Much of the fighting, however, was hand-to-hand, beginning early in the morning and continuing throughout most of the day. Only towards evening, after losing some 20,000 of his men in heavy rain, did the 29-year-old Emperor Franz Joseph order a withdrawal across the Mincio. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. The French and Piedmontese lost almost as many men as the Austrians, and the outbreak of fever, probably typhus, that followed the battle accounted for thousands more on both sides. The scenes of carnage made a deep impression on a young Swiss named Henri Dunant, who chanced to be present, and organized emergency aid services for the wounded. 5 years later, as a direct result of his experience, he was to found the Red Cross. Louis Napoleon, too, had been profoundly shocked, and this was certainly one of the reasons why, a little more than a fortnight after the battle, he made a separate peace with Austria. There was another reason, too. Recent events had persuaded several of the smaller states, notably Tuscany, Romagna, and the duchies of Modena and Parma, to think about overthrowing their rulers and seeking annexation to Piedmont. The result would be a formidable state, immediately across the French border, covering much of north and central Italy, a state that might well absorb some or all of the Papal States, and even the two Sicilies. Was it really for this that the gallant Frenchmen who fell at Solferino had given their lives? And so, on the 11th of July, 1859, the Emperors of France and Austria met at Villafranca, near Verona, and the future of northern and central Italy was decided in under an hour. Austria would keep Venetia, as well as Mantua and Peschiera, the great fortress on Lake Garda. The rest of Lombardy she would surrender to France, who would pass it on to Piedmont. The former rulers of Tuscany and Modena would be restored to their thrones, and an Italian confederacy would be established under the honorary presidency of the Pope. Venetia, including Venice itself, would be a member of this confederacy, while remaining under Austrian sovereignty. The fury of Cavour when he read the details of the Villafranca agreement can well be imagined. Without Venice, Peschiera, or Mantua, not even Venetia Lombardy would be entirely Italian. As for central Italy, that was lost even before it had been properly gained. After a long and acrimonious interview with Victor Emmanuel, he submitted his resignation. "We shall return," he wrote to a friend, "to conspiracy." Gradually, however, he recovered himself. There had at least been no mention in the agreement of the French annexation of Savoy and Nice, which he had reluctantly agreed to at Plombières. The present situation, if not all that he had hoped, was certainly a good deal better than it had been the year before. Over the next few months it improved still further, as several of the smaller states categorically refused to accept the fate prescribed for them. Nothing, they made it clear, would induce them to take back their former rulers. In Florence, Bologna, Parma, and Modena, dictators had sprung up, all of them determined on fusion with Piedmont. The only obstacle was presented by Piedmont itself. The terms agreed at Villafranca were now incorporated in a formal treaty signed at Zurich, and General Alfonso La Marmora, who had succeeded Cavour as chief minister, was unwilling to take any action in defiance of it. But the dictators were quite prepared to bide their time. Florence, meanwhile, kept her independence. Romagna, which included Bologna, Parma and Modena, joined together to form a new state, which, since the Roman Via Aemilia ran through all three of them, they called Emilia. Camillo Cavour followed these developments with satisfaction, and in January 1860 returned to Turin to take over a new government. Scarcely was he back in office when he found himself swept up in negotiations with Napoleon III, and it was not long before the two reached agreement. Piedmont would annex Tuscany and Emilia. In return, Savoy and Nice would be ceded to France. There was a predictable explosion of wrath from Garibaldi, whose immediate reaction was to start planning his personal recapture of his native city and its return to Piedmont. But before he could do so, another far more promising opportunity suddenly presented itself. An opportunity not just to fight for a noble cause, but to make history. On the 4th of April, 1860, there was a popular insurrection in Palermo. It was not a success. The Neapolitan authorities had been secretly informed in advance, but it provided a spark for others throughout northern Sicily, and the authorities could not cope with them all. When Garibaldi heard the news, he acted at once. Cavour refused his request for a Piedmontese brigade, but within less than a month he had assembled a band of volunteers, who sailed from the little port of Quarto, now part of Genoa, on the night of the 5th of May, landing unopposed at Marsala in western Sicily on the 11th. They represented a broad cross-section of Italian society, about half consisting of men from the professions, lawyers, doctors, and university lecturers, and the other half drawn from the working class. Some were still technically Republicans, but their leader made it clear to them that they were fighting not just for Italy, but also for King Victor Emmanuel, and this was no time to argue. From Marsala, the 1,000, as they came to be called, although there were actually 1,089 of them, headed inland. There was a degree of somewhat half-hearted resistance from Bourbon troops, but by the end of May Garibaldi was master of Palermo, and 2 months later of all Sicily. In mid-August he and his men crossed the Straits of Messina, and on the 7th of September he entered Naples in an open carriage, King Francis II having fled the previous day. Naples was the largest city in Italy, the third largest in Europe. For 2 months Garibaldi ruled it, and Sicily, as a dictator, while planning his next step, a march on the Papal States and Rome. But this step was never taken. Cavour, knowing full well that to allow Garibaldi to continue might mean war with France, was determined to stop him in his tracks. Besides, Garibaldi was now far more popular than Victor Emmanuel himself. The Piedmontese army was deeply jealous of his recent successes, and there was always the lurking danger that Mazzini, who had arrived in Naples in mid-September, might persuade him to desert the King of Piedmont and espouse the Republican cause. Suddenly Garibaldi found 2 formidable armies ranged against him, the Neapolitan and the Piedmontese. King Francis had managed to raise a new army, and not long after the Red Shirts left Naples on the first stage of their journey north, they found a force of some 50,000 drawn up along the bank of the Volturno River. It was here that they suffered their first defeat since landing in Sicily. Outside the little town of Caiazzo, in their leader's temporary absence, one of his generals tried and failed to cross the river, losing 250 men in the attempt. But on the 1st of October, Garibaldi had his revenge. It was an expensive victory, with some 1,400 killed or wounded in and around the little village of San Angelo in Formi. But it may well have saved Italy. Meanwhile, the Piedmontese army was also advancing south, into the papal territories of Umbria and the Marches. Its campaign was unspectacular, but effective. Its papalist opponents consisting of little more than an international brigade of volunteers, recruited from Catholic communities throughout Europe. Pio Nono had been doubtful about the Irish volunteers at first, wrote Eamon Duffy, because he feared the effects on Irishmen of the ready availability of cheap Italian wine. It overcame spirited resistance at Perugia, scored a small victory over a papal army at the little village of Castelfidardo near Loreto, and a rather larger one when it captured Ancona, taking 7,000 prisoners, including the commander of the papal forces, the French general Christophe de la Mauricière. That was the end of the papal army. Henceforth, there was no further trouble. Victor Emmanuel himself, accompanied by his long-term mistress, Rosina Vecellana, she was dressed, we are told, to kill, now came to take titular command of his army. From that moment Garibaldi's star began to set. The Battle of the Volturno had already persuaded him that a march on Rome was no longer a possibility, and now with the king himself on his way, he saw that his rule in the south must come to an end. He gave in gracefully. He rode north with a large escort to meet the king, and on the 7th of November the 2 of them entered Naples, side by side in the royal carriage. Victor Emmanuel offered him the rank of full general, together with a splendid estate, but Garibaldi would have none of it. He remained a revolutionary, and for as long as Austria still occupied the Veneto, and the Pope continued as temporal ruler in Rome, he was determined to preserve his freedom of action. On the 9th of November he sailed for his farm, on the little island of Caprera, off the Sardinian coast. He took with him only a little money, borrowed since he had made none during his months of power, and a bag of seeds for his garden. On Passion Sunday, the 17th of March, 1861, Victor Emmanuel II was proclaimed King of Italy. Old Massimo d'Azeglio, Cavour's predecessor and successor as chief minister, is reported to have said when he heard the news, "L'Italia è fatta, restano a fare gli italiani." Italy is made. Now we have to make the Italians. Less than 3 months after the royal proclamation, Cavour was dead. He had spent his last weeks in furious debate over the future of Rome, in which, it should be recorded, he had never once set foot. All the other major Italian cities, he argued, had been independent municipalities, each fighting its own corner. Only Rome, as the seat of the Church, had remained above such rivalries. But though the Pope must be asked to surrender his temporal power, papal independence must at all cost be guaranteed. A free Church in a free state. He encountered a good deal of opposition, the most vitriolic from Garibaldi, who emerged from Caprera in April 1861, strode into the assembly in his red shirt and a grey South American poncho, and let loose a stream of abuse at the man who, he thundered, had sold off half his country to the French, and had done his best to prevent the invasion of the two Sicilies. But he succeeded only in confirming that however brilliant a general he might be, he was no statesman. Cavour easily won the vote of confidence that followed. It was his last political victory. He died suddenly on the 6th of June of a massive stroke. He was just 50 years old. If Camillo Cavour had lived just one more decade, he would have seen the last two pieces of the Italian jigsaw fitted into place. Where Rome was concerned, Pope Pius was refusing to yield an inch. He held the Papal States for the Catholic world, and was obliged by his coronation oath to pass them on to his successor. Napoleon III, by contrast, was becoming steadily more amenable to negotiation, and by what was known as the September Convention, signed on the 15th of September, 1864, he agreed to withdraw his troops from Rome before September 1866. The new Kingdom of Italy, in return, pledged itself to defend papal territory against any attack, and agreed to transfer its capital within 6 months from Turin to Florence. Rather than improving the prospects of incorporating Rome into the new Italian state, the convention, which was to remain in force for 6 years, seemed to guarantee, at least temporarily, the status quo. On the other hand, by putting an end to the 15 years of French occupation, it cleared the ground for the next steps, whatever these might be, and by freezing the situation in Rome, it enabled the government to turn its mind to the other overriding necessity, the recovery of the Veneto. But now, by a stroke of good fortune, there appeared a deus ex machina, who was effectively to drop into Italy's lap both of the coveted territories. This took the unexpected shape of the Prussian Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck, who was now well on the way to uniting all the German states into a single empire. The one stumbling block was Austria. Bismarck therefore proposed to Victor Emmanuel a military alliance. Austria would be attacked simultaneously on 2 fronts, by Prussia from the north and by Italy from the west. In the event of victory, Italy's reward would be the Veneto. The king agreed, and Napoleon III had no objection. The treaty was signed on the 8th of April 1866, and on the 15th of June the war began. 6 weeks later it was over. A single battle did the trick. It was fought at Sadova, some 65 miles northeast of Prague, and engaged the largest number of troops, 1/3 of a million, ever assembled to that date on a European battlefield. The Prussian victory was total, and the armistice that followed duly provided for the cession of the Veneto. This was confirmed by a plebiscite, the result of which was a foregone conclusion. Venice was an Italian city at last, and Italy could boast a new and invaluable port on the northern Adriatic. Only Rome remained. On the 8th of December 1864, Pope Pius published his encyclical Quanta Cura. It was prompted by a speech by the liberal Count Charles de Montalembert at a Catholic Congress held the previous year at Malines in Belgium. The time had come, Montalembert had declared, to scrap the age-old alliance of throne and altar, which was now dead on its feet. Instead he called for a fresh attitude on the part of the Church. Let it now embrace the new democratic principles, doing away with the Index, the Inquisition, and similar repressive institutions, and opening the way to free discussion. To Pius this was dangerous talk indeed. Montalembert and the Archbishop of Malines both received letters of stern reprimand, and work began on the encyclical, to which, when it appeared, was attached what was described as a syllabus of errors. It was this, rather than the encyclical itself, that caused widespread consternation, consisting as it did of a list of no fewer than 80 condemned propositions. Some of these were uncontroversial enough. Others seemed to many of the faithful profoundly shocking. Did the Pope really believe that non-Catholics in Catholic countries should be forbidden to practice their religion? Did he genuinely condemn the idea that the Roman Pontiff can and should reconcile himself with progress, liberalism, and recent civilization? Pius IX never lost his easygoing charm, his ready smile, his ever-present sense of humour. And yet here was proof, if proof were needed, that the Pope had now identified himself with one of the most reactionary, intolerant, and aggressive movements of modern church history. To the ultramontanists, as they had come to be called, the Pope was absolute ruler, unquestioned leader, infallible guide. No discussion was permitted, no suggestion that there might be two sides to an argument. Roman Catholicism was in danger of becoming something akin to a police state, illiberal and bigoted. As the Anglican convert John Henry Newman wrote disgustedly, "We are shrinking into ourselves, narrowing the lines of communication, trembling at freedom of thought, and using the language of dismay and despair at the prospect before us." No wonder Britain's representative in Rome, Odo Russell, reporting back to his government, wrote of the Pope's unbounded pretensions to absolute control over the souls and bodies of mankind, and of his position at the head of a vast ecclesiastical conspiracy against the principles which govern modern society. "Liberal Catholics," he wrote, "can no longer speak in her, the Church's defence, without being convicted of heresy." The shockwave soon spread across Europe. In France the syllabus was banned. In Naples it was publicly burned. Bishop Dupanloup of Orleans wrote, "If we do not succeed in checking this senseless Romanism, the Church will be outlawed in Europe for half a century." Pope Pius, however, was unrepentant. Almost in defiance of the opposition, he summoned a general council of the Church, to be known as the First Vatican Council, and to meet on the 8th of December 1869 in St. Peter's. It was by far the largest council in history, attended by nearly 700 bishops from all 5 continents, 120 of them English-speaking. There would have been more bishops still if Russia had allowed its Catholic priests to attend. The proceedings, it was agreed, should take place under 2 heads, the faith and the Church. The Constitution on the Faith formally deplored the pantheism, materialism, and atheism of the time, and caused few problems. That on the Church proved a good deal trickier. It had not originally been intended that the main issue should be that of papal infallibility, but as the Council continued its work, this gradually assumed overriding importance. The debate was long and spirited, and the wording, as finally accepted by a majority of 533 to 2, but with many abstentions, disappointed the extremists on both sides. The Roman Pontiff, it declared, was indeed infallible, his definitions being irreformable of themselves, and not from the consent of the Church. His infallibility was, however, restricted only to those occasions when he speaks ex cathedra, that is, when, in discharge of the office of pastor and doctor of all Christians, by virtue of his supreme apostolic authority, he defines a doctrine regarding faith or morals to be held by the universal Church. This decree was promulgated on the 18th of July, 1870, not a moment too soon. The very next day saw the declaration of the Franco-Prussian War, and the instant withdrawal of French troops from Rome, followed by the Italian occupation of the city, brought the council to a somewhat abrupt finish. By the end of 1866, Garibaldi was preparing for a march on Rome, even issuing a proclamation calling upon all freedom-loving Romans to rise in rebellion against the Pope. Since the September Convention still had 4 more years to run, the Piedmontese government had no choice but to arrest him and send him back to Caprera. But he soon escaped. He was by now in his 60th year, reassembled his volunteers, and resumed his promised march. He had reckoned without the French. Napoleon III, who had withdrawn his troops in 1866, in conformity with the September Convention, now sent a fresh army, equipped with the deadly new Chassepot rifles, which landed at Civitavecchia in late October. The volunteers, outnumbered and outclassed, stood no chance. Garibaldi himself managed to slip back across the frontier into Italy, and into the arms of the authorities. Back he was sent to Caprera, where he remained, this time heavily guarded, under house arrest. Of his men, no fewer than 1,600 were taken prisoner. Yet again, by his swift reaction, the Emperor Napoleon had saved the temporal power of the papacy. No one could have guessed that less than 3 years later he would be instrumental in bringing about its downfall. The prime mover once again was Bismarck, who had cunningly drawn France into a war by his threat to place a prince of the ruling Prussian House of Hohenzollern on the throne of Spain. That war was declared, by France, not Prussia, on the 19th of July, 1870. It was to prove a bitter struggle. Napoleon was going to need every soldier he had for the fighting that lay ahead. By the end of August, there was not a uniformed Frenchman left in Rome. Pope Pius was fully aware of the danger. Only his little mercenary army remained to protect him. Napoleon's defeat at Sedan on the 1st of September, and his capitulation on the 2nd, spelled the end of the Second Empire, and the destruction of Pius's last hopes. La France, the Pope is said to have remarked to a remaining French representative, a perdu Sedan. Sedan. France has lost her teeth. Pius IX was famous for the awfulness of his puns, but even for him, this must have been one of the worst. In the minds of the Italian government, the only question still to be decided was one of timing. Should their army occupy Rome immediately? The September Convention was on the point of expiry, and with the elimination of one of the signatories was a dead letter anyway, or should they wait for a popular rising? Meanwhile, Victor Emmanuel sent a special emissary, Count Gustavo Ponce di San Martino, with a last appeal to the Pope, writing, as he put it, "With the affection of a son, the faith of a Catholic, the loyalty of a king, and the soul of an Italian." The security of Italy and of the Holy See itself, he continued, depended on the presence of Italian troops in Rome. Would His Holiness not accept this unalterable fact, and show his benevolent cooperation? Alas, His Holiness would do no such thing. He would yield, he declared, only to violence, and even then he would put up at least a formal resistance. He allowed the emissary to take his leave with a final assurance that San Martino and his friends would never enter Rome. Only when the Marquis was halfway to the door did he call him back. "That last assurance," he said with a smile, "is not infallible." Nonetheless, he was as good as his word. When Italian troops entered Rome by the Porta Pia on the morning of the 20th of September, 1870, they found a papal detachment waiting for them. The fighting was soon over, but not before it had left 19 papalists and 49 Italians dead in the street. Over the next few hours, Italian troops swarmed through Rome, leaving only the Vatican and the Castel Sant'Angelo, from which there now flew the white flag of surrender. There was no further resistance. In May 1871, by the so-called Law of Guarantees, the government ensured the Pope of his personal inviolability and of his continued exclusive occupation of the Vatican, the Lateran, and his country residence at Castel Gandolfo. All three, however, would henceforth be the property of the Italian state, which would pay him 3.5 million lire a year in compensation. The papal court would remain as it had always been, as would the papal guard. The Supreme Pontiff would continue to maintain his own diplomatic service, and a diplomatic corps would continue to be accredited to the Holy See. Papal communications with the outside world would be assured by the Vatican Post and Telegraph Office, which would issue its own stamps. But Pius doggedly refused to recognize what was obviously a fait accompli, or to accept the compensation money. As vicar of a crucified God, he declared, he was perfectly prepared to suffer. But voluntarily, to surrender the patrimony of Peter, the seamless robe of Jesus Christ, that he could never contemplate. There was, however, one provision of the law of guarantees that he did accept, the right to appoint all Italian bishops. With the unification of Italy, all such appointments, 237 of them, had been in the hands of Victor Emmanuel. Their transfer to the Holy See completely transformed the attitude of the Italian episcopate towards the Pope, and immeasurably increased the power of the pontificate over the Church. It did not, on the other hand, do anything to change the Pope's view of the Italian government. Already 3 years before, his decree non expedit, which was to remain in force until after the First World War, had forbidden Catholics to stand or vote in elections, or in any way to take part in the political life of the new kingdom. Now he voluntarily withdrew inside the walls of the Vatican, where he remained for the last 8 years of his life. The plebiscite that was held shortly afterwards registered 133,681 votes in favour of the incorporation of Rome into the Kingdom of Italy, and 1,507 against. Rome was now part of Italy, not by right of conquest, but by the will of its people. Only the Vatican City remained an independent sovereign state. It was not until the 2nd of July, 1871, that Victor Emmanuel made his official entry into his new capital. The streets were already being decorated for the occasion when he sent a telegram to the mayor forbidding all signs of festivity. As a pious Catholic, he had been not only saddened, but terrified when sentence of excommunication had been passed upon him. Ferdinand Gregorovius, the Prussian historian of medieval Rome, wrote in his diary that the procession was without pomp, vivacity, grandeur, or majesty, and that was as it should have been, for this day signals the end of the millenary rule of the popes over Rome. In the afternoon, the king was urged to cross the river to Trastevere, where some small ceremony had been prepared by the largely working-class population. He flatly refused, adding in the Piedmontese dialect, of which few of those about him would have understood a word, "The Pope is only 2 steps away and would feel hurt. I have done enough already to that poor old man." Pope Pius made his last journey through Rome on the 19th of September 1870. It was to St. John Lateran, where he left his carriage and slowly and painfully made the long ascent of the Scala Santa on his knees. When he reached the top, he prayed, and then rising to his feet, blessed the papal troops who had escorted him. Then he returned to the Vatican, which he never left again until his death 7.5 years later, outliving Napoleon III by 5 years, and King Victor Emmanuel by a month. One of his last acts was to remove the excommunication by which the king would have been barred from receiving the last sacraments. In the weeks immediately before his death, his most regular visitor was the Archbishop of Westminster, Cardinal Henry Manning, an ultramontanist through and through. Just before his death, Pius gave Manning a remarkably bad photograph of himself, scribbling on the bottom the words of Christ as he walked on the waters. "Fear not, it is I." One wonders whether Manning appreciated the joke. Pius died on the morning of the 8th of February, 1878. According to custom, Cardinal Pecci, soon to succeed him as Leo XIII, tapped his forehead 3 times with a little silver hammer, calling him by his baptismal name, Giovanni Maria. When there was no reply, he turned to the other cardinals present with the traditional words, "The Pope is truly dead." The body lay in state in the chapel of the Blessed Sacrament, behind a grille which the feet touched, so that they could be kissed by the faithful. A vast crowd filed by to do so, day and night, for 3 days. It had been the longest pontificate, 31 years, in papal history. Politically it had been, from Pius's point of view, a disaster. But Pius did not spend all his life trying to maintain his temporal power. His first concern was always for the health and well-being of the Church itself, and for this no pope had ever worked harder or with greater effect. He founded more than 200 new dioceses, particularly in the United States and the British Empire. He re-established the Catholic hierarchies in Britain and the Netherlands, and he concluded concordats with an impressive number of states, Catholic or otherwise. And there were other achievements too, still more lasting, though not perhaps in every case universally acclaimed. Already in 1854, the Pope had proclaimed the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, according to which the Blessed Virgin, not as many people assume Jesus Christ, was born without original sin. The manner of the proclamation was as significant, if not more so, as the doctrine itself. Though Pius had consulted several bishops in advance, he dared, as no pope had ever dared before, to put forward the dogma on his own sole authority. In doing so, he gave an enormous boost to the burgeoning cult of Mary, which continued to gather momentum as the century advanced. Only 4 years later came the stamp of divine approval. In Lourdes, the Virgin appeared to young Bernadette Soubirous and introduced herself with the words, "I am the Immaculate Conception." Another cult to which the Pope gave great encouragement was that of the Sacred Heart of Jesus. 18th-century Jansenists had dismissed it as cardiolatry, but Pius placed its feast day firmly on the church calendar. It is no coincidence that the Church of the Sacré-Cœur in Paris was built during his pontificate on the Butte Montmartre, the highest point of Paris. All his life he had been alternately loved and hated, respected and despised, and in 1881, 3 years after his death, the pendulum swung again. It had been decided that his body should find its final resting place in the patriarchal basilica of San Lorenzo Fuori le Mura. But since Italy was by now in the grip of a furious wave of anti-clericalism, inspired by her Prime Minister Agostino de Pretis, it was thought safer for it to be transported by night. Unfortunately, word of the intended operation had somehow reached the Roman mob, which almost succeeded in hurling the coffin into the river. By the time it was carried into San Lorenzo, it had been dented by stones, and was heavily spattered with mud. Pio Nono, it seemed, was as controversial a figure as ever he had been. He still is. Chapter 26. Leo XIII and the First World War, 1878–1922. The conclave that on its third ballot elected Cardinal Gioacchino Vincenzo Pecci as Pope Leo XIII, 878–1903, on the 20th of February, 1878, was the first to be held by the Holy See since his loss of temporal power. The cardinal was 10 days short of his 68th birthday, and was known to be in poor health. But those who saw him as little more than a stopgap pope soon had cause to revise their opinions. He was to run the church with a remarkable efficiency for more than a quarter of a century. His early career had been unpromising. A nunciature to Belgium in 1843 had ended in disaster, with his ignominious departure at the request of King Leopold I. His next 32 years were spent as the not particularly important Bishop of Perugia. In 1853, Pius XI had made him a cardinal, but the all-powerful Antonelli had disliked and distrusted him, and it was only after Antonelli's death, in 1876, that Pecci had been recalled to Rome. He was then appointed Camerlengo, the cardinal who administers the church between the death of a pope and the election of his successor. But even this was less significant than might have been supposed, since there was long-standing tradition that Camerlenghi did not become popes. The problems that Leo inherited were formidable indeed. Throughout the 1870s and 1880s, and especially under the ministries of Agostino de Pretis and Francesco Crispi, the attitude of the Kingdom of Italy to the papacy was frankly hostile. The law of guarantees was infringed again and again. Leo was not even allowed to bless the crowd in the traditional manner after his coronation, from the loggia of St. Peter's. Instead, the whole ceremony had to take place in the seclusion of the Sistine Chapel. Over the next few years, the situation grew steadily worse. Processions and outdoor services were banned. The bishops suffered from unremitting government interference. Tithes were withheld. Priests were conscripted into the army, while fewer and fewer of them were allowed to involve themselves in education. The Catholic faithful, alarmed by what was beginning to look suspiciously like persecution, implored the Pope to form his own parliamentary party, in order to tackle the government on its own ground. But Leo remained firm. If Catholics wished to express their feelings by voting in the local or municipal elections, they might do so. Anything more would mean recognition of the Italian state, and that remained out of the question. As Supreme Pontiff, on the other hand, he could speak out for the Church, which he regularly and vigorously did. The views Leo expressed were essentially those of his predecessor, of the Vatican Council, and even of the syllabus, but the tone was markedly different. Gone was the shrillness that had informed so many of Pius IX's later pronouncements. Leo spoke with a voice of calm, reason, and regret. Why was the kingdom of Italy so hostile? Surely the Church should be a friend, not an enemy. Had it not led humanity out of barbarism and into enlightenment? Why then was its teaching rejected? As anyone could see, that rejection was causing nothing but lawlessness and strife. If Italy would only return to the Catholic fold, all her present troubles would vanish away. With other nations, Leo adopted an even gentler approach. The Franco-Prussian War had changed the religious face of Europe. The dominant power was no longer Catholic Austria, but fiercely Protestant Prussia, and this new dispensation had left the Catholic areas of Germany, particularly Bavaria, gravely concerned. German Protestants had been outraged by Pius IX's syllabus and by the definition of infallibility, while the Catholics had organized themselves into a powerful political party, which made a considerable nuisance of itself in the Berlin Parliament. Bismarck had consequently come to look upon them as a potentially dangerous enemy. With the help of the odious Dr. Adalbert Falk, whom in 1872 he made his Minister of Education, he had instituted what was known as the Kulturkampf, the culture struggle, and this in turn had given rise to the so-called Falk laws, which expelled the Jesuits and several other religious orders, subjected all Catholic educational establishments to rigid state control, and made any discussion of politics from the pulpit punishable by imprisonment. Once enthroned, Leo lost no time in seeking a reconciliation. Fortunately for him, Bismarck was already losing confidence in his anti-clerical policy, which was proving singularly unsuccessful. It had aroused furious protestations, one or two serious riots, and even occasional bloodshed. He was now only too pleased to find an excuse to abandon it, and the overtures made by the Pope provided a perfect face-saving opportunity to do so. The Chancellor could not, of course, be seen to give in too quickly, but by the end of 1880 the worst of the anti-clerical laws had been rescinded, and by 1886 the Kulturkampf was a thing of the past. The only important exception was the ban on the Jesuits, which was to remain in force until 1917. Unfortunately, just as Prussia was giving up her anti-clericalism, France was reviving hers. The recent war had been followed by the horrors of the Paris Commune, in the course of which the Archbishop of Paris and several other distinguished churchmen had been executed by firing squad. The atrocity had led, not surprisingly, to a right-wing reaction, which had continued through most of the decade. By 1879, this in turn was spent, and the French political scene was dominated by Léon Gambetta, who 2 years before had defined his position with the words, "Le cléricalisme, c'est l'ennemi." On the last day of 1882, Gambetta died at the age of only 44, in the company of his mistress, from the accidental discharge of a revolver, but his policies lived on after him. Throughout the 1880s and 1890s in France, it was the Kulturkampf all over again. Under the famous Article 7 of the Educational Code of the radically left-wing Jules Ferry, religious and lay schools might no longer compete on an equal footing. Just as they had been under Louis XV, the Jesuits were driven from their religious houses. They, the Marist Fathers and the Dominicans, were deprived of the right to teach in either state or private schools. Primary education was completely secularized. Seminarists were no longer excused military service. The first state secondary schools for girls were established, a major and to many a shocking reform, since the education of young women had until now always been the preserve of the Church. Finally, divorce was permitted for the first time. With the Third Republic and the Church at daggers drawn, Pope Leo did his best. In encyclical after encyclical, he urged the French government to put an end to its hostility, damaging surely to the very soul of France. Church and state, he endlessly repeated, were not incompatible. They were complementary to each other, and should consequently be working together for the general good of the French people. But to the right-wing monarchist Catholic faction, he was just as outspoken. There was, he declared, nothing illegal or immoral in the principle of republicanism as such. Whatever their feelings, it was the duty of all good Catholics to support the established republic. The Church could fight hostile legislation. It must never oppose a legitimate constitution. But the Pope's words had little effect, and France's narrow escape in 1888 to 1889 from a dictatorship under the consumingly ambitious but ultimately somewhat absurd General Georges Boulanger did still more to polarize the Catholic right. Boulanger came close to a coup d'etat, but lost his nerve. He fled to Brussels, later shooting himself on his mistress's grave. In the words of the journalist Caroline Remy, who wrote under the pseudonym of Séverine, he began like Caesar, continued like Catiline, and ended like Romeo. From 1893 to 1898, France was governed by a set of rather more moderate ministers, and it seemed at first that the worst of the Church's troubles might be over. Another of Pope Leo's encyclicals assured French Catholics that a bishop might quite reasonably support a Republican candidate so long as that candidate gave him guarantees of religious freedom. This led to the establishment of a Catholic Republican Party, which caused the parliamentary majority to shift towards the centre. But then in November 1894 came the conviction on a charge of treason of the Jewish colonel Alfred Dreyfus, and his subsequent sentence to life imprisonment on Devil's Island. On the question of his guilt or innocence, France was split in two, with the always anti-Semitic Catholic right predictably campaigning against Dreyfus. Of all the publications involved, the most venomously malignant was the journal of the Assumptionist order, La Croix. Civiltà Cattolica, the journal of the Jesuits in Rome, continued to proclaim Dreyfus's guilt even after his pardon. The editor, Father Raffaele Ballerini, claiming that the Jews had bought all the newspapers and consciences in Europe in order to acquit him. A few years before, in 1881 and 1882, the same journal had claimed that the blood of a Christian child was required by a general law binding on the conscience of all Hebrews. Every year, it went on, the Jews crucify a child, who must die in torment. The affair was to drag on until the summer of 1906, when Dreyfus was finally restored to his former rank, promoted and decorated. By then, however, Catholicism in France had suffered its greatest blow of all. In June 1902, the government was taken over by Émile Combes, a provincial politician who had himself studied for the priesthood, but had later developed a bitter hatred of the Church and everything it stood for. The wholesale expulsion of all unauthorized religious orders was now set in train. On the 19th of April 1903, the entire monastic community of the Grande Chartreuse was forcibly ejected by 2 squadrons of dragoons with fixed bayonets. By the end of 1904, more than 10,000 Catholic schools had been closed. Thousands of priests, monks, and nuns had fled to France to escape persecution. And in December 1905, the Concordat of 1801 was formally abrogated, bringing about the complete separation of church and state. It was a sad day for the pontificate. Happily for him, Leo XIII did not live to see it. Leo's most significant work, however, was not political or diplomatic, but sociological. He was the first pope to face up to the fact that the world had moved into an industrial age. It was not that the appearance of a teeming urban proletariat in Italy had somehow escaped the notice of his predecessor. Pius IX had been bitter indeed in his repeated attacks on socialism, nihilism, and what he saw as the other evils of the time. He had failed, on the other hand, to appreciate that this immense new working class was the responsibility of the Church, which was largely ignoring it. It was Leo who reopened the dialogue between them and introduced programs of social action. His Opera dei Congressi e dei Comitati Cattolici sponsored 14 congresses during his pontificate alone, but he also supervised the formation of Catholic trade unions, which had considerable success until in 1927 Mussolini made voluntary withdrawal of labour a punishable offence. His greatest monument is probably his encyclical Rerum Novarum, published in May 1891. It was, in fact, the papacy's shamefully belated response to Das Kapital and the Socialist Manifesto, and was later to be described by Pope John XXIII as the Magna Carta of Catholic social doctrine. Already in the preamble, Leo nailed his colours to the mast. In the present industrial society, he wrote, "A small number of very rich men have been able to lay upon the teeming masses of the labouring poor a yoke which is very little better than slavery itself. The conflict now raging derives from the vast expansion of industrial pursuits and the marvellous discoveries of science, from the changed relations between masters and workmen, from the enormous fortunes of some few individuals and the utter poverty of the masses, from the increased self-reliance and closer mutual combination of the working classes, and also, finally, from the prevailing moral degeneracy." Class and inequality, he emphasized, would always be present. At the same time, he vehemently condemned the Marxist theory of class war. The fault lay in the unthinking callousness and greed of contemporary capitalism. Every worker had the right to demand a fair wage, and even, if absolutely necessary, to go on strike. The business of the state was to ensure that contracts between employers and employees were properly drawn up and respected, and to regulate factory hours, safety measures, and working conditions. It should not, however, concern itself with the elimination of social abuses. This could be achieved only through Christian charity. Religion was thus the once sure guide to industrial peace. Without it, the world would subside into godless anarchy. And in the spate of public assassinations that occurred during the last decade of his life, of the French President Sadi Carnot in 1894, of the Empress Elizabeth of Austria in 1898, of King Umberto I of Italy in 1900, and of President McKinley of the United States in 1901, he seemed to see the realization of his worst nightmare. There was nothing particularly revolutionary about all this. Much of it was wrapped up in the old papal paternalistic language, and there were plenty of passages about the natural inequality of men and the duty of the poor to accept their station in life, which, when taken out of context, could be used by right-wing apologists to argue that nothing had really changed. The true significance of Rerum Novarum is that it represents the thinking of the first pope of the 20th century, of the successor to Pio IX. From now on, the door was open for future generations of Catholic socialists to develop that thinking further and to carry it forward. Pope Leo XIII died on the 20th of July 1903, in his 94th year, as lucid as he had ever been, and very nearly as energetic. Few popes had had to fight harder than he for the well-being, one might almost say the survival, of the Catholic Church in two leading nations of Europe that should have known better. And during his 25-year struggle, he had suffered many setbacks and disappointments. He could, however, look back on one tremendous achievement. He had proved that the Pope, even when shorn of his temporal power, indeed even when prisoner of the Vatican, could still be a potent force in the world. He had given the papacy a new image, and a prestige greater than it had enjoyed for many centuries. Leo XIII had been respected and revered across the globe. He had not, however, been loved. No temporal monarch had ever surrounded himself with more ceremonial. Leo had insisted that all his visitors should kneel throughout the audience. Members of his entourage had been obliged to remain standing in his presence. We are told that not once in 25 years did he address a single word to his coachman. It was not surprising that after his death the cardinals wanted a change, and they got one. Giuseppe Sato, who took the name of Pius X, 1903 to 1914, was a peasant, the first since Sixtus V, more than 3 centuries before, the son of a village postman and a seamstress from the Veneto. He had spent 8 years as a parish priest, and although he had later served as Bishop of Mantua and Patriarch of Venice, a parish priest is essentially what he had remained. Throughout his pontificate he personally gave classes on the catechism every Sunday afternoon. There was about him not a trace of the grandeur, the austerity, or the cool detachment of his predecessor. He was warm, approachable, and above all down to earth. Once enthroned, he lost no time in introducing reforms within the Church itself. He streamlined the Curia, reducing its 37 different departments to 19. He revised and recodified the canon law. He virtually rewrote the breviary and the catechism. He also made far-reaching changes in church music. In the 19th century, its traditionally medieval character had given way to compositions heavily influenced by Italian opera. Verdi's Requiem and Rossini's enchanting Petite Messe Solennelle are obvious examples. This the Pope firmly denounced, calling for a return of Gregorian chant and plainsong. He also launched a campaign to encourage all Catholics to take Holy Communion more often. A few times a year, he stressed, was simply not enough. Good Catholics should communicate every day, or at least once a week. The First Communion was another far-reaching change. Previously, a child celebrated it between the ages of 12 and 14. Henceforth, the age was to be 7. This was the beginning of the tradition still seen all over the Catholic world. The little girls in their white dresses and veils, the little boys with their sashes, the presents and family celebrations afterwards. Pius worked hard and achieved much, but he failed altogether to make an impact on Europe and the world in the way that Pius IX and Leo had done. He was too quiet, too humble, too holy, and his very holiness closed his mind to original thought. The Catholic intellectual theologians in Italy and France, Germany and England, doing their best to free religion from the shackles of medieval scholasticism and to reconcile their faith with the philosophical ideas and the thrilling scientific, historical, and archaeological discoveries that informed the opening century, found the Pope not just unsympathetic, but an active and implacable enemy. In 1907 he published the encyclical Pascendi, which ran to no fewer than 93 pages, condemning what he called modernism as a compendium of all the heresies. This has been described by one recent historian as the opening shot in what rapidly became nothing less than a reign of terror. The Pope and his Secretary of State, Cardinal Raphael Merry de Val, an Englishman of Spanish ancestry, personally approved an organization named the Society of St. Pius V, which amounted effectively to a secret police, suppressing liberal Catholic newspapers, steaming open letters, even using agents provocateurs to trap liberals into incriminating themselves. It was run by a distinctly sinister priest, Monsignor Umberto Benigni. Among its victims were the cardinal archbishops of Paris and Vienna, and the entire Dominican community of Freiburg. Despite his preoccupation with church affairs, during the second half of his pontificate, Pius X saw all too clearly the relentless advance of the European powers towards war, a war that would inevitably involve Catholics fighting Catholics, and would probably wreak more destruction than any other war in history. This caused him deep distress, the more so since he knew that he was powerless to prevent it. Its outbreak at the end of July 1914 is often said to have hastened his death, which occurred just 3 weeks later on the 20th of August. Indeed, it may well have done so, but he was already 79, was plagued by gout, and had suffered a heart attack the previous year. He would probably not have lasted very much longer. Especially in the theological field, Pius had his detractors, but no one doubted his essential goodness of heart. After the appalling earthquake that struck Messina in 1908, he had filled the Vatican with homeless refugees long before the Italian government had lifted a finger. He sought no favours, either for himself or his family. His brother remained a postal clerk. His 3 sisters lived together in straitened circumstances in Rome. His nephew continued as a simple parish priest. In consequence, he was loved as neither of his 2 immediate predecessors had been, and before long crowds of pilgrims were coming to pray at his tomb in the crypt of St. Peter's. In 1923, 20 years after his enthronement, the long process of canonization began. It did not go altogether smoothly. The Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Gasparri, gave evidence that the Pope had approved, blessed and encouraged a secret espionage association outside and above the hierarchy, a sort of Freemasonry in the Church, something unheard of in ecclesiastical history. But such peccadillos were ignored, and in 1954, before a crowd estimated at some 800,000, Pope Pius XII formally declared him a saint, the first pope to be so elevated since Pius V, who had died the best part of 4 centuries before. The extent to which Roman canonizations have meanwhile deteriorated in our day to gestures in church politics is shown by the canonization of this very pope by Pius XII in 1954, and the beatification of Pius IX in 2000. That even most recently the Vatican has opened the archive of the Inquisition only up to 1903 to the accession of Pius X shows how fearful people there are of the truth. The Reverend Hans Küng, The Catholic Church, 2001. The election of a Genoese aristocrat, the appropriately named Giacomo della Chiesa, as Benedict XV, 1914 to 1922, at the 16th ballot, caused an immediate problem in the Vatican. Owing to a dangerously premature birth, he had never attained normal height. Even the smallest of the papal robes kept in readiness for the new pope hung on him like a curtain. He is said to have turned to the Vatican tailor and said with a smile, "Caro, had you forgotten me?" In Bologna, where he had been archbishop, he had been known as Il Piccoletto, but he was less on account of his size than for the fact that Pius X and Cardinal Merry de Val deeply distrusted him, that the membership of the Sacred College, which normally went with the see, had been deliberately withheld. He had finally received his red hat little more than 3 months before his coronation. He may not even have been particularly surprised immediately afterwards, when one of the very first documents that appeared on his desk proved to be a denunciation of himself, recently prepared at the request of his predecessor. One of his first actions was to dismiss his old chief, Merry de Val, to whom he hardly gave the time to clear his desk. He went on to eliminate Monsignor Benini and his espionage network, and the Curia once again breathed more easily. Benedict's pontificate was doomed before it started, overshadowed, as it had to be, by the First World War. With so many of his flock fighting on each side, Benedict could assume only a position of the strictest neutrality, blaming both sides equally for the bloodshed and devoting all his energies to bringing about an end to what he described as this horrible butchery, by means of a negotiated peace. Meanwhile, he did everything he could to mitigate the suffering, opening up an agency in the Vatican for exchanging wounded prisoners of war. It eventually achieved the repatriation of some 65,000, persuading Switzerland to accept tuberculosis patients from whatever army they came, and almost bankrupting the Vatican with his countless relief operations. According to the Italian historian Nino Lobello, the Secretary of State, Cardinal Gasparri, was obliged to raise a loan from Rothschilds to pay for the 1922 conclave. But strive as he might to be impartial, the inevitable result was that each side accused him of favouring the other, the Allies arguably having rather more reason to do so, since the Germans had actually offered, once the Italians were defeated, to help him to recover temporal authority over Rome for the papacy. Papal relations with Germany were also greatly eased after 1917 through the smooth diplomacy of the nuncio, Monsignor Eugenio Pacelli, the future Pius XII. Benedict was terrified, too, in the event of a victory by the Russians, of a vast westward expansion of orthodoxy. But with the advent of the Russian Revolution, this fear suddenly turned to hope, that at last it might be possible to bring about a reconciliation with orthodoxy, bringing it back within the Catholic fold. As early as May 1917, he had established a congregation for the Eastern Church. following it up with the Pontifical Eastern Institute in Rome. But his efforts came to nothing. Indeed, Lenin declared war on religion, and on assuming power was immediately to subject both the Orthodox and the Roman Catholic churches in Russia to murderous persecution. It was the success of the Italian government when it entered the war in 1915 in persuading the Allies to have nothing to do with the Pope that denied him, to his unconcealed disappointment, representation at the peace negotiations of 1919. He could only denounce the government as vengeful, as indeed it was. The remaining years of his life were spent attempting to secure the position of the Church in post-war Europe. Here his success was remarkable. When his pontificate had begun in 1914, the number of foreign countries with diplomatic representation at the Holy See numbered 14. When it ended in 1922, there were 27. These included Britain, whose chargé d'affaires was the first British representative there since the 17th century. In 1921, relations were even resumed with France, much mollified after the Pope was tactful enough to canonize Joan of Arc in 1920. True, the Vatican's relations with the Italian government remained a problem, but Benedict at least took the first steps towards its solution. He gave his blessing to the Italian People's Party, founded by Don Luigi Sturzo, father of Christian democracy in Italy, in 1919, thereby effectively abrogating Pius IX's non expedit. The decree of 1868 forbidding Catholics to take part in Italian political life. 3 years later, it was the second largest group in the Parliament. Then in 1920, he lifted the Church's ban on official visits to the Quirinal, since 1870 the official residence of the King of Italy, by Catholic heads of state. Benedict's death at the age of only 67 on the 22nd of January 1922, an attack of influenza having suddenly turned to pneumonia, took Europe by surprise. Throughout his pontificate he'd remained relatively obscure. A recent biography even bears the title, The Unknown Pope. This was not entirely due to the war. Unlike his two predecessors, he was not handsome, nor was he remotely charismatic. With his unimpressive figure and his expressionless face, wrote an American journalist, there is neither spiritual nor temporal majesty. The secretary to the British legation went even further. The present Pope is a decided mediocrity. He has the mentality of a parochial Italian who has hardly travelled at all, and a tortuous method of conducting affairs. He is capable of rising neither to great heights, nor of efficiently controlling the ordinary routine of his administration. He is obstinate and bad-tempered to a degree. This is not altogether fair. Benedict had, after all, had 20 years' experience at the Vatican, and his control of Bologna, always a difficult see, had been exemplary. He could not help his appearance or his public persona, nor could he, like Leo and Pius, impress himself on a constant stream of pilgrims, whom he would daily receive in audience. Thanks to the war, this stream had almost dried up. But the fact remains that despite his immense humanitarian support to both sides, Benedict made little impression either on Italy or on the world at large. It is somehow significant that apart from his tomb in St. Peter's, his only monument was erected by, of all people, the Turks, in the courtyard of the St. Esprit Cathedral in Istanbul. It bears the inscription, "The Great Pope of the World Tragedy, the benefactor of all peoples, irrespective of nationality or religion." At least somebody was grateful. Chapter 27. Pius XI and Pius XII, 1922 to 1958. Elected at the 14th ballot, and then only to break a deadlock in the conclave, Pope Pius XI, 1922 to 1939, came as a considerable surprise. Achille Ratti was a 65-year-old scholar, an expert on medieval paleography, who had spent most of his working life as a librarian, and much of his leisure time mountain climbing in the Alps. In 1919, Benedict XV had sent him as nuncio to Poland, which had, after 123 years, just regained its independence as a sovereign state. It was not a happy mission. Ratti was resented and mistrusted by the Polish hierarchy, which saw him simply as the agent of a pro-German pope. Within 14 months of his arrival, however, the situation had changed dramatically. The Bolsheviks had invaded Poland, and in the summer of 1920 had marched on Warsaw. Had they captured the city, there would have been nothing to stop them taking over the whole of Eastern Europe. No foreign observer would have given the Poles a chance against them, but somehow, and many both inside and outside the country considered it nothing short of a miracle, Marshal Joseph Pilsudski managed to launch a massive counterattack, and at the last moment turned the tide. Ratti could easily have escaped back to Rome. Instead, he had categorically refused to leave Warsaw. It was many centuries since a papal envoy had stood with the army of Christendom, as it defended its frontier, and with the danger finally averted, it was no wonder that his popularity soared. He himself never forgot the experience, which left him with the lifelong conviction that of all the enemies with which Christian Europe was faced, communism was by far the most terrible. In the spring of 1921 he returned to Italy, first to the Cardinalate, and then in June to the Archbishopric of Milan. But his life as an archbishop was short. Only 7 months later he was elected pope. He started as he meant to go on. After informing the cardinals of his chosen name, his first act as supreme pontiff was to announce that he would give the traditional papal blessing, Urbi et Orbi, from the outside balcony of St. Peter's. It would be for the first time since 1870, but there was no consultation, no seeking advice. That, as his entourage quickly discovered, was not his way. Pius knew precisely what he wanted, and was determined to get it. His strength of character, one might almost say his ruthlessness, was soon amply demonstrated in his dealings with France. The restoration of friendly relations had begun with his predecessor Benedict. The canonization of Joan of Arc had had a remarkable impact, and had been attended by representatives of the French government, as well as by no fewer than 80 parliamentary deputies from Paris. There was, however, a problem, in the shape of a dangerously popular right-wing movement and newspaper, pseudo-Catholic, monarchist, and deeply anti-Semitic, both known as Action Française. Their founder, a deeply unpleasant demagogue named Charles Maurras, had long since lost whatever faith he might once have possessed, but he saw the Church as a pillar of the reaction in which he fanatically believed, and he had no scruples in exploiting it for his own ends. Large numbers of French Catholics, including several bishops, read his newspaper and shared his views, which included a detestation of the French Republic. It thus became clear to Pope Pius that there could be no further improvement in relations with France while Maurras and Action Française continued to claim papal backing. In 1925 he put them both on the index, and 2 years later formally excommunicated all the movement's supporters. When the 81-year-old French Jesuit, Cardinal Louis Biot, subsequently wrote to the newspaper expressing his sympathy, the Pope summoned him to an audience and obliged him to resign his red hat. Support for Maurras was strong among the French Holy Ghost Fathers, one of whom was the rector of the French seminary in Rome, where the students had a strong Action Française group. Pius sent for the ancient bearded superior of the order and told him to sack the rector. The old man replied, "Yes, Holy Father, I'll see what I can do." Upon which the Pope grabbed his beard and shouted, "I didn't say see what you can do, I said fire him." E. Duffy, Saints and Sinners. A still greater challenge to the Pope's statesmanship was the rise of fascist Italy. At the end of October 1922, less than 9 months after the papal election, Benito Mussolini staged his March on Rome, and was accepted by King Victor Emmanuel as his prime minister. In the early days, before he became Il Duce, Mussolini might still have been overturned in a parliamentary election. The Socialists and Don Luigi Sturzo's People's Party together easily outnumbered the 35 fascist deputies. Had they formed an alliance, they might have ensured the survival of freedom in Italy. But Pius would have none of it. For him, any association with socialism was out of the question. Moreover, he was becoming increasingly concerned by certain distinctly left-wing tendencies of the People's Party. Don Luigi was accordingly informed that His Holiness considered his political activities incompatible with his priesthood, and obediently withdrew into exile, first in London and later in the United States, where, much to the Vatican's irritation, he continued his political activity. In Italy, his party, powerless without papal support, quietly faded away. The fascists, by contrast, were growing steadily stronger. In 1923, the Italian government passed the so-called Acerbo law, which decreed that any party gaining 25% of the votes should have a two-thirds majority in the parliament. Its purpose was transparently to ensure this majority for the fascists, and after the election of the following year, there was no further obstacle to Mussolini imposing his dictatorship. By this time he had moderated his early anti-religious attitude, and was making conciliatory gestures to the church, reintroducing religion into state schools, erecting crucifixes in the law courts, even in 1927 himself undergoing a Roman Catholic baptism. And in that same year he proposed a treaty and a concordat, which, after endless argument and much hard bargaining, were eventually signed at the Lateran Palace, by himself and by Pius's Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Gaspari, on the 11th of February 1929. Under this Lateran treaty, the Pope regained a vestige of his temporal power. Admittedly, the land over which he was sovereign ruler amounted to a mere 109 acres, about a quarter of the area of the Principality of Monaco, with a population of rather fewer than 500, but the Holy See was once again to rank among the nations of the world. Moreover, in return for his renunciation of his claim to the previous papal territories, the Pope was given a payment, in cash and Italian state securities, of 1,750 million lire, which at that time amounted to some £21 million. Anti-clerical laws passed by the Italian government since 1870, including the law of guarantees, were declared null and void. In return, the Vatican promised to remain neutral, and not to involve itself in international politics or diplomacy. The Concordat dealt with the status of the Church in Italy. It declared Roman Catholicism to be the only recognized religion of the state, recognized canon law alongside state law, provided for Catholic religious teaching in state schools, and validated Catholic church marriages. The Roman catacombs were entrusted to the Holy See, on the understanding that the Vatican would allow archaeological excavation and exploration by the Italian government to continue. On the face of it, the papacy had done remarkably well. It could not be denied, however, that it had given its implied approval to fascism. The Pope had even hailed Mussolini as a man sent by Providence, and in the 1929 elections, most Catholics were encouraged by their priests to vote fascist. The honeymoon could not last. The rupture began with Catholic Action, a movement founded by Pius X, which was really little more than a nationwide society dedicated, as the Pope had put it, to restoring Jesus Christ to his place in the family, in the school, and in the community. Mussolini, who instinctively mistrusted any national organization that he did not personally control, claimed that it was politically inspired, serving as a front for the People's Party of the now exiled Sturzo. The Catholic Scout movement aroused his anger even more. No one understood better than he the importance of early brainwashing. "Youth," he declared, "shall be ours." As these and similar bodies suffered increasing physical harassment from the fascist thugs who came in force to break up their meetings or to seize and impound their records, the Pope raised his voice in protest. His encyclical Non abbiamo bisogno of June 1931, drafted significantly in Italian, began by answering the Duce's charges seriatim. As it continued, however, it turned into a general attack on fascism and all it stood for. "What is to be thought about the formula of the oath, which even little boys and girls are obliged to take?" that they will execute orders without discussion from an authority which can give orders against all truth and justice. Takers of this oath must swear to serve with all their strength, even to the shedding of blood, the cause of a revolution which snatched the young from the Church and from Jesus Christ, and which inculcates in its own young people hatred, violence, and irreverence. Such an oath is unlawful. We have not said that we wish to condemn the fascist party as such. It recently declared that respect for the Catholic religion and for its supreme head is unchanged. But this is the respect which has had its expression in vastly extended and hateful police measures, prepared in the deep silence of a conspiracy, and executed with lightning-like suddenness on the very eve of our birthday. In the same context there is an allusion to refuges and protections given to the still remaining opponents of the party. The directors of the 9,000 groups of fascists in Italy are ordered to direct their attention to this situation. We have received sad information about the effect of these remarks, these insinuations, and these orders, which have induced a new outbreak of hateful surveillance, of denunciations, and of intimidations. Interestingly enough, the encyclical had a measure of success. It was widely read in Italy and abroad, and caused Mussolini appreciably to relax his pressure on the Church. It must also have been very much in the mind of Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, who in February 1930 had succeeded Gaspari as Pius's Secretary of State. From the outset, Pacelli was fixated on Germany. He knew the country very well, having served as nuncio in Munich for 3 years from 1917, and in Berlin throughout the 1920s. He loved the Germans, and spoke their language perfectly, often in preference to Italian. He was also aware that in pre-war days, Germany had contributed more funds to the Holy See than all the other nations of the world combined. It was not, of course, technically a Catholic country. In 1930, the Catholics represented about 1/3 of the population, although by 1940, after Hitler's annexations of the Saar, the Sudetenland, and Austria, the proportion had increased to about half, and neither Pacelli nor Pius had any delusions about the Nazis, whom they saw as little better than gangsters. But they nevertheless believed that National Socialism represented a firm bulwark against communism, in their eyes the far greater enemy. And so on the 20th of July 1933, the German Concordat was signed in Rome, by Pacelli on behalf of Pope Pius XI, and by Franz von Papen, Vice-Chancellor of the Reich, for Adolf Hitler. Generous privileges were granted to the Catholic clergy and to Catholic schools in Germany, in return for the withdrawal by the Catholic Church, with its various associations and its newspapers, from all social and political action. This withdrawal involved, as it had in Italy, the loss of a political party. In the hope of an understanding with Mussolini, Pius had effectively sacrificed the Partito Popolare. Now, at Hitler's insistence, Pacelli intimated that the Centre Party, the second strongest in the Reichstag, which was also led by a priest, Monsignor Ludwig Kaas, and included the vast majority of German Catholics in its ranks, was, so far as the Vatican was concerned, dispensable. It was duly wound up, and Monsignor Kaas, who had by this time fallen completely under Pacelli's spell and seldom left his side, was brought to Rome, where he was given charge of the fabric of St. Peter's. It is to Monsignor Kaas that we owe the discovery of the ancient shrine now claimed to be that of St. Peter, revealed while he was reordering the crypt of St. Peter's to accommodate Pius XI's tomb. As did the Italian, the German Concordat came in for heavy international criticism. The Catholic Church could have set itself up in determined opposition to National Socialism. Instead, by agreeing to the abdication of all its political rights and morally obliging all German Catholics to obey their Nazi leaders, Pacelli and Pius had together cleared the way for the unobstructed advance of Nazism and of its treatment of the Jews. In the minutes of a cabinet meeting held on the 14th of July, 1933, Hitler is recorded as having boasted that the Concordat gave Germany an opportunity and created an area of trust that was particularly significant in the developing struggle against international Jewry. Catholic priests in Germany were instructed, and in most cases seem willingly to have agreed, to provide the authorities, through the local registers of marriages and baptisms, with details of blood purity. The Concordat also trapped the Church into accepting Hitler's law for the prevention of genetically diseased offspring, which was to result in the sterilization of some 350,000 people, in most cases without their own or their families' consent. By the outside world, the Pope was accused of giving both regimes respectability and of increasing their prestige, which indeed in the short term he did. But he was soon to show still greater dissatisfaction with the Nazis than he had with the fascists. In the first 3 years of their regime, between 1933 and 1936, during which their repression of the Church steadily increased, he was obliged to address no fewer than 34 separate notes of protest to the German government. It is worth noting, however, that no protest was made against the publication of the Nuremberg race laws of 1935. Nor, incidentally, would there be a word of condemnation for Kristallnacht, the first major German pogrom of the 9th to the 10th of November, 1938, in which 91 Jews were killed, and some 30,000 arrested and sent to concentration camps. More than 200 synagogues were burned, and thousands of homes and businesses ransacked. The final break came on Passion Sunday, 1937, when the encyclical Mit brennender Sorge, having been smuggled into Germany, secretly printed there on 12 different presses, and distributed by bicycle or on foot, was read from every Catholic pulpit. It should have come at least 3 years earlier. Even now it failed to condemn Hitler and National Socialism by name, but its meaning was clear enough, particularly since it had been written in German rather than the usual Latin. The government of the Reich, it declared, had sown the tares of suspicion, discord, hatred, calumny, of secret and open hostility to Christ and his Church, fed from 1,000 different sources, and making use of every available means. The 11th paragraph of the encyclical is of particular interest because, though once again there is no specific condemnation of anti-Semitism, its target is clear. It stresses the value of the Jewish Old Testament, which it describes as being exclusively the Word of God and a substantial part of his revelation. Whoever wishes to see banished from church and school the biblical history and the wise doctrines of the Old Testament blasphemes the name of God, blasphemes the Almighty's plan of salvation, and makes limited and narrow human thought the judge of God's designs over the history of the world. Non abbiamo bisogno and Mit brennender Sorge, together, left no doubt in anyone's mind about the Pope's opinions of the fascist and National Socialist regimes, and no one was surprised that when in March 1938 the Führer paid a state visit to Rome, Pius deliberately slipped away to Castel Gandolfo. But he was not yet finished. Only 5 days after the second encyclical he published a third, for which he reverted to the traditional Latin. Divini Redemptoris was primarily directed against his greatest bugbear, communism. This modern revolution exceeds in amplitude and violence anything yet experienced in the preceding persecutions launched against the Church. Entire peoples find themselves in danger of falling back into a barbarism worse than that which oppressed the greater part of the world at the coming of the Redeemer. This all too imminent danger is Bolshevistic and atheistic communism, which aims at upsetting the social order and at undermining the very foundations of Christian civilization. Communism, moreover, strips man of his liberty, robs human personality of all its dignity, and removes all the moral restraints that check the eruptions of blind impulse. For the first time in history we are witnessing a struggle, cold-blooded in purpose and mapped out to the last detail, between man and all that is called God. This hatred of communism was enough to ensure that when the Spanish Civil War broke out in July 1936, the Pope immediately gave his support to General Franco, though after the Republican government's brutal separation of church and state in 1931, which had led to mob attacks on churches and monasteries, and massacres of priests, monks and nuns, he could hardly have done otherwise. It was nonetheless embarrassing for him to see Franco's victory being achieved on the backs of the two dictators. The more so when the Spanish Phalangists began to emulate the worst characteristics of the Nazi and fascist regimes that Pius had so frequently denounced. But Pius's pontificate, overshadowed as it was by the European dictatorships, was by no means exclusively political. It saw the number of Catholic missionaries more than doubled, and at the same time, a far greater degree of responsibility devolving on recently converted communities. As early as 1926, the Pope personally consecrated the first 6 Chinese bishops, and the total of native priests in India and the Far East increased from 3,000 to more than 7,000. It was a considerable disappointment to him that his efforts towards a reunion of the Catholic and Orthodox churches met with so little response. They might have had more success if he had not called the churches back to the fold quite so patronizingly, as if they were lost sheep. Fortunately, he could always seek consolation in science. Pius was a genuine scholar, the first since Benedict XIV nearly 2 centuries before, and was not afraid to show it. He modernized and enlarged the Vatican Library, founded the Pontifical Institute of Christian Archaeology and the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, built the Pinacoteca for the Vatican's by now superb collection of pictures, and transferred the old observatory from Rome to Castel Gandolfo. In 1931, he shocked many of the more old-fashioned faithful by installing a radio station and becoming the first pope to make regular broadcasts to the world. One of the most important of these transmissions was made at the time of the Munich crisis of September 1938, when the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain flew to Munich to meet Hitler in a vain attempt to prevent the imminent World War. Pius had little respect for Chamberlain, who, as he instantly saw, was no match for his opponent, but he broadcast a moving appeal for peace, which was heard across Europe. Unfortunately, he was by now a sick man, and failing fast. Diabetes was rapidly taking hold, and both his legs were hideously ulcerated. On the 25th of November, he suffered 2 heart attacks within a few hours of each other. He continued to give audiences, though now from his sickbed, and in January 1939 received Chamberlain and the Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax, in whom he did his best to instill a degree of courage and determination to resist Hitler's demands. But he was unsuccessful, as he had known he would be. Sono due limaccie, he is said to have murmured as they left. They're a pair of slugs. By this time he was already working on what was to be his most vehement attack on the dictatorships, to be delivered at a meeting of all the Italian bishops on the 11th of February 1939. He implored his doctors to keep him alive long enough to make what he felt might be the most important speech of his life. Alas, they failed to do so. Pius died the day before the speech was due to be made. Almost immediately the rumour began to spread that he had been murdered on fascist orders by one of the doctors, Francesco Petacci. Dr. Petacci's daughter, Claretta, was incidentally the mistress of Mussolini, and was to be summarily hanged with him 6 years later. What we know for a fact, on the authority of Mussolini's son-in-law and foreign minister, Count Gian Galeazzo Ciano, is that the Duce was later extremely anxious to find a copy of the speech, and actually sent the Italian ambassador to the Holy See to Pacelli, now Pope Pius XII, to inquire about it. But Pacelli assured him that it had been consigned to the secret archives, where it would remain a dead letter. Pius XI had his faults. He was an autocrat through and through. In his concept of Christianity, he was bigoted, reactionary, and inflexible. The Roman Catholic Church was right. Everyone else was wrong. He had no time for the incipient ecumenical movement. So far as he was concerned, there could be no bargaining over God's revealed truth. The encyclical Mortalium Annos of 1928 made it clear that the ecumenical message of the Vatican for the other churches was simple and uncompromising. Come in slowly, with your hands above your head. In the earlier period of his pontificate, his detestation of communism, which, let it never be forgotten, he had seen at first hand in Poland, made him more tolerant of the fascists, and at first perhaps even of the Nazis, than he might otherwise have been. But in his last years, his open and unflinching hostility to both earned him the respect and admiration of the free world. Pope Pius XI died on the 10th of February 1939. Pope Pius XII, 1939 to 1958, was elected on the 2nd of March, his 63rd birthday, on the third ballot, the very first day of the conclave. It was the shortest for 300 years. According to his sister, Eugenio Pacelli had been born a priest. While still a child, he would dress up in cassock and surplice and act out the celebration of the Mass in his bedroom. As soon as he was old enough, he studied at the Gregorian University and the Capranica College in Rome, and he was still only 23 when he was ordained in 1899. 2 years later, he had entered the papal service, after which he never looked back, serving as nuncio, first in Munich and then in Berlin, becoming a cardinal in 1929, and in the following year succeeding Gaspari as Secretary of State. In this capacity, he had negotiated concordats with Austria, and in July 1933 with Nazi Germany. Although no Secretary of State had been elected Pope since Clement IX in 1667, Pacelli was by far the best known, the most experienced, and the most intelligent member of the Sacred College. His predecessor had had a huge admiration for him, and, as his own health had progressively collapsed, had entrusted to him more and more of the papal business. His election was effectively a foregone conclusion. Cardinals are known as princes of the Church. Few in the last 3 centuries have been more princely than Pacelli. When on the 18th of May 1917 he set off from Rome to Munich, his train included an additional sealed carriage, brought expressly from Zurich, containing 60 cases of food, in case the wartime rations of Germany should offend his notoriously delicate digestion. His private compartment, a luxury specifically forbidden during the war, had to be specially requisitioned from the Italian state railways, and all the station masters between Rome and the Swiss border were put on red alert. 6 weeks later, he travelled in similar state to Berlin, where he discussed Benedict's peace plan, first with the Imperial Chancellor, Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, and subsequently with Kaiser Wilhelm himself. Not surprisingly, the talks came to nothing. There could be no accommodation while both sides believed that they could win. Pacelli returned to Munich and devoted himself once again to war relief. At this, it must be said, he worked hard, visiting prison camps, distributing food parcels to the prisoners, giving spiritual assistance whenever and wherever he could. Only one incident strikes a sour note, when he dealt with a request to the Pope by the chief rabbi of Munich to use his influence for the release of a consignment of Italian palm fronds, which his Jewish flock needed for the forthcoming celebration of the Feast of Tabernacles. These fronds, it appeared, had already been purchased, but were held up in Como. Pacelli replied that although he had forwarded the request to Rome, he feared that thanks to wartime delays and the fact that the Holy See had no diplomatic relations with the Italian government, it was unlikely that anything could be done in time. He explained confidentially to Gaspari, however, that it seemed to me that to go along with this would be to give the Jews special assistance, not within the scope of practical arm's-length, purely civil or natural rights common to all human beings, but in a positive and direct way to assist them in the exercise of their Jewish cult. In April 1919, in the confusion following the armistice of the previous November, a trio of Bolsheviks, Max Levine, Eugen Levine, and Tovia Axelrod, seized power in Bavaria. There followed a brief reign of terror, during which the foreign missions came under particular attack. The diplomatic corps consequently decided that it should send representatives to register a protest with Levine. Pacelli, then nuncio, reported to Gaspari, "Since it would have been totally undignified for me to appear in the presence of this aforesaid gentleman, I sent the uditore, a certain Monsignor Schioppa." The scene that presented itself at the palace was indescribable. The confusion totally chaotic, the filth completely nauseating, and in the midst of all this a gang of young women of dubious appearance, Jews like all the rest of them, hanging around in all the offices with lecherous demeanour and suggestive smiles. The boss of this female rabble was Levine's mistress, a young Russian woman, a Jew and a divorcee, who was in charge, and it was to her that the nunciature was obliged to pay homage in order to proceed. This Levine is a young man of about 30 or 35, also Russian and a Jew, pale, dirty, with drugged eyes, hoarse voice, vulgar, repulsive, with a face that is both intelligent and sly. He deigned to receive the Monsignor Uditore in the corridor, surrounded by an armed escort, one of whom was an armed hunchback, his faithful bodyguard. With a hat on his head and smoking a cigarette, he listened to what Monsignor Schioppa told him, whining repeatedly that he was in a hurry and had more important things to do. Much was to be written in later years of Pius XII's deep love and admiration for the Jewish people. These last two quotations suggest that such reports may have been somewhat exaggerated. On matters of colour, on the other hand, there was no pretence. As early as 1920, Pacelli had complained to Gaspari that black soldiers in the French army were routinely raping German women and children in the Rhineland. To these accusations, which included no suggestion that white soldiers might be inclined to do the same, the army, not surprisingly, issued vehement denials. But Pacelli continued to believe the charges and to urge papal intervention. A quarter of a century later, as Pope, he was to ask the British Foreign Office for assurances that no Allied coloured troops would be among the small number that might be garrisoned in Rome after the occupation. Nazi Germany had annexed Austria in March 1938. Exactly a year later, after the fiasco of the Munich Agreement, German troops were massing on the border of Czechoslovakia. And yet on the 6th of March 1939, just 4 days after his election, Pope Pius XII could personally draft a letter to Hitler. To the illustrious Herr Adolf Hitler, Führer and Chancellor of the German Reich. Here, at the beginning of our pontificate, we desire to express the wish to remain united by the bonds of profound and benevolent friendship with the German people, who are entrusted to your care. We pray that our great desire for the prosperity of the German people, and for their progress in every domain, may, with God's help, come to full realization. This letter was not only the first addressed by the new Pope to any head of state. We have the word of Monsignor Alberto Giovinetti, one of the official historians of Pius XII, that in length and in the sentiments it expresses, it differs totally from the other official letters sent by the Vatican at that time. On the 15th of March 1939, the Germans occupied Czechoslovakia. A week later, Diego von Bergen, German ambassador to the Vatican, reported to his government. I learn from a well-informed source that urgent attempts have been made, especially on the French side, to prevail upon the Pope to associate himself with the protests of the democratic states against the annexation of Bohemia and Moravia to the Reich. The Pope has declined these requests very firmly. He has given those around him to understand that he sees no reason to interfere in historic processes, in which, from the political point of view, the Church is not interested. And even this was only the beginning. On the 1st of September 1939, the Wehrmacht marched into Catholic Poland, and 2 days later Britain and France declared war on Germany. Over the next 5 weeks the Poles lost some 70,000 men. From the Vatican, however, Despite repeated intervention by the British and French ambassadors, there came not a word of sympathy or regret, still less of denunciation. This deafening silence continued until the third week of October, when the Pope published his first encyclical, Summi Pontificatus. In this, at long last, Poland received a mention. The blood of countless human beings, non-combatants among them, has been shed, and cries out to heaven, especially the blood of Poland, a nation very dear to us. Here is a people which has a right to the human and brotherly sympathy of the whole world, because of its devotion to the Church, and by reason of the ardour that it has poured into the defence of Christian civilization, so that its titles are carved indelibly on the tablets of history. Not altogether surprisingly, the encyclical was welcomed by the Allies. The French Air Force dropped 88,000 copies of it over Germany. The language was clear enough for the German Foreign Office. Pius XII, it informed its ambassador to the Holy See, has ceased to be neutral. It should be noted, however, that there is no mention anywhere in the text of Germany or Nazis or Jews. There was a curious incident in November 1939 when the Pope was secretly approached by a group of German conspirators with a request for help. Their intention was to overthrow Hitler and return Germany to democracy. But before they could do so, they needed a guarantee that the Western powers would not take advantage of any period of chaos that might result, and impose on Germany terms as humiliating as those imposed after the First World War at Versailles. Would the Pope be prepared to act as go-between, seeking assurances that Britain and our allies would agree to an honourable peace? Pius was fully aware that he was being asked to take part in a conspiracy. This obviously represented a huge risk. Had any intervention by him become known, Hitler would almost certainly have vented his anger on the Catholic Church in Germany. Mussolini, for his part, might have claimed a breach of the Lateran Treaty and invaded the Papal State, or at least cut off its water and electricity supplies. Not surprisingly, Pius asked for 24 hours to consider. He consulted none of his curia, not even his Secretary of State. The answer which he returned the next day, that he was prepared to do all he could for the sake of peace, represented his own decision and no one else's. The decision, however, left him deeply uneasy. When the British minister to the Holy See, Sir Darcy Osborne, had an audience shortly afterwards, he reported, "He wished to pass the communication from the German conspirators on to me purely for information. He did not wish in the slightest degree to endorse or recommend it. After he had listened to my comments, he said that perhaps after all it was not worth proceeding with the matter, and he would therefore ask me to regard his communication to me as not having been made. This, however, I promptly declined. As I said, I refused to have the responsibilities of His Holiness's conscience unloaded onto mine." In the final event, the whole thing came to nothing. Neville Chamberlain's government insisted on far more information than the conspirators were prepared to give, and was anyway unimpressed by the thought of making any sort of peace while the German military machine remained intact. It insisted, too, on bringing in the French, which the conspirators were extremely reluctant to do. It may be that the latter lost their nerve. For whatever reason, the plot simply ran out of steam. It has seemed worth recording here simply as an indication of Pius's basic anti-Nazi feelings, of his courage in taking a quite exceptionally dangerous decision, and of his strange insecurity once that decision was made. And so we come to the mighty question mark that cast its shadow over the pontificate of Pope Pius XII, his attitude to the Holocaust. A strong vein of anti-Semitism had always run through Catholic thinking. Had not the Jews murdered Christ? The Tridentine Mass, promulgated by the Council of Trent in the 16th century, contained a Good Friday prayer for the conversion of the perfidious Jews. The phrase was later eliminated on the orders of John XXIII, 1958-1963. And the right-wing Catholic parties in France, Germany and Austria made no secret of their anti-Semitic feelings. It is hardly necessary to say that such views found no place in the official teaching of the Church, but the passages quoted earlier in this chapter make it clear that they were shared at least to some extent by the young Pacelli, and he is unlikely to have been alone. The Jews, declared Hitler in a broadcast on the 9th of February 1942, will be liquidated for at least 1,000 years. Within a month, active persecution was underway, not only in Germany, Austria and Poland, but in Hungary, Croatia, Slovakia, and Marshal Pétain's unoccupied France. All this was well known in the Vatican. Indeed, it was common knowledge throughout Europe. On the 21st of April, Sir Darcy Osborne wrote to his friend, Bridget McEwen, "Yesterday being Hitler's birthday, I wore a black tie in mourning for the millions he has massacred and tortured." The Pope could hardly have worn a black tie, but he could have spoken out against the continuing atrocities. Despite Osborne's continued entreaties, he refused to do so. On the 31st of July, Osborne wrote again to Mrs. McEwen, "It is very sad. The fact is that the moral authority of the Holy See, which Pius XI and his predecessors had built up into a world power, is now sadly reduced. I suspect that H.H., His Holiness, hopes to play a great role as peacemaker, and that it is partly at least for this reason that he tries to preserve a position of neutrality as between the belligerents. But as you say, the German crimes have nothing to do with neutrality, and the fact is that the Pope's silence is defeating its own purpose, because it is destroying his prospects of contributing to peace." By now the mass deportations had begun. Before the end of the year, 42,000 French Jews had been sent to Auschwitz alone. In September, President Roosevelt sent a personal envoy to the Pope to beg him to condemn the German war crimes, but still the Pope refused. The Papal Secretary of State, Cardinal Maglione, would only repeat that the Holy See was doing all that it could. It was not, if only because as 1942 drew to its close, the Vatican clearly had something else on its mind. It was terrified that the Allies were going to bomb Rome. Poor Osborne was being summoned almost daily to the Secretariat of State, and entreated to extract a firm undertaking from the British government that there would be no air raids on the Holy City. In vain he pointed out that Britain was at war, and that Rome was an enemy capital, and he well knew that even if the city was spared, it was highly unlikely the Italians would be given advance information of the fact. He wrote on the 13th of December, "The more I think of it, the more I am revolted by Hitler's massacre of the Jewish race on the one hand, and on the other the Vatican's apparently exclusive preoccupation with the effects of the war on Italy, and the possibilities of the bombardment of Rome. The whole outfit seems to have become Italian." The following day he had another talk with Cardinal Maglione. "I urged that the Vatican, instead of thinking of nothing but the bombing of Rome, should consider their duties in respect of the unprecedented crime against humanity of Hitler's campaign of extermination of the Jews, in which I said Italy was an accomplice, as the partner and ally of Germany." Finally, on Christmas Eve 1942, Pius XII made a broadcast to the world. It was long and, for the most part, stiflingly turgid. Only at the very end, when the majority of his listeners had probably switched off through sheer boredom, did he come, after a fashion, to the point, calling on men of goodwill to make a solemn vow to bring back society to its centre of gravity, which is the law of God. He continued, "Mankind owes that vow to the countless dead who lie buried on the field of battle. The sacrifice of their lives in the fulfillment of their duty is a holocaust offered for a new and better social order. Mankind owes that vow to the innumerable sorrowing host of mothers, widows, and orphans who have seen the light, the solace, and the support of their lives wrenched from them. Mankind owes that vow to those numberless exiles whom the hurricane of war has torn from their native land and scattered in the land of the stranger, who can make their own the lament of the prophet. Our inheritance is turned to aliens, our house to strangers." Mankind owes that vow to the hundreds and thousands of persons who, without any fault on their part, sometimes only because of their nationality or race, have been consigned to death or to a slow decline. And that was it. Once again there was no mention of Jews, or of Nazis, or even of Germany. The racial element of the Holocaust had been toned down by the addition of the two weasel words, sometimes only. Millions of victims, even by Christmas 1942, had been delicately reduced to hundreds and thousands. When Mussolini heard it, he said to Ciano, "This is a collection of platitudes, which might better have been made by the parish priest of Bretapio," the village of his birth. He was not very far wrong. Until now, in comparison with their Central European brethren, the Italian Jews had been relatively lucky. Although the 8,000-odd people who comprised the Jewish community of Rome doubtless shared in full measure the general indignation at the Pope's apparent spinelessness, while the Duce continued in power, they were left for the most part undisturbed. Mussolini had enacted a number of anti-Semitic laws, but they had been largely disregarded. Then, in July 1943, everything changed. The Allies invaded Sicily and bombed Rome. Mussolini and Claretta Petacci were shot and left hanging from the roof of a garage, and German troops poured into Italy. On the 11th of September, Rome came under German occupation, and Marshal Albert Kesselring declared martial law. On the 18th of October, the SS gave the order to round up the Jews. There had been Jews in Rome before there had been Christians. The first Jewish settlers had arrived in 139 BC. After the coming of Christianity, the fortunes of their community had varied. Several of its tribulations have been recorded in earlier chapters of this book. Never in all its history, however, had Italian Jews faced a threat such as this. Already at the end of September, the Jewish community had been compelled to collect 50 kilograms of gold within 36 hours. They had succeeded only through the generosity of their fellow citizens, Christian and Jewish alike, who had rallied with donations. After several hours' hesitation, the Vatican had offered a loan. It was politely rejected. There was a general assumption that this gold had been the price of security. Only when the long line of open army trucks took up its position in the ghetto in the early hours of the 16th of October did it become clear that it had been nothing of the sort. As the trucks threaded their way through the pelting rain to their gathering point at the Collegio Militare, from which their human cargo was to be transported to Auschwitz, powerful voices were raised to stop the operation. Several of these voices were German. One was that of Baron Ernst von Weizsäcker, ambassador to the Holy See, while another was that of Kesselring himself. Yet another objector was Albrecht von Kessel, the German consul in Rome. All three were convinced that if the deportations were allowed to go ahead, there might easily be a general rising against the occupying forces. What was needed now was for the Pope to make a vehement protest against this new outrage, which was taking place on his very doorstep. But nothing came. Weizsäcker himself wrote to his colleague, Dr. Karl Ritter, in Berlin. Although pressed on all sides, the Pope did not allow himself to be drawn into any demonstration of reproof at the deportation of the Jews of Rome. The only sign of disapproval was a veiled allusion in Osservatore Romano on the 25th to the 28th of October, in which only a restricted number of people could recognize a reference to the Jewish question. And so the deportation went ahead. How can we explain this contemptible silence on the part of Pius XII? It all goes back, first to his innate anti-Semitism, and then to his fear of communism, always, both to his predecessor and to himself, a far greater bugbear than Nazi Germany. As he himself put it in a conversation with the American representative of the Vatican, Harold Tittman, he believed that a protest would provoke a clash with the SS. He might have added, but did not, that such a clash might well have resulted in a German occupation of the Vatican, and his own capture and imprisonment. This in turn would have played directly into the hands of the Communists. He himself had come up against them in Munich, and he was fully aware of the atrocities they had committed against the Church in Russia, Mexico, and in Spain. With Europe in its present state of chaos, a communist takeover in Rome could not be discounted, and to avoid that, even the deportation of Roman Jewry would be a small price to pay. This argument in itself seems hard enough to swallow, but even if we accept the papal silence to have been justified, another astonishing fact remains to be explained. After the end of the war, Pius continued as Pope for another 13 years, during which time not one word of apology or regret, not a single requiem or mass of remembrance was held for the 1,989 Jewish deportees from Rome, who had met their deaths at Auschwitz alone. There were many people, too, who wondered, in retrospect, why a pope who had thought nothing of excommunicating all members of the Communist Party throughout the world had never apparently considered doing the same to the Catholic Nazi war criminals, including Himmler, Goebbels, Bormann, and Hitler himself. No condemnation either was expressed for the last Nazi atrocity to take place in Rome before its liberation. It occurred on the 24th of March, 1944, the day after a company of German soldiers was bombed as it marched down Via Rasella. 33 men died. The following evening, on Hitler's personal orders, 335 Italians, including some 70 Jews, were herded into the Ardeatine caves, south of the city, and massacred. Once again there was no protest from the Vatican, although 2 days later its newspaper, L'Osservatore Romano, ran an article expressing sympathy with the German casualties and regretting the 320 persons sacrificed for the guilty parties who escaped arrest. On the same day as the bombing, 23rd of March, the Germans occupied Hungary, and Adolf Eichmann, Hitler's architect of the Holocaust, began to apply the final solution to the country's 750,000 Jews. Now at last the Vatican took notice. The nuncio in Budapest, Monsignor Angelo Rotta, made official representations to the Hungarian government, the very first time that such a thing had been done by a papal diplomatic representative. Even then the phrasing was unexpected. The office of the Apostolic Nuncio requests the Hungarian government once again not to continue its war against the Jews, beyond the limits prescribed by the laws of nature and God's commandments, and to avoid any action against which the Holy See and the conscience of the entire Christian world would feel obliged to protest. It was not, however, until the 25th of June that the Pope cabled the Hungarian President, Admiral Horthy, asking him to use all possible influence to stop the suffering and torments which countless people are undergoing simply because of their nationality or their race. There was still no mention of the Jews by name, although President Roosevelt, cabling on the following day, showed less delicacy, and in fact threatened dire consequences. At this point, it is only fair to record, the Catholic Church in Hungary stepped in firmly and efficiently. Vast numbers of hunted Jews were given refuge in monasteries, convents, churches, and often with private Catholic families. During the autumn and winter of 1944, we are told, there was practically no Catholic Church institution in Budapest where persecuted Jews did not find refuge. Countless lives were saved. Nevertheless, two questions remain. Eichmann started his loathsome work in March. Could not the rescue operation have begun then, instead of 4 or 5 months later? And did this operation have papal blessing? With the coming of peace in the spring of 1945, Pope Pius XII, who, since the death of Cardinal Maglione the previous August, was acting as his own Secretary of State, found himself once again confronted by his old arch-enemy, communism. The Italian Communist Party, under its brilliant leader Palmiro Togliatti, saw itself as the true conqueror of fascism, and thus as the legitimate inheritor of power. It was fortunately counterbalanced by the glamour of America, whose forces had flooded the country with all the accoutrements of a capitalist consumerist society. Against both these extremes, Pius urged a program of Catholic renewal that, unlike communism or capitalism, would be Italian through and through. If he had to choose, however, there was no doubt in his mind that American materialism was by far the lesser of the two evils. On the 2nd of July, 1949, he went so far as to publish a decree declaring that no Catholic could be a member of the Communist Party or advocate communism in any way. Anyone found guilty of doing so would have the sacraments withheld. The previous year, he had violently opposed, as had the entire Curia, the foundation of the State of Israel. This surprised no one. For Pius, as for the Church down the ages, the Jews were the people who had murdered God. By this time the Pope was 73. Physically he was still strong, while his autocratic spirit and self-confidence were growing with every year that passed. The old anti-Semitism was still in evidence. To his dying day he was to refuse recognition to the State of Israel. And his vision was narrowing. He was tending more and more to entrench himself in the tried old orthodoxies, and to close his mind to new theological ideas. On the 2nd of September 1950, he issued an encyclical, Humani Generis, which paralyzed contemporary scholarship and categorically condemned any new or original Christian thinking. And it went further still. Papal encyclicals had never been considered infallible. Henceforth they made it clear that they were settling a disputed matter once and for all. It is obvious that that matter cannot be any longer considered a question open to discussion among theologians. There followed something not unlike the reign of terror that had existed under Pius X. The American Jesuit Daniel Berrigan reported, "I saw at close hand intellectual excellence crushed in a wave of orthodoxy, like a big Stalinist purge." One of the principal victims was the celebrated Jesuit paleontologist, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, whose work was denied publication, and who was eventually exiled to the United States. Another casualty was the French worker-priest experiment, the most exciting and probably the most successful of all the attempts to bring Christianity to the world of heavy industry. Its members exchanged their clerical clothes for overalls, and signed on as bargees, miners, or factory hands. Missionary work had never been like this before, and its success was dramatic. But for Pius it was too dangerous, an open invitation to communism. He showed more and more hostility towards it, and finally in November 1953 dissolved it altogether. For forward-looking Christian thinkers, this was a miserable time. It was in a way a reflection of Senator Joseph McCarthy's America, when Reds were found under every bed. Nor was it improved by the Pope's ex cathedra proclamation on the 1st of November 1950 of the doctrine of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary. In other words, that the Virgin's body, instead of corrupting after her death, was immediately assumed into heaven. There was nothing new in this theory. The Assumption had long been one of the most popular subjects in Italian religious painting. One has only to think of Titian's tremendous altarpiece in the Church of the Frari in Venice, and its feast day on the 15th of August, one of the most important dates in the Christian calendar. On the other hand, it was unknown to the early Church, and had no confirmation in the Scriptures, and the non-Catholic churches resented what they saw as the arrogance of the Pope in claiming infallibility, for the first time since its definition at the First Vatican Council in 1870, when prescribing an article of faith in which they did not for a moment believe. By the mid-1950s, Pope Pius's health was giving cause for concern. Much of the deterioration seems to have been due to the ministrations of his oculist, Professor Riccardo Galeazzi-Lisi, who took over complete responsibility for his physical well-being, and was generally considered, by everyone but Pius himself, to be a charlatan and a quack. Galeazzi-Lisi was bad enough, but he also introduced two more of the same kind. First, the then-fashionable Swiss doctor, Paul Nihans, who claimed to have discovered the secret of eternal youth in the cells drawn from the fetuses of sheep and monkeys, and then a mad dentist, who prescribed industrial quantities of chromic acid, a substance principally used in those days for the cleaning of brass musical instruments. It is thought to have been this which was responsible for the chronic hiccups that plagued the Pope in the last years of his life. He died in the early hours of the morning of Thursday the 9th of October, 1958. The funeral ceremony was long and impressive. The body was driven slowly through Rome in an open coffin to its lying in state in St. Peter's. It was unfortunate indeed that the embalming had been left to Galeazzi Lisi, who announced that he would be employing a new technique, similar to that used on Jesus Christ himself, which would leave the body in its natural state. This it singularly failed to do. From time to time, appalling eructations were heard coming from the coffin, and during the lying in state, the smell was such that one of the attendant Swiss guards fainted. Meanwhile, the nose fell off. It was to the considerable relief of all those present when the lid was finally screwed down, and Pope Pius XII was lowered into the grottos beneath the basilica, to take up his final resting place only a few feet from the tomb of St. Peter. It is painful to have to record that on the orders of his successor, the process of his canonization has already begun. Suffice it to say here that the current fashion for canonizing all popes on principle, if continued, will make a mockery of sainthood. Chapter 28. Vatican II and After, 1958 to the present. When Angelo Giuseppe Roncalli was elected Supreme Pontiff at the 12th ballot on the 28th of October 1958, he was less than a month short of his 77th birthday. Fat, kindly, and convivial, with an easy charm and a ready wit, he endeared himself to all those with whom he came in contact. While no one had really loved Pope Pius XII, it was impossible not to love Pope John XXIII, 1958 to 1963. Nonetheless, he was generally expected to be little more than a Papa di Passaggio, a caretaker pope. His pontificate did indeed last for less than 5 years, but there was little of the caretaker about it. On the contrary, it shook the world. The first surprise was the name he chose, John. There had been 22 legitimate popes of that name, the most recent of whom had reigned at Avignon in the early 14th century. Few were men of much distinction, while John XII was one of the most depraved pontiffs in all history. There had also been a previous John XXIII, an antipope, deposed by the Council of Constance in 1415, of whom Gibbon had commented, "The most scandalous charges were suppressed. The Vicar of Christ was only accused of piracy, murder, rape, sodomy, and incest." Later, the Pope was to maintain that one of the reasons for his choice was to retrieve this evangelical name from dishonour. At the time of his election, however, he claimed to have chosen it because it was the name of his father, of the humble parish church near Bergamo, where his family of 13 were all baptized, and of innumerable cathedrals throughout the world, including his own Lateran. Later, he characteristically produced yet another reason, that there had been more popes called John than any other name, and that most of them had remarkably short reigns. The new pope was a scholar, author of a 5-volume study of his hero, St. Charles Borromeo, the great 16th century Archbishop of Milan, and towering figure of the Counter-Reformation. And this work had naturally brought him into contact with Monsignor Ratti, the Vatican librarian, who later became Pope Pius XI. It was he who in 1925 launched Roncalli on a diplomatic career, during which he served first in Bulgaria, then in Turkey and Greece, where, during the German occupation, he worked tirelessly on behalf of the Jews. In December 1944, he was posted as nuncio to Paris, where he strongly supported the movement of worker priests, and in 1953 he was named a cardinal and Patriarch of Venice, where he remained until his election. Once Pope, John gave a clear impression of a man in a hurry. On the 26th of January 1959, just 3 months after his election, L'Osservatore Romano reported that he was planning 3 important projects: a diocesan synod in Rome, an ecumenical council, and a revision of the canon law. Of the three, the second was clearly by far the most ambitious. To many people it seemed curious that it had not been given an announcement of its own. In fact, the Pope was almost certainly testing the waters. His time in the Balkans had given him much experience of the Eastern churches, and he was anxious to find out as discreetly as he could how they would view his proposal. If their reaction was favourable, he might broaden the council to include them. Otherwise, it would be restricted to the Church of Rome. The old guard of the Vatican was appalled. Pope Pius XII had been an icy autocrat. He and he alone gave the orders. The bishops, even the cardinals, existed merely to carry them out. Now here, suddenly, was a proposal to bring together all the world's bishops for free and uncontrolled discussions. Even the liberal Cardinal Montini, Archbishop of Milan, and future Pope Paul VI believed that the new pope was stirring up a hornet's nest. But John was determined. The days of papal dictatorship were over. Henceforth the Church would be a collegiate body, with pope and bishop sharing responsibility between them. No longer could it turn its face away from the modern age. Aggiornamento, that was the new watchword, the bringing up to date of both its organization and its teaching. It was time, said the Pope, to throw open the windows of the Church and let in some fresh air. There was inevitably a vast amount of preliminary work to be done before the projected council could take place. The Diocesan Synod, surprisingly the first in papal history, was held at the Lateran in January 1960. But the Second Vatican Council itself, it was in fact the 21st Ecumenical Council of the Roman Catholic Church, did not open until nearly 2 years later, on the 11th of October 1962. The opening session in St. Peter's was attended by 2,540 delegates, mostly bishops and superiors of religious orders, making it by far the largest gathering of any council in church history. Almost half were non-European. 250 were African, with roughly the same number from Asia, while Latin America sent 600. 17 Orthodox and Protestant churches were represented by observers. In his inaugural address, the Pope radiated optimism. We feel we must disagree with those prophets of gloom, who are always foretelling disaster, as though the end of the world were at hand. The Church should never depart from the sacred patrimony of truth received from the Fathers, but at the same time she must ever look to the present, to the new conditions and new forms of life introduced into the modern world, which have opened up new avenues. For this reason, the Church has not watched inertly the marvelous progress of the discoveries of human genius. The council now beginning rises in the Church like daybreak, a forerunner of most splendid light. It is now only dawn, and already at this first announcement of the rising day, how much sweetness fills our heart. Everything here breathes sanctity and arouses great joy. Let us contemplate the stars. Less than a year later, on the 3rd of June 1963, and after the shortest pontificate for 2 centuries, Pope John died of cancer. The council had been his idea, and very largely his creation, and although most of its final decisions were the work of others, above all his successor, it was from first to last imbued with his spirit. In 5 short years, he had opened up the Church to the 20th century. He had reached out to the other Christian churches, and particularly to the Jews, to whom he always showed a special affection. As apostolic delegate in Turkey during the Second World War, he had saved the lives of several thousand Jewish children from Romania and Bulgaria, providing them with blank baptismal certificates. And within a year of his election, he did what Pius XII had always refused to consider. He deleted the phrase, pro perfidis Judaeus, faithless Jews, from the Good Friday liturgy. One day when he was driving through Rome, he happened to pass a synagogue, just as all the worshippers were leaving. He stopped his car to talk to them and bless them. No wonder, on the night before his death, that Rome's chief rabbi went with many of the Jewish faithful to pray in St. Peter's. Until his appointment as Archbishop of Milan in 1954, Giovanni Battista Montini had spent virtually his whole working life in the papal secretariat. Son of a prosperous lawyer and parliamentary deputy, already in 1937, at the age of 40, he had been appointed assistant to Cardinal Pacelli, then Secretary of State, at whose side he was to remain for the next 17 years. In 1953, he had declined a cardinal's hat, knowing that this would remove him from his unique position of power. But it seems likely that soon after this his influence anyway began to decline. As a relative liberal, he almost certainly antagonized the reactionary old guard, including Pius himself, who began to want him out of the way, and he had no delusions that by his appointment to Milan he was not in fact being kicked upstairs. It was a further mark of disfavour that, despite strong and repeated representations from the Milanese themselves, membership of the Sacred College continued to be withheld from him, and without a red hat he was obviously not qualified to be elected, as many would otherwise have expected, as the next pope. It is a characteristic of dictators, and Pius XII was a dictator, if anyone was, to give little or no thought to their successors. Perhaps it was an aspect of Pius's autocratic instincts, après moi le déluge, he is said to have murmured, that he seems to have distrusted his cardinals, and taken curiously little interest in them. In 19 years he held just 2 consistories, and when he died, the Sacred College, whose full complement had been set by Sixtus V at 70, had only 51 members, half of whom were well over 80 years old. All this had been immediately rectified by Pope John on his accession. At his first consistory, when Archbishop Montini at last received his red hat, he abolished Pope Sixtus's maximum, and by 1962 the college numbered no fewer than 87. Of these cardinals, 80 assembled on the evening of the 19th of June for the conclave. Montini was the favourite, but was nevertheless elected only on the 5th ballot, taking the name of Paul VI, 1963 to 1978. He wanted, he said, to reach out to the modern Gentiles. Few pontiffs have accepted the Triple Crown with greater or more genuine reluctance. Now 65, he knew, no one better, what it meant to be Pope. Not just the responsibility, but the aching personal loneliness. He knew, too, that he had just 100 days before the second session of the Council began. The first, in which he had played a significant part, had not been an unqualified success. There had been several angry clashes of ideas, and several more of personalities. But this had been inevitable, for never in papal history had there been such outspokenness, such total freedom of expression. In the words of Thomas Roberts, formerly Archbishop of Bombay, the children of God had been able to slide down the banisters in the house of the Lord. It was only with the second session that the Council got into its stride, proving itself to be the most revolutionary Christian phenomenon since the Reformation. It contradicted Pius XII's pronouncements on almost every main issue: ecumenism, liturgical reform, communism, freedom of religion, and above all Judaism. The key document was Lumen Gentium, the decree on the Church. Pius would have hated it, especially the section that took care not to identify the Roman Catholic Church with the Church of Christ. The latter, it maintained, simply subsisted within it, although many elements of sanctification and of truth are found outside its visible structure. This meant effectively that it could coexist equally with other churches. Catholicism no longer claimed the monopoly on divine truth. Elsewhere, the decree undermined the whole concept of papal autocracy by emphasizing the importance of the bishops, and indeed of the laity. The Church is described as a pilgrim church, the faithful as a pilgrim people. Of the several other decrees approved by the Council, the decree on the liturgy transformed Roman Catholic worship, establishing the principle of greater participation in the Mass by the laity, introducing the vernacular in place of Latin, and requiring that the celebrant should face the congregation rather than the altar. The decree on ecumenism made the quest for religious unity central to the Church's work. The decree on religious liberty primarily an American initiative, declared that freedom of worship was a fundamental element of human dignity. The decree on other religions, Nostra Aetate, vehemently opposed by the still anti-Semitic Curia, was of particular importance in defining the Church's attitude to the Jews. True, the Jewish authorities and those who followed their lead pressed for the death of Christ. Yet what occurred in his passion cannot be charged against all the Jews without distinction then alive, nor against the Jews of today. Although the Church is a new people of God, the Jews should not be presented as rejected or accursed by God, as if this followed from the Holy Scriptures. All should see to it, then, that in catechetical work, or in the preaching of the Word of God, they do not teach anything that does not conform to the truth of the Gospel and the Spirit of Christ. Furthermore, in her rejection of every persecution against any man, the Church, mindful of the patrimony she shares with the Jews, and moved not by political reasons, but by the Gospel's spiritual love, decries hatred, persecutions, and displays of antisemitism, directed against the Jews at any time and by anyone. The council continued for just over 3 years, being finally closed by Pope Paul on the 8th of December 1965. From the first preparations until the end, its success had been very largely due to him. The opposition of the old guard had continued throughout, and it is unlikely that Pope John, even had he lived, could have forced most of the measures through. Paul, by contrast, who had spent his whole working life in the Vatican bureaucracy, possessed the knowledge and experience to steer the council with a firm and confident hand. He dealt with the old guard by imposing on all bishops compulsory retirement at the age of 75. An exception was made only for the Pope in his capacity of Bishop of Rome. Cardinals would be obliged to retire from the Curia at 80, after which they would no longer be permitted to participate in papal conclaves, the only privilege to which their rank entitled them. On the other hand, the size of the Sacred College was drastically increased, with the appointment of many new cardinals from the Third World. Henceforth Italians would never again enjoy an absolute majority. The Church had been transformed to the point of unrecognizability. For many Catholics, it had at last moved with the times. For many others, it had destroyed itself. Congregations, even in old strongholds like Spain and Sicily, fell away. Priests tore off their collars, and several orders of nuns put away their old habits and dressed more like air hostesses. Particularly among the older generation, the disappearance of the familiar and beloved Latin proved hard to accept. To some it was even heartbreaking. Apart from its intrinsic beauty, Latin had served as a lingua franca. In every country of the world, the Mass had been identical, and thus immediately familiar. Now, just at the moment when civil aviation was opening up and people were travelling more than ever before, the faithful were all too often obliged to hear it in languages of which they understood not a word. It was Paul's task to hold all these conflicting elements together. This he managed, on the whole, successfully, though he was unable to prevent the breakaway traditionalist, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, from founding his Society of St. Pius X, which firmly upheld the old order, together with the full Tridentine Mass. Paul drove the council forward, and ensured that there was no backsliding when it was over, but in other respects he remained staunchly conservative. On the question of priestly celibacy he refused to budge, while the stand he took on birth control greatly damaged his reputation. Perhaps unwisely, he had considered this subject too hot a potato for the council. Instead, he had entrusted it to a special commission of theologians, doctors, scientists, and somewhat surprisingly, married couples. This commission recommended that the Church's traditional teaching should be modified to allow artificial contraception, at least in certain circumstances, and it was generally expected that the Pope would accept the recommendation, which had already been endorsed by the majority of a panel of bishops. Alas, he did nothing of the sort. His consequent encyclical, Humanae Vitae of 1968, simply reconfirmed the old Vatican line. It caused much disappointment and in many cases disgust, particularly in pullulating South America. Hundreds of priests resigned. Hundreds more continued to encourage contraception among their flock, just as they always had. Paul should perhaps have visited South America himself. He certainly could have done, for he was the first pope to travel on a grand scale, seeing it indeed as part of his pastoral duty. In 1963, he addressed the United Nations in New York. In 1964, the International Eucharistic Congress in Bombay. That year also saw him in Jerusalem, where he and the ecumenical patriarch, Athenagoras, took what seemed to be the first step in the ending of the Great Schism, which had split the Eastern and Western churches from 1054. In 1967, he was the first pope since the Ottoman conquest to visit Istanbul, where he made the embarrassing mistake of falling on his knees on entering St. Sophia, giving the hardline Islamists the opportunity of accusing him of attempting to convert the building back into a Christian church. It had served as a mosque throughout the Ottoman period, but had been declared a secular museum by Kemal Ataturk in 1935. In 1969, for the World Council of Churches, where his presence would have been unthinkable before Vatican II, he was in, of all places, Geneva. In that same year he went to Uganda, thus becoming the first pontiff ever to set foot on the African continent. And in 1970 he visited the Philippines, where he narrowly escaped assassination, and Australia. By this time, however, he was giving several of his closest associates cause for concern. His responsibilities were becoming too much for him. He was a deeply unhappy man. The loneliness of his position, his increasing unpopularity, especially after Humanae Vitae, the increasing tensions within the Church as the full consequences of Vatican II slowly became apparent, the increase in international terrorism, and the Italian Red Brigades all took their toll and increased his depression. In 1974, there were even rumours of his possible resignation, and in 1978, the kidnapping and subsequent murder of his close friend, the Christian Democrat politician Aldo Moro, at whose funeral he presided, was a blow from which he never properly recovered. He died that same year of acute cystitis, culminating in a massive heart attack in his summer palace of Castel Gandolfo. It was on the evening of Sunday the 6th of August, the feast of the Transfiguration. Cardinal Albino Luciani was elected pope on the 4th ballot, on the first and last day of the conclave of the 26th of August, 1978. He was of poor working-class background from near Belluno, his father passing much of his working life as a seasonal worker, bricklayer and electrician, in Switzerland. Albino had been Bishop of Vittorio Veneto, and subsequently for 9 years Patriarch of Venice. He was, however, little known outside Italy, and it was a matter of considerable surprise that the 111 voting cardinals, of whom only 27 were Italian, should have chosen him so quickly. The English Cardinal Basil Hume had an explanation. "Seldom have I had such an experience of the presence of God. I am not one for whom the dictates of the Holy Spirit are self-evident. I'm slightly hard-boiled on that. But for me, he was God's candidate." Paul VI had, as we have seen, accepted the papacy only with extreme reluctance. His successor felt much the same. After the penultimate ballot, when he was well in the lead, and within 7 votes of the papacy, he was heard to murmur, "No, please no." Many of his closest associates thought he might well refuse, but slowly and sadly he nodded his head. He took the name of John Paul I, 1973, the first double-barreled name in papal history. In his first speech to the people of Rome, he explained why. "Pope John had wanted to consecrate me with his own hands, here in the Basilica of St. Peter's. Then, though unworthy, I succeeded him in the Cathedral of St. Mark, in that Venice that is still filled with the spirit of Pope John. On the other hand, Pope Paul not only made me a cardinal, but some months before that in St. Mark's Square, he made me blush in front of 20,000 people, because he took off his stole and placed it on my shoulders. Never was my face so red, and so I took the name John Paul. Be sure of this, I do not have the wisdom of heart of Pope John. I do not have the preparation and culture of Pope Paul, but I now stand in their place. I will seek to serve the Church, and hope that you will help me with your prayers. This informal, familiar tone set the seal on John Paul's papacy. No pope had ever been more approachable. No pope ever had such a warm and captivating smile, a smile that reached out to everyone he met. Pomposity he detested. It was, of course, inseparable from his position, but he reduced it to a minimum. He was, for example, the first pope to refuse a coronation. There were no more triple crowns, no more gestatorial chairs, in which he would be carried shoulder-high through the crowds, no more swaying ostrich feathers, no more of the royal we. He longed to take the Church back to its origins, to the humility and simplicity, the honesty and poverty of Jesus Christ himself. But how was it to be done? First of all, there was the Curia to contend with. He had no enemies in it. Indeed, at the time of his election, he had no enemies at all. But his refusal to be crowned with all the usual trappings had horrified the traditionalists, and his decision that the extra month's salary normally paid on the election of a new pope should be cut by half had not increased his popularity. He soon found, too, that the Vatican was a hotbed of petty hatreds, rivalries, and jealousies. "I hear nothing but malice, directed against everything and everyone," he complained. "Also, I have noticed two things that appear to be in very short supply: honesty and a good cup of coffee." In such an atmosphere, it was inevitable that he would be misinterpreted and misrepresented. L'Osservatore Romano, for example, in a special edition published within hours of his election, reported that he was among the first of the bishops to circulate the encyclical Humanae Vitae, and to insist that its teaching was beyond question. This was completely untrue. It was well known that in 1968, as Bishop of Vittorio Veneto, he had submitted a confidential report to his predecessor as Patriarch of Venice, recommending that the recently developed contraceptive pill should be permitted by the Church, and that this report, having been approved by his fellow bishops, was submitted to Paul VI. As we know, Paul rejected it, but John Paul had not changed his opinion. In 1978, he had been invited to speak at an international congress in Milan to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Humanae Vitae, but had refused to go. Within days of his election, he agreed to receive the American congressman, James Scheuer, who headed a House Select Committee on Population. "To my mind," he had remarked to the Secretary of State, Cardinal Vio, "we cannot leave the situation as it currently stands." Had he lived his full term, this quiet, gentle, smiling man might well have achieved a revolution in the Church, a revolution even more dramatic and profound than that created by Pope John's Second Vatican Council. But he did not live. Shortly before 5:30 a.m. on Friday the 29th of September, 1978, he was found dead in his bed. He had been Pope for just 33 days, the shortest reign since that of Leo XI in 1605. Was John Paul I murdered? Certainly there were reasons to believe so. For a man of 67, he was in excellent health. There was no post-mortem or autopsy. The Curia obviously panicked and was caught out in any number of small lies as to the manner of his death and the finding of his body. And if, as was widely believed, he was on the point of exposing a major financial scandal in which the Vatican Bank and its director, Archbishop Paul Marcinkus, were deeply implicated, there were at least 3 international criminals, one of whom, Roberto Calvi of the Banco Ambrosiano, was later found hanging under Blackfriars Bridge in London, who would have gone to any length to prevent him from doing so. The Vatican, moreover, is an easy place for murder. It is an independent state with no police force of its own. The Italian police can enter only if invited, which they were not. The arguments for and against the conspiracy theory are long and complicated. To set them out here would mean devoting 20 or 30 pages to a pope who reigned for only a month, and would hopelessly unbalance a book which is already overlong. Anyone who would like to study them, and they are well worth studying, should read 2 books, In God's Name by David Yallop, in favour of the theory, and A Thief in the Night by John Cornwell, against it. They can then decide for themselves. Personally, having for many years been convinced that the Pope was indeed murdered, I have now reread the evidence on both sides, and have changed my mind. The murderer, if there was one, must somehow have gained admittance to the papal apartments in the middle of the night. Unless one or both of the papal secretaries, or one or more of the small team of nuns who did the cooking and cleaning, were implicated in the plot, which I find hard to believe, I do not see how he could have managed to do so. It was remarkable that the first ever Polish pope and the first non-Italian pope to be elected since Hadrian VI in 1522 should have been elected on only the second day of voting, gaining 103 of the 109 votes cast. But Karol Wojtyła was a remarkable man. Still only 58, he was a published poet and playwright, an accomplished skier and mountaineer, and was fluent in 6, some say 10, languages. He had studied at the University of Krakow, but after the German invasion of Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the university was closed down. He then took several labourers' jobs, including one in a quarry, and is said to have had a relationship with a local girl before deciding on the priesthood at the comparatively late age of 22. Thereafter he rose fast. After just 3 years as a parish priest, he returned to the university to study philosophy and to lecture on social ethics. He was nominated bishop at the early age of 38, and 5 years later, Paul VI appointed him Archbishop of Krakow. 2 days after his election as John Paul II, 1978 to 2005, in his first important speech as Pope, he emphasized his international role as head of the Universal Church. "From now on," he said, "the particular nature of our country of origin is of little importance." It was, of course, nothing of the kind. Poland, where he had lived for the first 58 years of his life, remained his spiritual home. It coloured all his policies, all his decisions, all his public pronouncements. During his pontificate, he went back there on no fewer than 9 occasions, far more than to any other country. He remembered all too clearly the Warsaw Rising and the Holocaust. On Black Sunday, the 6th of August, 1944, the Gestapo had rounded up 8,000 young Polish men in Krakow. Wojtyła had escaped by hiding in a basement, while the Germans searched upstairs. After the war, he endured nearly half a century of communism, and from 1980, when the communist monolith began to crack, he gave every encouragement to the Polish Solidarity movement and its leader, Lech Wałęsa, to whom he may well have secretly channeled funds through Archbishop Marcinkus and the Vatican Bank. As Mikhail Gorbachev once remarked, the collapse of the Iron Curtain would have been impossible without John Paul II. In the late afternoon of the 13th of May, 1981, while the Pope was being driven round St. Peter's Square in his Pope-mobile during a general audience, a Turkish gunman named Ali Agca fired 3 shots at him at almost point-blank range. John Paul was rushed to the Gemelli Hospital. Agca was immediately arrested, later telling the examining magistrate that he was a nationalist atheist who hated both the Catholic Church and American and Russian imperialism. He added that he had hoped to kill the Pope during his visit to Turkey in November 1979, but that his intended victim had then been too well protected. In Rome, he was an open target. Agca's paymasters, if any, were never revealed, though the Bulgarian government came under heavy suspicion. On his recovery, John Paul announced that he had forgiven his would-be assassin. In 1983, he visited him in prison, and something approaching friendship developed between them. In later years, the Pope also received Agca's mother and brother in audience. After 5 hours of surgery and the loss of 3/4 of his blood, his convalescence was long. It was not until October that he was completely restored to health. But by 1982, having by now become something of a media superstar, he was able to resume his harrowing travel schedule, making 4 or 5 major journeys a year across the world. By the end of his 26-year pontificate, he had chalked up a total of 104 foreign journeys to 129 countries. In May to June 1982, despite the Falklands War, which very nearly caused a cancellation, he came on a 6-day visit to Britain, the first ever by a reigning pope, during which he preached in Canterbury Cathedral. In March 2000 he was in Israel. What, one wonders, would Pius XII have thought? He would at least have been relieved that even at the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial, John Paul made no apologies for past silences. In 2001 in Damascus, he became the first pope ever to pray in a mosque. His one regret was that he never managed to get to Russia. In other respects, however, John Paul II can now be seen to have been closer in thought to Pius XII than he was to John XXIII. And perhaps it was not entirely surprising. For virtually his entire adult life, until he came to Rome, the Polish Church had its back to the wall, struggling first against the Germans, then against the Russians, for its very survival. Wojtyła had fought for that church as it was, not as it might be, and on becoming Pope at 58, he was too old to change. His 14 encyclicals reveal him, if anything, as a reactionary, doggedly reasserting the old Catholic teachings on euthanasia, abortion, the ordination of women, homosexuality, and same-sex marriage. Those who had looked to his predecessor for a major change of policy on birth control, permitting the use of condoms, if only to prevent the spread of HIV, knew all too well that from John Paul II they could expect nothing of the kind. Where he surprised everybody was in his berserk canonizations of everything in sight. Quite apart from the 1,340 men and women whom he beatified, the first step to sainthood, he canonized no fewer than 483 new saints, more than had been made in the previous 5 centuries. Towards the end of his pontificate, John Paul was a firm opponent of the Iraq War. In his 2003 State of the World address, he made his views abundantly clear. "No to war," he declared. "War is not always inevitable, but it is always a defeat for humanity." Later, he is quoted as pointing out that wars do not in general resolve the problems for which they are fought, and therefore ultimately prove futile. But by this time he was failing fast. In 1991 there had appeared the first signs of Parkinson's disease, though the Vatican characteristically kept it secret for 12 years, admitting it in only 2003, by which time his speech was noticeably slurred and he was confined to a wheelchair. He died on the evening of Saturday the 2nd of April, 2005, 46 days short of his 85th birthday. The Requiem Mass that was set for him 6 days later was attended by well over 4 million people, almost certainly the largest single Christian pilgrimage in history. The funeral service for John Paul II was conducted by Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, at that time prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, formerly known as the Holy Office, and before that as the Holy Inquisition. There his principal duty was to ensure that those teaching in Catholic institutions kept within the strict doctrines laid down by Rome. Despite his reputation as God's Rottweiler, Ratzinger was in fact of a mild and gentle disposition, and was generally considered the favourite for the succession. And although favourites have often been passed over by the conclaves, no one was surprised when at the 5th ballot he was duly elected, the 7th German Pope, but the first since the 11th century. For the highly intelligent theologian that he undoubtedly is, Benedict XVI, 2005, has not, at the time of writing, proved himself as sure-footed as one might have hoped. In little more than 2 years, he managed seriously to offend 3 important religious groups, first the Muslims, then the Jews, and finally the Protestant churches. The first faux pas occurred in a lecture that he gave less than 18 months after his accession, in his old university of Regensburg, on the 12th of September 2006. "Show me," he said, "just what Mohammed introduced that was new, and there you will find things only evil and inhuman, such as his command to spread by the sword the faith that he preached." It subsequently appeared that the Pope had merely been quoting, rather than endorsing, the alleged words of the Byzantine Emperor Manuel II, Palaeologus, in 1391. Unfortunately, he failed to make this clear at the time. There were widespread protests all over the Muslim world, and on the West Bank 2 Christian churches were firebombed. Later, the Pope made a handsome apology, which he repeated at a specially convened reception for 20 high-ranking Muslim diplomats at Castel Gandolfo. 2 months later, he paid an official visit to Turkey. There were hostile demonstrations at Istanbul airport, and special security measures had to be taken for his protection. But he prayed in the Blue Mosque, and the visit was accounted a fair success. He also needlessly antagonized the Protestants. A papal declaration issued on the 11th of July 2007 stated, "It is nevertheless difficult to see how the title of church could possibly be attributed to Protestant communities, given that they do not accept the theological notion of the church in the Catholic sense, and that they lack elements considered essential to the Catholic Church." This time there was a howl of protest. The president of the Italian Federation of Evangelical Churches described the declaration as a huge step backwards, while his French equivalent gave a sinister warning of external repercussions, though no one was quite sure what he meant. Shortly beforehand, Benedict had turned his attention to the Jews, many of whom already felt a sense of outrage at the Church's apparent insistence on canonizing Pope Pius XII. Although Benedict has given no grounds for accusations of personal antisemitism, his decision on the 7th of July 2007 to permit once again the Tridentine Mass, which includes a prayer that asks God to lift the veil so that the Jews may be delivered from their darkness, was not well received in Jewish circles. Still less popular was the subsequent lifting of excommunication on the 4 breakaway bishops from Archbishop Lefebvre's Society of St. Pius X, among whom was Bishop Richard Williamson, notorious for his continued denial of the Holocaust. A visit to Israel in May 2009, during which Benedict naturally followed John Paul II's example with a visit to the Yad Vashem Memorial, did much to mend fences. These were all deliberate actions which could and should have been avoided. But the far greater storm in which Benedict soon found himself engulfed was not of his own making. This storm broke first in Ireland, with horrific revelations of widespread child abuse, and frequently of gratuitous physical violence in Catholic schools and orphanages. Almost as reprehensible was the instinctive cover-up by the Church, which had tended to transfer those responsible to another parish, rather than risk unpleasant publicity by defrocking them on the spot. The Pope could have earned a reputation for swift, decisive action by instantly removing the Irish primate, Cardinal Sean Brady, after he admitted being involved in this cover-up during the 1970s. But at the time of writing, Brady remains in his position. Meanwhile, the scandal over clerical paedophilia has spread across Europe and the United States. True, in March 2010, the Pope wrote a letter addressed to the Catholics of Ireland, apologizing for the sinful and criminal abuses that had been going on for several decades. Here again one wonders why he limited his apology to Ireland, with the result that Catholics in Austria, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Italy, and above all Germany, inevitably feel that what happened in their countries is of less concern to him. Benedict's reactions have been too little, too late, and the storm shows no sign of abating. It is now well over half a century since progressive Catholics have longed to see their Church bring itself into the modern age. With the accession of every succeeding pontiff, they have raised their hopes that some progress might be made on the leading issues of the day, on homosexuality, on contraception, on the ordination of women priests, and each time they have been disappointed. Sometimes, indeed, the Church seems to take a step backwards. As recently as the 15th of July 2010, it elevated the ordination of women to the status of grave delict, making it one of the most serious crimes in canon law, and effectively putting it on the same level as child abuse. As reported in the Times Friday the 15th of July 2010, it is only fair to add that in subsequent issues the charge was indignantly rebutted by Catholic apologists. And so, although Benedict's visit to Great Britain in September 2010 was, contrary to many expectations, a remarkable success, the present pontificate has got off to a distinctly shaky start. The Anglican hierarchy was hard-pressed to hide its indignation at his recent offer to welcome into the Catholic priesthood those married members of the Protestant clergy who were leaving their own church in protest against the ordination of women bishops. But the pontificate is still unfinished, and we can as yet draw no final conclusions. All that can be said is that Pope Benedict will prove better than many of his predecessors, worse than others, and that after nearly 2,000 years, and despite the atmosphere of agnosticism that prevails in much of the world today, the Roman Catholic Church, with its 2 billion members, representing as it does half of all Christians and about 1/6 of the global population, is, despite everything, flourishing as perhaps it has never flourished before. If he could see it now, St. Peter would be proud indeed. The Popes, A History by John Julius Norwich, was read by Michael Jaston. The Popes, A History, is published by the Random House Group Limited in association with Audiobook Limited. Copyright John Julius Norwich, 2011. John Julius Norwich has asserted his right under the CDPA 1988 to be identified as the author of this work.